Chapter 1. An Extraordinary Power. In the year 2059, the Earth experienced a technological revolution as advancements in technology escalated at an unprecedented pace. Nearly every nation was swept into this upheaval, for the internet had become their secondary battleground. The dynamics of the world underwent subtle shifts with the rapid evolution of the digital realm. Over the course of several decades, China overcame numerous challenges, leading the charge in the application of internet data, ultimately establishing itself as the preeminent cyberpower. Within the Central Database Detection Center, renowned as the largest network research organization in the world, a middle-aged man with graying hair stared incredulously at the results displayed on his screen. The rhythmic clattering of keyboards filled the air as he exclaimed, "What on earth is this data?" A colleague approached him, equally astonished by the information on the screen, and uttered, "Could it be that this data has acquired human-like intelligence? It must be a flaw that emerged during the system update, granting it access to human knowledge and resulting in this data's transformation," remarked a researcher adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor calm and collected. "What do we do now? This data can evade the system's extermination protocols, as it possesses its own will," another voiced in concern. After a moment of contemplation, the bespectacled researcher suggested, "We should find an obsolete machine to dispose of this data, severing its connection to the network." Understood, the others nodded in agreement, following his advice to forcibly extricate the sentient data from the digital realm. At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed through the room, shattering all computer screens, as the machine linked to the data erupted in a violent blast. The next day, the incident made headlines, reporting that a certain research institution's computer had exploded unexpectedly while processing data, resulting in. On Earth, in a small village affiliated with the Western capital, a young man clad in coarse fabric meandered through the bustling streets, observing the industrious crowd. A look of perplexity crossed his face as he murmured, "Is this the novice village?" Indeed, this young man was none other than the NPC embodying the data that had attained human consciousness and intellect. Following the explosion of that computer, he had mysteriously traversed into this reality. His name was Feng Zi, and he watched the passers-by with keen interest, puzzled by the absence of other players engaged in leveling up. Strangely, it was customary for newcomers to seek out the village chief for beginner quests or equipment. Yet after fervently pleading with the chief, Feng Zi was disregarded as a fool and ignored. Observing the diligent villagers, each adorned with a white indicator above their heads displaying their level, all of which were mere level 0, Feng Zi sighed in resignation. He himself was also at level 0, and in his mind, levels represented constraints, as one could only leave the novice village upon reaching level 10, gaining the strength to venture into the world beyond to slay monsters. Regrettably, the villagers toiling in the field were not battling monsters to gain experience. Instead, they were harvesting rice. Feng Zi approached a villager and politely inquired, "Excuse me, where might I find monsters?" "Monsters?" The honest-looking villager appeared bewildered, questioning the young man's sanity. Perhaps the inhabitants here were solely interested in their livelihoods and had no desire to slay monsters to level up, Feng Zi surmised. Noticing the villagers' growing impatience, he elaborated, "I mean creatures like chickens, sheep, and pigs. What you speak of are merely livestock from the ranch," the kind-hearted villager interrupted, offering guidance. Feng Zi expressed his gratitude and contemplated, could it be that the ranch he mentioned is the place for novice leveling? Within the ranch, the rancher employed a herdsman who was herding a flock of large geese. "At last, I have found a monster." Upon spotting the flock of roughly 30 geese, Feng Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a second thought, he lunged towards the leading goose, unleashing a powerful punch. "What are you doing? Stop!" The herdsman attempted to halt Feng Zi's actions, but the latter dismissed him as just another player trying to snag a kill. To Feng Zi's astonishment, the goose proved to be remarkably fragile, unable to retaliate, and succumbed instantly to his attack. The remaining geese squawked in terror, flapping their wings and scattering in panic. Momentarily taken aback, Feng Zi suddenly received a vague notification in his mind. Experience 1. Such meager experience No wonder the weaker monsters are so easily dispatched, Feng Zi muttered in frustration. However, upon reflection, he realized that even the smallest gains were worthwhile. In a flurry of screams, Feng Zi plunged into the midst of the flock, relentlessly striking the unsuspecting geese with his mighty fists. Blood splattered as his mind filled with notifications of experience gained, and soon, as he eliminated the last of the geese, a joyous message appeared in his consciousness. Congratulations, you have leveled up. A wave of warmth enveloped him, bathing him in golden light as he sighed in comfort. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, invigorating both his mind and body. Curse this madman. Someone apprehend him. The commotion erupted as Feng Zi's instincts alerted him to the approaching figures, igniting a sense of unwarranted animosity within him. Leading the charge was the herdsman who had been tending the geese, followed closely by a group of agitated villagers, each brandishing various implement shoes, rakes, and even kitchen knives. Feng Zi glared at these trespassers of his training ground. Before any new monsters could spawn, he could not allow these outsiders to seize his opportunity. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. The villagers bore blood-red names above their heads, labeled as rude villagers. Each name was accompanied by varying numbers 1, 3, or 5 indicating their strength, with robust men typically rated at 5, while frail elders and women were at 1. This meant that these villagers had transformed into monsters. Level up, he murmured, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. Chapter 2. A Madman? Everyone, help us capture this madman. The rancher has promised a generous reward. The furious herdsman bellowed, invigorating the villagers behind him, who surged forward as if fueled by a stimulant. Feng Zi's expression shifted as he regarded the approaching villagers to him. They were nothing more than monsters clad in human skin. A sly smirk crept across his lips, and in an instant, he dashed into the throng like a bolt of lightning. His powerful fists rained blows upon the villagers, regardless of age or gender. Without any strategy, his fists flew like cannonballs, and due to the villagers encircling him, each strike found its mark, though their retaliatory punches landed upon him as well. 10 minutes passed, and Feng Zi showed no signs of fatigue. Despite the numerous wounds marring his body, he fought on relentlessly. Soon, the closest circle of villagers collapsed to the ground. Feng Zi felt a series of notifications flood his mind. Experience 5, Experience 7. His spirits surged, and he chuckled softly, ignoring the astonished gazes of the villagers as he let out a primal roar, unleashing a fervent onslaught. The cries of despair formed a haunting melody, and as Feng Zi's stamina rapidly diminished, the once fierce villagers lay unconscious around him. As if painted with blood, Feng Zi's vision blurred, and he understood that he had lost too much blood. He was gambling, wagering that he could accumulate enough experience to level up before succumbing to unconsciousness. Clenching his teeth, Feng Zi glanced at the villagers still standing before him, all of whom were young and vigorous. Relying on his extraordinary physical prowess, he staggered toward them. The villagers exchanged glances, an instinctive fear creeping into their hearts, and they collectively thought, this guy is truly deranged. Curse him, he's already severely injured. Let's put him down for good. The villagers, seeing Feng Zi bleeding profusely, conspired among themselves, raising their weapons to strike at his frail form. Feng Zi glanced at the incoming hoe, and with a swift motion, he evaded to the side. Seizing the opportunity as the leading villager failed to react, he grasped the fallen hoe in his bloodied right hand. In the next instant, he pulled with all his might, forcing the villager to lean forward. Seizing the moment of weakness, Feng Zi roared, his eyes bloodshot, as his free left hand clamped down on the villager's shoulder like a vice. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed clearly in the air, followed by the anguished scream of the villager. Feng Zi, lacking any skills, relied solely on his haphazard, rogue-style fighting techniques. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the burly villager collapsed to the ground, unable to endure the torment. A vague notification appeared. Experience 10. A warm sensation enveloped him, as if the very air around Feng Zi resonated with his joy bubbling with exuberance. He let out a contented groan, bathed in golden light, and a thought blossomed in his mind. He had finally leveled up. Several villagers paused their assault, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what this sudden radiance signified. Once the golden light faded, the fatigue that had plagued Feng Zi and the injuries he bore vanished without a trace. Even more astonishing to the villagers was the sight of Feng Zi's previously frail physique now boasting several muscular protrusions. Returning to reality from his elation of leveling up, a slight smile curved Feng Zi's lips, and his eyes sparkled with an intense gleam. Suddenly, his figure blurred in place, leaving behind several visible afterimages as he unleashed a terrifying burst of speed. In a blink of an eye, Feng Zi's violent onslaught reduced several villagers to tears, and in the final villager's fearful gaze, his iron-hard fist loomed larger before consciousness faded away. Breathing heavily, Feng Zi realized that after dispatching these creatures, he had ascended to level 2. These monsters yield far too little experience. It seems I must seek a different map to level up, Feng Zi mused, stepping over the fallen villagers without a hint of compassion as he exited the breeding grounds. After scavenging some food and clothing from the village, Feng Zi resolved to leave this place in search of stronger foes to hone his skills. Shidu, the largest metropolis on Earth, its splendor far surpassing that of any other city. A somewhat frail young man walked along the bustling streets, drawing the curious glances of passers-by. Beneath his short purple hair lay a cold visage, with piercing black eyes that held a sharp gaze. The attire of the purple-haired youth, the patched coarse cloth garment, elicited disdain from the self-important urbanites, marking him as a villager. This youth was Feng Zi, meandering along the road, his gaze wandering restlessly as if in search of something. Such an expansive map, yet where are the monsters? Feng Zi murmured, perplexed, as neither the speeding hovercars nor the bizarre hybrid creatures displayed any red names. Chapter 3. The Girl Bulma. Feng Zi reluctantly discovered that apart from the soaring vehicles, there were no monsters available for him to level up. Observing the bustling throngs of the metropolis with a hint of disdain, he noted that nearly everyone remained at novice levels, hardly stronger than those who had just emerged from the beginner village. In Feng Zi's perspective, strength was paramount, the ability to speak with one's fists was the ultimate authority. Wandering aimlessly, Feng Zi gradually sensed that this game was unlike any he had encountered before. Something inexplicable stirred within him. Both the setting and the landscape were entirely distinct from his previous world, appending his long-held beliefs. Unbeknownst to him, the environment was reshaping his thought processes, transforming him into a being of emotion, increasingly attuned to this reality. A piercing scream shattered the air, and Feng Zi's eyes gleamed with intensity as he sprinted towards the source of the sound. Almost all the citizens witnessed an astonishing spectacle. A purple figure outpaced the speeding cars, defying the limits of human comprehension. Such extraordinary speed could only be described as monstrous. Feng Zi's expression brightened as he beheld the scene in a secluded alley, his eyes sparkling with excitement. At last, he had found the monsters that would grant him experience. He observed the situation before him. Anyone else might have recoiled in fear. A group of thuggish ruffians, their hair dyed in a myriad of colors, had cornered a striking young woman carrying an array of bags. Feng Zi paid little attention to the young woman's appearance, instead focusing on the glaring red names above the thugs' heads, clearly marked as despicable robbers. Even more enticing were the levels displayed beside their names. The lowest was level 6, while the highest reached level 9. "Come now, beautiful. Hand over your valuables to Big Brother," commanded the leader of the level 9 thugs, brandishing a sharp knife as he menaced the young woman. To his surprise, the girl exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, she calmly set down her belongings and produced a leather wallet from her person, extending it towards the thug without a moment's hesitation. The thug, taken aback, regarded her with suspicion. This was not the typical response he encountered during a robbery, piquing his curiosity. Upon opening the wallet, the thug's expression shifted dramatically. It was filled with an overwhelming number of cards, devoid of any cash. "Are you mocking me?" He fumed, perceiving these cards as utterly worthless. The girl shrugged helplessly and replied, I generally do not carry cash on me. The expressions of the gangsters resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. They whispered amongst themselves. The one who appeared to be the leader of the gang leered. Since you have no money, why not entertain us? The girl, having overheard part of the gangster's words, instinctively recoiled, already aware of his intentions. As the gangsters focused their attention on her, Fengzi unexpectedly approached one of them from behind, raising his right arm and delivering a swift, precise chop to the back of his neck. Upon the gangster collapsing to the ground, a notification of experience 12 flashed in Fengzi's mind that a scream erupted, and the gangsters, accustomed to brawls, became alert, noticing the presence of an unfamiliar young man. The young man smirked coldly, and before the gangsters could react, he moved with an uncanny grace, sending chills down their spines. In an instant, they felt a sharp, intense pain in their chests as Fengzi's fists, carrying nearly 100 pounds of force, struck them directly. There was no need for technique. Hitting the opponent was sufficient. These gangsters proved to be considerably tougher than the villagers, being seasoned fighters. Although they endured several of Fengzi's punches, they did not fall, showcasing their impressive physical resilience. The gangsters drew knives hidden on their persons and, spotting Fengzi, launched their assault. Fengzi frowned slightly. These gangsters were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet they were still no match for his current prowess. He unleashed a flurry of punches, and even as he sustained knife wounds, he emitted not a single groan. His sheer aura and terrifying strength intimidated the gangsters. 5 minutes later, all the gangsters lay sprawled on the ground, to Fengzi's immense frustration. He lamented that if only a few more monsters had appeared, he would have leveled up, and his injuries would have healed automatically. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, and with wounds still bleeding, Fengzi angrily kicked one of the fallen gangsters, stating, When you wake up, I shall give you another beating. Are you all right? A melodious voice reached Fengzi's ears. He turned in astonishment to see the girl he had unknowingly rescued. Having been preoccupied with leveling up, he had not taken a close look at her appearance. Her light blue hair cascaded down her back, and her fashionable attire accentuated her alluring figure. Her beautiful face bore a subtle touch of makeup, which, despite its delicacy, could not conceal her youth and radiance. Fengzi nodded absent-mindedly, gazing intently at the girl as he replied, Oh, I'm fine, just some minor injuries. Forgive my rudeness. My name is Buma. Buma glanced at Fengzi's injuries with concern, saying, Your wounds are still bleeding. Since you saved me, why not come to my home and tend to them? Save you? Fengzi was momentarily taken aback, then realized that in the midst of battling monsters, he had indeed rescued this woman named Buma. Chapter 4. Appearing innocent, Buma produced a concealed metallic box from her belongings, opened it, and retrieved a capsule. Tossing it on the ground, the cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing a brand-new sports car. She hastily threw all their belongings into the vehicle and took the driver's seat. Noticing that Fengzi remained frozen in place, she called out, Hurry up and get in. Fengzi felt a surge of astonishment as he realized the girl before him was anything but ordinary. Having conjured an iron beast out of thin AS, he stood there in a daze. Buma, slightly irritated, pulled him into the car without further ado. With a swift press of the clutch, the car roared to life as the 3 jet engines erupted with powerful thrust. Fengzi, unprepared for the sudden jolt, found his mind momentarily blank, instinctively grasping for something to hold onto amidst the fierce winds. Abruptly, Buma slammed on the brakes, and the car came to an immediate halt. As it was Fengzi's first experience in a vehicle, he felt a bit dizzy, as if he were floating in the clouds, with a wave of nausea washing over him that moment. He noticed Buma blushing uncontrollably, becoming increasingly bashful. Fengzi looked at her in confusion, his simple-mindedness leading him to wonder what was amiss. Buma, seeing his puzzled expression, managed to squeeze out a few words between her teeth. Your hand. My hand? Fengzi moved his hand and realized it was resting on something soft, an unfamiliar sensation of comfort coursing through him. Buma had intended to say more to him, but a peculiar mix of pleasure and embarrassment caused her to swallow her words. Her cheeks reddening as she exclaimed, Let go. It turned out that in his moment of panic, Fengzi had inadvertently placed his hands on Buma's ample bosom. Fengzi glanced at her in surprise and released his grip. Utterly bewildered by the situation, he questioned, "Did I hurt you just now?" Buma could only smile wryly, unable to discern whether this peculiar young man who had saved her was genuinely clueless or merely pretending. Completely oblivious to such matters. The most renowned aspect of the West City was not its scenic beauty or the number of its citizens, but rather the omnipotent enterprise that had developed the versatile capsule. A convenient tool. This enterprise was also the wealthiest conglomerate on Earth, continuously innovating various technological products. Buma drove Feng Zi to an expansive estate, and upon ringing the doorbell, she softly announced, "It's me, Buma." The moment her words fell, the heavy door swung open automatically as they made their way inside. Many servants greeted Buma, while Feng Zi curiously observed the robots bustling about the estate, marveling at the novelty of it all. Once inside, Buma instructed Feng Zi to remain in the living room and not to wander off before disappearing from his sight. In a short while, she returned, carrying a medical kit, and said to Feng Zi, "Stay still, I will tend to your wounds." Buma gently applied a fast-acting ointment developed by the versatile enterprise to Feng Zi's bloody injuries. He gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound of discomfort. "I wouldn't have guessed you were so formidable despite your slender frame," Buma remarked cautiously as she applied the medicine, continuing, "You really are quite skilled in combat." Upon hearing Buma's words, Feng Zi replied solemnly, "Only absolute strength can ensure one's survival against others, no matter how strong you are. You cannot withstand a bullet," Buma replied nonchalantly, dismissing Feng Zi's assertion that a bullet. Feng Zi furrowed his brow, puzzled by what Buma meant by a bullet. Was it some kind of powerful monster? Come on, don't pretend. How could you not know what a bullet is? Buma simply wrapped his wound with a bandage and said, "Look at you covered in blood. You should first take a shower in the bathroom." Feng Zi scratched his head, asking, what do you mean by bathroom?" Buma stared at him in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if she were conversing with a prehistoric dinosaur. Resigned, she led Feng Zi to the bathroom, explained the basics of what he did not understand, and, after turning on the shower, instructed him, "You go wash up. If you need anything, call for me." After Buma left, Feng Zi examined the bathroom's layout and enjoyed a comforting hot shower. However, another dilemma arose when he glanced at his naked form and shouted, "Could you please bring me some clothes?" A few minutes later, Buma rummaged through a few suitable outfits and approached the bathroom door, passing the clothes to him through the door. Once dressed, Feng Zi caught Buma's eye, and in stark contrast to the disheveled youth from before, he now embodied the ideal handsome type favored by urban girls. His hair, having just been washed, was tousled and vibrant, and the purple locks looked particularly ethereal, enhancing his overall demeanor. Clad in athletic wear, Feng Zi exuded the youthful vigor that any young person should possess. Coupled with his fair complexion and sharp gaze, he appeared entirely transformed. "I'm done washing up." "Thank you," Feng Zi said politely, acknowledging Buma. Just as Buma was about to respond, her gaze fixated on an object. Her expression shifting to one of perplexity, she noticed a pink item hanging on a drying rack in the bathroom, now dampened and discolored. "Did you just touch that thing?" Buma's face flushed once more, and she hastily averted her gaze, turning to Feng Zi with urgency. Feng Zi glanced back at the pink object, nodded slightly, and nonchalantly remarked, "Yes, I couldn't find anything else to dry off with, so I used that." "Ah!" Buma exclaimed, her emotions becoming complex, for the reason was none other than that pink item was her personal... Chapter 5. A wonderful place. Buma instructed the household servants to prepare dinner, as her parents were away on a trip, and she was the sole mistress of the house. At the dining table, Feng Zi showcased his astonishing appetite, devouring the spread with the ferocity of a wolf that Buma's eyes widened. She had barely finished the rice in her bowl when she beheld the table in disarray, with only clean plates and bowls remaining. "Are you a reincarnation of a starving ghost?" Buma incredulously asked Feng Zi. Feng Zi wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, burped contentedly, and replied indifferently, "Well, I can only muster the strength to fight monsters when I'm well fed." "Hey, Feng Zi, how do you plan to earn a living?" Buma inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Earning money?" Feng Zi pondered for a moment before countering. "By the way, Buma, do you know of a place where one can both fight monsters and earn money?" "Wait, first tell me what you mean by fighting monsters." Feng Zi organized his thoughts and explained. Simply put, fighting monsters means taking down those whom I wish to defeat. Buma nearly choked on Feng Zi's words, managing a bitter smile. Indeed, there are places in Shidu where one can earn money through combat. I'll take you there tomorrow. By the way, aside from fighting, what else can you do? After a moment of silence, Feng Zi gazed intently at Buma, his eyes glimmering with a cold light, and smiled. I can also kill. Buma was utterly speechless. She realized that the one who had saved her was a combat enthusiast with a mind full of violent thoughts. The next day, Buma brought Feng Zi to a towering skyscraper. Inside the ascending elevator, Buma introduced, "This is the place you mentioned, where one can both fight and earn money." Feng Zi looked at Buma with curiosity, and Buma smiled lightly. "This place is called Paradise Entertainment City. It is a haven for the wealthy and a lucrative ground for skilled fighters that, in simpler terms, it is a so-called underground boxing arena, but unlike other underground fights, everything here is legal, and each victor is awarded substantial prizes." "Oh," Feng Zi responded eagerly. "What is the level of monsters here?" Buma sighed, covering her forehead in exasperation, and continued her explanation. "The competition rules here state that after winning 10 matches, one advances a rank. If defeated midway, one will drop a rank. It is said that fighters above the 8th rank are masters in their own right. The 10th rank champion, King Jopa, is the founder of the 8-hand fist and the champion of the World Martial Arts Championship." After Buma finished her explanation, she instructed Feng Zi a few more things, and then settled into a nearby seat. Feng Zi was led by staff to a fighting arena within the hall. Containing a crowd of spectators, the atmosphere was filled with raucous discussions and cheers. The spacious hall stretched for hundreds of meters, divided into several rings where fighters continuously battled. "Feng Zi, what's wrong?" Buma asked with concern. Noticing a change in Feng Zi's expression, Feng Zi scanned the fighters in the ring, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and replied solemnly, "There are so many monsters on this map." Unlike the other competitors, Feng Zi was not focused on the monetary rewards from winning, but rather on the red names above the fighters' heads, each signifying a level above 5, that this was a boon for Feng Zi, who was eager to level up and grow stronger. This was merely the arena for first-rank fighters. Those above the 5th floor were even more formidable. After Buma's explanation, Feng Zi was led to a ring where he steadied his excitement. Casting his gaze upon his opponent, a muscular boxer, Feng Zi paid little heed to his physique, instead noticing the red indicator above his head. Muscular behemoth, level 9. Feng Zi was taken aback. His very first opponent was a level 9 monster. For Feng Zi, the higher the enemy's level, the greater the experience gained. "Kid, this isn't a place for you to play. My fist will crush you in an instant," the muscular man boasted, his muscles rippling as he spoke, his face a picture of disdain. Feng Zi's expression darkened. Before the referee could announce the start of the match, he flashed forward, deftly maneuvering to the side of his opponent, with a fierce punch that cut through the air with a chilling sound. He struck the muscular man's jaw with remarkable force. With a resounding thud, dust billowed as the muscular man's face registered disbelief. Amid the collective gasp of the audience, his massive form collapsed onto the ring. In but a second, everyone, including Buma, had not even comprehended how Feng Zi had dispatched his opponent. Feng Zi leaped down from the ring and addressed the stunned referee. "Is that all? Find me more monsters. This experience is far too meager." Chapter 6. King Jopa in Paradise Entertainment City. Within a lavish office adorned with opulence, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit reclined on a comfortable sofa. A rather expensive cigar dangling from his lips as the smoke curled around him. His expression radiated one of indulgence. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic sound echoed through the air. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, extinguishing the half-burnt cigar in the ashtray. Gesturing, "The door is unlocked. Come in." The wooden door of the office creaked open, and a man entered slowly, bowing respectfully. "Colonel Stedham, there has been a situation in the fighting hall. The man referred to as Colonel Stedham expressed mild surprise. Inquiring, "Lieutenant Ching, please elaborate on the details." The lieutenant reported, "A purple-haired individual just appeared. Initially, no one paid him any mind, but to everyone's astonishment, he defeated 89 opponents in merely 3 hours and is on the verge of ascending to the 9th rank, causing quite a stir." Colonel Stedham rose from the sofa, his expression shifting dramatically. He was taken aback. Realizing he had lost his composure, Colonel Stedham composed himself and spoke in a hushed tone. Is he truly that formidable? Did you not follow the usual protocol and send subordinates to thwart him? Colonel Stedham was not genuinely concerned about the commotion caused by this unexpected dark horse. He was more apprehensive about the prize money this individual might secure and whether his presence would disrupt the clandestine gambling operations established. I arranged for a few capable subordinates to combat him, but they were all knocked out by this fellow named Feng Zi. They could do nothing against him. His presence has already impeded our interests, as nearly all the spectators have placed their bets on him, resulting in significant losses for us. Damn it, Colonel Stedham cursed, pondering for a moment before instructing Lieutenant Ching. Issue a check to King Jopa and tell him to take care of this nuisance. Lieutenant Ching's expression brightened momentarily before hesitating. Colonel Stedham, you know the price King Jopa demands is quite steep. Don't concern yourself with that if this continues, our losses will only mount, Colonel Stedham replied, his frustration evident, tinged with a hint of resignation. After Lieutenant Ching departed, Colonel Stedham pondered for a moment, then opened the drawer of his desk, retrieving a red satin ribbon. Playing with the ribbon, he coldly proclaimed, to dare oppose the Red Satin Brigade is to court death. Once more a blinding golden light radiated from Feng Zi, illuminating his face with a jubilant smile. What a thrill it was to level up again. This truly was an unparalleled place for grinding experience. Feng Zi mused to himself. Indeed, he had ascended 2 levels consecutively, now reaching level 4, that with this elevation in rank, the caliber of opponents he faced had also escalated, ranging from the initial level 9 adversaries to the current level 15 monsters. Feng Zi had achieved 90 consecutive victories, never once tasting defeat. Even at the brink of peril, with his body marred by wounds, he would grit his teeth and endure, persisting until the automatic healing that accompanied each upgrade took effect. Go, purple-haired warrior, unleash your fury upon your foes. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, all rallying behind Feng Zi, drawn to the combat prowess of this madman. For these affluent spectators, who frequented this venue for amusement, their affection for the fighter known as the madman grew steadily. Watching Feng Zi's matches not only ignited their passions, but also provided a lucrative avenue for betting, allowing them to place their wagers with confidence. Yet, Feng Zi remained indifferent to the clamor, for what he truly sought were foes of a higher caliber. Through his observations in these battles, he discerned that almost all his opponents were of a higher level. Yet their strength paled in comparison to his OWN. In other words, the disparity between his level and that of the monsters translated into starkly different metrics of power. As Feng Zi pondered in the arena. The grand screen in the hall, the most prominent of all, displayed his next opponent, a Tindan master, King Chaopa. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Upon seeing this name, regret welled up within them for having blindly placed their bets on Feng Zi. Who was King Chaopa? The founder of the 8-hand fist and the champion of the world's greatest martial arts competition, that in stark contrast. The nascent talent of Feng Zi appeared as a mere footnote in comparison to King Chaopa's illustrious reputation. At that moment, no one held out hope for Feng Zi's victory. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the dark-skinned King Chaopa stepped into view, bathed in the glow of the lights. The definition of his muscular physique was striking. His cold, piercing gaze emanated an air of superiority befitting a martial artist, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Feng Zi narrowed his eyes, excitement surging within him, for he could distinctly see the blood-red number 25 following King Chaopa's name. This was, to date, the most formidable opponent Feng Zi had encountered. A saying goes, high rewards come with high risks, and the same principle applied here. The higher the level of the monsters, the greater the experience points awarded. Chapter 6. 8-hand fist with slow, heavy steps. King Chaopa advanced toward the arena, leaping effortlessly to stand before Feng Zi. Up close. The definition of his muscles was unmistakable, his latissimus dorsi exceptionally developed, resembling a pair of wings. While 6 solid abdominal muscles formed a perfect row, and his forearms were as sturdy as steel. You are the madman. Chaopa's voice dripped with disdain, initially taken aback by Feng Zi's string of victories. He now regarded the young fighter with contempt, seeing him merely as a boy unworthy of consideration. Clenching his fists, Feng Zi let out a soft chuckle, his body trembling with a mix of fury and anticipation. "Are you frightened?" "You seem to be quaking," Xiaopa mocked, clearly underestimating Feng Zi. With an innocent smile that grew increasingly unnerving, Feng Zi responded, "I am exhilarated at the prospect of facing such a powerful foe. But soon you shall find yourself on the ground, unable to utter a sound." Xiaopa paused, momentarily taken aback by the feral intensity of Feng Zi's gaze, which felt like a tangible sting to his eyes. Having grown accustomed to his recent victories, Feng Zi had developed a habit of striking first, not waiting for the referee's signal. Before Xiaopa or the audience could react, Feng Zi's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear behind King Xiaopa. Feng Zi leaped into the air, his feet striking like lightning as he unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks upon Xiaopa's body. The air was filled with a flurry of afterimages, creating a dazzling spectacle. The audience was left in awe. Compared to his previous matches, Feng Zi's strength and speed exceeded their wildest imaginations. Each of Feng Zi's kicks packed the force of several hundred pounds, delivering an astonishing impact. Moreover, his precision and adaptability were extraordinary, landing blow after blow without fail, resulting in numerous bruises appearing on Xiaopa's form. "Valbrat!" Xiaopa roared, his body tensing as his muscles contracted violently. His fists, akin to cannonballs, compressed the air around them, moving in a rhythmic display that bewildered the spectators with a mesmerizing illusion. The tension in the air was palpable as their fists and feet collided, the sharp sounds of their strikes composing a symphony of combat, while the arena's floor bore witness to visible cracks under the pressure. Feng Zi's form became a flash of purple lightning, while Xiaopa's movements resembled a stream of black light. In an instant, both combatants roared, channeling their strength into their respective fists. With a resounding clash, they separated, and in the eager gaze of the audience, Feng Zi's lips bled crimson, while Xiaopa staggered back several meters, barely regaining his balance. Just when everyone believed Xiaopa had gained the upper hand, he suddenly clutched his chest in agony, and, like Feng Zi, spat out a mouthful of blood. The previous exchange had unfolded in the blink of an eye. Leveraging his mastery of various martial arts, Xiaopa had unexpectedly altered his attack's trajectory, striking Feng Zi squarely on the chin. Unlike Xiaopa, a seasoned martial artist, Feng Zi's strikes were devoid of any predictable pattern, relying purely on his innate combat instinct to adjust his approach, landing a powerful blow to Xiaopa's abdomen that I was merely careless before. "Now, allow me to show you the true essence of the eight-hand fist." Xiaopa's eyes blazed with fury as he disregarded the pain radiating from his chest, assuming a peculiar stance. His hands danced through the air, initially slow, but soon the trajectory of his fists became a blur, accompanied by a piercing hum. The speed of his punches reached an incredible peak, generating afterimages that distorted the air around them, sending shockwaves through the arena. The audience watched in stunned disbelief as they witnessed an extraordinary spectacle. Xiaopa's arms crossed in a disorienting fashion, creating the illusion of 8 fists in motion. This technique, mastered purely through speed, overwhelmed Feng Zi's senses. Feng Zi's eyes glimmered with determination. His expression calm and composed, devoid of any hint of fear. He shifted his stance, centering his weight on his rear leg, preparing to harness his explosive power. "Die!" Xiaopa bellowed, unleashing 8 fists that moved with the speed of lightning, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds that threatened to rupture the eardrums of those nearby. In the split second when their gazes locked, Xiaopa propelled himself forward like an arrow, the 8-hand fists slicing through the air, descending upon Feng Zi's neck. With a chilling gaze, Feng Zi crossed his arms to block Xiaopa's assault. Yet, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 8 hands. Although the afterimages of Xiaopa's punches were mere illusions, the confusion from his earlier attacks had already disoriented Feng Zi's vision. Xiaopa smirked, his fists moving with lightning speed, weaving in and out like shadows. In the next moment, Feng Zi felt a searing pain coursing through his body, each strike landing with brutal precision, twisting his expression into one of agony. He became a target, mercilessly bombarded by Xiaopa's relentless 8-hand fists. Unable to retaliate. Chapter 7. Surprised as Feng Zi collapsed onto the arena floor, his attire tattered and torn from the fierce battle, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. While Xiaopa's eight-hand fists were indeed formidable, the exertion had taken its toll on him as well. Believing victory to be assured, Xiaopa bent down, gasping for breath as he attempted to recover his stamina. "This level of effort will not bring me down," a resolute voice echoed, prompting King Jopa to turn in astonishment, as did the entire audience, for none could have anticipated that the severely wounded Feng Zi had yet to lose consciousness. Struggling to rise from the ground, Feng Zi's body was drenched in blood, leaving a crimson trail upon the floor, his eyes gleaming with a chilling indifference. How could this be possible? This individual has endured dozens of my punches. How can he still stand? Jopa mused inwardly, disbelief etched across his face. This time, I shall leave you no escape. With the swiftness of a leopard, Jopa lunged forward, his astonishing explosive power propelling him to Feng Zi's side in an instant. The spectral manifestation of 8 arms reappeared, delivering a barrage of punches from every direction. Before his transition, Feng Zi was but a collection of cold data. The essence of data lies in its ability to analyze. From the recent engagement, he had gradually deciphered the technique of the 8-handed fist. Narrowing his eyes, Feng Zi, battered yet resolute, deftly dodged the onslaught, his demeanor unervingly calm. Observing for a while, he found himself dazzled by Jopa's rapid punches. Their speed, rendering him unable to distinguish his movements, causing a dizziness from oxygen deprivation in his brain. After evading for some time, Feng Zi finally discerned a flaw in Jopa's rhythm, perhaps due to fatigue. The frequency and speed of his punches had begun to wane. The shadows of his fists became clearer in Feng Zi's eyes, allowing him to perceive their trajectories, as Jopa relentlessly pursued Feng Zi. His punches surged forth like a tidal wave. Realizing Feng Zi was nearing the edge of the arena, Jopa suddenly intensified his strikes. The opportunity has arrived. This sudden increase in power would only serve to slow Jopa's already diminishing speed. Seizing the moment, Feng Zi's eyes sparkled with determination as he halted his body in place. Just as the audience believed Jopa would swiftly eliminate Feng Zi, a sudden roar erupted from Feng Zi. Channeling all his explosive energy into a single moment, forsaking all defense, his hands sliced through the air, leaving only a blurred shadow, rendering his movements nearly imperceptible. Jopa's expression shifted, and like his 8-handed fist, Feng Zi's speed reached an astounding level. A frigid glint flashed across Feng Zi's features as he clasped his hands, not into fists but into claws. With an incredible grip, he seized the gap between Jopa's wrist joints, abruptly halting the 8-handed fist. Jopa was taken aback, the intense pain in his wrists causing his face to pale. The audience, transfixed by this unforeseen turn of events, erupted into deafening cheers, a chorus of madmen echoing throughout the arena. Refusing to succumb to defeat, Jopa endured the searing pain in his wrists, forcefully thrusting his hands forward to grasp Feng Zi's chest, then heaving him upwards with astonishing strength, effectively tossing Feng Zi backwards. Gasps of shock filled the arena, but soon transformed into Jopa's agonized screams. Everyone's astonishment. They realized that Feng Zi had somehow managed to grip Jopa's left index finger. As Jopa hurled him backwards with all his might, Feng Zi swiftly clutched Jopa's finger, leveraging Jopa's own force to brutally bend it backward. As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart. With his index finger broken, Jopa was drenched in sweat, yet it ignited a ferocity within him, propelling him forward like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, his expression one of sheer intent to tear Feng Zi apart. Feng Zi swiftly dodged Jopa's assault, advancing towards him with a serious demeanor, coldly declaring, "As a monster, your duty is to become experience points." With that, his fist erupted with a piercing roar akin to the sound of cannon fire. Embodying the force to penetrate steel, his fist struck Jopa's chest, riddled with vulnerabilities, without any obstruction. "Ah!" Jopa's shrill scream reverberated in the ears of the audience, his eyes wide with terror, bloodshot and bulging as he expelled a cloud of blood mist. Losing consciousness and collapsing, rendered incapable of further combat, a melodious notification chimed in Feng Zi's mind. Experience 80. Before he could fully process this, he found himself enveloped in a radiant golden light. Under its glow, his wounds began to heal, and a surge of elation illuminated Feng Zi's face. Level 5. Feng Zi was astounded to find that defeating this individual named Jopa had propelled him to a new level. Moreover, reaching level 5 marked a significant milestone for Feng Zi, as he felt a newfound energy coursing through him, the essence required to unleash skills. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, celebrating Feng Zi's victory. Relieved that they had placed their bets on him. Wait, what is this? Feng Zi suddenly noticed a plethora of new information flooding his mind. As he focused on the content, it became evident. Skill acquired, 8-handed fist. Increasing punch speed by 3-fold, generating phantasmal effects. Currently at proficiency level 1. Chapter 8. I am not a monster. Feng Zi sighed with mild frustration, for this map had surprisingly yielded no monsters for him to level up against. Ignoring the audience's pleas, he collected his prize money and departed alongside Bulma. Feng Zi, you are far more formidable than I had imagined, Bulma remarked during their journey. Feng Zi shrugged and glanced at Bulma, inquiring, how much do you think I earned? Approximately 600,000, Bulma replied, curiosity piqued. What do you plan to spend this money on? Well, food, equipment. Bulma became increasingly convinced that this youth named Feng Zi was quite mysterious. Suspecting he might be an extraterrestrial, as they conversed and walked, Feng Zi abruptly halted and said to Bulma, I'm hungry now. Let us find somewhere to eat. Ugh, I'm truly amazed by you. You ate so much this morning and you're already claiming to be hungry again. The thought of Feng Zi's terrifying appetite left Bulma feeling unnerved. Feng Zi merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Inside the restaurant, every patron stared wide-eyed, their attention fixated on a table by the window. The table was laden with plates and bowls, and nearly all the waitstaff were bustling about as a young man, with purple hair, voraciously devoured the freshly delivered dishes. His speed prompting other diners to set down their utensils and cheer him on. Another bowl. Feng Zi wiped the grease from his face and called out to the female server in front of him, leaving her in sheer disbelief. This was already his 165th bowl. Bulma concealed her face behind a newspaper, silently praying not to be recognized, fearing the embarrassment that would ensue. Sated, Feng Zi gazed at the towering piles of dishes and, perplexed, asked Bulma, Did I really eat all of this? Didn't you? Or do you think a ghost ate it? Bulma retorted, a black line forming on her forehead, exasperated. After a brief silence, Feng Zi innocently mused. So, I am quite the eater. Laughter erupted among the patrons, including the staff, who found him to be a delightful spectacle. Bulma addressed the server. Please, could we settle the bill? The server retrieved a calculator and, after a lengthy calculation, announced, Dear guest, your total comes to 100,200 yuan. What? Bulma questioned, unsure she had misheard. Though she was the daughter of a powerful enterprise, she had never spent over 100,000 on a single meal, especially given that she hadn't ordered extravagant dishes. Upon glancing at the table overflowing with used dishes, she had no choice but to accept the server's claim. Feng Zi had consumed the equivalent of an ordinary family's annual income in one sitting. After settling the bill, Bulma hurriedly pulled Feng Zi away, practically fleeing the restaurant. Bulma, why are we in such a rush? Feng Zi inquired, puzzled. Gasping for breath, Bulma replied, What do you think? After eating so much, it would be impossible not to attract attention. Oh, Feng Zi responded, Do you know where I might find more monsters? Before Bulma could answer, Feng Zi's expression suddenly hardened, his face shifting as tension gripped him. With a forceful shove, he pushed Bulma aside just as a cacophony of piercing sounds filled the air. Feng Zi distinctly sensed a barrage of metallic objects hurtling toward him. Tap, tap, tap. That a cacophony of sounds drew the attention of passersby on the street, followed by a chorus of screams reverberating through the air. Two muscular men clad in military attire, adorned with red armbands, brandished machine guns and aimed them unceremoniously at Feng Zi, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The cacophony of bullets abruptly ceased, and the two men gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Just as Bulma rose from the ground, she too was taken aback by Feng Zi's remarkable agility, as she evaded the flames of gunfire with the grace of a specter. With the gunfire halted, Feng Zi stood unscathed, perfectly intact in her original position. With a soft clatter, bullets, still smoking, fell from her open palm onto the ground, observing the crimson name tags on the two muscular men. Red Satin Killers accompanied by a level designation of 15. Feng Zi let out a cold chuckle. As she moved, a chilling wind swirled around her. In the moment of the killer's bewilderment, she unleashed a powerful punch to their chests, eliciting two piercing cries as their bodies flew backward to eye in her mind. Feng Zi received a prompt. Experience 17. Approaching Buma, she gestured towards the incapacitated killer's machine guns and inquired, "Are they using equipment?" "Huh. Feng Zi, how did you do that just now?" Buma, regaining her composure, whispered, "Why? I simply caught them with my hands." Feng Zi replied matter-of-factly, "Feng Zi, aren't you afraid of bullets? I only fear going hungry. You must be a monster. I am not a monster. I am a monster slayer." In Chapter 9, The Scythe, Buma regarded Feng Zi as a completely illogical anomaly, having never witnessed a human capable of catching bullets with bare hands. She glanced at the onlookers gathering around and quickly pulled Feng Zi away from their prying eyes. "It seems someone has set their sights on your bounty," Buma sighed. Feng Zi, unfazed by Buma's concern, responded with enthusiasm. "Ah, so this is how one can farm monsters. The more formidable the foes, the more delighted I shall be." "Hey, Feng Zi, where shall we go now?" Buma asked, but Feng Zi appeared lost in thought. The image of the two muscular men wielding machine guns replayed in her mind. With her keen perception, it was evident to her that their prowess fell short compared to the fighters competing in the entertainment district. According to her calculations, these two were likely below level 10. Yet they bore a level rating of 15, indicating that their enhanced capability stemmed from their metallic weaponry. Buma waved her delicate hand in front of Feng Zi's face, and when she regained focus, Buma playfully chided, "What has captured your attention?" "Buma, do you know where I can purchase equipment?" Feng Zi inquired. Buma looked taken aback. "Could you first explain what you mean by equipment?" "You truly are a bother," Feng Zi muttered nonchalantly, prompting a noticeable shift in Buma's expression. "How vexing. You are the one asking for my help." Equipment refers to weapons, jewelry, armor, and the like. Feng Zi contemplated briefly before responding. "Ah, I see." Buma led Feng Zi to a dilapidated marketplace, the most impoverished area of the city, where even a single jet car was nowhere to be found, as the residents lived in destitution. This locale attracted bargain hunters, with rumors suggesting that the stalls lining the streets offered various antiques and valuable treasures. "Feng Zi, this place should meet your requirements." "Yes?" Buma pondered aloud, believing this to be the spot where one might acquire the so-called equipment. Feng Zi nodded, and as they stepped onto the street, eager vendors began enthusiastically hawking their wares. The merchants here were predominantly elderly, and the diverse array of items on display dazzled Feng Zi's eyes. 2 hours later, Buma groaned. "Have you not found anything yet? I'm nearly exhausted. Please hold on a little longer. Shall I carry you?" Feng Zi offered apologetically. Buma was about to decline when Feng Zi, without hesitation, scooped her up on her back. "You impudent fellow! How dare you!" Buma's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she felt the pressure of her softness against Feng Zi's back. Unfazed, Feng Zi remarked in confusion, "Why do you have so much excess flesh?" As Feng Zi bore Buma on her back, the constant movement caused Buma's chest to press against Feng Zi, who remained oblivious, attributing it to Buma's lack of exercise. "What is it, Buma? Why are you silent?" "Nothing, Feng Zi. How long do you plan to search? This is already the 3rd round, and the vendors all know you by now." Feng Zi observed numerous stalls along the way. Yet the items for sale were merely trinkets with no substantial value. After circling several times, they arrived in front of an inconspicuous shop. "Let us venture inside," Feng Zi proposed. Upon entering, Feng Zi sensed an unusual aura beckoning him. "This is the place," he asserted confidently. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with graying hair, coughed a few times before asking, "What can I assist you with, dear customer?" "I seek equipment," Feng Zi declared directly. The old man looked utterly perplexed, unsure of what Feng Zi meant by equipment. Beside him, Buma chuckled. "He means weapons to—" "Oh," the old man nodded in realization, then began to enthusiastically describe the cold weapons displayed on the counter. Feng Zi paid little attention to the old man's spiel. His gaze drawn instead to a dusty box. "I want whatever is inside that box," he stated. "Are you certain?" the old man asked, astonished. Feng Zi nodded. "Just to confirm, do you still want this box?" after glancing at the rusty tin box. The old man shook his head. Before he could say more, Feng Zi eagerly approached, and with a resounding crash, he kicked the box to pieces. The old man stared wide-eyed, struggling to comprehend. Curiosity piqued, Buma leaned closer, eager to discover what lay within the shattered box. Feng Zi's face lit up as he picked up a scythe measuring approximately 1.3 meters in length, its surface marred by rust, if the weapons on the counter were mere arms. Then this scythe was not but scrap metal. "Can you actually lift that?" the old man exclaimed, his expression exaggerated, even more so than when Feng Zi had shattered the box. That Buma glanced at the scythe in Feng Zi's hands. Puzzled, "Is it heavy?" "This wretched scythe weighs several 100 pounds. No one considers it a weapon," the old man explained. Ignoring the old man's and Buma's conversation, Feng Zi hefted the scythe and found its weight negligible. As if it bore no burden at all to that moment, a message appeared in his mind. Death Scythe. No level restriction grade. Artifact. Specific abilities unknown. Requires blood oath for bonding. Chapter 10. The curtain rises unfolded as Feng Zi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the word artifact. Eagerly, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of vibrant blood to fall upon the scythe's surface. In the next instant, the blood seeped into the scythe, and the once dilapidated weapon suddenly radiated a brilliant red light, startling both Buma and the old man. What followed left them dumbfounded. The surface of the scythe shimmered with blood-red patterns, and wherever the patterns spread, extraordinary transformations occurred. The scythe expanded from its initial length of 1.3 meters to over 7 feet, nearly matching Feng Zi's height. Its broad blade resembled a crescent moon, reflecting a chilling, captivating light, sharp enough to instill fear. The once rust-ridden blade began to gleam with a metallic luster, adorned with terrifying patterns reminiscent of human veins, exuding an ominous aura. Grasping the scythe's handle, Feng Zi effortlessly lifted it, as though it bore no weight at all. The wind caressed the blade of the scythe, and the information in Feng Zi's eyes shifted once more. The Grim Reaper's scythe, a divine artifact, bore an additional skill: lifesteal. Following the term lifesteal, there was a note indicating that during combat, the damage inflicted upon enemies would be converted into healing for the wielder of the scythe. In other words, as Feng Zi cleaved through foes, the damage he dealt would simultaneously heal him with the blood of his adversaries. It resembled a solar charger, in a scenario where both opponents chose mutual destruction. The one who would undoubtedly survive would be Feng Zi, possessing this life-stealing ability. Observing the scythe in his hand, Feng Zi remained silent for a considerable time before finally managing to utter a sentence. Buma, watching Feng Zi's excited demeanor, recognized that the large scythe in his possession was indeed a treasure. The old man, shaking his head, remarked with a sense of resignation, "I knew it was no ordinary weapon." "Boss, how much do you intend to sell this scythe for?" Buma inquired. The old man pondered for a moment and replied, "Such a fine weapon deserves a reasonable price, whether in terms of its craftsmanship or practicality." Buma, observing the old man's lengthy discourse, understood well that he was a shrewd merchant. Suddenly, Feng Zi, who had been fiddling with the scythe, changed his expression and coldly declared, "It's mine out if you don't intend to sell it to me. I will cut you down with a single blow." The old man trembled at the chilling aura that permeated the air, feeling an inexplicable suffocation, as if he were trapped in a frozen abyss. With a mournful expression, the old man said, "Then please, name your price." Feng Zi entrusted these troublesome matters to Buma, who proposed a fair price. The old man, not daring to haggle, readily accepted the 30,000 yuan offer. "Feng Zi, we should be on our way," Buma suggested, giving Feng Zi's shoulder a pat. Feng Zi, puzzled, gazed towards the corner of the counter, sensing an inexplicable allure emanating from an object before him. Seeing that Feng Zi remained unresponsive despite calling his name, Buma followed his gaze, discovering an inconspicuous spot where a red orb, nearly transparent, reflected 3 twinkling stars. Buma gasped, "Dragon Ball," and disregarding all decorum, rushed over to carefully cradle the orb in his hands. Buma, what is going on? Fengzi examined the Dragon Ball in Buma's hands, finding nothing particularly special about it. It appeared to be merely an ordinary glass sphere. Ecstatic, Buma treated the Dragon Ball as if it were his own child, suppressing his excitement enough to retort, "I'll explain later." Ignoring Fengzi's bewilderment, Buma turned to the old man, saying, "I'll take this. You don't mind, do you?" The old man glanced at the fierce Fengzi beside Buma and hurriedly replied, "It's just a worthless orb. Consider it a gift." "Hey, Buma, this orb isn't equipment or food. Why are you treating it like that?" To avoid drawing attention, Fengzi wrapped the scythe in a layer of cloth and glanced at Buma, who appeared even more thrilled than he had been about acquiring the weapon. Curiously, he asked Buma, "What is so special about this Dragon Ball?" Buma rolled his eyes and explained, "You don't understand. This is a Dragon Ball, a legendary artifact." Fengzi scratched his head, still confused, and asked Buma, "Please tell me, what exactly is the use of this Dragon Ball?" "Actually, I came across it in some books my father collected. It has said that there are 7 such orbs in the world, and when all are gathered, a dragon will appear to grant you a wish." Buma noticed Fengzi showed no interest. So she tempted him further. "Don't you want endless riches? Don't you wish for eternal youth? Don't you desire to become incredibly handsome?" Fengzi shook his head repeatedly, slowly responding, "I'm not interested in any of that. I just want to defeat monsters to gain experience and level up." Buma fell silent, pausing for a few seconds before saying, "Fengzi, let us go collect the Dragon Balls together, and I'll help you attract monsters." Just as Fengzi was about to refuse, a system prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. "You have triggered a hidden quest. Collect the 7 Dragon Balls. Please choose to accept or decline." Fengzi's spirit surged. This was the first quest he had received since arriving in this world, and in his mind, quests equated to rewards. Without hesitation, he replied, "Accept." Chapter 11. Sun Wukong for 3 days. Buma locked herself in her room, while Fengzi, feeling bored, began to investigate his own situation. Unlike the worlds of previous games, many common understandings were overturned upon arriving in this realm. For instance, the levels between himself and monsters were somewhat muddled. The system had delineated 2 levels of differentiation, approximately in a ratio of 1 to 6. This meant that the monster's level needed to reach 6 times that of Fengzi for their strengths to be equal. Moreover, through observations over the past few days, Fengzi discovered that not everyone could be treated as a monster to defeat. Only those designated by the system with red names could yield experience points corresponding to their levels. "Success!" A joyful exclamation burst forth from the closed room, followed by a weary Buma pushing open the door, emerging with a metallic device in hand. Fengzi was in the living room, engrossed in a combat scene on television while sipping a drink from the table. "Buma, you finally emerged," Fengzi remarked, not taking his eyes off the screen. Seemingly entranced, Buma quickened her pace, snatching the remote from Fengzi's grasp, and exclaimed in frustration, "Enough? We need to set off now." "Where to?" Fengzi downed the last of his drink, puzzled. "Have you forgotten? We agreed to set off 3 days later to search for the Dragon Balls." Buma sighed, reminding him. Fengzi suddenly remembered the quest and straightened up, saying slowly, "Buma, do you know where those orbs are located?" Buma smiled proudly, raising the device in her hand. "You've never seen this, have you? This is the Dragon Ball radar, a device I invented. With this radar, finding the Dragon Balls will be a piece of cake. Now, Fengzi, while my parents aren't home, let us set off." Buma turned to walk a few steps, but noticed Fengzi still lounging on the sofa and scolded, "Come on, why are you just sitting there?" Fengzi hesitated and awkwardly said, "Buma, I am hungry. Can we eat first before leaving?" Due to being cooped up in her room, engrossed in her invention and neglecting her own hunger, Buma's stomach growled in response to Fengzi's comment. Ignoring Buma's embarrassed expression, Fengzi remarked, "So you're one of us too." On a rugged mountain road, an off-road vehicle bumped along at a leisurely pace. "Hey, Buma, can you drive a little faster? This car moves like a turtle," Fengzi urged from the passenger seat, pressing her to accelerate. However, the uneven terrain made it impossible to speed up without risking a rollover. Buma's face flushed as she slammed the horn, nearly shouting in exasperation, "Be quiet, Fengzi. If you want to drive, go ahead." Buma, You know, I don't know how to drive. How about I carry you instead? I could definitely run faster than this clunky car. Feng Zi suggested, glancing at the scenery passing by the windows. Forget it. The thought of Feng Zi carrying her, with his back pressed against her chest, made Buma blush furiously, and she quickly dismissed the idea. The two remained silent for a moment until Buma broke the stillness, instructing Feng Zi, "Pass me the radar." Feng Zi acknowledged with a "oh," retrieving the Dragon Ball radar from the back seat and handing it to Buma. Beep, beep. Buma manipulated the radar with one hand while steering with the other. Distracted by the radar's display, she failed to notice a small figure emerging on the road ahead. Feng Zi furrowed his brow as he spotted a short boy in the distance on the mountain path. The young boy possessed a wild mane of jet black hair, clad in the humble attire of a villager, surprisingly sporting a tail protruding from his rear. In his hand, he effortlessly carried a colossal, bizarre fish that seemed disproportionate to his slender frame. As he ambled along, he caught sight of an approaching vehicle, his face registering a look of astonishment. "Bulma, stop the car!" Feng Zi exclaimed loudly to the oblivious Bulma beside her. Coming to her senses, Bulma hastily set down the radar, her eyes widening as she beheld the imminent collision with the boy. She slammed on the brakes, only to discover, to her horror, that they had malfunctioned. "What do we do? The car won't stop," Bulma cried in panic. Ignoring Bulma's alarmed expression, Feng Zi exuded a chilling aura, channeling her strength downwards, and with a forceful stomp, a thunderous crash echoed in a bizarre turn of events. Feng Zi's foot pierced through the car's chassis, and much to Bulma's incredulity, Feng Zi made direct contact with the ground. Flames erupted, and dust swirled into the vehicle, but in the next moment, Feng Zi, utilizing the intense friction, brought the car to a steady halt. "Cough, cough. Feng Zi, can't you be a bit gentler?" Bulma wheezed, stepping out of the car while complaining. Feng Zi chuckled and replied, "Well, since the car is beyond repair, I thought I'd be straightforward." Before Bulma could process this, Feng Zi aimed her fist at the car's hood and smashed through the metal frame, leaping out. Bulma gazed at the wrecked vehicle, momentarily speechless. Feng Zi turned her attention to the boy, examining him with keen interest, when suddenly her expression shifted as she noticed the white numeral inscribed on his forehead. 23. "White, isn't that the mark of a monster?" Feng Zi murmured, shaking her head in disappointment. She then looked at the boy and called out, "What is your name?" "I am Sun Wukong." "And who might you be? Also, can that thing be eaten?" The boy named Sun Wukong inquired, gesturing toward the wrecked vehicle with curiosity. Bulma was taken aback, glancing from Feng Zi to Sun Wukong, her face a mask of wry amusement. Chapter 12. "A pleasant encounter, are you monsters?" Sun Wukong asked, eyeing Bulma and Feng Zi warily as he unsheathed a red stick from behind his back. Feng Zi scoffed dismissively. "I am a monster hunter. Do not conflate me with those mere experience-giving creatures." "Nonsense. I distinctly saw you two monsters emerge from that creature's belly," Sun Wukong asserted, pointing at the damaged car with conviction. Feng Zi glanced at the battered vehicle and explained, "You are rather naive. Allow me to clarify what a monster truly is. That a monster is simply something that is quite exhilarating to beat up." After a brief pause, she continued, "As for that metallic contraption, I never regarded it as a threat. It could not outrun me." The banter between Sun Wukong and Feng Zi left Bulma in bemusement as Feng Zi regurgitated the lesson she had imparted, while Sun Wukong listened with rapt attention, occasionally seeking advice from Feng Zi, who seemed to possess considerable knowledge. "Then how do you explain this creature that resembles a human?" Sun Wukong queried, pointing his stick at Bulma. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Zi hesitated before responding. "She is a troublesome creature known as a woman. Her most notable trait is her incessant chatter, which is always inconvenient at critical moments." Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. "So this is what my grandfather often spoke of when he mentioned women. They appear rather weak." "Hey, Feng Zi, have you finished your monologue?" Bulma interjected, exasperated. "How dare you side with outsiders?" she added, pinching Feng Zi's arm, to which Feng Zi showed no reaction, instead chuckling. Feng Zi, feeling no pain, calmly remarked, "Just as you said, women are weak. The primary difference between her and us is merely the two fleshy mounds on her chest." Bulma's face flushed crimson, her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Feng Zi, if you continue this nonsense, I shall let you go hungry to..." The mention of hunger, Both Fengzi and Sun Wukong's stomachs rumbled simultaneously. Fengzi's gaze fell upon the fish that Sun Wukong had caught, her eyes gleaming with desire. "If you don't mind, could you share half of that fish with me?" "Huh, that's mine." Sun Wukong's expression shifted as he instinctively shielded the large fish. "What's yours is mine. We're acquaintances now. Don't tell me your grandfather never taught you that." Fengzi smiled. Bulma sighed in resignation, muttering, "I never anticipated that apart from Fengzi, there would be another Sun Wukong. Truly, two oddballs, neither of them normal." As evening approached, flames danced, and a massive bizarre fish was skewered on a simple twig framework. This fish weighed at least several hundred pounds, its size truly astonishing. The scales had been meticulously scraped off, and as it roasted over the high heat, its flesh turned a golden hue, exuding a rich aroma. "Is it ready yet?" Drool trickled from the corners of Fengzi's mouth as she and Sun Wukong positioned themselves eagerly, awaiting the feast. That moment, Bulma was busy sprinkling seasonings over the fish, preparing for the meal. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she glanced at the two impatient figures before hastily wrapping her share of the fish in leaves. Announcing "it's ready" before she could finish her sentence, Fengzi shot forward like a bolt of lightning, lunging at the tantalizing fish. Fengzi opened her mouth wide and bit down, instantly reducing a portion of the fish's flesh to a mere skeleton of bones. Not to be outdone, Sun Wukong moved swiftly, his form blurring as he dug in, making delighted sounds as he devoured the fragrant fish with tornado-like speed. Bulma stood in a state of shock, gazing at the piece of fish in her hand, then at the fish carcass that was rapidly becoming a mere skeleton, feeling grateful for her foresight in preparing in advance. She had not anticipated that this Sun Wukong would prove to be a match for Fengzi. Like a brawl, Fengzi and Sun Wukong vied for the remaining morsels, quickly reducing the fish to a ghastly heap of bones. After the meal, Fengzi remarked to Sun Wukong, "You certainly eat quickly." "You too." Sun Wukong countered, "I need to be well fed to have the strength to hunt monsters." Fengzi offered a casual excuse, her gaze shifting towards Bulma, as though an idea had struck her. With a pitiful expression, she said, "By the way, Bulma, I remember you usually eat very little. Why not share some of that fish with me?" Bulma set down her food, grabbing an object and hurling it at Fengzi, exclaiming in anger, "Go to hell!" Fengzi, however, easily dodged the thrown object. That moment, a massive shadow loomed overhead as a winged dinosaur swooped down, snatching the item Bulma had thrown and flapping its wings vigorously to escape. Suddenly, Bulma's expression morphed into one of horror as she patted her waist, her face draining of color as she exclaimed, "Fengzi, it's all your fault. The thing I just threw was a Dragon Ball. What are we going to do now?" Chapter 13. Setting off on a journey, Bulma fretted, "I know you can't fly. So what now?" Just as the two were at a loss, Sun Wukong chuckled. "Leave it to me." Ignoring their astonished expressions, he planted one end of his stick into the ground and shouted loudly, causing the stick to elongate mysteriously. With a firm grip, Sun Wukong propelled himself into the air, rapidly closing in on the airborne dinosaur. The flying dinosaur, caught off guard, barely had time to react before a sudden shout rang in its ears. Even it gazed in disbelief at the approaching boy. "Get down here," Sun Wukong bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with fierce strength that struck the dinosaur's body. A piercing scream shattered the air as Sun Wukong's fist, akin to a mountain-splitting axe, delivered a force of several hundred pounds, causing blood to spatter as it accurately struck the dinosaur's vital spot. The ill-fated dinosaur plunged uncontrollably downward, with a thunderous crash, amidst a cloud of dust. Its massive body created a colossal crater upon impact with the ground. As the rod diminished in size, Sun Wukong gracefully descended from the heavens, and upon landing, he grinned and said, "Bulma, is this yours?" With that, he flicked his right hand, tossing a cloth bag toward Bulma. Fengzi observed the rod in Sun Wukong's hand, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, and inquired, "That rod you possess must be a divine artifact." "Correct, divine artifact? What is that?" Sun Wukong replied, perplexed. Gently caressing the rod, he explained, "This is a treasure left to me by my grandfather. It is called the Rui Bang, not a divine artifact." Upon opening the cloth bag, Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball from within. Seeing that it was unharmed, she exhaled in relief, stating, Thank goodness. It was merely a false alarm. Isn't this a relic left by my grandfather? Sun Wukong, spotting the sphere in Bulma's hand, exclaimed loudly. Bulma cast a suspicious glance at the Dragon Ball in her left hand, then at the radar displaying another's location in her right, and exclaimed, "Are you saying you have an identical sphere?" Her tone was infused with excitement as Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Bulma and Fengzi exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. With a creak, Sun Wukong pushed open the ancient wooden door, revealing a simple arrangement and the Dragon Balls displayed upon the altar to Bulma and Fengzi's astonished gazes. Unable to contain her joy, Bulma hurried forward, lifting a Dragon Ball from the pedestal, its transparent surface reflecting 4 distinct stars. "It's the 4-star ball," Bulma exclaimed in delight. "Oh, think there are 2 of my grandfather's relics." Sun Wukong marveled as he compared the Dragon Balls in Bulma's hands. Bulma recounted her knowledge of the Dragon Balls to Sun Wukong in detail, before proposing, "Hey, Wukong, would you be interested in joining us to search for the Dragon Balls?" Initially, Sun Wukong was hesitant to leave the secluded mountains, but Fengzi's words struck a chord. "As a man, you must venture into the world, battling monsters with your fists that we welcome you to join us." "Wukong," Bulma joyfully added, secretly thinking to herself, "with these 2 extraordinary individuals alongside me, there will be no enemies to fear in our quest." However, 2 hours later, Bulma wore an exceptionally grim expression, her regret palpable. "Bulma, can you speed up a bit?" Fengzi complained. "Indeed, Bulma, why is this thing so slow?" Sun Wukong chimed in down on the rugged mountain path. Bulma was riding a motorcycle, which was awkwardly accommodating the 2 of them. Fengzi was practically clinging to Bulma, while Sun Wukong, being shorter, was squeezed in the back. The 3 of them sharing a single motorcycle undoubtedly slowed their progress. Bulma turned back and shouted at the 2. "Can you keep it down? If you keep this up, I might just toss you both off. I think I'll just run," Fengzi stated before Bulma could respond, leaping off the motorcycle. Instantly, the vehicle's speed noticeably increased, and Fengzi's figure was left trailing behind, shrinking into a mere speck in Bulma's view as the biting wind whipped against her, just as Bulma was about to scold Fengzi for being foolish. A violet blur zipped past her motorcycle. Stunned, Bulma watched in disbelief as Fengzi matched the motorcycle's speed using just her footwork. It was truly astounding for one to keep pace with a motorcycle, completely overturning Bulma's understanding of reality. "Hey, Wukong, would you like to jump down and stretch your legs a bit?" Fengzi coaxed like a mischievous youth. Sun Wukong responded with enthusiasm. "Sure." He promptly leapt off the vehicle, causing Bulma to feel the motorcycle lighten and suddenly lurch forward uncontrollably. "So, it can run this fast too," Fengzi remarked to Sun Wukong beside her. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is a monster." Suddenly, Fengzi's fist struck Sun Wukong's head with surprising force. "Ouch! What was that for, Fengzi?" Sun Wukong grimaced in pain, irritation evident in his voice. "I've already told you, that wasn't a monster. You're such a novice. I'll take you along next time to show you what experienced monsters are like." Fengzi retorted, then added, "We should get going, otherwise we'll lose sight of Bulma." Chapter 14. The Unusual Transformation Technique, Part 1. As Bulma and the others traveled, their path was far from tranquil, with several bandits unwittingly providing Fengzi with experience points. Passing through a village, Fengzi dealt with numerous gangsters with her fists, and their experience levels approached the threshold between level 5 and 6. With Sun Wukong joining their ranks, their journey was filled with laughter and chatter, ensuring the road remained entertaining. Following the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, they arrived at a small village in the east. "Fengzi, don't you find this rather strange?" Bulma, clad in a long dress, walked ahead, observing the desolate scene of closed doors and shuttered windows in the village. Fengzi glanced around the lifeless settlement and pondered, could it be that the villagers are all deceased? "Don't scare me like that." "Fengzi," Bulma exclaimed, her heart racing as she surveyed the empty village in comparison to Fengzi's words. A chilling wind swept through, causing Bulma's hair to stand on end as she hurried behind Fengzi, gripping her clothing in fear. Fengzi glanced back at Bulma, puzzled. "What's wrong with you? Are you afraid because people have died here? Stop saying that. Aren't you scared too? We should leave this village as quickly as possible." Bulma urged, casting wary glances at her surroundings. Under the influence of her anxious mindset, the village took on an eerie, terrifying quality in her eyes. Sun Wukong burst into laughter. Bulma, just as Fengzi said, you're utterly useless. Bulma cursed silently, yet she remained close to Fengzi, repeatedly convincing herself that with these two extraordinary companions, she would not need to fear even the most monstrous of foes. Suddenly, Bulma froze, spotting a vague figure moving behind a window. Ah! She screamed, diving into Fengzi's embrace, leaving Fengzi with a bewildered expression. What is it now? Fengzi halted his advance, staring at Bulma, unsure of how to handle the situation. Bulma lifted her head, her cheeks flushed, as the two found themselves in an awkwardly intimate position. She was nestled against Fengzi's chest. Fengzi, could you help me check out that haunted house? Bulma pointed at the house that had startled her, her voice filled with urgency. With a sigh, Fengzi muttered, women are such a hassle. He then turned to Sun Wukong and instructed, Wukong, go check it out for me. Okay, Sun Wukong responded, striding toward the wooden door of the house and forcefully pushing it open. Before he could process the situation, a shadow came rushing out with great force, slamming into his head. Upon closer inspection, it was a middle-aged man wielding an axe meant for chopping wood, which struck Sun Wukong's head with a resounding crack. To everyone's astonishment, the axe shattered upon impact, leaving Sun Wukong clutching his head in pain, while the man stared in disbelief. Observing this scene, Fengzi calmly remarked to Bulma behind him, Did you see that? I wasn't hit, which means my luck is exceptionally high. Bulma was left speechless, her mind racing with confusion about what Fengzi's intentions had been in sending Sun Wukong to investigate. Ah, it was all a misunderstanding. My apologies, young brother, the man who had struck Sun Wukong said sheepishly. Inside the not-so-spacious room, it felt a bit crowded due to the number of people present. There were elders, women, and even children. Near the window, a petite and adorable girl was tending to Sun Wukong's wound. The man had swung his axe with all his might, leaving a large, swollen bump on Sun Wukong's head. It's nothing. This pain is trivial, Sun Wukong reassured. With a toothy grin, Sun Wukong replied, "Tea that moment." Fengzi interjected, saying, Wukong's bloodline is of the warrior type. You can come back as many times as you wish. It matters not at the not heat is nonsense. By the way, I still haven't inquired about the situation in this village. Bulma asked curiously. A brief silence enveloped the room as all the villagers' gazes converged upon a white-haired elder. The elder's face bore a wry smile of resignation as he explained. Let me introduce myself. I am the village chief. This village used to be quite lively, but ever since a monster arrived, we have known no peace. A monster. Upon hearing this, Fengzi's eyes sparkled with palpable excitement. For in her mind, a monster equated to experience. Indeed, this monster is quite fearsome. It has successively abducted dozens of young maidens from the village to prevent it from committing further atrocities. We have no choice but to hide away and refrain from showing ourselves. Fengzi, unable to contain her eagerness, asked, Are you saying that this monster is formidable, and that it possesses a wicked heart? The village chief hesitated before nodding, saying, It stands over 5 meters tall, its body is red as blood, adorned with horns, and its visage is grotesque. It resembles a demon returned from the depths of hell. Excellent. I find that quite appealing. Pray tell, where does this so-called demon spawn on the map? As the village chief described the creature. Fengzi's anticipation grew. It sounded increasingly like a rare boss. Ignoring the astonished looks from the others, she rose from her chair, brimming with excitement. Do you truly intend to confront that monster? The village chief asked uncertainly. As all present stared at Fengzi in disbelief, she nodded affirmatively, declaring, I have a great affection for it. Quickly, tell me, when does it typically spawn? A few villagers exchanged glances, and the village chief, observing Fengzi's slender frame, hesitated, saying, You hardly appear robust. It would be unwise to take such risks, especially since the creature is a brutal beast and only has eyes for young maidens. Maidens? Fengzi's mind raced. It seemed that to combat this monster, one must first find a suitable bait to lure it. Her sharp gaze swept over those present, ultimately landing on Bulma, as a mischievous smile crept across her face. Fengzi, do not look at me with those eyes. I have no intention of dealing with monsters, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening in indignation, swiftly dismissing Fengzi's notion. Scratching her head, Fengzi finally remarked, what I meant to say is, Bulma, you hardly resemble a maiden at all. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am ancient? Bulma's expression shifted, her brows knitting together as she retorted, how dare you? Fengzi, since you have provoked me, I, this graceful beauty, shall assist you just this once. Sun Wukong then inquired, what exactly is a maiden? To which Fengzi replied, honestly, I do not know. Laughter erupted among the group, and Bulma's face flushed red upon realizing that Fengzi had no understanding of the concept of a maiden. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a biting wind howled outside the window, causing the villagers, including the village chief, to wear expressions of dread. What is happening? Bulma asked. The village chief tightened his grip on his cane. Speaking somberly, it must be the monster's arrival. Yes, that's so. I shall go and take a look. Without heeding the warnings of those around her, Fengzi seized an unprepared Bulma, kicked open the wooden door, and rushed outside with impatience. You too. Wait for me. Sun Wukong called out, swiftly following Fengzi, his figure blurring into a flash of lightning as he darted from the house, after a long moment. The village chief regained his composure and glanced at the bewildered villagers, saying, who exactly are these outsiders? Where is that monster? Fengzi searched the surroundings. Bulma pounded her fists on Fengzi's back in frustration. Fengzi, why did you drag me out here too? Do you not realize that such actions lack grace, especially for a beautiful lady? Silence. Fengzi, dizzy from Bulma's barrage of words, interjected sharply. Wukong, let's hide. You take care of this, Bulma. Without further ado, Fengzi pulled Bulma to a conspicuous street and concealed themselves in a discreet spot with Sun Wukong. Fengzi, you scoundrel, you have left me all alone. Bulma reproached, feeling a wave of fear wash over her as she envisioned a monster devouring her whole. Just then, a sudden voice broke the air. Dear lady, would you care to join me for a date? Goosebumps erupted across Bulma's skin as she stiffly turned, her anxious gaze locking onto the source of the voice. There stood a demon, its entire body a vivid red, horns sprouting from its head, and a terrifying visage, yet absurdly, it held a bouquet of flowers. Please no. Fengzi, Wukong, come out now. A piercing scream erupted from her lips as she pushed the demon with all her strength, causing it to stumble and fall. The demon, momentarily startled, noticed two figures emerging, one a youth with short purple hair, and the other a boy with long black hair. Fengzi stared at the demon before her, momentarily taken aback, as she noticed a red one next to its name. What could this signify? It indicated that this monster, which had filled Fengzi with anticipation, was of the same level as the poultry from her previous breeding grounds. This creature is so weak. After scrutinizing the demon, Fengzi formulated a hypothesis. Could be a self-evolved boss? Hey, what are you staring at? Be careful, or I might just eat you, the demon boasted, reveling in Fengzi's shock at its appearance. Fengzi, irritable by nature and particularly disdainful of chattering creatures, could not help but smirk coldly. Regardless of its level, I shall knock it out first. With that thought igniting her resolve, she sprang into action, darting towards the demon at astonishing speed. With her purple hair billowing in the wind, her expression hardened as she bellowed, "Lie down." Her punch, devoid of any strategy, surged through the air with a fierce gust, creating a rustling sound as it made contact with its target. A shriek escaped the demon's lips, and it flew backward like a kite severed from its string. Within her mind, Fengzi received a system notification. Experience 1. Whether by sheer luck or otherwise, she had managed to ascend from level 5 to level 6 with that single point of experience. Bathed in golden light, an urge to moan arose within her. The power within her surged as the golden glow enveloped her. Shortly thereafter, Fengzi was greeted by a third surprise. She had acquired the auxiliary skill of transformation, granting her the ability to alter her appearance for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Chapter 16. The arrival of Lepin. Is this fellow the monster from earlier? Bulma approached and discovered that the once fearsome demon had transformed into an innocuous pig. Sun Wukong grinned at the unconscious pig sprawled on the ground, saying, "This fellow looks quite delicious." Bulma raised an eyebrow, and at that moment, the villagers, having heard the commotion, emerged from their tightly shut homes. Leading them was the amiable village chief, who wore an expression of astonishment as he inquired, "Have you vanquished that monster?" "It was pathetically weak, a disgrace among monsters," Feng Zi replied with a hint of disdain. The village chief exclaimed excitedly, "We cannot thank you enough. But where is that monster?" Feng Zi and Bulma pointed towards the fallen pig, leaving the villagers in utter disbelief. They could not fathom that the once terrifying creature was, in fact, a frail and powerless being. "Hey, that delectable-looking fellow, can you perform tricks?" Sun Wukong asked the pig, which was just beginning to regain consciousness. Bulma shot a glance at Wukong and replied, "First, tell us your origins and how you came to possess that transformation ability." "After I speak, could you please refrain from killing me?" the pig pleaded, negotiating for its life. Feng Zi, cold and forbidding, replied, "If you remain silent, I may consider giving you a good beating." The pig, having been knocked unconscious by Feng Zi's punch, was deeply scarred by fear. Among all present, Feng Zi was undoubtedly the one it dreaded most. Casting a timid glance at Feng Zi, who resembled a vengeful deity, the pig confessed, "Well, my name is Wulong. I acquired the ability to transform at a kindergarten in the south. Thus, I adopted this fearsome appearance to intimidate the villagers here, and my intentions are simple. I merely wish to go on a date with a beautiful maiden." "How infuriating! Let us put an end to this pig. We must deal with it properly. What have you done to my daughter?" The villagers, having heard the commotion, erupted in outrage, pointing at the pig named Wulong. Faced with their barrage of accusations, Wulong's expression soured, and he protested innocently, "I truly haven't harmed any of those girls. I can guide you to them, that I assure you. I haven't laid a finger on them." "Look, they are living quite well," that A.S. Wulong claimed, within a lavish mansion. The girls led lives of luxury, seemingly oblivious to their predicament. Reluctantly, they were taken away by their parents, some even reluctant to part with their affluent lifestyle. "Feng Zi, you have finally resolved the situation here. How shall we deal with this pig?" Bulma inquired of Feng Zi. Feng Zi cast a cursory glance at Wulong and slowly suggested, "How about we feast upon it? After all, both Goku and I are quite famished." "No. Please," Wulong exclaimed, his voice a wail of despair. Bulma chuckled. "Do not jest, Feng Zi. Perhaps we should take it along. Its transformation ability seems quite advantageous." Indeed. I am eager to assist." Wulong quickly nodded in a panic. Feng Zi smirked mischievously at Wulong, complimenting, "Well, you truly do appear to be quite delectable." That Wulong, left speechless, internally deemed Feng Zi a perilous individual. "All right, let us have a meal first. Then we shall embark on our quest for the remaining Dragon Balls," Bulma stated. "Sounds good. I'm so hungry I can barely muster the strength to continue." Goku chimed in enthusiastically that on the third day, following Wulong's addition to their group, their journey was anything but smooth. They encountered a rabbit capable of transforming people into carrots. However, with Feng Zi and Goku present, the rabbit met a swift end, receiving a thorough beating before being strung up on the Rui Bang and flung to the moon. According to Dragon Ball radar, there's indeed a Dragon Ball located in this desert, Bulma remarked, glancing at the radar screen at that moment. Wulong interjected, "Could we perhaps take a detour? Why is that?" Bulma queried, puzzled. "This desert is known to harbor a notorious bandit, reputed to be quite troublesome, who robs travelers passing through," Wulong explained with evident concern. Bulma laughed heartily, gesturing towards Goku and Feng Zi, and said nonchalantly, "With these two monsters around, what is there to fear? If I encounter that bandit, I'll knock out his teeth." Feng Zi scoffed, having dealt with numerous ruffians along the way, all of whom were swiftly defeated and transformed into experience points. At that moment, an abrupt, raucous laughter burst forth, declaring, "You are exceedingly arrogant. Allow me to demonstrate how I will knock out your teeth." Feng Zi furrowed his brow, and all four turned to face the newcomer. A motorcycle approached, piloted by a strikingly handsome young man with flowing black hair and sharp features. Beside him floated a peculiar blue creature. The motorcycle came to a halt, and the blue being spoke in human language. "Young Master Lepin has commanded that we teach these ignorant fools a lesson." Are you not Paru? Wulong gasped upon recognizing the blue creature. Paru, floating in midair, fixed its gaze on Wulong and remarked, "Ah, it is the one expelled for stealing the teacher's underwear. Oh, you know him?" Bulma inquired of Wulong. Wulong nodded. "His name is Paru, and like me, he is a student from the Southern Transformation Kindergarten." "Hey, you with the purple hair, you will regret your earlier words," Lepin taunted Feng Zi. Clenching his fists, Feng Zi's expression hardened, his eyes locking on a Lepin, whose name was marked in red with a strength level of 21, indicative of formidable power. On par with Goku. "Enough with the idle chatter. A monster. You are guilty." Feng Zi slowly unsheathed a wrapped scythe from his back as he unveiled the sinister weapon. Intricate veins coursed along the blade, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Lepin recognized that the youth before him was not to be underestimated. He was evidently a skilled adversary. In an instant, Lepin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he assumed an unprecedented stance. Warily observing Feng Zi. "Go for it, young Master Lepin. Teach this insolent purple-haired fool a lesson." Paru floated weightlessly in the air, cheering for Lepin. Wulong observed the tense standoff, with neither party initiating an attack, and remarked, "Bulma, do you think Feng Zi can handle Lepin? I'm not sure. However, Feng Zi is exceptionally powerful. He's impervious to bullets, but that Lepin is quite handsome." Bulma replied, her gaze seemingly transfixed on Lepin. "They are about to engage in battle," Goku stated, his eyes glued to the impending confrontation. The atmosphere on the battlefield was oppressive, thick with suffocating hostility. The gazes of Lepin and Feng Zi intertwined in a tense standoff, each waiting for the opportune moment to commence their duel in a clash against someone as overwhelmingly powerful as Feng Zi. Lepin felt an unshakable pressure, his own aura insufficient to compete. A bead of sweat trickled down Lepin's brow, momentarily obscuring his vision. With a slight smirk, Feng Zi made his move. His speed was terrifying. A flash of purple light shot forth from his position. The air was left shimmering with the remnants of his presence as he closed in on Lepin before anyone could react. "How fast!" Goku exclaimed, captivated by the spectacle before him. With a swift motion, Feng Zi swung the massive scythe, which weighed several hundred pounds, with tremendous force. The shadow, imbued with a lethal edge, cleaved through the air, creating a resonant hum as it aimed for the opening in Lepin's defense. Grinding his teeth, Lepin set aside his surprise and summoned all his strength, shifting his weight to evade the scythe's deadly arc. A radiant smile adorned Feng Zi's face. He relished the torment of his adversaries, savoring the thrill of the confrontation. Perhaps he was inherently a man driven by violent inclinations, just as Lepin reveled in his narrow escape from the scythe. A swift punch landed unexpectedly, striking Lepin squarely on the shoulder. Coughing, Lepin's expression shifted as pain radiated from his shoulder, forcing him to stagger back several paces before regaining his balance. Feng Zi shook his head. Addressing Lepin, "You are still woefully inadequate. What just happened?" Bulma and Wulong could scarcely comprehend how Lepin had been injured in mere seconds. Feng Zi struck while Lepin was distracted by the scythe, using his fist to land a direct hit. Goku explained without turning away from the unfolding battle. Gripping the scythe in one hand, Feng Zi chuckled, "Do not presume that I am merely a brute wielding a weapon. I value the direct contact of my fists against flesh." Furious, Lepin transformed into a whirlwind, charging toward Feng Zi with reckless abandon. Thud! 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 The air was punctuated by a series of piercing clashes, the silhouettes of the two combatants becoming increasingly indistinct to the naked eye. Their ferocious struggle discernible only through the cacophony of sound. Wolf Fong Wind Fist. A thunderous shout resonated as Lepin's figure froze in the gaze of the onlookers, adopting the stance of a ravenous wolf preparing to pounce. In an instant, the primal essence characteristic of a beast was revealed. Chapter 18. Skills Lepin's aura shifted dramatically, embodying a wild intensity akin to that of a wolf. His eyes gleamed with a sharp brilliance. Hands slicing through the air before his chest, causing the surrounding atmosphere to ripple ominously, creating waves of disturbance to the skill. Feng Zi licked her dry lips, excitement evident in her eyes as she murmured. The spectators, including Bulma, gazed at Lepin in astonishment. He was entirely enveloped in a realm of focus, resembling a starving wolf unshackled, ready to seize its prey. Go. Master Lepin. Paru cheered, witnessing Lepin assume the posture of the wolf Fong Wind Fist. Exuding an air of confidence, Lepin's hands traced blurry trajectories through the air, and Fengzi could vaguely sense the impending danger. With a swift motion, Lepin transformed into a fleeting shadow, the sound of rushing wind swirling around him as he charged toward Fengzi with blinding speed. The air was filled with the sound of punches slicing through, his seemingly chaotic strikes harmonizing with nature's most primal combat techniques. Barely managing to evade the lethal blows, Fengzi's garments were shredded. Revealing the ferocity with which Lepin delivered his punches, this relentless assault mirrored the fierce confrontations of wild beasts, a relentless gamble of peril. Fengzi leaped several meters away, embedding her scythe into the sandy ground. Exclaiming, "Eight-hand fist!" Indeed, it was the renowned technique of King Jopa. The eight-hand fist could amplify punch speed several-fold, even creating the illusion of multiple fists, and it was the sole combat skill Fengzi had mastered. In a startling display, Fengzi's muscles bulged, and, as her arms moved to the sides, 8 hands appeared to materialize in her visual field. Lepin, too astonished to be taken aback, understood that he could not seize his wolf Fong Wind Fist. Halting would grant Fengzi an opportunity to counterattack. What is that? Am I seeing things? Does Fengzi actually have 8 hands? Yulong's mouth gaped wide, and like him, all present were filled with confusion, questioning the nature of this phenomenon. Bulma recalled a similar scene from the past, her mind drifting back to when King Jopa had executed the same technique. The only difference was that Fengzi had now taken up the mantle of the 8-hand fist. Fengzi's punch speed was significantly superior to Lepin's. Her fists danced through the air like a relentless cutting machine, impenetrable in their assault. Throughout the battle, Fengzi had been analyzing Lepin's wolf Fong Wind Fist patterns, her analytical capabilities far surpassing that of any human. Since the onset of the fight, she had held back, not unleashing her full strength against Lepin, solely to enhance her analytical prowess. A tangible glimmer reflected in her eyes as she focused intently on Lepin's feet. A contemplative expression crossing her face, as their fists collided with fervor. The two figures parted momentarily to catch their breath. "I've discerned your flaw," Fengzi declared, her breath steady, radiating a fierce combat spirit. Lepin, noticing Fengzi's lack of fatigue, felt a surge of alarm. He became acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the lavender-haired adversary. The radiant smile adorned Fengzi's face, her demeanor exuding a foreboding aura. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath Lepin, and in the next moment, Fengzi vanished from sight. "Master Lepin, watch out behind you," Paru cautioned anxiously as Lepin's companion. Fengzi materialized behind Lepin, as ethereal as a gust of wind, her appearance startlingly abrupt. "Before you become my experience, allow me to remind you of something. I merely utilized level 5 strength just now. And by the way, you possess a fatal flaw. Your lower body cannot keep pace with your fists." Fengzi whispered chillingly against Lepin's neck. Before Lepin could process her words, his expression froze, eyes widening in disbelief as he unwillingly collapsed onto the ground. Behind him, Fengzi casually retracted her fist, maintaining her smile. "Master Lepin!" A cry erupted as Paru rushed to the side of the unconscious Lepin. "Experience 65. A notification echoed in Fengzi's mind, confirming her suspicions. The higher the level of the defeated foe, the greater the experience gained. Yet, Fengzi anticipated something more, pondering whether the system would reward her with the skill Lepin had just executed, the Wolf Fong Wind Fist. Reality, however, can be disheartening after a prolonged wait. Fengzi's hopes were dashed. What is happening? Did I misjudge? Defeating a foe with a skill does not guarantee acquiring that skill. And what are the 8-hand fist and transformation? Fengzi mused, contemplating the hidden intricacies of the situation. Chapter 19. Quite colorful. "Hey, Fengzi, why did you knock this handsome guy out?" Bulma remarked, observing the incapacitated Lepin with displeasure. Fengzi's gaze lingered on Lepin for a few moments before she replied with a smile. "Because he is a monster." Bulma ceased her argument with Fengzi, glancing at the radar in her hand, where a curious phenomenon caught her attention. The scattered Dragon Balls were converging toward the same direction. Could it be that we are not the only ones collecting the Dragon Balls? Bulma pondered, realizing that their quest for the Dragon Balls was proving to be more complex than anticipated. With unknown adversaries lurking in the shadows, let's not dawdle here. We need to move, Bulma declared, noting that a Dragon Ball lay ahead, and they needed to secure it before others could. Okay. Fengzi and the others responded in unison as Bulma summoned a brand new sports car from her capsule. And after they all entered, they vanished into the vast desert. Beside the unconscious Lepin, Paru remained vigilant, silently noting the Dragon Ball that Bulma had mentioned earlier. As evening fell, the silvery moonlight bathed the earth, adding a touch of beauty to the surroundings. Let us take a temporary rest here for the night, Bulma suggested, coming to a halt. Fengzi and Sun Wukong, appearing weary, chorused, Bulma, I'm hungry. What? I can't believe you. We re in the wilderness. Where can I find food? Bulma lamented, pulling out the capsule containing her supplies. With a thunderous sound, smoke billowed, and a spacious room materialized in the wilderness. The previously listless Fengzi and Sun Wukong widened their eyes in curiosity, surveying the unexpected dwelling. Tonight, we shall sleep in this room, Bulma instructed, pushing open the door and stepping inside. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Wukong exclaimed, Bulma, she truly possesses magical abilities. Are you coming in or not? If you don't hurry, I'll lock the door, Bulma's voice echoed from within. Fengzi and Sun Wukong exchanged glances before they opened the door and entered the dining table. Another feast awaited them. Sun Wukong and Fengzi eagerly scrambled for the food laid out before them, and in the blink of an eye, their portions were consumed entirely. Another bowl. I want more. Bulma, I want some too. Yulong gaped at the scene, astonished that even his own food had been commandeered by these two creatures. The table was a chaotic mess, resembling the aftermath of a disaster, yet the four of them laughed and chatted, unknowingly forging a strong bond during their Dragon Ball adventure. This night deepened. After dinner, Yulong found a room to rest, while Sun Wukong and Fengzi collapsed onto the dining table, falling asleep amidst their rhythmic snoring. Wukong, don't steal, that's mine, the relentless winds of Fengzi. Even in slumber, the two individuals were restless, murmuring in their dreams as if they were still vying for food. Bulma cast a wry smile at the sight of the two soundly asleep at the table. After a long day, she too felt the weight of fatigue. However, Bulma had a habit before bedtime. She indulged in a bath. The previous circumstances had not permitted such luxuries, but now that she had the opportunity, Bulma was determined to relish the experience, washing away the weariness of the day. Fengzi, propping herself up with her hands, groggily rose to her feet. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she mumbled, I need to use the restroom. Having consumed a considerable amount of salty food earlier, it was only natural that she felt the need to relieve herself now. Stumbling drowsily against the wall, Fengzi managed to find the bathroom of the house. The sound of rushing water reached her ears, reminiscent of a melody urging her to hurry, causing her face to flush with urgency. The bathroom door was securely locked. Fengzi tugged at the handle repeatedly, but the door remained obstinately closed. Frustration welled up within her. Unable to hold back any longer, she exerted all her strength, and her arm muscles bulged. In an instant, the door crumbled like flimsy paper, yielding to her forceful entry. Once inside, she hastily unfastened her pants, closed her eyes, and relished the release. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, sending shockwaves through Fengzi's eardrums. In her dazed state, she inadvertently directed her stream towards Bulma, who was showering, drenching her bare body. Fengzi continued, oblivious to the chaos, her heart racing with an inexplicable stir of emotions as she gazed upon Bulma's pristine form, a feeling of unnameable restlessness rising within her. Get out! Bulma exclaimed, shoving Fengzi away in a flurry. Whether it was mere coincidence or due to the wetness of the floor, Fengzi lost her balance and fell into her embrace. The youthful blush on Bulma's cheeks was unmistakable as she found herself held by Fengzi, their bodies awkwardly frozen in that moment, touching places they ought not to. Strangely, Fengzi felt no embarrassment and instead inquired with genuine concern, Are you all right, Bulma? Chapter 20. The King of Mixed Rice, Great King of Mixed Rice. We have gathered 4 Dragon Balls. With just 3 more, we can summon the eternal dragon and realize your grand dreams. A long-haired woman clad in a trench coat reported to a diminutive man, scarcely reaching 1 meter 30 in height. Indeed, we have waited for this moment for so many years. I am about to become king, a revered leader. The man, known as Mixed Rice, exclaimed with fervor, as if he had already grasped the ultimate power. Mixed Rice suddenly seemed to recall something, glancing at his subordinates, the long-haired woman and a dog-like man beside her. Have the remaining Dragon Balls not been collected yet? He inquired. Yes, Great King Mixed Rice, 3 Dragon Balls are still missing. But we will find them soon, the dog-man vowed earnestly. Mixed Rice let out a maniacal laugh, declaring to the two, when I ascend to the throne, I shall elevate you both to high positions. Thank you, Great King Mixed Rice. We shall commence our search immediately and ensure we bring back the remaining Dragon Balls. Inside a house in the wilderness, Bulma, in a state of panic, shouted, Fengzi, you need to leave now. Fengzi complied, loosening her grip on Bulma and stepping out of the bathroom. As Fengzi left, Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief. She had no intention of continuing her bath, quickly donning her clothes that lay nearby. Upon returning to the living room, Fengzi noticed Goku soundly asleep at the dining table and smiled softly before taking a seat on the sofa. In the quietude, one's thoughts often drift, and Fengzi was no exception. Gazing at her hands, the earlier scene in the bathroom replayed in her mind, stirring a tumultuous tide of emotions within her. Fengzi brought her hands close to her nose, inhaling the lingering scents of the shower gel and Bulma's delicate fragrance that still clung to her skin. What was this feeling? Confusion enveloped Fengzi as she realized she felt somewhat lost, unable to comprehend the emotions and thoughts swirling within her. Moments later, Bulma appeared, clad in a loose-fitting bathrobe, standing before Fengzi, their gazes intertwined, reflecting an unspoken connection. Fengzi, why aren't you asleep yet? Bulma broke the silence with her inquiry. Fengzi scratched her head, chuckling, it's nothing, perhaps just a bit of indigestion from overeating. Ha ha. Fengzi, I've always been curious. Who exactly are you? Bulma teased lightly. In silence. Fengzi pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully. I am a man in relentless pursuit of the pinnacle. I firmly believe that only strength can safeguard oneself. Bulma's expression shifted, her eyes shimmering with a unique light as she softly replied. Fengzi, your answer resonates with my thoughts. Let me ask you, do you know what love is? Love? Fengzi replied, perplexed, glancing at Bulma. I do not know. Bulma gazed at Fengzi, her eyes brimming with affection. When you come to understand what love is, I hope, Fengzi, that you will give me a bouquet of fresh flowers. Xiao, we must be cautious, lest they discover us, a long-haired woman whispered to the dogman beside her as they stealthily crept along the wall of the house. They clumsily searched for the window, but in the darkness, the woman inadvertently slapped her palm against the glass. Suddenly, Fengzi furrowed her brow, a barely perceptible sound capturing her attention. Bulma, stay here and do not move, she instructed before swiftly darting to the bedroom door, breaking it down with a kick. To the window, 2 shadowy figures were revealed to Fengzi's gaze. Who are you? She approached them, her eyes glinting with a cold light. The long-haired woman turned to her companion. The plan has failed. We must flee. Before finishing her sentence, she leaped out of the window, followed closely by the dogman. You are both pathetic. Fengzi observed their names marked with levels 3 and 5. Disappointment etched on her face. Such low-tier foes were hardly worth her time. The long-haired woman and Xiao stared in astonishment as Fengzi inexplicably appeared before them despite their earlier escape, the scene unfolding in an eerie manner. I found it. Model X. 1908. The long-haired woman, realizing the predicament they faced, retrieved a capsule from her pocket and tossed it to the ground. With a thunderous roar, smoke enveloped the area, revealing a massive battle robot. Fengzi's eyes widened in surprise, recognizing it from her time at Bulma's home, aware that it was called a robot, a metallic monstrosity. Could this robot be their equipment? Xiao, let us go. The long-haired woman urged her companion as they entered the robot's control chamber. Fengzi's expression shifted to one of elation. The adversaries had inexplicably upgraded, their levels soaring from 3 and 5 to a formidable 15. The robot's iron fist swung down like a hammer, howling as it descended toward Fengzi. Chapter 21. The Bull Demon King of Frying Pan Mountain, Fengzi, stood her ground, the robot's punch sending a chilling breeze that tousled her hair. As the strands parted to reveal her piercing gaze, she remained unfazed. Contrary to expectations, there was no thunderous crash. Fengzi effortlessly grasped the seemingly weighty fist. How is this possible? The long-haired woman operating in the warehouse exchanged a glance with Xiao, an expression of incredulity evident in her eyes. With a disdainful huff, Fengzi exerted a slight effort and astonishingly lifted the colossal robot with a single hand, as if it were but a small chick. A resounding boom echoed in their ears, and the ground trembled beneath them. Bulma, along with the awakened Oolong and Sun Wukong, rushed outside to ascertain the cause of the commotion, shaking off the dust. Fengzi brushed her clothes, and a familiar notification appeared in her mind. Experience 45 and on the once even road, a 5-meter-deep pit had appeared. Scattered within were damaged metal parts and an unconscious man and woman. Fengzi, what happened? Bulma inquired, glancing at the deep pit with curiosity. Fengzi smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just a few minor creatures that wandered off the map." Understanding that Fengzi's perspective was unlike that of ordinary individuals, Bulma chose not to press further. After the group returned indoors to continue their slumber, two figures stealthily concealed themselves among the foliage. None other than Lepin, previously defeated by Fengzi, and his subordinate. "Peru, young Master Lepin, that individual named Fengzi is quite formidable," Paru whispered. Lepin furrowed his brow and replied gravely, "Indeed, he is quite powerful." "Peru, do you know what they're collecting the Dragon Balls for?" "Yes, I heard that girl mention it," Paru confirmed. A sly glint flashed in Lepin's eyes as he smirked. "Then let us follow them and ensure they do not obtain the Dragon Balls in a nearby vehicle." Oolong curiously asked, "Bulma, what wish will you ask of the dragon?" Bulma initially fell silent, her mind racing with possibilities, before declaring, "Naturally, to become the most captivating woman in the world. I ask all our hard work merely for such a trivial wish." Oolong muttered. Not far behind them, another car trailed closely, its owner being Lepin. "Zawifin, we Xiao and the long-haired woman nervously reported. "Where are the Dragon Balls? Have you failed?" Zawifin's deep voice inquired. No, we encountered a rather perverse purple-haired man." Zawifin sneered. "No need for explanations. You have failed to collect the remaining Dragon Balls as instructed, and thus you shall face punishment." "Ah!" Minutes later, piercing screams echoed throughout the castle. "Look, ahead is the evening glow." Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the vibrant red hues in the sky. Bulma, glancing at the crimson light, confirmed, "Indeed, it resembles what you described, with clouds of sunset drifting across the sky." "Ha! Are you truly unaware, or just pretending? Ahead lies the frying pan mountain of the Bull Demon King, whose eternal flames create the very clouds before us." Oolong interjected, feigning knowledge. "Who is this Bull Demon King?" Bulma asked with curiosity. "The Bull Demon King is a notorious demon lord, a truly fearsome figure known as the Emperor of Evil. Douc that castle. Inside lies the treasures plundered by the Bull Demon King. Many desire those jewels, but none dare to act with him guarding them," Oolong explained. Upon hearing this, Bulma seemed to have an epiphany as she retrieved her dragon radar from her pocket. Beep, beeped out. A smile spread across her face as she saw the location indicated on the radar. "As I suspected, there's indeed a Dragon Ball within that castle." "What? You don't intend to steal the Dragon Ball from the Bull Demon King, do you? If so, count me out," Oolong exclaimed in horror. "What are you afraid of? We have Wukong and Fengzi with us," Bulma replied confidently. That moment. Fengzi interjected, "Is that Bull Demon King a monster?" Bulma and Oolong were left speechless, as they found it increasingly difficult to relate to Fengzi. Oolong nervously asked, "You aren't thinking, if I'm satisfied, I'll give him a good beating," Fengzi declared, raising her fist with fierce determination. Bulma helplessly rubbed her forehead, shifting the topic. "By the way, Oolong, do you know what causes the flames on that mountain?" "The flames were ignited when the Bull Demon King was away, and now he cannot even return to that castle," Oolong responded. Suddenly, Fengzi interrupted their conversation, exclaiming, "Bull Demon King, boss, Experience. Enough chatter. I can hardly wait to take down that Bull Demon King. Are you truly going to fight the Bull Demon King? Oolong asked timidly. Indeed. You lead the way, and if I'm dissatisfied with this monster, I'll eat you. Feng Zi threatened, causing Oolong to shiver in fear. Oolong thought to himself, this Feng Zi may be even more terrifying than the Bull Demon King. Chapter 22. Boss Came Sanin, Part 1. As soon as they set foot within the domain of Frying Pan Mountain, a wave of scorching heat enveloped them, akin to being trapped in a steam room. All four, including Feng Zi, were beaded with sweat. The temperature here was at least several degrees higher than in other places, and even the ground felt searing. What kind of wretched place is this, making me sweat profusely? Bulma complained while dabbing her face with a handkerchief. Yeah, it's unbearable. I feel like I'm about to cook. Oolong gasped. Once you're cooked, you'll surely be delicious, Feng Zi remarked, ignoring Oolong's grim expression as she removed the upper half of her clothing, revealing well-defined muscles. Sun Wukong mimicked Feng Zi, shedding his shirt as well. Bulma, observing Feng Zi's lean physique, was taken aback by the solid muscles, her face flushing as memories of their previous awkward encounter in the restroom resurfaced. The group continued onward, drawing closer to the massive castle engulfed in flames. I wonder what the Bull Demon King looks like. Bulma initiated another conversation. Feng Zi pondered for a moment before replying. He should be a towering figure, with a fearsome appearance. Suddenly, Feng Zi's words trailed off as her gaze fixed intently behind them. Noticing the change in Feng Zi's demeanor, Bulma and the others turned to see a towering figure, standing 5 meters tall, adorned with half a steel helmet, sporting horns, and a beard covering his chin. A middle-aged man wielding an enormous sharp axe. The Bull Demon King, Oolong exclaimed in shock, and everyone quickly recognized the man as the infamous lord of Frying Pan Mountain. Feng Zi regarded the Bull Demon King with interest, though he appeared to be a level 20 creature. His name was displayed in white, indicating he was not a mere monster. With a light chuckle, Feng Zi said, So, you are the Bull Demon King? You don't seem nearly as fearsome as the legend suggests. The Bull Demon King focused his gaze on Feng Zi, speaking in a low voice. You have come here with intentions to covet my treasures, have you not? Hey, Bull Demon King, what must I do to make you despise me? Feng Zi suddenly asked a perplexing question, leaving everyone bewildered. The Bull Demon King paused, bewildered. What are you planning? Without heeding Bulma and the others' cautions, Feng Zi boldly stepped forward to confront the Bull Demon King. If I were to strike you with a punch, would you be angered? Without waiting for a response, Feng Zi's eyes glinted with determination, and she lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch directly to the Bull Demon King's chest. Bang, bang, bang! The Bull Demon King staggered backward, barely managing to steady himself with his axe against the ground. Bulma and the others gasped in disbelief, never anticipating Feng Zi would take such an audacious action. It's over. Feng Zi has stirred up trouble. When the Bull Demon King retaliates, we will all be caught in the crossfire. Let's flee. Oolong shielded his eyes with his hand, unable to bear witnessing the impending battle. A thought of escape began to sprout in his mind, prompting him to urgently call out to Bulma. Observing Feng Zi's retreating figure, Bulma shook her head and reassured Oolong, I have faith in Feng Zi. He has always been an extraordinarily formidable and violent man. He should have no difficulty dealing with that Bull Demon King. Indeed, Brother Feng Zi appears to be far stronger than that Bull Demon King. Sun Wukong remarked in agreement from the side. The Bull Demon King clenched his fists, exuding an aura of overwhelming ferocity, akin to a demon returning from the depths of hell. The eyes concealed behind his goggles gleamed with a cruel light, and an insatiable desire for bloodlust surged within him. In Feng Zi's gaze, the Bull Demon King's originally white name began to glow an ominous crimson. Excellent, Feng Zi murmured, and then turned to Bulma, saying, Hand me my scythe. Of course, Bulma replied, rushing to the vehicle parked by the roadside to search for Feng Zi's scythe. Looking into the trunk, she felt a wave of frustration upon seeing the enormous scythe. Though she had found it, its weight, several 100 pounds, made it nearly impossible for her as a delicate woman to lift. Wukong, please help me pass the scythe to Feng Zi, Bulma called out to Sun Wukong, instructing him. Without any difficulty, Sun Wukong handed the heavy scythe to Feng Zi, who took hold of the massive weapon, standing poised against the Bull Demon King. Roar! The Bull Demon King, consumed by rage, seethed at the indignity of being struck by an inconspicuous little ghost. Such an affront was intolerable to his pride. The gigantic axe in his hand stirred a fierce wind as he swung it, the dust swirling in its wake, bearing down with the force of a mountain. Feng Zi did not flinch or evade, his eyes fixated on the descending axe, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as his figure swiftly vanished from the Bull Demon King's sight. What? The Bull Demon King looked on in disbelief as Feng Zi mysteriously disappeared before him. The momentum of his attack caused him to lose balance, and he stumbled forward, behind the Bull Demon King. Feng Zi appeared like a specter, raising the scythe in his right hand. With no pretense or strategy, he drew a graceful arc in mid-air, the blade descending with lethal precision. As Feng Zi swept the scythe, a gruesome gash instantly appeared on the Bull Demon King's thick armor. Chapter 23. Boss Came Senin. Part 2. Roar. The Bull Demon King forcefully twisted his body, disregarding his wound, unleashing a power that could shake the very mountains. The colossal axe moved fluidly in his grip, the winds howling as it slashed down like autumn leaves swept away by a gale. Clang! The metallic clash echoed as the scythe met the axe in a split second. The edges of the two cold weapons pressed closely together, and the two began a one-sided contest of strength. Feng Zi's body arched like a bow, channeling all his explosive power into his hands. In contrast, the Bull Demon King possessed an innate advantage, seemingly endowed with inexhaustible strength, his force clearly surpassing Feng Zi's. The two were locked in a stalemate, and Feng Zi recognized that the Bull Demon King excelled in brute strength. Engaging in a prolonged battle would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. Stop fighting for now. You two, Bulma interjected, attempting to mediate. Yet both combatants appeared too engrossed in their fury to heed her words. Feng Zi. Bulma urged, you must reconsider. If you incapacitate the Bull Demon King, how will we ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball? Feng Zi remained impervious to Bulma's pleas. Once he was embroiled in battle, it was nearly impossible for him to disengage. If you don't stop, you'll be going to bed hungry tonight, Bulma threatened, having pondered the situation. How despicable! Bulma, you've turned wicked, Feng Zi retorted, his expression momentarily faltering as he reluctantly eased his grip. Both the Bull Demon King and Feng Zi stepped back, and the Bull Demon King scrutinized Feng Zi, contemplating, his speed is too formidable. If I continue this fight, I will undoubtedly be defeated. Feng Zi cast a dissatisfied glance at Bulma, stating, if you keep this up, I will treat you as an enemy. Bulma was left speechless for a moment. Feng Zi had no concept of age or gender, and he might indeed follow through on his threat. At that moment, the Bull Demon King spoke. Who exactly are you? Mr. Bull Demon King, we did not come to Frying Pan Mountain with the intention of plundering the treasures in your castle. Rather, we seek a gemstone known as the Dragon Ball. Bulma explained, retrieving a Dragon Ball from her travel bag as a demonstration. Dragon Ball? The Bull Demon King raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before responding, I believe I have some recollection of this gemstone. Bulma's eyes brightened with hope. Could you possibly give us that Dragon Ball? Well, if you wish to obtain that gemstone, you must extinguish the great fire outside the castle, for the Dragon Ball you seek lies within those very walls. The fire here is quite difficult to quell. To extinguish it, one must acquire the fabled banana fan. So, without the banana fan to put out the fire, we cannot obtain the Dragon Ball, Bulma lamented. The Bull Demon King nodded. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the Rui Bang behind Sun Wukong, and he exclaimed, where did you acquire that staff? Uncle, are you referring to the Rui Bang? Sun Wukong replied, unfastening the staff and adding, it is a gift from my grandfather, Sun Wukong. Then you must know Came Senin. The Bull Demon King inquired eagerly, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. Came Senin? I did not know him. Sun Wukong answered bluntly. The Bull Demon King continued, both my master and your grandfather, Sun Wukong, were disciples of Came Senin. I am his second disciple, while your grandfather is the first. At it is said that the banana fan, capable of summoning winds and rain, is in Came Senin's possession. That Came Senin must be incredibly powerful. Feng Zi interjected at this moment. The Bull Demon King expressed admiration. Kame Sennin is revered as the god of martial arts, the mightiest being in this world. Feng Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The mere mention of a powerful figure ignited a fervor within him, and he eagerly anticipated meeting Kame Sennin. Bulma addressed the Bull Demon King. So if we locate Kame Sennin and acquire the banana fan, the Dragon Ball will be ours? Indeed, if you help me extinguish the fire, I will not only grant you one Dragon Ball, but also half of the treasures within my castle. The Bull Demon King affirmed. Bulma instructed Feng Zi, you and Oolong stay here and avoid causing trouble. Wukong, and I will take the plane to find Kame Sennin. Feng Zi responded with a mild "oh," a faint smile gracing his face, but Oolong protested. Take me with you. I don't want to stay with this perverted guy. Do you still wish to fight, Bull Demon King? Feng Zi asked with a smile after Bulma, and the others departed. The Bull Demon King's expression darkened, and he quickly admitted, I concede. I cannot defeat you. So let us call it quits. Oh, Feng Zi replied, disappointment washing over him as he turned his gaze from the Bull Demon King to Oolong. Oolong, I've always thought you looked quite delicious. Feng Zi fixated on Oolong, staring for nearly 5 minutes, sending chills down Oolong's spine under Feng Zi's predatory gaze. I could see that moment. The Bull Demon King chuckled heartily. Brother Feng Zi, are you hungry? Allow me to treat you to a lavish dinner. Really? I must inform you that I have quite the appetite, Feng Zi replied, his spirits instantly lifted at the mention of food. Huh, no worries. I can eat a lot too. The Bull Demon King glanced at Feng Zi's slender frame, dismissing the remark as he thought, even if Feng Zi had a hearty appetite, it would not amount to much. An hour later, Feng Zi devoured a roasted whole sheep with extraordinary speed, calling out to the chef summoned by the Bull Demon King from a nearby village. I want more. As the Bull Demon King heard Feng Zi repeatedly say, I want more, he was astonished to find a sea of bone carcasses and leftover food littering the ground. 2 hours later, observing that the chef had collapsed from exhaustion, the Bull Demon King asked, Brother Feng Zi, you must be full by now, right? Just so. I'm only half full, Feng Zi replied. Feng Zi continued to eat, responding with an air of indifference. Chapter 24. Boss Turtle Sage, Part 2. The restless waiting was the aspect Feng Zi despised the most. The evening was drawing near, and the sky was dimming. Bulma and the others who had gone to seek the Turtle Sage had yet to return. Neo Wong, what kind of person is that Turtle Sage? Feng Zi broke the silence, inquiring. Neo Wong replied with a smile. He is a being of such extraordinary strength that it surpasses your imagination. I have never encountered anyone as formidable as he. Oh. As Feng Zi envisioned what the Turtle Sage might be like, an ear-splitting rumble resonated from the sky. It was Bulma, piloting the aircraft returning. The plane landed on the open ground, the door creaking open. And out leaped Sun Wukong, followed closely by Bulma and a young girl adorned with a helmet, who was presumably Neo Wong's daughter, Chi-Chi. However, what truly captured Feng Zi's attention was the Turtle Sage, whom Neo Wong had spoken of as incredibly powerful. How annoying! Bulma suddenly shrieked, slapping at something behind her. Upon closer inspection, Feng Zi noticed a pair of hands had dared to wander into inappropriate territory. And a rather lecherous voice exclaimed, Ouch! Can't you be gentler with this old man? A rather lascivious old man appeared in Feng Zi's line of sight. He had a prominent bald head, dressed in a simple robe, wearing a pair of black sunglasses and leaning on a cane, with a conspicuous red handprint adorning his face. With a tone of skepticism, Feng Zi remarked, This old fellow is the Turtle Sage. His words trailed off, his pupils dilating, and his expression turned grave as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Level 70. Feng Zi gasped, his breath becoming rapid and agitated. Indeed, the terrifying number of 70 was vividly imprinted in Feng Zi's mind. This seemingly perverse old man, the Turtle Sage, possessed such extraordinary power that, according to the ratio of levels between humans and monsters of 1 to 6, his strength exceeded level 10, creating an undeniable chasm between Feng Zi and himself. A disparity of might. A boss, a blatant boss. Cough, has no one come to welcome this old man who has traveled so far? The Turtle Sage feigned a cough, prompting Neo Wong to approach with a hearty smile. Father, I brought the Turtle Sage. Chi chimed in obediently. then nestled beside Sun Wukong. Neo Wang, still grinning, stood beside the turtle sage and politely inquired, "Teacher, I wonder if I could borrow your banana fan?" "The banana fan? That thing seems to have been discarded by me years ago," the turtle sage replied. Neo Wang's expression soured at this revelation, but the turtle sage, noting his demeanor, reassured him, "Do not worry. Since I have come here personally, there will certainly be a solution." Upon hearing this, Neo Wang's previously despondent expression brightened, and he replied, "Then I shall leave it to you, teacher. You are the turtle sage, are you not?" Fengzi approached the turtle sage and greeted him somewhat awkwardly. The turtle sage, slightly taken aback, regarded the purple-haired youth through his sunglasses, which reflected a glimmer of light. "Haha, young man, you are quite strong." The turtle sage chuckled, In comparison to you, I am merely a weakling." Gazing intently at the turtle sage, Fengzi replied, "I believe you are mistaken." The turtle sage assumed Fengzi was being modest, commenting, "It is commendable for the youth to be humbled that you did not allow me to finish. What I meant to convey is that one day, I shall surpass you," Fengzi declared earnestly. The turtle sage's expression shifted slightly, but he chuckled and said, "You are quite amusing. I hope you can indeed do as you claim, for this old man has been rather lonely." With that, he disregarded Fengzi and proceeded straight to a position directly opposite the castle. Next, my attire. The turtle sage displayed a rare seriousness, shedding his robe and casually tossing it to Neo Wang. Fengzi narrowed his eyes, intently observing every movement of the turtle sage, eager to discern the abilities of this level 70 elder. The turtle sage's physique appeared frail. Once stripped of his clothing, he resembled a feeble old man, which he indeed was. The turtle sage roared, emanating an astonishing aura that made the air tense, causing the ground to tremble violently. In the next moment, the muscles on the turtle sage's body swelled rapidly, veins bulging, and his eyes reflected an air of authority. "Turtle!" The turtle sage clasped his hands together, assuming a posture Fengzi had never witnessed before. The ground shook, dust swirling, and under the turtle sage's overwhelming presence, the atmosphere brimmed with a sense of impending peril, as if the apocalypse were nigh. Could this move be? Neo Wang, witnessing the turtle sage's transformation, broke out in a sweat, seemingly recalling something dreadful. "Release," the turtle sage whispered, his muscles hardening like steel, completely shedding the appearance of an elder. His strength surpassing all expectations. Debris flew amidst the tempest, the winds howling, transforming the atmosphere surrounding the turtle sage. How remarkable! Sun Wukong and Fengzi watched intently, both sensing a profound trepidation in their souls. Energy! At the moment of exclamation, the turtle sage's hands began to move, a violent airflow gathering rapidly between them. The ground beneath his feet cracked under the strain, as if he were a deity. Everyone gazing at him with admiration. "It is energy. This feeling is energy." Fengzi's complexion shifted, as if he had grasped a sudden realization, perceiving the air pulsating around the turtle sage with clarity. "Technique!" The turtle sage bellowed, stepping forward and thrusting his hands ahead, a brilliant blue light illuminating the surroundings, prompting everyone to instinctively shut their eyes, save for Sun Wukong and Fengzi, who remained transfixed. The blue radiance surged forth like a colossal azure dragon, wielding a cataclysmic force that erupted with an astonishing might, enveloping the world in chaos. All entities appeared feeble in the face of such overwhelming onslaught. Chapter 25. Turtle School Kamena. In the blinding brilliance, the turbulent air surged. Wherever the light reached, it stirred a violent sandstorm, revealing the unfathomable might of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. A few fleeting seconds felt like an eternity. As the unsettling tension dissipated into the warm breeze, Bulma struggled to open her eyes, and upon witnessing the scene before her, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Surrounding trees were cleaved in two. Rocks crumbled, and nearly everything was instantly affected. The castle, once engulfed in raging flames, was swept away by the fierce winds, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind an unfathomably deep chasm. Everyone mirrored Bulma's expression, rendered speechless by the spectacle. All right, Nyo Wang, I have resolved the fire here, the turtle sage declared, stretching his limbs and addressing the disheartened Nyo Wang. Nyo Wang offered a wry smile. Thank you, but those treasures are no longer of consequence to me. And what are my Dragon Balls? Bulma pressed urgently that moment. Sun Wukong shouted from the ruins. I found it. It's the Dragon Ball. Bulma's expression brightened, and she dashed towards Sun Wukong's location. Meanwhile, Feng Zi furrowed his brow, sensing the surging power within him. This sensation was indeed what one would call energy. The Kamehameha was the catalyst for unleashing energy from within the body, and in the very moment the turtle sage executed the Kamehameha, Feng Zi seized the opportunity to comprehend the application of energy. Feng Zi felt an influx of sudden information in his mind. Acquiring the skill, Kamehameha, proficiency, level 1. Traveling south from the Frying Pan Mountain. The group embarked on their journey once more. Bulma, that turtle sage, is incredible. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly from the backseat of the car, his enthusiasm palpable. Without turning her head, Bulma, gripping the steering wheel, replied, Indeed, but it's a pity that such a remarkable person is merely a lecherous old man. By the way, Bulma, how many Dragon Balls do we still need? Feng Zi suddenly inquired. While driving the car, Bulma replied, I never anticipated that there would be a Dragon Ball on Master Roshi's Island. And with the addition of the Bull Demon King and our existing Dragon Balls, we are still 3 short of gathering all 7. However, I am somewhat concerned, as the Dragon Ball radar indicates that the remaining 3 are all located in the same place. Bulma, look ahead, Feng Zi said, frowning. Bulma turned in astonishment to see Lepin and Paru blocking the path of their vehicle. With a sharp screech, Bulma slammed on the brakes, bringing the speeding car to a halt. Lepin attempted to appear nonchalant. Greeting, hi, beautiful lady, we meet again, but aren't you the one Feng Zi knocked down? Upon hearing Bulma's remark, Lepin's prepared smile faltered. I've changed for the better. I no longer engage in mischief. I heard that you were collecting Dragon Balls, and I was wondering if you could spare one for me. As the saying goes, the more, the merrier, he said, having rehearsed his lines. Yes, both Lepin and I wish to be your friends, Paru chimed in. Bulma regarded Lepin with suspicion, and at that moment, Feng Zi remarked with a grin. If you can catch me 10 wild boars for dinner, I'll agree to it. Yes, I concur with Brother Feng Zi's proposal, Sun Wukong quickly added upon hearing about food. 10 wild boars. Lepin was taken aback. Although they were in a dense forest, capturing 10 wild boars was no simple task. That night, as was customary, Bulma rested in the house from the Universal Capsule to be by the campfire. Lepin lay there, panting. He had spent the day trying to catch the 10 wild boars. Is it ready yet? A massive wild boar on the spit was revealing a golden sheen under the flames, exuding a rich aroma. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong gazed eagerly at the nearly finished roast, preparing for the impending competition. For them, eating was as fierce as a battle, and a victor must be determined. Not yet. Hold on. Don't move. I'll go grab some seasoning from the house, Bulma instructed, then walked towards the building behind her. The wait was undeniably torturous, especially in the presence of food. Sun Wukong impatiently exclaimed, Why is Bulma taking so long? Well, women are like that, Feng Zi replied dismissively, though he too was eager to devour the wild boar before him. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Reacting instinctively, Feng Zi transformed into a blur and dashed towards the house, but a plane appeared in the sky. And through the glass, Bulma's figure could be seen being abducted. Damn it! Feng Zi clenched his fists. The aircraft flew swiftly, vanishing from his sight in an instant. What now? Yulong asked. Feng Zi glanced at the radar in his hand and declared. They took away the Dragon Balls we collected. According to the radar, we must pursue them to their location. Chapter 26. The path to the castle inside a seemingly sinister castle, the Rice King exclaimed. We have successfully gathered the other 3 Dragon Balls, and we have captured this woman. The long-haired girl, Mai, reported to the ecstatic Rice King. I have awaited this moment for many years, after all my efforts. I have finally located the legendary 7 Dragon Balls. The Rice King laughed maniacally. Captured, Bulma retorted. Don't get your hopes up. Feng Zi and the others will come to rescue me and defeat you. You ugly brute. Ugly brute, The Rice King halted his laughter in shock. Indeed, you look like a pile of dung. Bulma, whose hands had been bound by ropes during the journey, struggled against the restraints while hurling insults. The Rice King's face turned a deep shade of purple upon hearing Bulma's vitriolic words as he shamelessly turned to his subordinates, Shu and Mai, and asked, "Do you think I'm handsome?" Shu and Mai exchanged glances and slowly replied, "The Rice King is the most handsome person in the world." Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared throughout the castle, instantly heightening the tension. "Rice King, we have intruders," Mai reported anxiously. The Rice King immediately commanded, "Shut down the surveillance system. I will not allow anyone to disrupt my plans for world domination." "Yes," Mai and Shu responded, rushing to the computer to comply. The chilling wind howled, and under the cover of night, a speeding car came to a halt. Several figures leaped from the vehicle and stealthily approached the castle's entrance. Indeed, these individuals were Feng Zi and his companions, on a mission to rescue Bulma and reclaim the Dragon Balls. "The door is locked. How do we get inside?" Lepin remarked upon seeing the castle's closed gates. Feng Zi's expression hardened as he coldly responded, "Of course, we shall use the most straightforward and practical method." Yulong and Lepin exchanged worried glances, knowing Feng Zi's character and how his notion of a simple solution often led to chaos. "Roll up your sleeves. Open," Feng Zi commanded, his gaze fierce as he delivered a powerful punch to the iron door. With a resounding crash, a 1-meter-wide hole appeared in the metal barrier, and Feng Zi effortlessly leaped inside the castle, as if strolling through a park. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come in," Feng Zi called out, noticing that Lepin and the others had not followed. Sun Wukong wasted no time and dashed inside, while Lepin sighed in resignation, mentally cursing Feng Zi's foolishness. This action, though simple and effective, undoubtedly alerted the castle's inhabitants. The group cautiously traversed the castle's corridors, unaware that every move they made was being transmitted to the Rice King's watchful gaze via surveillance cameras. "That purple-haired guy is impressive. He actually punched through solid iron," the Rice King observed in astonishment as he witnessed the earlier scene. Shu and Mai recognized the purple-haired youth immediately, recalling how he had knocked them unconscious before, and quickly informed the Rice King, "This is the guy I mentioned, the pervert who thwarted us last time. Just you wait. Feng Zi will surely beat you all to a pulp." Bulma seized the opportunity to interject. The Rice King smirked disdainfully. "Humph. I don't believe they can escape this castle alive." Casting a glance at the screen displaying Feng Zi and his companions, he commanded Shu Mai, "Activate the traps," in the dimly lit corridor. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong took the lead, while the timid Yulong and the self-proclaimed clever Lepin trailed behind. "Hey, this castle is so confusing. Where exactly is the Master-S location?" Feng Zi asked the others. Noticing the seemingly endless corridor, Lepin feigned knowledge, stating, "Typically, castles like this have traps." His words were abruptly cut off as he perked up his ears, puzzled. "Do you hear that? Is there something approaching? It's a heavy sound." Sun Wukong, with the keenest hearing among them, immediately discerned. Before they could speculate further, a massive round boulder came rolling towards them from a distance. "Run," Lepin shouted in alarm as the stone drew closer. "No need to worry. I'll handle this," Feng Zi replied with a confident smile. Sun Wukong nodded, positioning himself in front of the others, and, as the giant rock neared, he shouted, "Attack! Attack! Attack!" with a flurry of punches. The boulder shattered into a pile of rubble. Lepin stared in awe at Sun Wukong, finally realizing that there was another formidable fighter he had overlooked besides Feng Zi. Suddenly, a series of swift, piercing sounds echoed through the air as several darts flew toward them. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong swiftly brandished their weapons, a sickle and a Rui Jingu bang, forming an impenetrable barrier, knocking the incoming projectiles aside. "Yulong, will you two transform into hats first?" Leping commanded the two individuals. "Yes, young Master Leping," Palu replied without any hesitation, transforming into a splendid hat. Wulong hesitated for a moment, then utilized his transformation skill, also becoming a loose hat. Leping placed Palu upon his head and elaborated, "They are both rather cumbersome. This way we shall avoid any unnecessary troubles." Chapter 27. Threat having traversed the myriad traps and mechanisms of this enigmatic castle, Fengzi and his companions sustained no harm. Goodness, the master of this castle has devised such intricate contraptions, Leping exclaimed, kicking aside a descending iron plate in frustration. Fengzi and Sun Wukong were equally occupied with the relentless traps, moving through them like a tank, impervious to even the most formidable of obstacles. Who would have thought these fellows are so formidable? Zehofen remarked, fixated on the surveillance screen in astonishment. Xiao and Mai busily manipulated the computer keyboard, persistently activating mechanisms in an attempt to thwart Fengzi and his group's advance. Suddenly they paused, exchanging troubled glances with Zehofen. Xiao spoke. Zehofen, they are nearly inside the castle. These traps seem ineffective against them. What should we do? Damn it, Zehofen spat, falling into silence for a moment before his gaze shifted to Bulma in the corner, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Bulma shivered under his gaze, irked. What do you want? You ugly brute? Ah, it appears their purpose for coming here extends beyond the Dragon Balls. They also intend to rescue you. Zehofen sneered cunningly. Could it be? You intend to? Bulma's expression shifted, as if foreseeing something ominous. Zehofen ignored Bulma, instructing Xiao and Mai. Connect the surveillance devices here. Understood, they replied, fingers dancing over the keyboard as they complied with Zehofen's directive, linking the internal and external cameras. Why are there no traps now? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. Isn't that better? It indicates they have no further tricks to impede us. Leping clarified, I could see that moment. An abrupt voice resonated. Welcome. I'm a master of this domain, the great Zehofen. Fengzi and the others frowned, turning towards the wall from whence the voice emanated, which promptly displayed a clear image of Zehofen. You are the master of this castle? Fengzi questioned coldly. Zehofen grinned wickedly. My identity matters not. I believe you are more concerned about this woman? He continued, the image shifting to reveal Bulma. Fengzi, do not heed this ugly brute's words. Before Bulma could finish, Mai, tasked with guarding her, covered her mouth, stifling her protests. The image reverted to Zehofen, who threatened, You see, this woman, your companion, is now in our custody. If you wish to keep her safe, you must not resist and take 3 steps back. Scoundrel. Leping cursed, with Sun Wukong echoing. This fellow is employing such despicable tactics. Among them, only the hot-tempered Fengzi remained silent, his face darkening, his brow furrowing into a fierce scowl as he intoned. Very well, we shall comply with your demands, aha. Should I ever lay eyes on you, I shall make certain to thrash you. With that, Fengzi exchanged glances with his companions, reluctantly stepping backward. Zehofen erupted into a maniacal laugh, instructing his subordinates, commence the plan, activate cell number 23. Fengzi knew all too well the implications of retreating without resistance. Yet Zehofen's threats left them no choice. As they took their 3rd step back, the ground suddenly caved in, plunging them into a deep pit. Truly, Zehofen is formidable. Such a clever ruse. Xiao and Mai praised upon witnessing the success of the plan. Zehofen laughed exaggeratedly, then pressed a button beside him, causing a glass-covered pedestal to rise from the ground, upon which lay the Dragon Balls, gleaming radiantly and casting a soft red hue upon Zehofen's face. 1, 2, 3, 6. Zehofen counted the Dragon Balls displayed on the pedestal, his smug expression freezing in disbelief as he realized there were only 6. How could this be? Zehofen repeated the count, arriving at the same disheartening conclusion. There were indeed only 6 Dragon Balls. His face darkened as he turned to Xiao and Mai, demanding, What on earth is going on here? After a moment of hesitant contemplation, Mai explained, The Dragon Balls we acquired were stored in bags. There are just these 6. The other Dragon Ball should be with that girl's companion. Oh. Zehofen seethed. Why did you 2 fools not mention this sooner? Switch the view to cell number 23. Yes, Xiao and Mai complied, adjusting the screen, which revealed an image that left all 3 of them aghast. Chapter 28. The Rampaging Gorilla, Part 1. Having fallen into the trap designed by Zehofen, Fengzi and his companions found themselves in a cell-like room, where they discovered that Bulma was similarly ensnared. Bulma, how did you end up here? Fengzi inquired. Once the ropes binding her were loosened, Bulma flexed her wrists, fuming, that scoundrel Zehofen used me and subsequently cast me here. We must find a way to escape. Leping urged, indeed, We need to devise a plan to break free. Fengzi scanned the room, which was not overly cramped, took a deep breath, and charged forward, channeling all his might into a punch aimed at a specific point. Unleashing a tremendous force against the wall to his astonishment, rather than a resounding crash or collapse. The wall merely shed its outer layer, remaining utterly unyielding. Save your strength. The walls of this chamber are constructed from an extraordinary material. Triple-layered aluminum alloy. Even a bullet may not penetrate it. Zahoofin's voice echoed through the room's corner microphone, reaching their ears. Leping tapped the wall, and indeed, as Zahoofin had claimed, the wall emitted a crisp metallic sound upon impact. If you wish to survive, you will obediently surrender the remaining Dragon Balls, Zahoofin continued. Remaining Dragon Balls? Bulma and Fengzi exchanged puzzled glances, confused as they had just seen their collection snatched away. Could it be? Their gazes simultaneously fell upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong retrieved a Dragon Ball from a hidden pocket in his garment, grinning. This is a keepsake from my grandfather. I shall never allow these villains to take it. Zahoofin's eyes lit up as he observed the image on the screen, quickly exclaiming, Yes, if you hand over that Dragon Ball, I shall let you go. Dream on, Bulma retorted vehemently, outright refusing. Zahoofin fumed. You lot will never escape this room. Zahoofin, have you forgotten? Isn't there still that? Xiao interjected suddenly. That? Zahoofin turned to Xiao, puzzled. Xiao clarified that refers to the toxic gas setup in that room, that we can incapacitate them and then seize the Dragon Balls. Excellent idea. Let us proceed. Zahoofin replied gleefully. Hey, Bulma, where's Zahoofin's voice coming from? Sun Wukong asked. Bulma replied absent-mindedly. It should be from a microphone installed in the room. I at that thing emitting white smoke. Sun Wukong pointed to the corner of the room, addressing Bulma. White smoke? Everyone was perplexed by the white smoke that Sun Wukong mentioned. Following the direction indicated by him, the crowd turned to gaze. Bulma widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, This must be a toxic gas with hypnotic effect. We must find a way to escape from here, or we will all lose consciousness. Infuriated, Fengzi cursed under her breath, clenching her fists tightly, vowing that if she ever encountered that so-called mixed rice, she would certainly give him a good beating. Almost simultaneously, Fengzi and Sun Wukong sprang into action, their fists and feet striking the wall with ferocity. However, they could only leave a few marks on the surface, failing to cause any substantial damage. As the smoke began to fill the room, Lu Ping urged anxiously, The walls of this room cannot be breached by mere human strength. If only that lecherous old man were here. Bulma recalled the events from a while back when Kame House had faced a similar predicament. Master Roshi's formidable powers would undoubtedly be able to shatter the walls. Upon hearing this, Fengzi and Sun Wukong ceased their futile assaults, sharing a knowing smile as they instinctively stepped back. What are you two planning? Bulma inquired curiously, observing their strange behavior. Kame, Fengzi, and Sun Wukong shouted in unison, leaning forward and bringing their hands together. The pose they struck was incredibly familiar to Bulma, who brightened with surprise, exclaiming, Have you learned it? Kame. Fengzi's serious gaze fixated upon the wall. He could feel the energy within him surging, akin to a rapid acceleration of blood circulation, filling him with an inexplicable exhilaration. The Qi is a mysterious force, and Fengzi's energy flowed like a river rushing toward the sea, gradually converging in his palms. Sun Wukong mirrored Fengzi's actions, both of them channeling the energy awakened within them. Kame. Lights surged between their palms, and in the astonished gazes of Lu Ping and Bulma, their energy boiled, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to erupt. Fengzi's energy was notably greater than Sun Wukong's, yet still fell short of Master Roshi's level. In an instant, they shouted in unison. Pushing their hands forward, two beams of blue light shot forth like dragons emerging from a sea. And upon their contact with the wall, the ground trembled violently. A deafening roar echoed as the wall crumbled like tofu, creating a sizable hole with a diameter of 0.5 meter. Cough, cough, Bulma and the others, having inhaled the dust kicked up by the tremor, began to cough uncontrollably. Chapter 29. The Rampaging Gorilla, Part 2. The entire castle shook violently, and the group known as Mixed Rice gazed at the screen in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Are these two still human? Mixed Rice was the first to regain composure, incredulously stating. Xiao and Mai shook their heads in unison, replying, they must be monsters disguised as humans. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong took several deep breaths. Pausing to catch their breath, the recent display of Kamehameha had exhausted all the energy they possessed. Feng Zi, Wukong, when did you learn Kamehameha? Bulma asked curiously. Feng Zi pondered for a moment before truthfully replying. I learned it just by watching Me too, Sun Wukong added, scratching his head after Feng Zi spoke. Bulma regarded them as if they were extraterrestrials, exclaiming in astonishment, that's just absurd. You learned it after only one glance? Well, let's not dwell on that. We should escape from here first. Feng Zi redirected the conversation, glancing at the gaping hole in the wall as he spoke. Bulma nodded, realizing that there was no time for idle chatter. Under the cover of night, they each crawled through the damaged opening. What now? Oolong inquired out of course. We must reclaim our Dragon Balls. Bulma retorted angrily, her frustration boiling over at the thought of the Dragon Balls she had painstakingly gathered being snatched away. At that moment, Feng Zi interjected, and that creature known as Mixed Rice. If I ever lay eyes on him, I will surely make him pay. Wow, it's a full moon, Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed, spotting the luminous moon in the night sky. Lu Ping glanced at the moon dismissively, scoffing. So what? It's just a full moon. My grandfather always said that a terrifying monster appears during a full moon, which is why he wouldn't let me go outside. Sun Wukong reminisced, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Don't worry, Wukong. No matter how powerful a monster may be, it can't defeat you and Feng Zi. Bulma reassured him, patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder with a smile. Sun Wukong lifted his gaze to the full moon, its enchanting glow seeming increasingly beautiful, an otherworldly allure seeping into his mind. Suddenly, his expression shifted, becoming feral and bloodthirsty, though none of the others noticed the change. Where is that Mixed Rice? Feng Zi inquired of Bulma, the only one among them who knew his whereabouts. That ugly creature is right. Bulma began, but her expression shifted in horror as she realized something terrifying. Her gaze growing fearful. Noticing the change in Bulma's demeanor, Feng Zi and Lu Ping turned to look behind them, where only Sun Wukong stood at that moment. Sun Wukong exuded an aura of primal rage unlike anything seen before. His mind flooded with negative emotions, his bloodshot eyes glimmering with a beastly ferocity. Roar! Sun Wukong growled, his clothes suddenly tearing apart, a dangerous aura enveloping him. The moon's gentle light cascaded upon the earth, illuminating Sun Wukong's form as if he were bathed in phosphorescence. Sun Wukong continued to roar, his body undergoing a rapid transformation. His once diminutive frame expanded, bones cracking audibly as he grew, a layer of black fur sprouting across his exposed skin. His face twisted into a terrifying grimace, his body swelling, causing the ground beneath him to fracture visibly. Feng Zi scooped up Bulma, turning to Lu Ping to warn, "Get back. It's too dangerous here." With that, they hastily fled towards safety at the fastest speed they could muster. Wukong. He has turned into a monster? Bulma gazed at Sun Wukong in disbelief, concern rising in everyone's hearts. What had happened to him? The silhouette of the monster gradually became clearer in their sight, revealing a colossal ape towering over 100 meters, its savage form pounding its chest and emitting thunderous roars with every movement. The ground quaked, and dust and debris swirled as if heralding the apocalypse. Everyone stared in terror at the monstrous ape, save for Feng Zi, who gazed at it with burgeoning excitement as he beheld the creature. His initial confusion morphed into exhilaration, for atop the ape's head was a glaring crimson name, its level rising in tandem with Sun Wukong's transformation. 30 level, 35 level, 40 level, 45 level, 50 level, 55 level, 60 level. 60 level. Feng Zi gasped, his blood surging with uncontainable fervor as he clenched his fists, eager for the challenge. Feng Zi, who yearned for power, the 60-level boss before him appeared as a potent elixir. If he could defeat it, the experience gained would surely elevate him by at least 2 levels. Chapter 30. Blood-boiling battle. Mixed Rice sensed the castle trembling, the tremors more violent than before. the ceiling crumbling as equipment and furnishings scattered chaotically. What's happening? Mixed Rice clung to a corner, struggling to steady himself, his voice urgent. Shio and I scrambled to their feet, responding hastily. Mixed Rice, all the instrument circuits have failed. And we wait. What is that? Their expressions morphed into astonishment, as if witnessing the unbelievable. Turning to the window, Mixed Rice's eyes widened in shock at the sight of a massive black fist, slicing through the air with a roaring wind, leaving a blurred trail, like a colossal meteor crashing against the castle's outer wall. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Before the group, including Zawifin, could fully comprehend the situation, they felt a tremor, ferocious and magnified a dozen times more than before. Almost immediately, the castle's formidable structure could only withstand the onslaught for mere seconds. Under the catastrophic assault, the entire fortress crumbled as if it were a fragile child succumbing to the wind. Zawifin and his companions had no time to flee, buried beneath the rubble of earth and stone, as relentless fists rained down upon them, reducing the once indomitable castle to mere fragments. "Oh my God!" exclaimed Bulma, covering her mouth in horror. Before them stood the frenzied giant ape, thrashing about like a madman, its colossal fists generating a chilling gust as they shattered the castle within a radius of several dozen meters. The creature's actions appeared not merely as acts of destruction, but rather as an expression of its pent-up desire for havoc. Wherever it roamed, chaos ensued. Perhaps in its eyes, everything was exceedingly fragile, and its bloodthirsty gaze emitted a chilling light. The ground shook violently, making a challenge to maintain one's footing. Fengzi supported Bulma, while Lepin tended to the others. The air was thick with the murderous aura of the ape, an oppressive force that left them gasping. Bathed in the eerie glow of the moonlight, the scene resembled a canvas depicting the return of a demon. The ape, seemingly weary of its rampage, abruptly ceased its assault, its blood-stained gaze pivoting toward Fengzi. Everyone silently thought, "This is bad." The brute was swiftly closing in on their position, the distance shrinking in the blink of an eye. "Find a safe place to hide. This beast is mine," Fengzi commanded coldly, slowly detaching the scythe from his back, his expression turning solemn, radiating an astonishing aura. Bulma, filled with concern, urged, "Fengzi, you should stay with us." "Silence, Bulma. You will never comprehend how exhilarated and delighted I am to encounter such a formidable creature." In that moment, Fengzi's elation starkly contrasted with the terror etched on Bulma's face. Ignoring her shocked expression, Fengzi sprang into action, transforming into a streak of purple lightning, dashing through the dust, and in an instant, he stood before the ape. Roar, roar, roar. The ape pounded its chest ferociously, its crimson gaze fixated on Fengzi. The latter, gazing back at the beast, recognized the peril of such proximity, as if teetering on the brink of death itself. The creature's massive frame loomed like a mountain, dwarfing Fengzi, who appeared utterly powerless. A radiant smile graced his face, and he trembled, not from fear, but from the overwhelming excitement bubbling within him as a creature. "Your sole purpose is to become experience." Fengzi licked his dry lips, raising his scythe in defiance toward the ape, laughing maniacally. The ape seemed to understand Fengzi's taunt, perceiving it as a blatant provocation. With a deafening roar, it swung its arm, its immense fist distorting the air around it as it aimed a vicious blow toward Fengzi. Fengzi sidestepped, narrowly evading the fist that could shatter mountains, which crashed down where he had just stood, leaving the ground riddled with cracks. Seizing the advantage of speed, Fengzi circled to the beast's rear, preparing to strike with his scythe. Yet, as if anticipating his move, the ape abruptly twisted its body, its savage gaze locking onto Fengzi, and its long tail lashed out with lightning speed, slamming into Fengzi's form. Cough! Blood spewed from Fengzi's mouth as he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. The ape roared with fury, seemingly intent on not letting Fengzi escape. As it charged, the ground trembled beneath its weight, propelling it toward the spot where Fengzi landed. Just as Fengzi emerged from the haze of dizziness, he sensed a massive shadow looming over him, the ape's colossal foot descending like a mountain upon him. Fengzi, Bulma, and the others watched in horror, their faces ashen with dread. The ape's foot bore down with the weight of 1,000 boulders. And Fengzi writhed in agony, blood seeping from his mouth, his complexion pale as a corpse. Gritting his teeth, blood smeared across his face, he struggled to utter, "Don't come any closer." Chapter 31. The great reversal, feeling the life-threatening pressure upon him. Fengzi understood that if this continued, he could very well be crushed beneath the ape's foot. Sweat streamed down his cheeks as he fought to endure, seeking a means of escape. Each second felt like torture. "Curse it," Fengzi muttered. Suddenly a spark ignited in his eyes as he recalled something. In the next moment, his figure inexplicably vanished from beneath the ape's foot. Bulma watched in astonishment, perplexed. Where did Fengzi go? The others mirrored her confusion, each sharing a common thought. Where had Fengzi disappeared to? "Look there!" Palu, floating in midair, pointed toward the space behind the ape, revealing a minuscule fly flitting about in the wind. "Isn't that my transformation technique?" Oolong exclaimed in surprise. "Transformation technique?" Bulma murmured, glancing at the barely noticeable fly, struggling to fathom that it was Fengzi in disguise. The enraged ape, realizing it had lost its target, became furious, its massive frame shaking as it unleashed its fists and feet upon the ground, sending dust swirling and rocks flying, filling the air with a gray haze. Fengzi had transformed into the tiny fly, utilizing its agility to escape from beneath the ape's feet. Amidst the ape's rampage, the ground was marred with spiderweb-like cracks that continued to spread. Fengzi reverted from the fly back to his original form. Reappearing before the group, the ape, sensing his return, fixed its cold gaze upon Fengzi's frail figure, letting out a primal roar, as if releasing the pent-up frustration within. Perhaps the ape lacked the rationality of humans, but it relied on its devastatingly powerful fists. Boom, boom, boom. The rapid strikes generated shockwaves through the air, leaving behind deep craters where Fengzi had just dodged. The ape's feet and fists became terrifying weapons. A relentless barrage of thunderous roars echoing, flooding the air with the smell of death from a distance. The sight portrayed the ape's unyielding assault, while Fengzi's figure darted away, just in time to evade each blow, leaving Bulma and the others breathless with fear. Since the beginning, Fengzi had not lingered on any spot for more than a second. The reason was simple. With such a disparity in strength, he had no choice but to rely on his speed to evade the ape's ferocious attacks, a perilous endeavor only he could truly understand. This cannot continue. I must find a flaw to exploit. As his stamina began to wane, Fengzi analyzed the ape's weaknesses while evading its blows. Blessed with an extraordinary analytical ability, he kept his eyes glued to the beast's movements despite his constant motion. Right. This ape was transformed by Wukong. Perhaps Wukong's weakness is this creature's weakness. Enlightened by this realization, Fengzi's mind flooded with fragmented memories. "Wukong, why do you have a tail?" Fengzi had once asked, upon hearing the question. Son Wukong answered without hesitation, "My grandfather told me that I was born with a tail." Oh, Fengzi replied, curiosity piqued. Seizing the moment when Wukong turned away, he reached out and grasped the furry tail. "Ah, Fengzi, what are you doing?" Wukong instinctively leaped several meters away, visibly wary of anyone grabbing his tail. Fengzi chuckled, "You really care about your tail, don't you?" "Yes, if someone grabs my tail, I'll lose all my strength." Son Wukong elucidated. Fengzi remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Since that is the case, why not blow it up and consume it?" Vigilantly guarding his tail, Son Wukong fled from Fengzi's line of sight like the wind. Fengzi's gaze caught sight of the monkey's thick, long tail, and an inner thought crossed her mind. Indeed, it is its tail. With this realization, Fengzi accelerated to her utmost speed, her entire being transforming into a violet whirlwind. Circling to the side of the monkey's body, the monkey's eyes erupted with a terrifying ferocity. It was infuriated that this human, akin to a rabbit, could only flee, denying it the opportunity to seize its prey. With a roar, the massive form of the monkey twisted abruptly to confront Fengzi. A strange smile appeared on Fengzi's face, and as the monkey's weight shifted towards her, she moved her foot, leaving a blurred afterimage in her wake due to her incredible speed. The monkey's fists came together with a force akin to thunder and tsunami, crashing down onto the ground, striking Fengzi, who stood motionless. Boom! The deafening explosion, mixed with the weight of tens of thousands of pounds, drove deep into the earth. As the monkey withdrew its fists, it paused momentarily, for it felt no satisfaction from striking the human's body. Die! A chilling shout erupted as Feng Zi suddenly appeared behind the monkey, seizing its half-meter-thick tail with both hands while the monkey was still in shock. Chapter 32. Summoning the Divine Dragon, the situation shifted dramatically, and nearly everyone witnessed an astonishing spectacle, rendered speechless by the unfolding events. The moment Feng Zi grasped the monkey's tail, a sinister curve formed at the corner of her mouth, and her expression transformed into one of malevolence. Veins throbbed on her forehead, her muscles rapidly bulging, exuding a formidable aura. The moment the monkey's tail was seized, an eerie loss of strength enveloped its body, as if it were a deflated balloon. Left with nothing but an empty shell, taking a deep breath, Feng Zi concentrated all her explosive power between her hands. Suddenly, she let out a fierce shout, launching the monkey's body, connected by its tail, into the air. The monkey's enormous form, comparable to a mountain, felt weightless in Feng Zi's grip, dancing effortlessly. Boom! The monkey's body crashed to the ground like a collapsing boulder, indenting the earth beneath its immense weight. Feng Zi firmly held onto the tail, swinging with all her might, causing the monkey's body to leave a trail of afterimages in the air, repeatedly smashing down onto the ground with the momentum gained from the rotation. The chilling sound of the wind, the shrill cries, and the violent tremors surrounded Feng Zi, who resembled a bloodthirsty demon. She refused to relinquish the monkey's tail, disregarding the pleas of Bulma and others. Completely immersed in the thrill of tormenting her foe, relentlessly slamming the colossal monkey into the earth. Blood stained the ground around Feng Zi, and the monkey's body became riddled with wounds, while Feng Zi wore a cruel smile that marred her otherwise exquisite features. Seeing that Feng Zi showed no signs of stopping, Bulma exclaimed urgently, "Stop! If this monkey dies, Wukong won't return. Wukong!" A change swept over Feng Zi's expression, and her demeanor gradually softened, following the force of inertia. She released the tail, and the monkey's body flew away like a kite severed from its string. Closing her eyes in silence, Feng Zi made a conscious effort to suppress her combat urges. And as she opened them, the once bloodthirsty gaze transformed into clarity. The monkey, upon being thrown, lost consciousness, and its massive form began to shrink, ultimately vanishing from view amidst the swirling dust. Experience 300, as Feng Zi caught her breath. A notification echoed in her mind. Level up? Level up? 2 melodious system prompts followed, and in an instant, golden light enveloped Feng Zi, bathing her weary body in resplendent brilliance. The wave of desire surged within her to moan. As her wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, and her depleted stamina swiftly replenished, the definition of her muscles became increasingly pronounced, forming a visually appealing array of lines and contours. Feng Zi sensed a surge of immense power and astonishing energy welling within her. An experience vastly different from before, akin to the disparity between an elderly man and a robust youth, an extraordinary leap in prowess. Feng Zi, what about your injuries? Lepin gazed in disbelief at Feng Zi, who, aside from tattered clothing, bore no scars. Feng Zi smiled gently, responding, "I'm fine. Let's check on Wukong first." The others nodded in agreement as Feng Zi dashed ahead towards the location where the monkey fell. Having grabbed a random outfit from a vehicle, Feng Zi retrieved her sai from the debris and slowly approached Bulma and the others. "How is Wukong?" she inquired, glancing at the unconscious form of Wukong on the ground. Worry etched on her face. Bulma glanced at son Wukong and managed a wry smile, saying, "He's asleep." With a chuckle, Feng Zi looked at son Wukong and declared, "Dinner's ready." Suddenly, son Wukong awoke from his slumber, rising and exclaiming with a wide grin, "I'm hungry. Where's the food?" Witnessing Wukong's comical expression, everyone erupted into laughter. "Hey, where are my clothes? And why does everything look so tattered?" Son Wukong scratched his head in confusion, throwing out a barrage of questions. The group exchanged glances and hastily concocted an excuse to cover up the truth of Wukong's monstrous transformation. "Bulma, is it night already?" Feng Zi remarked, noticing the sky darkening unexpectedly. Bulma, sensing an odd atmosphere, observed as bolts of lightning sliced through the sky like blades. The thunder rumbled ominously, and suddenly, a spiraling azure dragon emerged from the clouds. This dragon, adorned with scales, bore a pair of horns on its head. With long whiskers dancing in the wind, its blood-red eyes gazing down upon the earth, enveloped in an aura of mystery and sanctity. Could this be the divine dragon? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Lepin, equally awestruck, remarked, "Is this truly the divine dragon?" Zehofen looked at the divine dragon with great satisfaction. "And oh wonder you're the king of Zehofen. Such cunning!" praised Xiao and Mai. Indeed, the trio of Zehofen had not perished. Rather, while Bulma and the others were preoccupied with the monkey, they had stealthily gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Cunning? Zehofen retorted, delivering a punch to the heads of his 2 subordinates. "Humans who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, now speak your wishes, whatever your desire. I shall grant it." An eerie voice echoed across the heavens, emanating from the spiraling divine dragon above. Chapter 33. Mission accomplished. Bountiful harvest. Zehofen gazed at the divine dragon in the sky, excitement radiating from his features. Coughing a few times, he began, "Divine dragon, I wish to become the—" Just as Zehofen's words trailed off, a figure appeared before him like a specter, none other than Feng Zi, who had arrived just in time. Taken aback by the sudden appearance, Zehofen stared at Feng Zi's fierce countenance. The recollection of the monstrous actions displayed on the screen sent a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. With an icy demeanor, Feng Zi declared, "I have long wished to strike you." No sooner had she spoken than a fist loomed larger in Zehofen's vision. In the next moment, before he could utter a scream, he collapsed to the ground. "Zehofen!" Xiao and Mai gasped, their hearts pounding as they looked at the fallen figure. Feng Zi cast a glance at the two, stating, "You are guilty." Without hesitation, she unleashed a simple but powerful punch, sending both individuals flying. Feng Zi, thankfully we made it in time. Bulma and the others rushed over, exhaling in relief at the sight of Zehofen lying unconscious at that moment, the divine dragon in the sky. Seemingly endowed with human emotions, spoke in an impatient tone, "State your wishes." All present fell into a profound silence, and Bulma furrowed her brow, addressing Feng Zi and the others. "What shall we do now?" Everyone appeared to be in a quandary, uncertain about who should fulfill the wish. "Why don't we decide by playing rock, paper, scissors?" Lu Ping suggested, glancing at the silent crowd. Reluctantly, Bulma nodded in agreement, conceding, "I suppose we have no other choice." What exactly is rock, paper, scissors? And what are we trying to decide?" Feng Zi asked, bewildered by their conversation. Bulma, with a wry smile, explained it to Feng Zi. Subsequently, the group began to determine who would make a wish to the dragon using rock. "Paper, scissors." "Rock, paper, scissors," they all exclaimed in unison, displaying their hands out. Lu Ping examined everyone's hands and, astonished, exclaimed, "No way, this can't be." To his disbelief, Bulma, Peru, and Oolong, including Lu Ping, all chose paper, while only Sun Wukong and Feng Zi, the 2 novices, picked scissors. What terrible luck. "It SU too," Bulma lamented. Then, Feng Zi and Sun Wukong once again resolved to use rock, paper, scissors to determine who would make the wish, and ultimately, Feng Zi's luck prevailed, defeating Sun Wukong. "Feng Zi, your luck is just too good," the others said, filled with envy. Feng Zi chuckled and shrugged, saying, "What can I say? Perhaps my luck is simply higher." Amidst their banter, the dragon in the clouds arrogantly billowed smoke, urging them for the 3rd time, "Speak your wishes." Feng Zi stared at the dragon, and all eyes turned towards him, eager to see what this peculiar individual would wish for. "I wish to level up by 100, Feng Zi declared earnestly, appearing completely serious. Bulma interjected, "Hey, Feng Zi, think carefully. If you make such a reckless wish, you might as well let me have it." Yes, give us the opportunity." Oolong and the others chimed in. "Silence. Everyone be quiet," Feng Zi commanded coldly. The dragon paused for a moment before responding. "That wish exceeds my capabilities, thus I cannot grant it." "Oh." Feng Zi seemed to have anticipated this, reflecting internally. It appears that to grow stronger, one must rely on their own efforts. Fengzi looked up at the dragon and spoke again. Then, grant me a bouquet of fresh flowers. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison, their faces displaying surprise. They had speculated countless times, yet could never have imagined such an extraordinary wish. The dragon replied solemnly, that wish I can fulfill. After a brief pause, the dragon continued, the wish has been granted. I must take my leave. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, and a blinding light emanated from the dragon's location, illuminating the night sky. In the next moment, the dragon's form transformed into 7 beams of light, scattering across the world. Mission accomplished, rewards received. Experience 200. Acquired skills, spiral aura, acquired skill. Inch punch, acquired life skill. Medical arts. Notifications flooded Fengzi's mind, and due to the system's rewards, he leveled up from level 8 to 9. What did this signify? In terms of level conversion at a ratio of 1:6, Fengzi could now withstand monsters of at least level 54 after the golden light faded. Joy radiated from Fengzi's face. He felt his newfound power akin to a river, transforming into a vast ocean, a substantial enhancement that was undoubtedly the greatest pursuit for someone yearning for strength. Skills acquired. Spiral aura. Creates a spiral-shaped energy field that inflicts widespread damage on enemies. Skill acquired. Inch punch. Mastery of hidden force. Allowing energy to be channeled into the opponent's body through physical contact, causing internal injuries. Life skill. Medical arts. Enhanced talent in medicine. With a heightened perception of medical knowledge, skills were what Fengzi coveted most beyond leveling up, for without the application of skills during combat, it was difficult to unleash his full potential. The 3 skills granted by the system were akin to a timely boon for Fengzi, who had been lacking in techniques. Fengzi smiled, his expression radiating brilliance. It seemed refusing Bulma earlier had been the right choice, as this Dragon Ball mission had yielded bountiful rewards. Chapter 34. Friendship Hey? You idiot, wishing for flowers from the dragon. Bulma shouted loudly, as she perceived Fengzi's wish as an utter waste. Lu Ping and the others mirrored Bulma's disapproval, chastising Fengzi for not asking the dragon for something more practical. Fengzi, holding a bouquet of enchanting roses that exuded a rich fragrance, regarded the flowers. In truth, for Fengzi, any wish to the dragon was inconsequential. What he truly valued was the reward from this task, not some ethereal desire. Approaching Bulma, Fengzi offered her the bouquet, saying, didn't you want me to give you flowers? Huh. Bulma gasped, her cheeks flushing as romantic scenarios flooded her mind. Could it be that Fengzi truly had feelings for her? Clutching the flowers, she shyly replied, you fool, what I wanted was eternal youth, but I'll accept this bouquet for now. Suddenly, Bulma noticed that Fengzi was ignoring her and was instead whispering to Sun Wukong in a corner. Fengzi, do you like that kind of thing too? Sun Wukong curiously asked, looking at the flowers in Bulma's hands. Fengzi paused for a moment before responding. I gave her this to cheer her up. Who knows? It might mean fewer troubles for us in the future. Oh, Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. Fengzi, you rascal, how dare you? Bulma overheard their conversation, her expression darkening as she charged at Fengzi like a demon. Ha ha, Lu Ping, Belong, and the others laughed heartily. This journey for the Dragon Balls may not have fulfilled grand wishes, but it had certainly transformed them from strangers into friends. By the campfire, the red flames illuminated everyone's faces as Fengzi and the others sat around the firewood. In the chilly depths of night, they felt no cold. That rabbit is mine. Just let me have a bite. Sun Wukong and Fengzi seemed to have never had a moment's peace, squabbling over a roasted rabbit, as if in a brawl. Bulma chuckled and said to them, you two, stop it. When we return to West City, I'll treat you both to 100 servings of food. Bulma, I'm leaving tomorrow, Sun Wukong said slowly, halting his actions, before Bulma could respond. Fengzi interjected, where are you going? Both he and Bulma knew Sun Wukong's origins, and considering the only place he had been was the deep mountain for which he had come, it seemed he had nowhere else to go. I've made up my mind. After collecting the 7 Dragon Balls, I want to train with Master Roshi to become stronger. Sun Wukong laid out his plan. Huh. Wukong, you really want to train with that old lecher? He'll definitely lead you astray. Why not come live in West City with me? Bulma urged, feeling uneasy at the thought of Master Roshi's lewdness. Sun Wukong insisted, I must become stronger than Fengzi. So, I have to study hard at Kame House. By the way, Fengzi, why don't you come with me? Not interested. I prefer to train in my own way, Fengzi replied bluntly. Sun Wukong nodded, suddenly realizing something, and exclaimed, "Oh, what about that rabbit?" "I ate it." Fengzi wiped the grease from his mouth, grinning. Bulma, ignoring the playful banter between the two, turned to the others and said, "Leping, Wulong, you wouldn't refuse my invitation, would you? I have nowhere else to go for the time being, so let us explore West City together." Lu Ping returned, and by his side, Wulong also decided to venture to Shidu to witness the allure of the metropolis. Fengzi, what about you?" Bulma inquired. After pondering for a moment, Fengzi replied, "Then I shall join you in Shidu, but you must take responsibility for my meals and assist me in attracting monsters." The wave of silence fell upon the crowd. In their eyes, Fengzi would forever be an otherworldly presence so, aside from Goku, everyone is going to Shidu. Bulma exclaimed with delight, and all except Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Under the cover of night, the group sang songs and shared laughter, reveling in a joyful evening, united by the Dragon Balls and the profound friendship they had forged through them. Chapter 35. Job Transition. Shidu, at Bulma's residence. "Fengzi, do you never engage in training?" Bulma, noticing Fengzi's daily bouts, questioned with curiosity. Holding a colossal drink, Fengzi gulped it down and, upon hearing Bulma's inquiry, replied, "As long as there are monsters in this world, I shall continue to grow stronger." Bulma sighed helplessly. Fengzi's answer was as she had anticipated. Every time she asked him something, he would respond with nonsensical remarks to brush her off. Glancing at the calendar, a thought struck her, and she said, "Oh, by the way, just to let you know, my parents are coming back today." Fengzi nonchalantly responded with an "oh," shaking the empty drink bottle, then asked, "Where did Lu Ping and the others go?" "They went out to have some fun and will return later." Bulma replied at Fengzi, do you have no interest in anything besides fighting?" Bulma queried. Fengzi shook his head, stating, "Nothing is as engaging as fighting." "Bulma, help me move the refrigerator." "Get lost." Bulma shot him a glare. Irritated at that moment, a servant rushed over and informed Bulma, "Miss, your parents have returned." "Oh, darling little Bulma, we're back." A flamboyantly dressed woman set down her luggage and embraced Bulma. Bulma wriggled out of her mother's embrace. "Pouting, Mom, you haven't changed a bit." This woman was indeed Bulma's mother, accompanied by a middle-aged man with graying hair. "Hey, don't block the doorway. Let's go inside and talk." The middle-aged man, the president of Capsule Corporation and a world-renowned inventor, instructed. Bulma directed the servants to take care of their luggage. The trio of mother and daughters chatted as they ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Fengzi rummaged through the refrigerator, a piece of bread dangling from his mouth, presenting an image that was hardly flattering. "Who is he?" Bulma's parents, taken aback by the unfamiliar Fengzi, exclaimed. Bulma glared at Fengzi in annoyance and shouted, "Hey, Fengzi, could you stop eating? This is Fengzi, a friend of mine, a formidable fighter." Bulma introduced him once he paused. Fengzi glanced at Bulma's parents and greeted, "Hello. Wow. Handsome, would you be interested in going on a date with me?" Bulma's mother cheerfully suggested upon seeing Fengzi's face. Fengzi, puzzled, asked, "Date? What is that?" "It's where we sit together under the bright sunshine, sipping red wine and enjoying a Western meal." Before she could finish, Fengzi interrupted eagerly, "Is Western food delicious? Then let us go on a date." Bulma's father and Bulma exchanged wry smiles. A month later, Leping, Wulong, and the others watched a comedy on television, occasionally bursting into laughter. Fengzi lounged on the sofa, bored, grumbling, "Damn it, there are no monsters. If there were many bizarre people like you, it would indeed be strange." Bulma replied, her eyes glued to the screen. Fengzi glanced at the engrossed group and declared, "You all carry on. I'm off to find some monsters." Seizing the moment while their attention was diverted, Fengzi opened the refrigerator, grabbed a handful of food, and dashed downstairs. This marked his sixth time consuming all the food from the refrigerator since arriving at Bulma's home. So dull, Fengzi meandered through the expansive courtyard of Bulma's house, his gaze casually sweeping over the area until he spotted a location that seemed to be under constant surveillance. Bulma's father's laboratory. He was busy inventing a household robot, perspiring profusely from exhaustion. "Hey, Uncle, is this interesting?" A sudden voice startled Bulma's father, who was accustomed to the lab being off-limits to outsiders. He turned in shock to see Fengzi leaning over a table, observing his work with keen interest. "Fengzi, how did you get in here? Did the guards not stop you?" Bulma's father wiped the sweat from his brow. Puzzled, Fengzi pulled a bottle of drink from his clothing and handed it to Bulma's father, saying, "I was just a bit curious, so I came take a look as for those who weren't monsters, but I turned into monsters. I took care of them." Bulma's father had heard from Bulma that Fengzi was a notably violent individual, and seeing him now, he realized the truth of that claim. "Are you interested in this?" Bulma's father pointed to his ongoing project and asked Fengzi with a smile. Fengzi paused for a moment before nodding. "Then why not learn mechanical development with me?" In the next instant, a sudden notification echoed in Fengzi's mind. "You have triggered a job transition quest, obtaining the professional qualification. Mechanic, Chapter 36. Spiral Energy." A year swiftly passed. As a major metropolis on Earth, Shidu frequently attracted the attention of unsavory individuals, with incidents of varying magnitudes occurring almost daily. The blaring of police sirens echoed as a fleet of police cars came to a halt by the roadside. Bystanders paused in their tracks, drawn to the spectacle, and soon a cacophony of chatter arose. The leading officer raised his megaphone and declared, "Do not move. We are the Shidu Guard. Drop your weapons, or we will resort to force." At that moment, the doors of a luxurious jewelry store swung open, and a gang of armed robbers, upon hearing the police's warning, erupted into laughter, completely disregarding the law enforcement officers tasked with maintaining order. "If you don't want to die, clear the way," the gang leader coldly threatened, raising his submachine gun to the sky and firing in a rapid succession, demonstrating their defiance to the police. The robbers' actions incited panic among the citizens. Piercing screams reverberating through the streets. The leader of the robbers, witnessing the anticipated chaos, laughed maniacally, with his accomplices joining in the raucous mirth. Hiding behind vehicles for cover, the police exchanged glances. An older officer turned to his colleague and remarked, "What should we do? This gang has overwhelming firepower. It could endanger the citizens. Let us comply with them for now and let them pass." The responding officer replied helplessly, just as the robbers reveled in the sight of the cowardly police retreating. A flash of purple lightning darted from the crowd, swiftly heading towards the location of the robbers. "What is that?" one of the robbers exclaimed, startled as a vague figure appeared in his line of sight. Before he could process the situation, his mouth agape in shock, he collapsed to the ground. What just happened? The distant police officers, astonished, wore expressions of disbelief akin to those of the shocked robbers. The purple figure weaved through the gang, each pause resulting in the downfall of a robber, as if an elusive spirit, leaving no trace behind. "Damn it, shoot!" the gang leader bellowed, commanding the few remaining subordinates to act, blindly firing in all directions. The sound of gunfire erupted, the deadly tongues of flame sweeping across the faces of the robbers, their expressions twisted into masks of desperation. The scene erupted into chaos in an instant, with the surrounding citizens fleeing in terror. While the police were compelled to take measures to maintain a semblance of order amidst the turmoil, the robbers' actions seemed to have had an effect. No more comrades fell, and all the criminals erupted into a frenzied laughter, their submachine guns firing indiscriminately. Meanwhile, a singular purple figure lingered in place, his image vividly reflected in the eyes of both the robbers and the police. This newcomer sported a shock of purple hair, a strikingly handsome face, and piercing eyes that glinted with an otherworldly brilliance, exuding an aura of intimidation. "Damn it, it's just a kid." The leader of the robbers spat contemptuously at the ground, casting an irate glance at the purple-haired youth before commanding his subordinates. "Take aim and shoot him down." With that, the submachine gun in the robber's hand was leveled at the youth, unleashing a torrent of bullets. In an instant, smoke filled the air, and a hail of gunfire enveloped the young man, leading nearly everyone to believe that survival was impossible under such circumstances. Minutes passed, and an eerie silence descended, the atmosphere thick with a suffocating sense of dread, as both robbers and police, along with the citizens, beheld an astonishing sight. The purple-haired youth remained unscathed, even devoid of a speck of dust, while the ground was littered with smoking bullet casings. One of the robbers, attempting to fire again, was met only with the hollow sound of an empty chamber. And he gasped in horror, "Boss, we're out of bullets." A monster! This guy isn't human, the robber leader stammered, his body trembling, goosebumps rising on his skin. For the first time, he had encountered someone impervious to bullets. If one were to explain this phenomenon, it could only be described as the presence of a monster. The purple-haired youth chuckled coldly. I'm quite delighted to have encountered you today. It turns out you are the very monsters I've been searching for. No one understood what the youth meant by monsters, yet they all, like the robbers, regarded him as a creature of the extraordinary. Abruptly, the youth pointed a finger at the location of the robbers, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he uttered 5 words. Spiral energy field. Activate. Suddenly, a radiant red light erupted from his fingertip, the brilliance seeming to agitate the very air itself. And in the next moment, spiraling rings of red light manifested at the position of the robbers. The bandits first felt the ground tremble beneath them, an overwhelming pressure making their bodies feel as though they were being torn apart in agony. Subsequently, the spirals became increasingly pronounced, and the robbers could not suppress their screams of terror. Following the cries, in almost an instant, their clothing vanished without a trace, revealing numerous gory wounds on their bare bodies, which continued to bleed as they fell to the ground. The purple-haired youth laughed, a radiant and unsettling laughter that sent chills down the spines of all onlookers, ignoring the stunned expressions of everyone present. He strode directly towards the police, softly saying, "Next time, if such delightful chaos arises again, do remember to call on me." After a considerable time, when the officer regained his senses, the purple-haired youth had already disappeared into the distance. The officer picked up the nearby loudspeaker and shouted, "Your name is Feng Zi." A voice echoed from afar, and the figure of the purple-haired youth gradually faded from view at the end of the street. Chapter 37. The World's First Martial Arts Tournament. Hey, Feng Zi, where did you just go? On a bustling street, Bulma, with her long blue hair, inquired of the nearby Feng Zi. Feng Zi smiled and replied, "Oh, nothing much. I just dealt with a few monsters that you're at it again. Always getting into fights," Bulma exclaimed, exasperated. "As long as there are monsters in this world, I'll have my battles," Feng Zi replied nonchalantly. "I never would have guessed that a battle maniac like you is also a genius in mechanical studies," Bulma remarked, recalling how about a year ago, her father had rushed to her, seriousness etched on his face, declaring that Feng Zi was an exceptionally rare talent, even surpassing her own. Over the past year, Feng Zi had been tirelessly seeking monsters to level up, albeit with slow progress. Throughout the year, he had encountered nothing but low-tier monsters, not a single one exceeding level 30, which left him only at level 10. That the rest of his time was spent with Bulma's father, learning about mechanics, which had become his second interest aside from fighting. Feng Zi carried the various bags Bulma had, and the two laughed and chatted, looking very much like a couple. By the way, Feng Zi, there is something I'm sure will pique your interest. Bulma seemed to recall something, speaking to Feng Zi with a hint of mystery. Feng Zi looked at her quizzically and asked, "Could it be that dinner tonight is particularly delicious?" Bulma fell silent for a moment before explaining. "You idiot, I knew you'd only think about food or fighting. Let me tell you, do you know about the World's First Martial Arts Tournament? The World's First Martial Arts Tournament?" Feng Zi repeated, shaking his head in confusion. "It's a competition that gathers martial arts experts and fighters from around the globe, similar to the arena matches you see in entertainment venues. But the difference is that the former is merely a small-scale underground fighting event, while the latter is a grand spectacle that captures the attention of the entire world. The scale and the participants are beyond your imagination. And the champion not only earns the title of the world's best, but also receives a substantial cash prize." Feng Zi's expression brightened with excitement. "So that means there will be tons of monsters for me to fight?" "Ahem, you could put it that way," Bulma said with a wry smile. "So, when can I participate in this martial arts tournament?" Feng Zi suppressed his excitement and inquired. Bulma chuckled. "Look at you, getting impatient. The World's First Martial Arts Tournament is held once every 3 years, and this year just happens to be the time for it. I received a call from Goku yesterday. He told me he would also be participating in this tournament. Besides Goku, there is also Liu Ping, who has been training hard just to defeat you and redeem himself from the humiliation of being knocked out." Feng Zi responded with an "oh," his tone turning serious. "Bulma, I can hardly wait to join this tournament. To ensure my health before the competition, could I have a little extra food each day? Go to hell. Bulma pinched Fengzi hard, but he merely laughed. Seemingly unaffected by the pain on Papaya Island, the venue for the world's first martial arts tournament. It was also a picturesque tourist destination. Just off the plane, Fengzi and his companions scanned the bustling crowd. Searching for something. Bulma, are you sure Goku and the others are waiting for us? Lu Ping, dressed in casual attire and sporting a newly cropped hairstyle, looked wild and untamed. Bulma glanced at her watch, then replied, they should be waiting for us. I remember they were on an earlier flight than ours at O. But with so many people, where are we supposed to look? Lu Ping asked that moment. A commotion erupted from a densely packed crowd. Accompanied by piercing screams, pervert! A woman's voice rang out, as a lecherous old man bore a bright red handprint on his face. Master Roshi, Bulma, and the others couldn't help but laugh at the sight. This old lecher hadn't changed his ways. Approaching Master Roshi, Bulma greeted, long time no see, Master Roshi. Master Roshi, covering the side of his face, recognized Bulma through his sunglasses and responded warmly, it's been a while. You must be that girl named Bulma, right? In just over a year, you've become even more beautiful. And that figure, shut up, you old pervert, still as disgusting as ever be by the way. Where's Goku? Bulma scolded indignantly. Noticing Goku was missing the tea and Krillin went to the restroom. They'll be back soon. Just as Master Roshi finished speaking, Goku and a bald boy came running towards them from a distance. Hey Bulma, Fengzi, Lu Ping. Goku shouted joyfully, and smiles spread across the faces of Bulma and her companions. Fengzi's gaze fixated on the number displayed above Goku's head. Stunned. The reason was clear. Goku's level was a staggering 55. And the bald boy beside him had also reached level 41. Fengzi, what's wrong with you? As Bulma gazed ahead in a daze, Fengzi, noticing her distraction, expressed concern, coming back to her senses. Fengzi replied, it's nothing. Yet a thought surged within her. Could it be that cultivation, much like battling monsters, could yield experience points and facilitate leveling up? Initially, Fengzi had been astonished to witness Lu Ping's continuous rise in rank. From a mere 20-something to an impressive 30-3 at first, she had dismissed it, but now, observing Sun Wukong before her, a realization dawned. Perhaps the true path lay in the fusion of cultivation and combat. Chapter 38. The preliminary round, the turtle sage gestured towards a bald youth, introducing him. This lad, along with Wukong, is my disciple. His name is Krillin. Krillin bowed politely and greeted, hello everyone. I am Krillin. I look forward to your guidance. Hello, I'm Lu Ping. I am Fengzi. Bulma scanned the group and continued. Now that everyone is present, let us proceed to register for the competition. Wait, there's one more person yet to arrive. The turtle sage interjected that moment. A woman with long black hair jogged towards them from a distance. It must be said, her beauty rivaled that of Bulma. At first glance, she exuded a gentle, delicate charm. This enchanting lady was named Lang Chi. The turtle sage chuckled as he introduced her. Lang Chi greeted everyone softly. Greetings, everyone. Old pervert, where did you find this beauty? Bulma glared at the turtle sage. Reproaching him, the turtle sage, with a wry smile, replied, you are only seeing the surface. You have yet to grasp the essence. As he spoke, Krillin nodded in agreement, as if to suggest that this Lang Chi was an exceedingly dangerous woman. The registration area was located within a grand temple on Papaya Island. Two staff members sat at a conspicuous entrance, while a long line of hopeful contestants formed before them, bustling with at least several hundred eager participants awaiting their turn. After nearly half an hour, Fengzi and her companions finally approached the front. Please fill out this form, the staff member monotonously instructed, pulling a sheet of paper from a drawer and handing it to Fengzi. Having participated in previous tournaments, Fengzi was well acquainted with the process. She swiftly documented her background and presented it to the staff. Suddenly, Fengzi felt an ominous aura enveloping her, furrowing her brow. She turned to locate the source of the menacing energy. There, in the corner, stood a muscular man, his upper body bare and radiating an intimidating presence with every movement, glaring at her with palpable hatred. This man, filled with animosity was none other than the founder of the eight-handed fist, Chopa Wong, whom Feng Zi had defeated in the past. With a faint smile, she returned Chopa Wong a cold stare. Unlike before, although Chopa Wong had also leveled up by 3 ranks, Feng Zi's current prowess rendered him insignificant in her eyes. After several hours of procedures, Feng Zi and her companions gathered in the inner hall of the martial arts tournament. The hall was spacious, spanning several hundred meters, and the competitors were a colorful array of peculiarities. There were foreigners sporting boxing gloves, towering muscle-bound men, and even dinosaurs vying for a spot in the contest. Wukong, I hope we get to face off in the competition, Feng Zi stated earnestly. Son Wukong, brimming with excitement, replied, yes, I will show you the results of my training with Master Rashi. Krillin, standing beside Wukong, pulled him aside to whisper, is this Feng Zi the formidable warrior you mentioned? Indeed, she is very powerful, Wukong affirmed, recalling Feng Zi's prowess during their adventures in the Dragon Ball universe. Unbeknownst to them, the ever-fighting Wukong had come to regard Feng Zi as a target worth pursuing. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Over 100 contestants had arrived nationwide, but only 8 would advance to the finals. The preliminary rounds began, and everyone started drawing lots for their matchups. Number 93, Wukong. What about you? Krillin enthusiastically inquired after drawing his lot. Son Wukong unfolded his folded paper and exclaimed, I am number 70. Huh. You two are in the same bracket. Liu Ping chimed in upon overhearing their conversation. What? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief, fully aware that if he were to face Son Wukong, defeat was all but assured. Liu Ping clarified, did you not know? After the draw, contestants are divided into 4 brackets for their matches. And you and Wukong are likely to become opponents, huh? Krillin, did you hear? We might meet in battle. Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Krillin, with a forlorn expression, replied, what terrible luck, at that moment. Wukong seemed to have an epiphany and rushed over to Feng Zi, asking, Feng Zi, what number are you? Number 44, she replied succinctly. Just then, an elderly voice interjected, young man, that number is rather inauspicious. Both Wukong and Feng Zi turned to the source of the voice, revealing an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire. With blue short hair and wrinkles betraying his age, Feng Zi gazed incredulously at the elderly figure, recognizing him as the disguised turtle sage. Could it be that this level 70 boss, whom she had longed to battle, had come to participate in the tournament? Excuse me, sir, who are you? Wukong queried, oblivious to the turtle sage's true identity. The turtle sage scratched his head and chuckled. My name is Chung Long, and I'm a contestant in the martial arts tournament. I eagerly anticipate our match. Feng Zi, with palpable excitement, addressed Chung Long. I look forward to facing you. Chung Long regarded her with a knowing gaze, then fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Once his laughter subsided, his expression turned serious, and he spoke in a calm tone. Youngster, there's always a higher mountain. Then I shall obliterate that mountain, Feng Zi retorted directly. Chapter 39, a free-for-all for all ages. The preliminary rounds were in full swing, with a cacophony of cheers and the clamor of fierce battles filling the in this charged atmosphere. Many contestants eagerly rubbed their fists, observing the combat details of their upcoming opponents. Contestant number 44, please proceed to ring number 2 for the preliminary match. The announcement echoed through the hall, and Feng Zi's eyes gleamed with anticipation. She could hardly wait to ascend the stage to confront her foe. Clenching her fists, she casually informed Wukong and the others, I shall go compete now. With that, she strode confidently towards the designated ring. With a graceful leap, Feng Zi ascended the half-meter-high platform. However, upon laying eyes on her preliminary opponent, she found herself momentarily stunned. Contrary to her expectations, her adversary was not a brawny figure, but a delicate young girl. This girl possessed a sweet visage, fair skin, rosy lips, and a petite frame, embodying a charming cuteness that typically disarmed any inclination to strike her. Hello, I am contestant number 43, Lan Feng, that I look forward to your guidance. The gentle and poised girl greeted Feng Zi. Upon glancing at Lan Feng's level, which was a mere 15, Feng Zi couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Acknowledging the girl's greeting, Feng Zi replied coolly, I will keep an eye on you. Lan Fong, gazing at the purple-haired youth before her, thought to herself, "Soon, I shall enchant you to the point where you won't even have the opportunity to retaliate." At that moment, the referee overseeing the match blew the whistle to signal the start. The young girl, Lan Fong, surged forward with a fierce sprint, executing a high kick aimed at Feng Zi's face. However, Feng Zi remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Instead, she calmly raised her right hand and, before Lan Fong could react, seized her leg with a swift motion. Locking eyes with the formidable Feng Zi, Lan Fong realized that her opponent was not someone to be trifled with. In this precarious situation, Lan Fong suddenly flashed a coy smile and said, "Handsome, if you let me go, I will agree to a date with you after the match." "Not interested," Feng Zi replied dismissively. Feng Zi responded coldly, raising a fist and delivering a resounding blow to Lan Fong's face. The audience erupted in a cacophony of curses, condemning Feng Zi for his lack of compassion, asserting that had they been in his position, they would never resort to such brutality. Lan Fong covered her injured face, cursing Feng Zi in her mind countless times, forcing herself to maintain a facade of calm and managed a strained smile. Saying, "Handsome, would you like to see me in my undress?" A hush fell over the stage and audience alike, and, after a moment, the crowd began to chant, "Undress, undress." Feng Zi, perplexed by what was so captivating about undressing, retorted, "If you don't make a move soon, I shall commence my attack." "Don't rush, handsome. I'm about to comply," Lan Fong replied, disregarding Feng Zi's words in a stunning display. She actually removed her clothing, leaving the audience envious of Feng Zi, each harboring the thought of how wonderful it would be to be her opponent. "Ah, what an exquisite figure!" exclaimed Jackie Chan, his eyes wide with admiration as he leered at Lan Fong's exposed form. Beside him, Sun Wukong inquired curiously, "Is being bare really so appealing?" "You wouldn't understand. As men, it is our innate gift to appreciate the beauty of women." Both Krillin and Jackie Chan shared the same lustful gaze toward Lan Fong on the stage. Feng Zi, upon observing Lan Fong, now clad only in a bra, found himself momentarily entranced, not out of desire, but because he recalled Bulma, remembering how she too had once been exposed before him. Seizing this moment of distraction, Lan Fong dashed toward Feng Zi and launched another attack. Before the audience could fully appreciate Lan Fong's stunning physique, she delivered a merciless kick with all her might aimed at Feng Zi's groin. A piercing scream rang out, but it was not Feng Zi who cried out. It was Lan Fong, who believed her seductive ploy had succeeded. Feng Zi, sensing the imminent threat, reacted with lightning speed, vanishing from Lan Fong's line of sight. In the next instant, when Feng Zi reappeared, he was behind Lan Fong, ignoring the astonished gasps from the crowd as he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon her. Lan Fong collapsed to the ground, yet remained conscious. Feng Zi coldly regarded the exposed Lan Fong, positioning his foot above her chest before delivering a brutal stomp, causing blood to trickle from her mouth. Unable to withstand the force, Lan Fong succumbed to unconsciousness. "Goodness, this fellow is ruthless. Could this purple-haired man be a madman? How can he strike like that? Is he even a man?" The crowd erupted in renewed protests against Feng Zi. As he descended from the stage, both Krillin and Jackie Chan regarded him with peculiar expressions. "Have I done something wrong?" Feng Zi pondered aloud. Chapter 40. The Top 8 Wukong. "Could this Feng Zi be your long-lost brother?" Krillin whispered to Sun Wukong, casting a glance at Feng Zi. Sun Wukong replied with confusion, "I have no brother. While he often competes with me for food, I find Feng Zi to be quite amiable." "These two are truly incomprehensible beings," Krillin muttered under his breath, while Jackie Chan burst into laughter, as though he had heard something amusing. The preliminary rounds continued, with each defeat leading to merciless elimination. Following Feng Zi's ascent to the stage, Sun Wukong and the others sequentially vanquished their opponents, each doing so with a single move. "All right, contestants, the top 8 have now been determined. Please come forward to draw lots, which will decide your opponents and the order of matches," declared a man in sunglasses, dressed in a suit, holding a microphone. Feng Zi and the others exchanged glances and approached without hesitation. Upon reaching the man in sunglasses, they found themselves among 8 competitors. Feng Zi smiled at Sun Wukong, saying, "It seems that half of the so-called top 8 are familiar faces. Indeed, it's you and me, plus Krillin and Lu Ping, and that gentleman named Jackie Chan. Sun Wukong replied with a grin as he surveyed the other contenders. Hey, Wukong, I didn't expect that old man to be so formidable, Krillin remarked, pointing at Jackie Chan's son. Wukong responded, I can sense that among the contestants. Aside from Feng Zi, this old gentleman is the strongest. The man in sunglasses cleared his throat, interrupting their conversation, and stated, Contestants, please draw lots in an orderly fashion. Once the drawing concluded, the eyes of the 8 competitors were immediately drawn to the matchup chart affixed to the wall. What? No way. Krillin gasped as he saw that his opponent was none other than Sun Wukong, his expression darkening. The match sequence for this martial arts tournament was clearly displayed. 1. Jackie Chan, 2. Lu Ping, 3. Sun Wukong, 4. Krillin, 5. Feng Zi, 6. King Choppa, 7. Nam, 8. Babatu. It's over. My opponent is Wukong, Krillin despaired, recalling Sun Wukong's extraordinary prowess during their training sessions. Chilling gaze intersected with Feng Zi's as the menacing King Choppa sneered. I shall be here to wash away the humiliation of years past. I look forward to it, Feng Zi replied, narrowing his eyes, his expression remaining placid as he smiled faintly. In the restaurant of the martial arts tournament, this is mine, darn it, Feng Zi, you still owe me 3 chicken legs. Wait until I've finished eating, then I'll repay you. Bulma and Master Roshi observed the scene before them, at a loss for words. Can you all just stop the bickering and eat in peace? Bulma scolded loudly. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong continued their food tussle unabated, prompting Bulma to smile wryly. Let us not mind those two for now. Let us celebrate our success in reaching the top 8. Master Lu Ping is indeed impressive. Palu quickly complimented Lu Ping. Lu Ping scratched his head, blushing as he replied, If my opponent had been Feng Zi, I would surely have been eliminated. That indicates your luck is quite high. Feng Zi remarked without lifting his gaze, chewing on food as he spoke indistinctly. Lu Ping chuckled awkwardly, while Bulma interjected. Feng Zi, in this martial arts tournament, the competition for 1st and 2nd place will undoubtedly be between you and Wukong. Perhaps, Feng Zi replied nonchalantly, casting a casual glance at Master Roshi. Sensing Feng Zi's unusual attention, Master Roshi coughed a few times and said, Feng Zi, your opponent is the champion of the last martial arts tournament. Are you not the least bit concerned? Oh, that fellow. I faced him a year ago. He was just a source of experience points. Feng Zi spoke the truth, yet to Krillin and the others, it sounded somewhat arrogant. Bulma added, Indeed, that King Choppa was defeated by Feng Zi a year ago, so there is no need for concern. Speaking of which, Wukong, it's unfortunate that you and Krillin ended up in the same bracket. Indeed, to be pitted against this monster is truly unfortunate, Krillin lamented, glancing at Sun Wukong, who was still engaged in a food skirmish with Feng Zi. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of ringing bells echoed in their ears. Bulma stood up and announced, The martial arts tournament is about to commence. We should secure good seats to watch the matches, agreed. Along and the others replied. However, as everyone rose to leave, they noticed that Feng Zi and Sun Wukong were still engrossed in their meal. Let us hurry, we'll miss the matches, Bulma urged, pulling the reluctant duo along. Boss, may I have another gigantic hamburger to go, please? Before Feng Zi could finish a sentence, Bulma covered his mouth with her hand. The group hurried toward the martial arts tournament venue, while the restaurant owner instructed the staff to clear the mountains of plates and bowls left on the table. Suddenly, the restaurant owner seemed to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically as he rushed after Feng Zi and the others, shouting, You haven't paid your bill. Chapter 41. The Battle of Dragons and Tigers, the first martial arts tournament, renowned as the pinnacle of martial prowess, is organized by affluent patrons seeking to determine who reigns as the foremost master of martial arts in the world, with the champion reaping substantial monetary rewards. Naturally, the competitors hail from all corners of the globe, each believing themselves to be a master, resulting in a veritable congregation of elite fighters. The host venue, Papaya Island, located in the southern hemisphere of the Earth, stands in stark contrast to the temperate climate of the western capital, as its sweltering heat evokes an inexplicable irritability. The sun, unrelenting, radiates boundless warmth and brilliance, bathing the earth in light that sustains human life. Despite the oppressive heat, it does little to deter the eager footsteps and expectant faces of the throngs gathered here. Residents from around the world converge upon Papaya Island, igniting a fervor that transforms the ancient isle into a bustling epicenter. Crowds surge through the narrow streets, flowing like torrents, while the already congested thoroughfares become utterly gridlocked, leaving drivers trapped in their vehicles, cursing in frustration. May 1st is a date worthy of commemoration, for on this day, the triennial first martial arts tournament officially commences on Papaya Island. The competition is set to unfold in an expansive outdoor arena positioned at the heart of the island, where the ample space and densely packed seating arrangements provide an ideal setting for the fierce battles to come. In a mere 3 months of hurried preparations, the once vacant grassy expanse has been transformed into a grand arena, featuring a stage measuring 100 meters in both length and width. Constructed from reinforced concrete, the stage stands 1 meter high, with 5 accessible steps on all sides leading to the battleground where the top 8 contenders will clash. Tickets for the event had long since sold out 2 months prior, and eager spectators from various nations flood into the venue an hour ahead of the competition, resulting in a packed audience that renders the seating area nearly inaccessible. "My, what a crowd!" exclaimed Wulong, as he and his companions pushed their way into the center of the arena, confronted by a sea of spectators that filled their line of sight. "What are we going to do now?" Bulma fretted. "There are so many people. We want to be able to secure a good seat. As if by fate, a child passed by them, her plush hat brushing against Longqi's nose. Achoo! Longqi involuntarily sneezed. And in that moment, her previously jet-black hair transformed into a striking golden hue. Her demeanor shifted from gentle to fierce, reminiscent of a pure girl morphing into a rebellious young woman. "Everyone get out of my way," Longqi commanded, disregarding the astonished expressions of Bulma and the others, as she produced a powerful submachine gun seemingly from thin air. Raising her firearm skyward, she unleashed a barrage of shots, the rapid tat-tat-tat, echoing through the arena, prompting the surrounding audience to part like the Red Sea, allowing Longqi and her companions to advance. Gasps and whispers filled the air as onlookers pointed in astonishment. Bulma and her friends, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly followed Longqi as she made her way toward the stands. At long last, the tournament was on the verge of commencing. That a male host, distinguished by his neatly groomed hair and a pair of prominent black mustaches adorning his lips, stepped onto the central stage, gripping a wireless microphone. As he surveyed the packed arena, his face flushed with excitement, he addressed the audience with fervor. "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for, the first martial arts tournament, has officially begun." Instantly, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of enthusiastic cheers, their collective voices resonating like a thunderous wave, enveloping the expansive venue in an atmosphere akin to that of a raging furnace, intensifying the already stifling heat of Papaya Island. The opening match was set to feature the seasoned veteran, Chung Long, against the youthful and vibrant Lu Ping. The host, his voice tinged with excitement, proclaimed, "Chung Long and Lu Ping are about to face off. Let the battle commence." Chung Long and Lu Ping, both growing impatient in the designated waiting area, stepped forward in unison toward the wide stage. Thunderous applause reverberated around them, as Lu Ping turned to Chung Long and remarked, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." "Yes, that's so." Perhaps," Chung Long replied with a glint of mischief in his eyes, quickly masking his words with laughter. Upon reaching the center of the arena, the host eagerly introduced them. "To my left is Chung Long, the eldest among the top 8 contenders. Do not be deceived by his age. He possesses remarkable strength and skill. On my right is Mr. Lu Ping, whose athletic physique and exceptional fighting technique are sure to impress. Prepare yourselves for an exhilarating match." As the host's words crescendoed, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, applause, and the clinking of soda cans echoing throughout the venue, creating an energetic ambience palpable even to the soon-to-be combatants, Chung Long and Lu Ping. Observing their readiness, the host declared, "Let the match begin." Chapter 42. Lu Ping's elimination with a resounding call to arms. The battle between Chung Long and Lu Ping erupted, the two fighters colliding with the swiftness of a whirlwind. The sound of fists and feet connecting echoed, and Lu Ping's face registered a flicker of astonishment. This elder, Chung Long, matched his speed, compelling Lu Ping to reevaluate the true strength of his opponent. Remarkable! Chung Long and Lu Ping have engaged, but their movements are so rapid that I can hardly keep up. The host exclaimed, enthralled by the unfolding spectacle. Lu Ping's fists carved dazzling arcs through the air, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, as he launched a series of aggressive strikes, seeking to force Chung Long out of the ring. Yet Chung Long, elusive as a shadow, deftly evaded Lu Ping's relentless onslaught, their duel unfolding flawlessly before the captivated audience. The arena resonated with boisterous cheers, male spectators rallying behind Chung Long, while the females favored the youthful charm of Lu Ping, igniting a spirited rivalry among the crowd that rivaled the intensity of the battle itself. How is Lu Ping struggling against an old man like that? Bulma lamented, watching the standoff unfold. Wulong, with an air of understanding, remarked he likely hasn't devoted himself to training, too distracted by thoughts of girls, thus leaving him in such a precarious position to go. Lu Ping, cheered Polu, Lu Ping's earliest companion, undeterred by Bulma's commentary, fervently voicing his support. On the stage, Lu Ping wiped the sweat from his brow, having shed his earlier underestimation of the match. Now, he approached the fight with the utmost seriousness, recognizing that this elder was far more formidable than he initially appeared. Chung Long smiled at Lu Ping and said, "Young man, your skills are commendable, but your arrogance is your downfall." That Lu Ping, feeling somewhat flustered, retorted, "Is that so? Allow me to show you my ultimate technique. Wolf Fong Fist." Meanwhile, Feng Zi and the others, observing from the waiting area, were captivated by the fierce battle unfolding before them. "This old man is impressive. I would love to spar with him," Sun Wukong exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Feng Zi narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixated on Chung Long. He remarked coolly, "That old man is holding back. Otherwise, Lu Ping wouldn't last a single round." "Really? I didn't realize he was that formidable." Krillin pondered, confusion evident on his face. Feng Zi shot Krillin a dispassionate glance and bluntly stated, "That's because you're too weak." Krillin, caught off guard, realized that he had learned from Sun Wukong that Feng Zi had a notoriously short temper, and provoking him could result in a swift punch. Lu Ping, adopting the stance reminiscent of Feng Zi's signature move, prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, the Wolf Fong Fist. In an instant, the individual seemed to transform into a wild wolf, exuding an aura of untamed ferocity. The air was thick with a suffocating sense of murderous intent, capturing the attention of every spectator in the audience. Standing still, a faint smile graced the corners of Jackie Chan's mouth as he observed Lu Ping with keen interest. At that moment, Lu Ping was seen making rapid movements with his hands through the air, and in the blink of an eye, before the audience could react, he surged forward like a swift wolf on the hunt. Lu Ping advanced towards Jackie Chan with remarkable speed, leaving everyone wondering whether his ultimate technique could possibly defeat Jackie. The host's commentary abruptly halted, and a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. In a flash, as their figures intertwined, Jackie Chan delivered a powerful kick that sent the off-balance Lu Ping sprawling out of the ring. The outcome was revealed in the briefest of breaths. Unbelievable. Jackie Chan had triumphed over Lu Ping with just a single kick. The host exclaimed in astonishment, and after a moment of silence, the arena erupted in applause and cheers for Jackie Chan, providing a visual feast for those who had just witnessed the thrilling spectacle. How astonishing! That old man managed to deliver 3 kicks in a single second. Sun Wukong remarked in awe. Feng Zi nodded in agreement, saying, "Lu Ping truly has no memory. I warned him that his flaw lay in his footing, yet he has shown no improvement." However, that old man could discern his weakness and landed all 3 kicks on Lu Ping's ankle with terrifying speed. Klein, listening to the exchange between Sun Wukong and Feng Zi, was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how Lu Ping was instantaneously defeated by Jackie Chan. "Right, Klein, our next match is between you and me," Sun Wukong said cheerfully to Klein. Klein responded with a bitter smile. "Damn it, to face someone as monstrous as you, I confess I have no confidence at all." That moment, Feng Zi suddenly patted Klein on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Haha, if your opponent were me, I would certainly look out for you." Upon reflection, Klein thought that perhaps it was a privilege not to face someone as formidable as Feng Zi. Chapter 43. Feng-Zi is about to enter the ring after a 10-minute intermission. It was finally time for Sun Wukong and Klein, the two fellow disciples, to take the stage. In the audience, Bulma turned to Oolong and said, "I remember this match is supposed to be between Wukong and that bald-headed Klein." "Yes, I believe Wukong will emerge victorious," Oolong asserted confidently. Bulma replied with a smile, "I didn't expect that Lu Ping would be eliminated by an old man. I wonder if Wukong and Feng-Zi will encounter each other in the semifinals." Next up, we have contestant Sun Wukong facing off against contestant Klein. The host announced loudly into the microphone, urging the audience to welcome the competitors with the warmest applause. The excitement in the male host's voice was palpable as Wukong, brimming with confidence, and the shy Klein stepped onto the stage amidst the audience's enthusiastic applause. "What? Two little kids," someone exclaimed. "That bald-headed one is so cute. Did you see? That guy named Sun Wukong has a tail." A chorus of murmurs erupted in the audience, casting doubts on the abilities of the two contenders. The host continued, "Do not underestimate contestants Sun Wukong and Klein. Although they are young, they are both disciples of the legendary martial arts god, Master Wu Tian." In an instant, all skepticism dissipated as the crowd came to a realization. These two youths were indeed apprentices of the martial arts god. "Wukong, are you not nervous?" Klein asked curiously, noticing Wukong's calm demeanor. Sun Wukong replied with a grin, "I'm thrilled to be able to spar with Klein." The host, seemingly hearing Wukong's words, exclaimed to the audience, "Well, since contestant Sun Wukong can hardly contain his excitement, I declare the match begins." Sun Wukong bent down, assuming the signature stance of the Turtle School, while Klein mirrored his position, both being from the same school, perhaps making this match all the more captivating. With a swift movement, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, rapidly closing in on Klein. As Sun Wukong held the initiative, Klein was forced into a defensive stance. The two fighters exchanged blows, their movements creating a blur in the air, even surpassing the thrilling encounter between Lu Ping and Jackie Chan on the stage. Their indistinct figures became the center of the audience's attention. Though their styles were not overly flamboyant, the balance of offense and defense displayed by both was extraordinary in terms of speed and technique. Perhaps due to their shared training, both Sun Wukong and Klein fought with utmost caution. The audience watched in wide-eyed amazement until, at last, a wave of cheers erupted. "Go, Wukong! Go, little bald guy!" With a side punch, Sun Wukong's strike collided with Klein's leg, both being pushed back from the force of the impact, each regaining their footing after retreating several meters. "Hee, Klein, I'm about to attack." With that, Sun Wukong unleashed his speed to the maximum, leaving behind a doppelganger in his place. Before Klein could register what was happening, he found himself surrounded by multiple figures of Sun Wukong, a shocking sight that sent ripples through the crowd. "Oh my! This is unbelievable!" The audience gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. Did everyone see that? There are so many Sun Wukong contestants on the stage. The host, at a loss for words to describe the bizarre situation, could only provide a hasty explanation amidst the chaos. In the resting area, behind the screen, Jackie Chan smiled with satisfaction, observing, "I wonder when Wukong managed to master the illusionary shadow fist." With a swift jab, Klein shattered one of the illusions. However, at that very moment, a chilling sound sliced through the air as Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, appearing beside Klein with remarkable agility. Only Jackie Chan and Feng-Zi were able to witness Wukong's rapid movements. With a powerful elbow strike, Sun Wukong landed a hit squarely on Klein's vulnerable back. Cough! Klein stumbled forward several meters, a sharp pain radiating from his back, gazing at the lingering illusions of Sun Wukong. Klein calculated, when did Wukong acquire such a shameless technique? I must find his flaw. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Klein's mind, and in an instant, he began to maneuver around the ring, attempting to evade Sun Wukong's detection. The audience couldn't help but scoff at Klein's strategy, wondering how long it would take to determine a victor if he continued to hide. "Klein, you have lost," Sun Wukong's voice suddenly rang in Klein's ear. At that moment, Klein realized he had made a foolish move, positioning himself precariously at the edge of the ring. Oh no. As Klein attempted to react, he saw Sun Wukong's figure appear before him like a phantom. With a mischievous grin, Sun Wukong shoved Klein off the stage. Truly a spectacular match. Congratulations to contestant Sun Wukong for his victory. The host adjusted his glasses and announced loudly into the microphone. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, Wukong is indeed impressive. It's now Feng Zi's turn to take the stage. I hope Feng Zi's opponent will be strong enough, Oolong replied. Why? Bulma inquired if the opponent is too weak. They'll just be at the mercy of that guy. Oolong shuddered at the thought of Feng Zi's mercilessness. Bulma nodded in agreement with a wry smile, saying, let us hope Feng Zi doesn't do anything outrageous. Chapter 44. I have great affection for you. The martial arts tournament continued with fervor, the audience never seeming to quiet down. During the brief intermission, the host did his best to keep the atmosphere lively. It's our turn now. A voice filled with malice echoed in the air. Feng Zi's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, while beside him, the fearsome King Chopa radiated an almost imperceptible aura of menace. Feng Zi smiled calmly and softly said, let us proceed, my dear monster. Having spoken, disregarding the increasingly grim expression of Mr. Chopa, Feng Zi proceeded with measured steps directly towards the arena. The male host glanced at his watch, and with an impassioned tone addressed the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the next competitors. After a brief pause, as the cacophony of the crowd began to subside, he proclaimed with a booming voice, the two contenders about to compete are nothing short of extraordinary. One is the reigning champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament, the esteemed Mr. Chopa, founder of the Eight Hands Fist style. The other contender is equally remarkable. It is said he has previously defeated Mr. Chopa. He is none other than Feng Zi. What kind of sparks will fly in this fateful clash between these two rivals? Let us await the spectacle. What? Chopa. He is indeed a formidable master. Who exactly is this Feng Zi that he has managed to defeat Chopa? Feng Zi. That name sounds quite familiar. A chorus of murmurs erupted. With the audience increasingly curious about Feng Zi's identity, their anticipation for the match intensifying. Feng Zi, go for it. If you win, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Bulma, occupying the front row, stood up, shedding any semblance of a wealthy lady's poise, and shouted loudly, to the enthusiastic applause of the audience. Feng Zi and Chopa ascended the stage side by side. Under the sunlight, Feng Zi's striking purple hair shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance. Perhaps due to the length of his forelocks, his sharp eyes had been concealed until a gentle breeze revealed them. You must be Feng Zi. Am I correct? Today, I shall teach you a lesson with my fists, and cleanse the shame of years past. Chopa declared fiercely, his elevated voice conveying a palpable hostility that resonated throughout the arena. Feng Zi smiled faintly, his calm voice resonating across the crowd without a hint of anger. I hold you in high regard. As a monster, you exhibit such determination. How dare you mock me? Chopa roared, and without waiting for the host to declare the match's commencement, he lunged forward like an enraged lion. Go for it. The audience erupted in unprecedented cheers, as if they had discovered a new world. Feng Zi remained rooted in place, a serene smile adorning his face, resembling a statue of a smiling Buddha. As Chopa closed the distance, his speed was impressive, yet it paled in comparison to the likes of Sun Wukong and Krillin. In an instant, both competitors unleashed their strikes simultaneously, their fists colliding. The audience was left in stunned silence, mouths agape, as the earlier clamor ceased abruptly, replaced by an eerie quiet. Then, as if severed from its string, Chopa was sent hurtling backwards. What an unexpected turn! In the moment of their clash, Chopa has been knocked back after a few seconds of stunned silence. The host regained his composure, speaking into the microphone with astonishment. Thunderous applause and screams erupted, as those who had earlier predicted Chopa's victory fell silent, now rallying behind Feng Zi. Feng Zi sighed. The outcome was entirely within his expectations. Chopa was simply too weak. In times past, Chopa might have posed a significant challenge, but now, Feng Zi was several times stronger, a stark contrast akin to that between a youth and an elder. This is impossible. Chopa struggled to rise from the edge of the stage. The memory of their encounter lingered in his mind. Both had executed simple, direct punches, yet as their fists met, he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, propelling him backward uncontrollably. Feng Zi approached him slowly. coldly stating, "You have greatly disappointed me. What have I trained so desperately for, if not to defeat you?" Xiaopa's eyes were bloodshot, embodying a beast driven to madness as he roared. His aura swelled as he bellowed. Eight Hands' fist, mysterious. In the next moment, his muscles visibly bulged, his fists moving with unprecedented speed, the sound of air bursting ringing out as 8 arms emerged from his sides, creating a stunning visual impact. The audience, transfixed, gasped in awe. The sheer spectacle of the match had rendered their senses numb. Yet the sight of the 8 Hands' fist being unleashed left them in a state of shock. Chapter 45. Victory. Xiaopa's punching speed had evidently improved since last year. But his opponent, Feng Zi, had ascended to an entirely new level. Feng Zi felt the air tremble and narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on Xiaopa's movements. Die. Xiaopa's 8 Hands' fist struck like a menacing octopus, propelled by rage and vengeance, charging towards Feng Zi's position. The male host, captivated by the match's intensity, nonetheless remained committed to his duties, narrating, "Look, Xiaopa has 8 arms. This is simply astonishing. He truly lives up to the title of the world's greatest martial artist." Xiaopa's 8 arms transformed between fists and palms, relentlessly assaulting Feng Zi in the face of the fierce winds. Feng Zi's previously calm expression morphed into one of fierce determination. His eyes widened, and he clearly articulated 3 words: 8 Hands' fist. In the next moment, an even more surreal spectacle unfolded. Feng Zi leaned back, and in the blink of an eye, to the astonished gazes of the audience, he manifested 8 arms identical to Xiaopa's. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists colliding filled the air as Feng Zi and Xiaopa engaged in a close-quarters brawl, both ignoring their pain to maintain the 8 Hands' fist stance. Incredible. Feng Zi has mastered Xiaopa's signature move. Who among them will emerge superior? The host shouted hoarsely into the microphone as Xiaopa attacked. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "You've stolen my 8 Hands' fist?" "Ha! You are mistaken," Feng Zi retorted with a smirk, his tone and expression betraying no sign of the battle he was engaged in. Xiaopa's emotions became increasingly difficult to contain. He abandoned defense entirely, channeling all his explosive power into his fists. Bellowing, "You insolent fool!" The dense flurry of punches rained down upon Feng Zi. Feng Zi's expression shifted, coldly declaring, "Second stage, 8 Hands' fist." In an instant, his fist transformed into a barrage, an overwhelming number of them flooding Xiaopa's vision, sealing off any exposed vulnerabilities in the next heartbeat. Amidst the audience's gasps and the sound of fists cutting through the air, Xiaopa was engulfed by a deluge of strikes. The anguished cries of Xiaopa echoed, akin to a punching bag being mercilessly pounded. Feng Zi's punching speed had reached its zenith, creating a visual spectacle that surpassed the very concept of 8 Hands' fist. To describe the scene. It was reminiscent of Luffy's technique from One Piece. Gatling gun. This Feng Zi is truly formidable. Krillin marveled from the sidelines, his expression a mix of envy, jealousy, and even fear. Sun Wukong observed the battle intently, nodding in agreement. Feng Zi's punches are incredibly swift, akin to my afterimage fist. Indeed, this young man named Feng Zi displays remarkable prowess, though his temperament leaves something to be desired, Jackie Chan added, furrowing his brow. The audience erupted into a frenzy, the atmosphere charged with excitement, as the match unfolded in a one-sided manner. Exactly the scenario they had hoped to witness. Feng Zi took a deep breath, surveying the prostrate figure of Xiaopa. A cruel smile gracing his lips. Lying in the center of the stage, Xiaopa was a vision of bruises and injuries, as if on the brink of death. It was astonishing. Xiaopa stood no chance against Feng Zi. The host wiped the sweat from his brow, leaning closer to the stage, his voice trembling as he spoke. The audience, led by Bulma and others, erupted into wild chants. Feng Zi, madman! Feng Zi, madman! The host grasped the microphone tightly and exclaimed fervently, "According to the rules of the competition, I will commence a countdown from 10. If competitor Kiapawang does not rise by the end, victory shall belong to competitor Feng Zi. 9, 8, 1. As the countdown concluded, in a turn of events that surprised no one. Under Feng Zi's relentless assault, although Kiapawang remained conscious, he found it exceedingly difficult to stand. The host directed the microphone towards the audience and declared loudly, "Fengzi is the victor." The applause and cheers resonated deafeningly, as the audience reveled in a jubilant atmosphere, unwittingly placing their trust in Fengzi. Yet, Fengzi remained impassive, suddenly addressing the host. Wait, that he strode purposefully towards Qiapo Wang's position, prompting curiosity among the onlookers about his intentions. Surely, Fengzi must be seeking to assist his fallen opponent, Qiapo Wang, a testament to genuine camaraderie. Suddenly, the host faltered, regret washing over him for his earlier proclamation. Amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, Fengzi delivered a swift kick to Qiapo Wang's chest. Though the force was not overwhelming, it rendered the already injured Qiapo Wang unconscious. "If you aren't fainting, then I shall be disappointed," Fengzi murmured apologetically towards Qiapo Wang's sprawled form. The host and the audience alike were left speechless, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 46. Semifinals Clash. Upon returning to the resting area, Clin and the others bombarded Fengzi with their questions. He offered vague responses to a few queries, his gaze shifting to Sun Wukong. Before smiling and asking, "Are you ready, Wukong?" "Yes," Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically, proclaiming, "At last, I can face you in battle," as Sun Wukong stated. Based on the draw, he and Fengzi were in the same group, meaning their upcoming semifinal would be a contest between them. "Though we are friends, I assure you, I shall not hold back. Regardless of the opponent, I will knock him out," Fengzi asserted with a serious expression and an unusually cold tone. Sun Wukong grinned, "I will take my revenge in the match. Do not forget, you owe me 100 servings of food, you vile scoundrel." With the last quarterfinalist being rather weak, Fengzi paid little mind to their match outcome, instead engaging in light-hearted banter with Sun Wukong and the others. As they became better acquainted, Clin and Fengzi grew increasingly familiar, shedding the initial fear that had accompanied their first encounters. Half an hour later, the quarterfinals officially concluded, with the final victor being a contestant named Nemu. Although Nemu executed a move called the Sky Cross Punch at the last moment, his abilities paled in comparison to the likes of Fengzi. In the stands, Wulong sat dejectedly, cradling his head, as if something from the heavens was about to crash down upon him. "Can you watch the match without hitting my head?" he protested to Bulma and Lanchi, who had been using him as a punching bag whenever excitement surged during the competition, after waiting for over 10 minutes. Bulma, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Why hasn't the match between Fengzi and Wukong started yet? Indeed, I have come to realize that I have developed a fondness for that fellow named Fengzi." Lanchi, with her striking golden hair glistening under the sun, had just witnessed Fengzi's fight and found his combat style to be precisely to her liking. Thus her cheers among the audience were the loudest. A resounding drumbeat echoed throughout the venue, jolting the audience to attention, signaling the imminent commencement of the intense semifinals. The atmosphere of fervent discussion and shouts surged once more across Papaya Island. The host, clad in the same attire as before, faced the audience and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming match is the semifinal of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Taking the stage now are competitors Fengzi and Sun Wukong." "Fengzi, Sun Wukong. Fengzi, Sun Wukong." The audience erupted in a chorus of cheers, vocally supporting their favored contestants with all their might. The host waved his arms, shouting, "Silence, everyone, please quiet down." Gradually, the atmosphere calmed, as the host retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his brow. Then addressed the microphone once more. "Please welcome competitors Fengzi and Sun Wukong to the stage." As the host's words echoed, the audience responded with a wave of thunderous applause and exuberant shouts. Fengzi and Sun Wukong exchanged a knowing smile. Their calm demeanor belied any tension, presenting them as composed masters in the eyes of the onlookers. "Let us proceed," Fengzi whispered to Sun Wukong, and together they made their way to the arena. Clin, watching their retreating figures, turned to Jackie Chan and inquired, "Grandpa, who do you think will win?" Jackie Chan's penetrating gaze fell upon the two, and he replied thoughtfully, "I cannot say. The potential of both seems to herald the arrival of a new generation." Sun Wukong and Fengzi, of course, did not clumsily ascend the more than half-meter-high stage. Instead, they leapt up with the agility of swift leopards. The host, beaming with a smile, approached the duo, ready to introduce them. However, Fengzi abruptly interrupted, stating with a serious tone, "Please announce the start quickly." At that moment, Fengzi's expression was grave, his body trembling, an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. Very well. I hereby declare the match officially commenced. The host recognized the impatience in Fengzi's tone, stepping aside a few meters without further ado, and immediately initiated this fierce contest. As the audience roared, Fengzi and Sun Wukong retreated 5 meters, each adopting a vigilant stance. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with the palpable energy of their mutual rivalry. Fengzi's gaze was icy, his body taut as a bowstring, while Sun Wukong assumed the traditional Kame Sinin starting position, the air around him shimmering with a faint aura. 1 minute passed, then 2, yet neither made a move, leaving the audience in a state of heightened anticipation. What is going on? Hurry and fight. Start already. The crowd urged, eager for the thrilling clash, not content with merely watching two figures standing still. In the resting area, Jackie Chan's steady gaze remained fixed on the two, muttering, "These youngsters have both mastered their key." Clint, scratching his head, failed to comprehend Jackie Chan's words. Noticing the situation spiraling out of control, the host called out, "Competitors, please commence the battle." A chilling gust swept through, and in the blink of an eye, Fengzi and Sun Wukong vanished from sight. The sound of wind rushed past as the two blurred figures collided at the center of the stage. In an instant, Fengzi and Sun Wukong unleashed a tempestuous onslaught. Their extraordinary speed rendered the audience and host only able to catch glimpses of their movements. In Jackie Chan's keen observation, Fengzi and Sun Wukong's punches echoed through the air, creating a cacophony as they struck, their legs dancing through the air, accompanied by the continuous roar of their fierce exchanges. The whirlwind of combat stirred up dust from the ground, their limbs soaring and striking in a dazzling display of martial prowess. Chapter 47. The Power of the Inch Punch. From the very beginning, Sun Wukong and Fengzi approached the match with utmost seriousness, fully aware of each other's capabilities. A momentary lapse in focus could create an opening for their opponent. On the stage, their fleeting figures created a blur, the solid stone slabs beneath them cracking under the weight of their powerful strides, a testament to the ferocity of their battle. The audience, spellbound, found themselves utterly engrossed in the profound intricacies of the duel. Forgetting to cheer or clap, with a thunderous crash, a large segment of the stone floor shattered beneath them, prompting the two relentless figures to separate momentarily. Sun Wukong and Fengzi found themselves at opposite ends of the stage, both panting heavily, attempting to recover from the exertion of their recent exchanges. Competitors Sun Wukong and Fengzi truly exhibit remarkable prowess. In the recent skirmish, I found myself utterly unable to keep pace with the astonishing speed of the two combatants. It was truly a rare spectacle. The host, gripping the microphone, exclaimed with palpable excitement. His words invigorated the atmosphere, eliciting a wave of cheers from the audience, despite their only having witnessed a mere glimpse of the action. "Wukong, I never anticipated you would become this formidable," Fengzi remarked with a chuckle, secretly calculating that the level 55 monsters were indeed genuine threats. Sun Wukong, however, remained vigilant, maintaining his initial stance as he replied with a grin. "Fengzi, you're not too shabby yourself. You owe me quite a bit of food, and I intend to teach you a proper lesson." Once their banter ceased, both expressions turned grave, while they were friends in private. On this arena, they were adversaries. Fengzi swiftly propelled himself forward, closing the distance to Sun Wukong in the blink of an a seamless motion. He pivoted, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Wukong's lower abdomen. Unexpectedly, Wukong exhibited remarkable agility, evading Fengzi's swift strike by leveraging his explosive footwork to shift his balance to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. "Strike!" Wukong called out, seizing the moment when Fengzi was still recovering from his initial force. He charged forward, elbow aimed at Fengzi, forcefully knocking him back. Wukong's offensive seemed to sound a clarion call, rapidly advancing towards Fengzi's position. Taken aback, Fengzi regained his stance and instinctively retaliated with a punch aimed at Wukong's approaching form. The two fists collided with a resounding thud, reminiscent of Fengzi's earlier bout with King Jopa. Gasps rippled through the crowd as Wukong's eyes widened. He was unexpectedly pushed back several meters by the sheer force of the encounter. What a surprise! It appears that Fengzi possesses immense strength, astonishingly driving back the evenly matched Sun Wukong, as if he were imbued with the power of a diamond, the host fervently declared, painting the scene with grandiosity. In the resting area, Clint expressed his astonishment. I never would have guessed that the seemingly frail Fengzi could wield such power. No, you're only perceiving the surface, Jackie Chan replied with a knowing glance at the oblivious Clint, shaking his head with a rueful smile. Recognizing Jackie as a martial arts master, Clint sought understanding. Then, why is Wukong unable to match Fengzi's strength? Jackie pondered, his gaze fixed on Fengzi. I believe it has to do with the application of qi. That young man, Fengzi, has adeptly channeled his qi into his strikes during their exchange, amplifying the impact on his opponent several-fold. Fengzi clenched his fist, internally affirming, the power of the inch punch surpasses that of a regular strike by far. Having utilized it in advance, I must hasten to conclude this battle. Indeed, Fengzi had momentarily unleashed one of his few combat techniques. The inch punch, this invisible form adeptly melded flesh and qi, and upon striking an opponent, the qi would manifest like a blast from a hairdryer, producing a repulsive force against the material. It was this very force that enabled Fengzi to maintain the upper hand in physical confrontation, despite being evenly matched in strength with Wukong. Wukong, prepared to be outmatched. A hint of excitement danced in Fengzi's expression as he surged forward, closing the distance to Sun Wukong amidst the tense gazes of the audience. In the next instant, Fengzi's demeanor shifted to one of cold resolve as he swung his fierce fist in a sweeping arc aimed at Wukong. Damn it, Wukong thought, his nerves seemingly heightened to an extraordinary degree. Allowing him to react just in time, he raised his hands to shield his vital chest. With a thud, Fengzi's punch collided with Wukong's guarded chest, turning his face crimson as excruciating pain forced him to stagger backward. The power of the inch punch could be transmitted throughout the body. Fengzi seized the opportunity, launching a right kick, his toes piercing toward Wukong's lower abdomen. As Wukong braced to evade, Fengzi deftly altered his attack mid-air, transforming the kick into a sweeping strike that connected with Wukong's face. Unyielding and immersed in the battle, Fengzi showed no mercy. The flurry of attacks came in succession. No, 3 consecutive strikes, as Fengzi retracted his right leg. His left shot forward almost simultaneously, delivering a crushing blow to Wukong's abdomen, nearly toppling him onto the ground. Wukong collapsed onto the arena floor, and the audience gaped in disbelief, mouths agape, as the entire venue fell silent. As if time itself had frozen, Fengzi looked down upon Wukong, having landed no fewer than 5 powerful strikes with the inch punch. For an ordinary person, such an onslaught could result in severe internal injuries, if not death. Yet, could Wukong's extraordinary resilience withstand the might of Fengzi's inch punch? The answer remained uncertain. Chapter 48. Sun Wukong is quite extraordinary. The quiet breaths of anticipation caused Fengzi to furrow his brow as he witnessed Wukong shakily rise to his feet. A radiant smile adorning his face that I won't be so easily defeated. Wukong's martial attire, tattered from the direct impact of the inch punch, resembled that of a beggar. While speaking, he tore away the remnants of fabric covering his upper body, revealing his less than muscular physique. Fengzi regarded Wukong with keen interest, slowly expressing, I do not relish swiftly dispatching my opponents. I revel in the thrill of the battle itself. Wukong, unleash your full power. Wukong nodded, resuming his stance. The familiar pose of the turtle school still intact. The only difference was that his gaze remained intently fixed on Fengzi's feet. What an astonishing sight. Sun Wukong has risen once more. This promises to be a match of spectacular proportions. Let us all bear witness. The host proclaimed with fervor, elevating the crowd's excitement to new heights, a cacophony of cheers and shouts erupting. Fengzi and Wukong locked eyes, an intense aura of combat and intent radiating between them, their spirits clashing in an invisible duel. Inch punch, Fengzi shouted, taking the initiative. As the saying goes, seize the initiative and command the momentum. Wukong was not slow to respond. His gaze never wavered from Fengzi's feet. In the next heartbeat, he transformed into a gust of wind, charging directly at Fengzi with incredible speed, causing the air to part in his wake to the audience. The two blurred figures engaged in close-quarters combat. Each movement a harmonious dance of violence. Fengzi, relying on the might of the inch punch, struck without hesitation, delivering a fierce right elbow strike that Wukong's eyes flashed as he swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the blow. With a cold huff, Fengzi followed up with a sweeping kick, the force akin to autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, aimed straight for Wukong's chest. An opportunity. Wukong seemed to sense something, his spirit igniting as his figure blurred, multiplying into four distinct Wukongs. The host, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, quickly announced, Sun Wukong has unleashed the technique that bested Klin. How will Fengzi respond to this maneuver? Fengzi unleashed a fierce kick upon one of the illusory Wukongs, instantly causing that figure to vanish without a trace, as if it had been but a wisp of air. Scanning the remnants of the afterimages, Fengzi mused, the illusory fist. This technique may serve well against that bald fellow, but it holds no weight against me. Unfazed, Fengzi stood impassively, showing no signs of anxiety. Suddenly, all four Wukongs surged towards him, creating a whirlwind of confusion. In the resting area, Jackie Chan's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is bad. Wukong's illusory fist is ineffective against that guy." Just as Wukong drew within a meter of Fengzi, the latter smiled wickedly at 8-hand-inch punch. Fengzi's eyes sharpened, and in an instant his fists were in motion. Boom, 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 countless shadowy fists intertwined in a frenzy. Fengzi's punches moving at near-sonic speed, producing a cacophony of air-splitting sounds. The powerful gale from his punches whipped through the air, sending Fengzi's purple hair cascading wildly, his shirt clinging tightly to his body as it billowed backward. The surrounding air thickened, and as Wukong became the target, his illusion shattered, revealing his true form in an instant. Fengzi's fists, propelled by an unyielding force, tore through the air, aiming directly for Wukong's chest and head. The simplicity of the technique belied the lethal intent behind it. Sun Wukong was hurled into the air, leaving behind a series of ghastly wounds on his body. The audience collectively gasped, their minds unable to shake off the vivid imagery of the recent battle. It was utterly terrifying. Competitor Fengzi appeared to be pummeling Sun Wukong as if he were merely a punching bag. Now, let the countdown begin. The host, having snapped back to reality from his astonishment, articulated with an air of disbelief, ensuring not a single highlight of the match was overlooked. Faced with such an outcome, no one in attendance had anticipated Fengzi's overwhelming strength, resulting in a rare moment of stunned silence in the arena. However, the spectators soon erupted into a cacophony of cheers and applause, a testament to their admiration and excitement for Fengzi's formidable prowess. 10, 9, 8, 2. Just as the host was about to announce one, Sun Wukong, lying on the ground, struggled to rise, his expression resolute. "I will not be defeated by you." Fengzi, he spat a mixture of saliva and blood, clenched his fists, and locked eyes with Fengzi, his voice unwavering. The audience was momentarily dumbfounded. They had not expected Sun Wukong to stand after such a ferocious onslaught. After a brief silence, applause erupted, even more fervent than before, as the crowd generously bestowed their admiration upon Sun Wukong. On the stage, Fengzi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly inquired, "Are you sure your injuries are manageable?" He recalled that during the earlier confrontation, his fists had certainly shattered at least 3 of Sun Wukong's ribs. To witness him standing again was somewhat beyond his expectations. Sun Wukong suddenly grimaced. "It hurts, you despicable Fengzi." After uttering those words, he gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with determination, veins bulging on his forehead, which twitched slightly as he maneuvered his body. The sound of cracking joints resonated throughout as he moved. After a moment, Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned at Fengzi, saying, "My bones have healed. Let us continue the fight." Fengzi replied calmly, "Very well, once the martial arts tournament concludes. I shall take you on a monster hunting expedition." Chapter 49. Collision of Qi. Indeed, Fengzi proved to be somewhat more formidable than Wukong. In the front rows of the audience, Bulma exclaimed joyously. Beside her, Oolong expressed his discontent, So, you no longer support Wukong. Let's support Feng Zi for now. Wukong is still young, Bulma replied dismissively, then stood up to cheer loudly for Feng Zi on the expansive arena. The battle between Feng Zi and Sun Wukong raged on. Unlike at the beginning of the match, Feng Zi remained unscathed, while his opponent, Sun Wukong, appeared considerably more battered, his martial arts attire in tatters. Adorned with countless wounds, suddenly, Sun Wukong declared earnestly, "Feng Zi, I am about to unleash my ultimate move. Oh, in that case, I shall also execute the most powerful technique I currently possess." Feng Zi's brow furrowed as he regarded Sun Wukong. Speaking in a low tone, the host, standing closest to the two combatants, clearly heard their exchange and excitedly announced into the microphone, "It appears that both contestants are about to unleash their ultimate techniques. I am eager to witness the extraordinary spectacle that these two powerful individuals will bring." The audience, filled with anticipation, focused their attention on the two fighters, the previously raucous atmosphere suddenly giving way to an expectant silence. As no one wished to miss the thrilling spectacle, Sun Wukong lowered his stance, a unique aura enveloping him, his gaze locked on Feng Zi. With both hands aligning, he softly intoned, "Came." In an instant, Feng Zi's expression shifted. He comprehended the significance of the ultimate move Sun Wukong was invoking that I end the resting area. Jackie Chan's countenance grew serious as he observed Sun Wukong's actions. Wukong has truly mastered the Kamehameha. If unleashed, it will undoubtedly wreak widespread devastation. Kamehameha? What is that? Krillin asked, puzzled. Jackie Chan remained fixated on the arena, replying, "You must pay close attention. The ensuing battle will reach an entirely different level." Feng Zi fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, a cold smile gracing his features as he thought, "It seems I must resort to this technique." In the eyes of the audience, Sun Wukong was enveloped in an extraordinary energy, his movements appearing gentle, yet causing the air to tremble restlessly. Feng Zi inhaled deeply, his piercing gaze fixed on Sun Wukong, as he slowly raised his right middle finger, aiming it directly at Wukong's position. Seconds passed, and Sun Wukong finally uttered the second syllable. Suddenly, as his voice echoed, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from his being, akin to the majestic force of the ocean, gradually converging around his hands, solidifying and intensifying. Feng Zi, seemingly unwilling to yield, felt the energy coursing through him at an astonishing speed, and an unprecedentedly vast force burst forth from him with a thunderous roar, enveloping the entire arena. Within a 5-meter radius of his body, the energy surged and swirled tumultuously. The host, standing on the arena, was immediately swept up by the sudden surge of energy, nearly stumbling off the half-meter-high platform. Incredible! Both competitors appear to be brewing formidable techniques. I can feel an oppressive pressure in the air. The host slowly rose from the ground, wiping the perspiration from his forehead with a tissue, and exclaimed in astonishment. Energy! Sun Wukong's hands moved to his waist, and suddenly, at the intersection of his palms, brilliant light radiated forth to the astonished gazes of the audience. A dazzling blue light shone like the sun, emitting blinding brilliance to the untrained eye. It appeared superficial, but for the discerning, it revealed deeper significance. As Sun Wukong's energy compressed, Jackie Chan's eyes widened, his fists clenched as a thought crossed his mind. Sun Wukong and Feng Zi on the arena had reached a level comparable to his own. On the stage, Sun Wukong's presence was not the most striking. In comparison, Feng Zi exuded an even more pronounced aura. The air around Feng Zi surged with an almost tangible energy. Under the immense pressure, the arena trembled violently, the concrete cracking like spiderwebs, as if it might collapse at any moment. To the tip of Feng Zi's finger, a glimmer of red light began to blossom, resembling stars twinkling in the night sky. The crimson radiance flickering with an otherworldly charm, waves of visible energy rippled through the air, the red light swiftly enveloping Feng Zi's field of vision. What is this? Am I seeing things? Are these two filming a movie? That can't be lasers, can it? No way. It must be an illusion. The audience erupted into a chorus of disbelief, unable to fathom that cinematic phenomena were manifesting in reality. After the tumult, the venue fell into a hushed silence as everyone watched the fierce clash unfold, their fervor igniting like an inferno. Energy is an intangible force. Once unleashed, it can create earth-shattering effects. So said the Turtle Sage's master, Master Roshi. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Sun Wukong suddenly sprang into action. Thrusting his hands forward and bellowing, Kamehameha, a beam of brilliant blue light surged forth, carrying the overwhelming might of creation, illuminating the darkened sky. A deafening thunderclap followed, as the thick blue beam, akin to a fearsome dragon of lightning, surged towards Feng Zi on the arena, casting the entire venue in a blinding white light, nearly rendering the spectators momentarily blind. As the Kamehameha barreled towards him, Feng Zi unleashed a dazzling brilliance from his hands, his expression becoming fierce as he bellowed, "Spiral energy, activate!" In an ephemeral moment, the speed of the Turtle School's Kamehameha suddenly decelerated, as all things around were impacted by the boundless force of Feng Zi. Not only did the speed of the attack diminish significantly, but its power also weakened considerably. This sudden contrast between rapidity and sluggishness compelled Chunlong, who had been intently observing the battlefield, to witness it firsthand. In that fleeting instant, he perceived the vast space of the arena coming to a standstill as the aura of Luo Shun expanded, rendering everything on the stage, including the countless airwaves stirred by the energy, starkly visible to Chunlong's discerning gaze, devoid of any concealment. Such a magical and surreal scene, reminiscent of a cinematic slow-motion effect, left the fortunate spectators, perhaps some donning sunglasses, dumbfounded and incredulous. The spiraling currents of energy, akin to a grinding machine, instantaneously intertwined with the Kamehameha, creating a cataclysmic spectacle that seemed to herald the end of the world, refusing to subside. A thunderous roar erupted from the center of the arena, as a ferocious and terrifying gale surged forth, causing the audience to be swept away, their hair and garments billowing wildly in the wind, amidst a cacophony of startled exclamations. Everything on the stage was engulfed in the collision of energies, with both Sun Wukong and Feng Zi unleashing their most formidable techniques, who would ultimately emerge victorious in this fierce confrontation. Chapter 50. Feng Zi, not of this world. Boom! The energy rampaged through the air, recklessly cleansing all in its path. The might of the Kamehameha was undeniable, yet Feng Zi's spiraling energy field surprisingly suppressed its power, exhibiting a tendency to rebound. The battlefield was enveloped in blinding white light, obscuring the true nature of the events transpiring within. Above, a few clouds drifted across the azure sky, while the gentle breeze caressed the enchanting Papaya Island, its alluring fragrance permeating the air. Yet, at the site of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, a heart-stirring spectacle unfolded. After a considerable duration, the turbulent currents ceased, restoring an unprecedented tranquility both on and off the stage. In the center, Feng Zi stood as if nothing had transpired, his tall and robust figure remaining poised, hands clasped behind his back, though his attire had been reduced to tattered strips, resembling a beggar on the streets. Opposite him, Sun Wukong lay unconscious on the ground, his body marred by ghastly wounds that were alarmingly vivid. Unlike Feng Zi, who appeared relatively unscathed, Sun Wukong had tumbled off the edge of the arena, indicating that Feng Zi had triumphed in this battle. Feng Zi's mind raced as he gazed upon the fallen Sun Wukong. A bitter smile gracing his lips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though he seemed relatively unharmed at first glance, he too bore injuries, and his internal energy had been completely depleted. To his chagrin, Feng Zi realized that while Sun Wukong had reached level 55, he had failed to accumulate enough experience points for an upgrade. Nevertheless, he had reached a critical point between levels 10 and 11. The audience, having shielded their eyes from the blinding light, were met with a scene that elicited gasps of astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. A shroud of dust hung over the arena, and the devastation was palpable. The floor shattered, and the structure of the arena itself tilted precariously, evoking a sense of awe and unease that on the vast stage. Feng Zi's violet hair fluttered in the chilling breeze, while his cold gaze reflected an unexpected tenderness. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire world had become Feng Zi's personal stage, existing solely for his presence. Beneath the radiant sun, he stood like a god of war, radiating brilliance, etching this moment of glory into the memories of the audience, who would remember it vividly for the rest of their lives. The diligent host emerged from the dust-filled corner, disheveled yet determined, and announced with frantic fervor into the microphone, "Feng Zi is the victor." In an instant, the audience erupted into a frenzy. A cacophony of screams, shouts, and ecstatic applause surged forth like relentless ocean waves as they unleashed their pent-up exuberance without restraint. On the sidelines, Bulma, disregarding her refined demeanor, shouted and pounded her fists on Oolong's head. Remarkably, Oolong did not retaliate this time, as everyone was immersed in the euphoria of the moment. Feng Zi found himself confined to a hospital bed, where a nurse was diligently wrapping bandages around his exposed chest while he lay in silent compliance. Bulma, seated nearby, couldn't help but giggle at Feng Zi's helpless appearance to cast a glance at her and, recalling Sun Wukong's grievous injuries, asked with genuine concern, "Don't laugh yet. How is Wukong?" Bulma paused her laughter and thought for a moment before responding, "Strangely enough, that guy is indeed a weirdo, despite his severe injuries. He seems to be fine." Feng Zi recalled the events of the match, contemplating that had it not been for his spiraling energy field gaining the upper hand in the clash of forces, the outcome might have been uncertain. After a brief silence, he inquired, "What will happen to the next match? How can you even ask? You two turned the arena into that state. Of course, the organizers will have to suspend the match. The finals will be held tomorrow at noon," Bulma replied. Feng Zi nodded. Just then a doctor entered the room and instructed the nurse, "Prepare to give him an injection." An injection. Feng Zi's expression shifted, his face paling as he glanced at the syringe prepared by the doctor. Just as the doctor was about to administer the injection, Feng Zi suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" The seemingly earnest doctor turned to follow Feng Zi's gaze. And in that instant, Feng Zi sprang into action, scooping up the unsuspecting Bulma and leaping from the second-floor hospital window. The doctor and the nurse, who had just pushed open the door, witnessed the scene in disbelief, their faces frozen in astonishment as they stared at the open window. The syringe slipped from the doctor's hand, and the nurse's medical supplies tumbled to the ground. Was that person even human? Chapter 51. Praise you, Feng Zi. Are you trying to kill us? Bulma exclaimed as Feng Zi held her and jumped from a height of several meters, landing with a thud. Immediately, she scolded him. Feng Zi's gaze casually drifted to Bulma's chest, and perhaps due to the shock, her bosom heaved dramatically. While not overwhelming, it exuded an alluring charm. His attention lingering on Bulma's form, Feng Zi found himself recalling his opponent Lan Fang from the preliminary rounds. He was struck by an inexplicable curiosity about the female form, its peculiar allure captivating him momentarily. "Hey, Feng Zi, are you done staring?" Bulma snapped, feigning anger, though a hint of delight flickered in her heart. She had not anticipated that the usually stoic Feng Zi would harbor such thoughts, especially directed toward her. Feng Zi, returning to reality, asked nonchalantly, "Why do women have their curves located on their chests?" Bulma's expression darkened as she retorted, "Go die." With that, her delicate fists rained down on Feng Zi's body. Yet he merely smiled calmly, unbothered, as if her punches were mere tickles, allowing her to vent amidst their playful banter. Passers-by perceived their interaction as intimate, resembling a couple in the throes of romance, eliciting envious glances from onlookers. "Bulma, Feng Zi, over here," Lu Ping and the others called out from the bustling market crowd as Feng Zi and Bulma approached. Exchanging smiles, they quickened their pace towards Lu Ping's group. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Oolong inquired as they drew near. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Zi replied, "Bulma is bullying me." A chill ran through Lu Ping and the others at this unexpected statement from the evidently strong Feng Zi. Adding a unique flavor to the moment, Bulma's cheeks flushed, and with a hint of shyness, she interjected, "Don't listen to this idiot. Where are we going to play?" Cough. "It's the first time I've seen you blush." "Feng Zi truly is a master," Lu Ping remarked. "Since it's still early, let us head to the entertainment district ahead for some fun." Leping first made a teasing remark before revealing the contents of their planned itinerary. Fengzi and her companions strolled along the lively market, eventually arriving at a bustling entertainment district, where the number of young people and children had noticeably increased compared to before. Buma, I'm hungry. Let us find a restaurant to eat. Fengzi said to Buma beside her, her stomach emitting a low growl immediately after. With a resigned sigh, Buma replied, Lepping, you all go ahead and have fun. Fengzi and I will find a place to eat. Oh, then we shall take our leave. Lepping and the others said before disappearing from the sight of the two, off to seek their own amusement. The two walked side by side, the warm undercurrent of intimacy returning. Fengzi and Buma fell into silence, neither daring to break the awkward atmosphere. Fengzi, I've always been curious. Why do you enjoy fighting? Buma finally ventured to ask. Fengzi pondered for a moment, her gaze distant, before replying slowly. I don't know. Ever since I gained consciousness, I've felt an insatiable desire to fight. Only by continuously growing stronger can I find value in my existence. You're just like Goku. Both of you are oddballs. What do you think of me, Fengzi? Buma suddenly halted, her expression serious. Fengzi smiled slightly and candidly replied, You are a troublesome, foolish woman. Before Buma could respond, a hurried figure collided with her. Losing her balance, Buma stumbled into Fengzi's embrace. Thank you. Suddenly, Buma's expression changed as her gaze darted to her waist. Her handbag had inexplicably vanished. Fengzi, quickly chase that man. My handbag is gone, Buma exclaimed, her expression altering dramatically. Fengzi nodded and in a flash moved like a whirlwind through the crowd in pursuit of the thief. The nimble thief seemed well acquainted with the route, weaving through the streets. Yet Fengzi, akin to a specter, rapidly closed the distance between them. Don't come any closer, or else. The thief halted by the roadside, panting, brandishing a gleaming dagger in threat. Fengzi appraised the thief with a fleeting glance, her attention lingering on his head for merely a second. A level 6 rogue. In her eyes, he was nothing more than a trivial piece of filth. Level 6? So weak, and yet you dare to boast. Fengzi disregarded the dagger the thief brandished, approaching him with visible impatience. The thief barely had time to retort before Fengzi's figure blurred in place. In the next moment, she stood directly before him. With a sharp crack, an astonishing scene unfolded as Fengzi flicked her finger, shattering the metal dagger. Please, big brother, spare me. Faced with Fengzi's formidable presence, the thief's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as he pleaded for mercy. Fengzi said nothing more, raising her fist and delivering a powerful blow to the thief's face. After the scream echoed, Fengzi suddenly froze, her mind flooded with unexpected information. Experience 10. Level up. A brilliant golden light shimmered, enveloping Fengzi in a warm glow, restoring her vitality to its peak. A look of sheer joy adorned Fengzi's face as she finally ascended from the threshold of level 10 to level 11. Although it irked her slightly that defeating the level 55 Goku hadn't granted her a level up, acquiring experience from this level 6 rogue was indeed a stroke of luck. Fengzi cast a respectful glance at the thief who had inadvertently aided her. And regardless of whether he could hear her, she politely remarked, I commend you. Trash Monster. Chapter 52. Severing Offspring Your Handbag. Fengzi handed the bag she held to Buma, smiling. After expressing her gratitude, Buma took Fengzi's hand and strolled through the bustling streets. They found a seemingly upscale restaurant, and upon entering the opulent establishment, Buma ordered a few dishes for Fengzi. Once the food arrived, Fengzi, oblivious to the astonished gazes of the surrounding diners, embarked on a ravenous feast. I imagine Goku must be envious of you, Buma remarked, observing Fengzi with keen interest as she barely touched her own utensils. Fengzi, still focused on his meal, mumbled indistinctly, that guy got knocked out by me. And he's still lying in the hospital. Fengzi, do mind your table manners, Buma chided playfully, the sunlight streaming through the window casting a radiant glow upon her beautiful face, unfazed by the chatter or the stares of others. Fengzi continued to devour the food laid before him with fervor. Hello, beautiful miss, a childish voice suddenly chimed in Buma's ear. Startled, she turned to see a stranger seated beside her. The man, clad in an expensive suit, exuded the scent of tulip perfume. His features were handsome enough to earn him the adoration of many girls, with golden locks framing a fair complexion and lustrous black eyes that betrayed an air of lechery. Given his appearance, it was evident that he was a wealthy young man. Buma frowned, puzzled. "Who are you?" Meanwhile, Fengzi remained engrossed in his meal, indifferent to the unexpected intrusion. "My name is Harley. That isn't important. What matters is, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I found myself irresistibly enamored." The man named Harley declared dramatically, his bright gaze shamelessly roaming Buma's chest. "Get away from this table. And keep your distance. I find you utterly repulsive," Buma retorted without hesitation, her tone laced with disdain as she regarded Harley with evident disgust. Harley burst into laughter. "Miss, if I refuse to leave, what will you do about it?" Buma's expression darkened, realizing she was in a troublesome situation. She glanced toward Fengzi's seat, only to find him still eating, which ignited her frustration. "Fengzi, help me get rid of this guy." "Oh, forgive my rudeness. I just now noticed there's a purple-haired glutton here." Harley scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Fengzi before continuing. "Humph. Not only am I wealthy, but I'm also a black belt in karate." All the diners turned their attention to the unfolding drama. As if they were all familiar with Harley, their expressions a mix of disbelief and apprehension. "Let me tell you, my father is the infamous Colonel Stedham of the Red Forge Brigade," Harley proclaimed boastfully. A smug smile plastered on his face. Buma wrinkled her nose in disgust, perhaps overwhelmed by the overpowering scent of Harley's cologne, which had morphed into an acrid odor. "I don't know him." She replied bluntly that Harley's previously smug grin faltered, his expression darkening to, "Miss, your chest looks quite soft. If you don't mind, may I touch it?" At that moment, Harley made a shocking move, his right hand, which had been resting on the chair, suddenly reaching for Buma's prominent chest. Fengzi abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glinting like a predator's, and with a flick of his left hand, a piercing sound sliced through the air as a gleaming fork shot through, embedding itself into Harley's right hand with astonishing force. "Ah!" Harley yelped, hastily retracting his inappropriate hand. The onlookers gasped in unison, witnessing Harley drenched in cold sweat, his right hand in agony as blood dripped from the fork onto his pristine suit. At that moment, Fengzi rose from his seat, coldly regarding Harley as he ominously stated, "Your incessant chatter has ruined my appetite. You are guilty." With that, he strode directly toward Harley, an overwhelming aura of pressure radiating from him, signaling unmistakably that he was furious. "Damn it, I will kill you," Harley exclaimed through gritted teeth, his hand now marred by a gaping wound, struggling to endure the excruciating pain. "Ha!" Harley charged at Fengzi, delivering a fierce kick aimed squarely at him. Perhaps he was not boasting. The ferocity of this attack alone suffices to illustrate that his strength far surpasses that of an ordinary individual. Fengzi's face contorted with a sinister expression as he abruptly raised his right hand, seizing Harley's thigh with astonishing speed at the very moment he kicked. Perhaps it was due to Harley's elevated leg, creating a significant gap that inadvertently exposed his vulnerable region. A glimmer of indifference flashed in Fengzi's eyes as he gripped Harley's leg with one hand and formed a fist with the other, channeling the force of short punch. In the next instant, a heavy impact struck below Harley's waist, targeting his most sensitive area. All the diners watched in horror as this scene unfolded, instinctively clenching their legs to protect themselves. A scream, 100 times more tragic than before, echoed throughout the restaurant. The moment Harley's lower body made contact with Fengzi's fist, it felt as if something had exploded, accompanied by a faint sound of shattering. Harley, pale-faced, was sent flying backward. Chapter 53. You may continue. Harley, struck by Fengzi's punch, flew through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing into several tables before finally collapsing to the ground. Unconscious, all the diners looked at Fengzi in terror, as if he were a devil returned from hell, an inexplicable chill rising within them. "Fengzi, you were excessively brutal," Buma remarked, casting a glance of no pity at the unconscious Harley. Concern etched on her face. Fengzi suppressed his violent emotions and replied calmly, "I did not kill him, did I?" Buma paused for a moment. The meaning behind Fengzi's words could not be more apparent. Perhaps in Fengzi's worldview, the act of striking hard equated directly to death. Buma grasped Fengzi's arm and urged, "Let us not discuss this further, if what Harley said is true." Then the Red Satin Brigade will surely not let this matter rest. We should leave this place at once. With a resigned "oh," Feng Zi was forcibly pulled out of the restaurant by Buma. Once they had departed, the restaurant owner regained his composure and instructed the staff to tend to the fallen Ha Lei before retrieving his phone and dialing a number. "Hello, is this Colonel Steed?" the owner asked, his voice laced with a deep sense of reverence, perspiration visibly trickling down his forehead as he spoke. "Colonel, your son, young Master Ha Lei," just as the restaurant owner began to explain. A tense shout erupted from the phone's receiver. All the diners understood. This restaurant owner was a clever man, promptly reporting the incident to Ha Lei's father, Colonel Steed, in an attempt to mitigate the severity of the situation, lest it escalate further and ensnare innocent bystanders. In the office of the entertainment city, located in Shidu, Colonel Steed dropped his cigar onto the solid wood desk, his previously relaxed demeanor transforming into one of fury, his bloodshot eyes radiating a fierce, murderous intent. "Damn it! Tell me, who has harmed my son?" he bellowed into the phone, his voice reverberating throughout the spacious office that a moment later, a series of knocks echoed from a door. "Come in." Upon receiving the master's permission, a subordinate entered the office with utmost deference. Upon entering, the subordinate froze in shock. The floor was strewn with disheveled papers and shattered ashtrays, as though a robbery had taken place. Seated in his chair, Colonel Steed wore an expression so cold it could only be described as glacial, his piercing gaze fixed on the subordinate as he said icily, "Ha Lei has encountered an incident on Papaya Island. Arrange for it immediately." Yes, the subordinate understood why Colonel Steed was so enraged. He knew that the colonel's greatest concern was for his reckless provoke Ha Lei was to indirectly provoke the Red Satin Brigade. Also, find out the identity of the bastard who harmed Ha Lei. Once captured, I will make sure he pays dearly. Colonel Steed's voice was nearly hoarse, yet the subordinate felt the temperature in the office drop several degrees. "Ah, Buma, did you enjoy yourself?" Upon returning to their residence, Lu Ping and the others greeted cheerily. Buma sighed, glancing at the indifferent Feng Zi beside her, and replied to Lu Ping, "I fear we have landed ourselves in quite a bit of trouble." "What trouble?" Lu Ping's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired of tea that moment. Feng Zi, with a smile, interjected, "Oh, it's nothing that I relish trouble. Men are never afraid of it, while women merely create it." "Well, that is the first time I've heard you say something so reasonable." Lu Ping chuckled. Buma's expression soured, and she shouted at Feng Zi like a shrew, "Feng Zi, how dare you say that I only create trouble? How infuriating. You want to be having dinner tonight. Then I shall just eat your share at breakfast tomorrow." Feng Zi replied with a serious expression. Amidst the lively banter, time passed, and the night slipped away. The following day, the day of the martial arts tournament finals, Feng Zi and the others rose early. "Here, Feng Zi, this is the outfit I bought for you." Buma suddenly called Feng Zi into her room, producing a black sports outfit and tossing it to him. Feng Zi accepted the clothing and thanked Buma, then swiftly discarded his tattered attire. Within seconds, he stood before Buma, completely bare. "Put on quickly," Buma exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Feng Zi appeared inept at fastening the belt of the pants, struggling without success. Reluctantly, he sought assistance from the only other person in the room. "Buma, can you help me put this on?" "Huh." Buma had no choice but to assist Feng Zi in dressing, chuckling wryly as she did so. "Did you graduate from kindergarten?" Just as Feng Zi was about to respond, the slightly ajar door was pushed open, and Lu Ping and Wu Long barged in, loudly exclaiming, "Hurry up, the martial arts tournament is about to start." Lu Ping's words faltered midway as he swallowed them back wide-eyed. Wu Long and Lu Ping stood in disbelief. At that moment, Buma was crouched at Feng Zi's feet, helping him put on his pants. The scene before them could only be described as suggestive. For a moment, Lu Ping's mind conjured up a plethora of indecent images. After a prolonged silence, he mischievously remarked, "You two carry on," and quickly dragged Wu Long away from the scene. Chapter 54. The grand finals under the scorching sun, the main venue of the world's martial arts tournament, was filled to capacity, with all spectators eagerly anticipating the grand finale, the showdown between Feng Zi and Cheng Long. Arriving early at the venue, Feng Zi was astonished to find the severely injured son Wukong conversing with Cheng Long, the next competitor in the resting area. Feng Zi, you've arrived. Sun Wukong greeted him as though nothing were amiss, completely undetectable of any prior injuries. Feng Zi nodded and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Of course. I am here to watch the battle between you and the old man." Sun Wukong grinned widely. That moment, Chung Long's discerning gaze fixed upon Feng Zi as he slowly remarked, "Young man, I have been observing your match against Wukong closely. To be honest, your victory over Wukong is not merely due to superior speed or strength, but because your mastery over Qi surpasses his. I, however, am different. My expertise lies in the control of Qi sensation. Oh, perhaps I do not wish to elaborate further. I shall let my fists do the talking in the match," Feng Zi replied nonchalantly, neither overly confident nor entirely uncertain of his ability to conquer the formidable Chung Long, who could also be likened to the esteemed turtle sage. The disparity in their levels was glaringly apparent. Feng Zi had only recently achieved level 11, according to the 1:6 ratio of human to monster level equivalents. He could barely contend with creatures around level 66, while the turtle sage stood at level 70, rendering Feng Zi's chances of victory exceedingly slim and the odds decidedly unfavorable. An hour later, the atmosphere on Papaya Island remained sweltering, as summer's heat clung to the air without a hint of abating. The arena was alive with a cacophony of cheers, the shimmering vapor distorting the distant scenery. The audience, drenched in sweat, was packed so tightly that the phrase "sweating profusely" hardly sufficed to describe their condition. Hair was soaked through, beads of perspiration trickled from foreheads and faces, even the backs of hands glistened with relentless moisture. Clothing clung to their bodies, revealing the robust lines of the men and the elegant curves of the women. Much to the delight of both sexes, who appreciatively acknowledged the bountiful visual feast. Amidst this fervor, the host, tasked with commentary, confidently ascended the stage. Unfazed by the throngs and the din, his demeanor exuded professionalism honed through rigorous training. "Ladies and gentlemen," he proclaimed into the microphone, his voice tinged with excitement, "the upcoming match is undoubtedly the highlight of the World Martial Arts Tournament, featuring the formidable contestant Feng Zi against the seasoned veteran Chung Long." However, as he reached this point, a wave of discontented jeers erupted from the crowd, clearly impatient for the action to commence. The adept host, undeterred, raised his voice above the clamor. "Everyone, please, a moment of silence. I understand your eagerness for this match. Now, let us welcome today's protagonists, contestant Feng Zi and contestant Chung Long." A surge of enthusiasm erupted as tens of thousands of spectators could no longer contain themselves, their excited shouts coalescing into a tumultuous roar that reverberated across the expansive arena. First to stride into view was Chung Long, his deep blue hair contrasting with the white of his beard, a testament to his advanced age. Yet his physique remained robust and vigorous, radiating the aura of a true warrior with every movement. As if he were being descended from the heavens. Go, Chung Long. You can do it, old man. Behold the true essence of a master. As Chung Long's presence graced the audience, the venue erupted in fervor, voices rising in a symphony of admiration and encouragement. The wisdom of age was undeniable. Chung Long was favored to clinch victory owing to his vast experience. After a brief pause, another figure emerged, Feng Zi. His short purple hair danced as if caught in an invisible breeze, his expression grave and his gaze icy. The aura he emanated, though not overtly aggressive, carried an unmistakable chill, reminiscent of winter's embrace. It's Feng Zi. The madman, go Feng Zi. We support you. A fresh wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd, igniting a chorus of fervent cheers and adulation, momentarily overwhelming the arena. Unlike Chung Long, statistics revealed that over 90% of female attendees, across various ages, admired the youthful, handsome, and extraordinarily powerful Feng Zi. As the thunderous applause and screams reverberated, spectators brandished their cameras, capturing the moment. The dazzling flashes from the audience resembled tumultuous waves upon the sea, creating a blinding spectacle that transformed the venue into a dazzling expanse of white light. "Wow, I can't believe this violent man has admirers," Bulma exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment at Feng Zi's popularity. "You don't understand. replied the golden-haired launch, casting a sidelong glance at Bulma, that I simply appreciate Feng Zi's wild spirit. With that, she joined the throng of cheers. The world had certainly changed. Bulma sighed helplessly, while Lu Ping interjected. Why concern yourself with this? Shouldn't we worry about whether Feng Zi might lose to that old man? Do you really think Feng Zi could lose to such a frail elder? Bulma questioned. Puzzled, Lu Ping furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. That old man is no ordinary foe. He is the one who eliminated me. Don't jest. While I can't guarantee much, Feng Zi is a powerhouse with unfathomable strength, capable of defeating even Goku's great ape transformation. How could he possibly lose to that frail old man? Lu Ping's gaze remained fixed on Chenglong, his voice low and contemplative. That I've been pondering. This Chenglong might very well be Goku's master, the legendary turtle sage, revered as the god of martial arts. On the newly constructed stage, Feng Zi and Chenglong stood at opposite ends. Poised for battle, both contestants were rare talents. Yet only one could claim the title of the world's greatest. The imminent climax of the finals promised an exhilarating clash of titans, a visual extravaganza. I declare, the match begins with the host's impassioned declaration, accompanied by the resonant sound of a bell echoing throughout the arena. The martial arts competition finally commenced. Applause erupted like a stampede of wild horses, saturating the atmosphere with an intensity surpassing the sun's warmth and brilliance. As the world around them became engulfed in the audience's frenzied cheers, following the tide of applause, all eyes swiftly converged on the stage, each spectator eager to discern who would emerge victorious, Feng Zi or Chenglong. The answer would soon be revealed. Chapter 55. The Contest of the Strong. Feng Zi's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Chenglong. In a duel between masters, every movement could determine the outcome, prompting Feng Zi to exercise unprecedented caution. Chenglong, exuding calm assurance, regarded Feng Zi without adopting the Turtle School's initial stance, instead resting his hands behind his back. Embodying the demeanor of a true sage, suddenly, without hesitation, Feng Zi unleashed his explosive power, his body transforming into an invisible arrow, launching a rapid offensive that astonished the spectators. Chenglong's eyes reflected Feng Zi's movements, and in an instant, their fists and feet collided. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust as their blurred forms intertwined, each unleashing a dazzling array of attacks that far surpassed anyone's expectations. With each swing of Feng Zi's fists, the air crackled with a piercing wind, the sound of his strikes resonating like firecrackers, forming an impenetrable barrier around Chenglong. In contrast, Chenglong adopted a defensive stance, his movements akin to that of a swimming dragon, his feet barely lingering in one spot for more than a second, showcasing extraordinary speed as he deftly evaded Feng Zi's seemingly futile assaults. From the very onset, Chenglong and Feng Zi captivated the audience with their spectacular display, a testament to their prowess as finalists. The host, positioned at the edge of the stage, closely monitored the duel, passionately narrating the unfolding drama. The spectators were thoroughly engrossed in this breathtaking confrontation. As the host's words resonated, the arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers and applause, the sound akin to a boiling cauldron, echoing in the ears of all present. Suddenly, a burst of energy sent shockwaves through the air, creating a palpable tremor within a 10-meter radius. The visible shockwave radiated outward, stirring up fine dust upon the solid concrete stage. Both Feng Zi and Chenglong were momentarily pushed back, Feng Zi's eyes sparkling with excitement, while Chenglong's gaze reflected astonishment. Their previous clash had merely been a preliminary test of strength, neither having utilized even half of their potential. You truly astonish me, young man. With your abilities, surpassing Goku is no mere stroke of luck, Chenglong remarked, his eyes deep and contemplative, his voice low. Feng Zi smiled slightly and replied, to save time, let us both unleash our full power. Regardless, you will inevitably fall, for I grow stronger in the face of formidable opponents. Very well, Chenglong exclaimed, impressed, as he removed his outer robe, revealing his less-than-bulging muscles. Feng Zi tore a strip of cloth from his sleeve, wrapping it around his head, a precaution to prevent his hair from obstructing his vision and to keep sweat from dripping down during the battle. I couldn't quite catch the exchange between the two contestants, but judging by their expressions, it seems they are both prepared to give it their all. The host, gripping the microphone with fervor, articulated his words with great intensity. Feng Zi's eyes glimmered with an emotionless cold light, his countenance bearing an unprecedented gravity. Opposite him, Jackie Chan exposed his frail upper body, exuding an almost imperceptible aura, with a forceful push of his left foot against the ground. Feng Zi's foot struck the concrete arena, creating a shallow pit surrounded by a web of cracked patterns, a testament to the tremendous power behind his kick. Utilizing this momentum, Feng Zi transformed into a swift gale. Surging towards Jackie Chan at more than double his previous speed, in the next instant, his massive fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, hurtled towards Jackie Chan's chest with blinding speed. Feng Zi confident that this blow could cleave an iron pillar as thick as a man's arm in two. Jackie Chan's gaze shifted, and the latent power within him erupted instantaneously. Speed, terrifying speed, a speed invisible to all. Jackie Chan's faint figure, akin to a wisp of smoke, almost preempted Feng Zi's attack, before deftly pivoting with a light touch on the ground. Feng Zi's seemingly inevitable strike narrowly missed Jackie Chan's elusive form, in the blink of an eye. To the bewilderment of all onlookers, Jackie Chan had bizarrely maneuvered behind Feng Zi, planting his left foot firmly as his right leg executed a spinning kick. Slicing through the air with a speed that was akin to thunder, aimed at Feng Zi's back and the nape of his neck, the shriek of the wind nearly piercing the eardrums. At that moment, Feng Zi surprisingly smiled, a cold smile tinged with excitement. Even as the wind rushed before the oncoming attack, he chose not to evade, bracing himself against Jackie Chan's fierce assault, his figure momentarily blurred. And when he reappeared on the ground, he was face to face with Jackie Chan, their gazes intertwining. If there were a slow-motion replay, one might capture the astonishing series of movements Feng Zi executed in under a second. A speed that was truly astonishing, as the saying goes, in a narrow path. The brave prevail. Thud. The two resounding impacts echoed almost simultaneously, Jackie Chan staggering back several meters before regaining his balance. Meanwhile, Feng Zi stood resolutely, unyielding as a mountain, seemingly unaffected. Cough. Is this your famed punch? Jackie Chan coughed, acutely aware of the tingling in his heels. Ordinarily, one would expect the foot to prevail in a clash with a fist. Yet Feng Zi had utterly overturned this notion with sheer force. Feng Zi nodded, his arm trembling, disbelief crossing his mind at the sight of Jackie Chan managing to withstand his punch through sheer strength, causing his right hand to momentarily lose sensation. Did you see that? I couldn't make it out, but it's simply too exaggerated. I couldn't follow their battle. Incredible. These two are so powerful. The spectators, unable to comprehend the rapidity of the combat, erupted into a cacophony of murmurs akin to the crashing of ocean waves. Chapter 56. Crisis. The fully unleashed Jackie Chan. I can hardly believe my eyes. The speed of these two contenders is astonishing. The host, positioned closest to Feng Zi and Jackie Chan, could barely grasp the unfolding battle, let alone the spectators in the distant stands. The clash between Feng Zi and Jackie Chan reignited with fervor. Suddenly, their figures vanished from the audience's sight. The wind howled as Feng Zi's fists, imbued with chilling gusts, targeted Jackie Chan's vital spots with a cunning ferocity, devoid of any semblance of form, yet fully embodying the essence of unpredictability. "Break!" Jackie Chan exclaimed, and the air rippled with waves, as in the next moment, he seized Feng Zi's swinging fist, momentarily anchoring him in place. Feng Zi's gaze was icy. There was no time to linger. With a powerful push, he propelled both himself and Jackie Chan into the air. Damn it. Feng Zi relentlessly struck Jackie Chan's forehead with his own, yet Jackie Chan remained unperturbed, suddenly hurling Feng Zi downwards. Typically, the force of the descent combined with Jackie Chan's strength would incapacitate Feng Zi, but reality proved otherwise. As the wind whistled past, Feng Zi reacted swiftly, executing a flip mid-air. Upon landing, he absorbed the impact, angling himself at a 45-degree tilt, stabilizing his center of gravity with his abdomen in his line of sight. Jackie Chan stood several meters ahead. Feng Zi quickly surged toward Jackie Chan, his legs alternating in a blur. moving like the wind, so rapidly that his limbs became indistinguishable. The air resistance transformed into a violent gale. His purple hair whipped back. His clothing clung to his form, rustling in the fierce wind. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zi traversed several meters. Phantoms of his motion swirled, a chaotic blur. Thud! Thud! Jackie Chan adeptly parried Feng Zi's onslaught, his defense impenetrable like an unassailable fortress, capable of withstanding even the swiftest of kicks. Feng Zi's visage contorted, his eyes radiating an almost tangible desire for battle. He swiftly channeled his energy, pivoting gracefully on his left foot while his right leg charged with formidable energy, executing a dragon tail sweep that surged toward Jackie Chan's chest. Imbued with overwhelming force, with a thunderous boom, the air visibly warped, accompanied by a deep, resonating sound that reverberated in the ears of the audience. In the center of the arena, the fierce combat finally subsided. Jackie Chan clutched his chest, his face pallid, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Gasps of astonishment filled the crowd, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld Feng Zi on the stage. Their expressions a mixture of wonder and dread. I admit, I underestimated you, young man. Jackie Chan felt his blood surge, a metallic taste rising in his throat, staring intently at Feng Zi as he spoke slowly. Feng Zi interjected, "The power of the inch punch may yield a force of 10,000 pounds when delivered by the fist, but when focused through the foot, it can unleash several times that might." Jackie Chan chuckled. "Since your strength has reached such heights, it seems I must not hold back any longer." With a sigh, he continued, "There is always a greater mountain, young man. Watch closely." Suddenly, Jackie Chan's previously lean physique underwent a remarkable transformation. The sounds of muscles straining and bones shifting harmoniously melded into an eerie symphony. The muscles on Jackie Chan's body began to swell, rapidly transforming him into a robust figure, his upper body now displaying a formidable muscularity. Witnessing this spectacle, Feng Zi was momentarily taken aback, recalling the moment when the Turtle Sage utilized this very form to unleash the terrifying Turtle School's Kamehameha against the Bull Demon King. How astonishing! The aging Jackie Chan possesses a physique rivaling that of a youthful strongman. The host exclaimed in awe. With the physique of a muscle-bound warrior, Jackie Chan's gaze swept over Feng Zi, emanating an overwhelming aura that surged like a tidal wave, scattering debris across the stage. Impressive, Feng Zi thought, but before he could process the realization, Jackie Chan had vanished from sight. The space around Feng Zi subtly warped, Jackie Chan's figure abruptly materializing before him. A tumultuous rush of air surged as Jackie Chan's fist struck Feng Zi's chest with tremendous force. Boom! The violet-clad figure of Feng Zi was suddenly torn apart by a fierce gust of wind, his attire shredding from the center of his chest into countless fragments that scattered and danced in the air. After a brief pause, he expelled an exaggerated jet of blood from his mouth, his body accelerating instantaneously like a cannonball, tracing a nearly straight line in the air, accompanied by the thunderous roar of fists tearing through the atmosphere. He descended into the damaged arena. The audience buzzed with whispers, inquiring among themselves, a cacophony of uncertainty regarding the current situation. Chapter 57, Victory or Defeat, Part 1. A scream erupted, and the entire venue was thrown into an uproar. No one could fathom the reality before them. Just moments ago, this seemingly disadvantaged Chung Long had managed to knock down Feng Zi with a single punch, and the spectators had failed to catch the exact moment of his movement. Unlike the previous match, this anticipated clash of dragons and tigers unfolded beyond their sight, leaving them only with the sounds emanating from the ring and the instant of a fighter being struck down. Feng Zi staggered to his feet, struggling to support his battered body. Though the recent blow had not rendered him unconscious, it had inflicted considerable damage upon him. "Oh, not push yourself. It is merely a contest," Chung Long remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the swaying figure of Feng Zi. With a slight smile, Feng Zi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly retorted, "Are you expressing sympathy or casting scorn upon me? In a man's battle, there is only victory or defeat. Surrender is not an option." Sighing, Chung Long softly replied, "In that case, let us determine the outcome, young man." With that, he widened his eyes and transformed into a fleeting shadow. Gliding forward like a nighthawk in flight, in the blink of an eye, he stood before Feng Zi. Bang! The fists of Feng Zi and Chung Long collided directly. The cold glint in Feng Zi's eyes flickered incessantly as he let out a fierce roar. His other hand forming a fist that trailed a stream of air over a foot long, aimed squarely at Chung Long's face, reaching the limits of his striking power. Chung Long's eyes reflected a calm wisdom as he issued a low growl. His wrinkled hands rose, creating layers of illusory afterimages to meet Feng Zi's assault. With a series of crisp sounds akin to firecrackers, Chung Long remained immovable, his feet planted firmly as he blocked dozens of Feng Zi's strikes with his hands. Simultaneously, he penetrated Feng Zi's tightly guarded defense, landing several blows to his chest. Finally, with a slight pull back of his right hand toward his shoulder, he gathered ample force before unleashing a palm strike that erupted with terrifying power. Like a flash of lightning, boom! To the astonishment of the audience, Feng Zi was sent flying as if severed from a kite, landing precisely outside the bounds of the arena, which would signify his defeat should he fall. I cannot lose. Feng Zi's eyes flared with a crimson light, his expression turning cold in an instant. In midair, he expertly controlled his balance, twisting his body as he fell, landing with a thud at the very edge of the arena, barely avoiding a tumble off the stage. Remarkable! Feng Zi's unwavering willpower has kept him in the ring, the announcer declared excitedly, and thunderous applause erupted from the stands. Feng Zi clenched his fists and rose, his icy gaze fixed intently on Chung Long. A fierce fighting spirit emanating from him. Go, Feng Zi. Show that old man what you're made of. You must win. The audience erupted into cheers, rallying behind Feng Zi. Reflecting on a recent battle, Feng Zi pondered. Why had Chung Long become so formidable all of a sudden? Was this the hidden strength of a level 70 monster? He recalled a conversation in the resting area before the match, where Chung Long had mentioned his expertise in controlling qi. Could it be? Shall we continue? Feng Zi said calmly, disregarding the pain coursing through his body as he assumed a fighting stance. Chung Long nodded, his gaze sharp as he utilized his overwhelming speed to instantly reach Feng Zi's position. Yet, Feng Zi showed no surprise, having anticipated this moment and prepared himself. Ha! Chung Long raised his massive fist, delivering a remarkably fierce, straight punch in an instant. Feng Zi narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze on Chung Long's fist. Fully prepared, he crossed his hands in front of his chest, lowering his head and channeling all his strength into a protective stance. Before Chung Long's fist even made contact, the air before Feng Zi trembled violently, a visible shockwave emanating towards him, accompanied by the thunderous sound of an explosion that was heart-stopping. Realizing this, Feng Zi exclaimed, "Aha!" But in the next moment, he felt as if struck by a colossal hammer, crashing back down onto the arena floor as Feng Zi lay on the ground. Not rising immediately, the announcer rushed over, speaking into the microphone. Due to Feng Zi's inability to rise, I must commence a countdown as per the tournament regulations if he does not. Suddenly, the announcer's commentary halted as Feng Zi surged back to his feet. His body battered, yet his eyes still ablaze with fighting spirit. Qi. Is it? You unleashed a miniature Kamehameha during your attack. Feng Zi suddenly addressed Chung Long, who looked taken aback. Indeed, Qi is a mysterious force. Feng Zi continued. Chung Long has mastered its application completely. Just as I overcame Sun Wukong through its to defeat him, I must grasp its essence in combat. Chapter 58, Victory or Defeat, Part 2. The entire venue fell silent. All eyes glued to the fierce duel unfolding before them, their hearts ablaze with fervor. The figures of Feng Zi and Chung Long danced across the arena, the air filled with a symphony of rapid strikes and the sounds of their conflict. The audience, unable to discern the full extent of the battle, yearned only for the outcome. Shi. Both combatants wielded this force, each punch igniting its application. Feng Zi maintained a tight grip on his emotions, knowing that only with a calm mind could he unleash his true strength amid the chaos of battle. His fists wove through the air in a dazzling display of technique, the speed of his strikes creating an impenetrable barrier against Cheng Long's counterattacks. Cheng Long, the legendary turtle hermit, had lived for 300 years, his vast experience in combat rendering him unperturbed by Feng Zi's onslaught. As Feng Zi unleashed his furious attacks, Cheng Long gathered his chi, his hands spreading to release a flurry of illusory punches surrounding him, some clear and others faintly visible, blocking Feng Zi's every advance. Cheng Long remained calm and steadfast, while Feng Zi was like a tempest, crackling with energy. Their chi howled across the arena, a force akin to a primordial beast rampaging through the solid concrete and steel structure of the ring, leaving it battered and pockmarked. Stones flew, striking the nearby audience, causing a faint sting upon impact. After over an hour of relentless assault, the two had worn down the sturdy arena by nearly 2/3. Both Feng Zi and Cheng Long halted their strikes, their chi nearly depleted and their stamina visibly waning. Feng Zi and Cheng Long are incredible. Both are evenly matched. This is truly exhilarating, the announcer exclaimed during their brief respite, prompting agreement from the audience. Even though they had not comprehended the full scope of the battle, in the stands, Bulma expressed her surprise. I never imagined this old man would be so formidable. Beside her, Lu Ping chimed in. I always suspected that Cheng Long was a disguised turtle hermit infiltrating the competition. Regardless of who the opponent is, I have faith that Feng Zi will emerge victorious. Bulma gazed at Feng Zi's retreating figure and declared with certainty. In the arena, Cheng Long observed Feng Zi calmly and remarked, Young man, I am truly astonished by your swift comprehension of the application of Chi Ha. Then allow me to demonstrate another of my ultimate techniques. Aside from the Kamehameha, the Universal Thunder Palm, Feng Zi furrowed his brow, still uncertain of what this Universal Thunder Palm entailed, yet he remained vigilant, readying himself defensively. Cheng Long's eyes glimmered with a profound and formidable authority as he bent his body, his face assuming a grim expression. The chi around him fluctuated restlessly, causing the very air to become agitated. In an instant, the airflow twisted violently, a chilling wind tousling Cheng Long's hair, his facial muscles twitching momentarily before he bellowed. Universal Thunder Palm. At that moment, a flash of lightning materialized between Cheng Long's hands, crackling audibly, startling Feng Zi and momentarily exposing a flaw in his meticulous defense. The next instant, with a resounding crash, countless chains of lightning ensnared Feng Zi's body in an instant. Feng Zi groaned in agony, his brow knitting together as he endured excruciating pain that felt worse than death itself, tearing at his very soul. What sensation does one experience when lightning courses through the flesh? Nerves numb, bones feeling as though they might shatter, every cell in his body quaking in trepidation. Young man, it would be wise for you to concede. The power of the Universal Thunder Palm converts chi into lightning. If you persist any longer, you may perish, Cheng Long advised. In the stands, Bulma gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. It was the first time she had witnessed Feng Zi in such a state of helplessness and suffering. Bulma, you should persuade Feng Zi to forfeit this match. That old man is far too strong. Feng Zi stands no chance against him, Lu Ping chimed in anxiously. However, Bulma, unusually defiant, countered, if you do not wish to be chased down with a kitchen knife by that fellow, then you should convince him to concede. Lu Ping found himself momentarily speechless. As Bulma had stated, halting the match between Feng Zi and Cheng Long could have dire consequences. The resting area, in stark contrast to the stands, was in close proximity to the arena, making it an ideal spot for watching the battle unfold. Goku, that purple-haired guy is on the verge of losing, Krillin exclaimed to the intensely focused Son Goku. Without turning his head, Goku replied, that guy won't lose, because he is Feng Zi. Curious, Krillin inquired, Goku, why do you have such unwavering faith in him? Because he can eat more than I can, Son Goku replied nonchalantly, leaving Krillin at a loss for words. Chapter 59. The Outcome, Part 2. Feng Zi found himself in an exceedingly perilous predicament, his entire being engulfed by surging currents of electricity, with his clothing continuously singeing. Young man, do not be reckless. It would be prudent to forfeit this match, Cheng Long said slowly, his hands continuously releasing chi, which transformed into electric currents. tormenting Fengzi's body. "Old man, shut your mouth," Fengzi retorted angrily, causing Cheng Long's expression to darken. An unimaginable pain surged through his mind as Fengzi felt as though his very nerves were on the verge of exploding, his entire body and mind seemingly sliced apart by innumerable tiny blades, relentlessly tearing at him. This excruciating agony was so unbearable that Fengzi contemplated suicide. His short purple hair stood on end, his visage contorted in anguish, his complexion shifting rapidly from crimson to pallid, then ashen, before turning a deep purple-black. Fengzi let out a primal scream, his haunting wail reverberating throughout the venue. The only means he had to vent his heart-wrenching suffering. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Cheng Long's eyes reflected incredulity. The electric current from the universal thunderpalm had reached 50,000 volts, an amount that would incapacitate an ordinary person within a second. Even Cheng Long himself doubted he could endure a minute under such conditions. Yet Fengzi had somehow persisted for 5 minutes, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous. The audience gasped collectively, their hearts racing. Though they could not comprehend the implications of this technique, the torment evident on Fengzi's face conveyed the dreadfulness of the universal thunderpalm. Fengzi gritted his teeth, his face taut, his eyes bulging with terrifying bloodshot veins. His expression twisted in a grotesque mask of agony as he fought to maintain a fragment of consciousness. He resembled a demon returned from the depths of hell. The electric currents mercilessly thrashed at the organs within Fengzi, penetrating to the bone, wildly churning his marrow, permeating every cell in his body, maliciously attempting to paralyze him, to tear apart and extinguish all vitality within him. Curse it! Fengzi's fingernails dug into the flesh of his palms, his vision blurring. He could only cling to consciousness through sheer willpower, desperately resisting the encroaching darkness. Experience 5. Experience 5. Experience 5. Abruptly, a series of notifications echoed within Fengzi's mind. And in the next moment, he felt his body's functions gradually rejuvenating. The tormenting currents transformed from unbearable pain into a gentle warmth that flowed through him, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Fengzi's strength began to harmonize with the surging currents, assimilating within him, enhancing his physique, and continually surpassing the limits of his own capabilities, pushing beyond, and then beyond once more. What should we do? Fengzi seems to be in immense pain. Lu Ping said anxiously from the audience that Bulma's complexion turned pale as she watched Fengzi struggle in agony within the arena, replying, "If he cannot escape this move in another minute, we will have no choice but to forfeit the match for him." "Look, that guy Fengzi seems to be smiling," Oolong suddenly exclaimed, causing Bulma and Lu Ping to look at Fengzi in confusion. Indeed, as Oolong had said, Fengzi was smiling. Almost the entire audience noticed this peculiar occurrence. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Fengzi's expression transformed from one of unbearable suffering to a radiant smile. This fellow, Cheng Long's expression shifted dramatically. For the first time in 300 years, he encountered an opponent who could withstand the universal thunderpalm's electric onslaught for 5 minutes. And what unsettled him most was the hint of mockery in Fengzi's smile. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping Fengzi in a resplendent glow. The dazzling radiance astonished Cheng Long and left the entire audience in disbelief. Unable to fathom the significance of this sudden illumination, Fengzi let out a groan, and a system notification that filled him with exhilaration echoed in his mind. Level up in the next moment. His wounds began to heal at a visible rate. His previously depleted stamina and chi restored to peak condition, and Fengzi felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, an intensity so formidable that even he found it terrifying. With a mere flex of his body, Fengzi liberated himself from the restraints of the universal thunderpalm. Cheng Long's expression shifted as he began to retreat, realizing that the energy expended in executing the universal thunderpalm had left him utterly depleted. What an unexpected turn of events! The contestant Fengzi has managed to escape Cheng Long's seemingly unbeatable move. The host exclaimed excitedly, prompting the crowd to erupt in a frenzy, standing in the arena. Fengzi recalled the agonizing experience he had endured, sending a chill down his spine. It was the first time he had suffered to the point of contemplating death. Level 11? No, level 12. Feng Zi clenched his fists. His expression illuminated with exhilaration and joy, his reason being singular. He had acquired power that transcended Cheng Long's. Feng Zi despised the feeling of being a weakling, for it was a profound humiliation. At that moment, Cheng Long spoke. The era of the young has arrived. I have decided to concede. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the once dominant Cheng Long would yield. An unexpected tension filled the air, as a pair of icy gazes fixed upon Cheng Long's figure. Feng Zi spoke in a somber tone. No matter who my opponent is in my eyes, they are merely a monster that grants experience. And the fate of such a monster can only end in one way: defeat. Upon finishing his words, under the astonished gaze of Jackie Chan, Feng Zi's figure instantaneously dissolved into nothingness. Such speed was unattainable even during Jackie Chan's prime. Before the audience could react, Feng Zi appeared beside Jackie like a specter, softly uttering, "Therefore, I do not require your surrender." Jackie attempted to evade, yet Feng Zi's right hand sliced through the air, emitting a shrill sound akin to a wild tempest, swiftly striking Jackie on the chest. Cough! A piercing pain radiated from Jackie's chest, as if he had been struck by a train, sending him flying unconscious. As he landed, dust was kicked into the air, and Jackie lay motionless in the center of the arena, his expression devoid of life, having fainted without warning. Chapter 60. The conclusion of the martial arts tournament and the retribution of the red satin ribbon. If the prestigious martial arts tournament was a venue for other competitors to hone their skills or earn rewards, for Feng Zi, it was a veritable leveling paradise. Indeed, Feng Zi leveled up once more. Within mere minutes of his previous upgrade, after defeating the level 70 boss, Master Rashi, he accrued a wealth of experience. This propelled Feng Zi from level 12 to 13, or more precisely, 13.5, as he still had a substantial amount of experience remaining post-upgrade. Moreover, it is noteworthy that he learned Master Rashi's skill. Universal Shockwave Palm in the stands. All spectators gazed at the fallen Jackie with expressions of panic and disbelief, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow 2 eggs whole. On the arena, the male host closest to Feng Zi and Jackie, through his sunglasses, appeared as if petrified by the scene unfolding before him, standing frozen in place. Did he win? Bulma stared incredulously at Feng Zi in the arena, while the lethargic Lepin nodded beside her. Upon regaining their composure, Bulma and the others exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy, before erupting into piercing cheers. The host, possessing a psychological resilience beyond the ordinary, quickly recovered from his astonishment, glanced at the unconscious Jackie, and excitedly announced into the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the martial arts tournament is contestant Feng Zi. Feng Zi, madman! Feng Zi, madman! Feng Zi!" The fervent applause and shouts surged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, resonating throughout the arena after a brief silence. Instantly, the entire venue was enveloped in a sea of jubilation, while Feng Zi on the stage stood like a towering deity, basking in the adoration of tens of thousands. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Feng Zi's mind. "You have obtained the title of champion of the martial arts tournament. Reward skill, soul perception." Amidst the revelry, the triennial martial arts tournament drew to a close, etching a name into the memories of all: Feng Zi, a formidable and fierce young man with violet hair. In a restaurant, the rhythmic clattering of dishes resonated, and if one did not pay close attention, passers-by might mistake it for the sound of percussion instruments. "Another bowl! I want some too!" Sun Wukong and Feng Zi, without lifting their heads, clamored like combatants, the food on the table vanishing incessantly under the gaze of Bulma and others. Lepin cast a glance at the bandaged Master Rashi and solemnly inquired, "That Jackie must have been your disguise, right?" Master Rashi chuckled heartily, responding vaguely, "I was injured because I accidentally slipped in the restroom. As for the Jackie you mentioned, I don't know him at all." "And where were you during the competition?" Bulma pressed out of course. "I was out on a date with a beautiful young lady." Master Rashi feigned a lecherous demeanor. Fabricating an excuse, Feng Zi and Sun Wukong continued to devour the food on the table, and Bulma glanced at the two, unable to suppress a wry smile. "Feng Zi, at this rate, your prize money will vanish in no time." Such things are insignificant. As long as I fill my belly, that's all that matters, Feng Zi replied, chewing on a chicken leg that moment. Lepin chuckled and interjected, Wukong, now that the tournament is over, are you still planning to train at Master Roshi's? No, I intend to venture into the outside world to continuously train and strengthen my abilities, Sun Wukong replied decisively, raising his head to glance at Lepin. Oh, what a pity. If you accompanied us back to West City, I would treat you to even better food, Bulma tempted Sun Wukong. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Feng Zi stated seriously, Bulma, I won't accompany you back to West City either. Why not? Bulma felt an inexplicable sense of loss and inquired. Setting down his bowl, Feng Zi smiled. Well, there are too few monsters in West City. I want to go to other maps to find monsters and level up. Bulma and the others were left speechless, forever unable to fathom the inner workings of Feng Zi's mind. In West City, within the office of the Entertainment District, Colonel Stedham, I have thoroughly investigated. The one who harmed young Master Harley is named Feng Zi. And here are his details, a subordinate respectfully stated, handing over a document bearing Feng Zi's photograph. Colonel Stedham's expression darkened as he murmured, Feng Zi. Upon hearing this name for the first time, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if it had crossed his ears before. That scoundrel. After merely glancing at the document, Stedham immediately understood why the name Feng Zi sounded so recognizable that a year prior, it was indeed Feng Zi who had continuously defeated opponents within his entertainment district, disrupting the balance of gambling and causing him to incur significant losses. Naturally, Stedham would not let this go unpunished. He had summoned several capable subordinates and equipped them with heavy firepower, intending to eliminate Feng Zi. However, to his utter surprise, Feng Zi had not perished. Stedham's fury ignited as he slammed his fist on the table, cursing, damn scoundrel, how dare you harm my precious son? This time, I will not let you escape. Colonel Stedham, the subordinate glanced nervously at the enraged Stedham and began to speak. Stedham shot a cold glare at the subordinate, commanding, speak plainly. Do not stutter. The subordinate nodded and explained, Colonel Stedham, according to my investigation, this Feng Zi has just won the title of champion in the martial arts tournament, and he is said to be an incredibly formidable expert. Is that so? Stedham's fury began to subside as he contemplated the subordinate's report, his brow furrowing in thought. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up in Stedham's mind. He picked up the telephone on his desk, dialed a series of numbers, and after a few seconds said, Is this the headquarters? This is Stedham. I am facing a dilemma. Please help me contact Mr. Tao. Bye. Chapter 61. Sweat, the Realm of Tenderness. The day after the martial arts tournament concluded, Feng Zi and his companions were preparing to part ways. Lepin intended to train under Master Roshi, while Oolong would return to West City alongside Bulma, and the new member Krillin AS for Sun Wukong and Feng Zi. They planned to venture into the outside world together, simultaneously enhancing their own strength. Farewell, everyone. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong stood before Bulma and the others, each face reflecting reluctance and attachment, embodying the poignant scene of parting. Bulma approached Feng Zi, speaking in a gentle tone. Feng Zi, take care of yourself. Her eyes shimmered with a hazy brilliance, brimming with emotion. Feng Zi nodded, smiling as he replied, As long as you're not around to cause trouble, I will undoubtedly thrive. Go to hell, Bulma laughed through her tears, playfully punching Feng Zi with her petite fist. Similarly, Sun Wukong was on the other side, bidding farewell to Master Roshi and the others. All right, that's settled. Wukong and I will team up to hunt monsters. Feng Zi's gaze swept across the gathered crowd, lingering on Bulma for a few seconds before slowly stating. Feng Zi turned his head aside and asked Sun Wukong, Are we really going to walk in search of a new map? Although I don't quite understand what you're saying, I have the flying nimbus that Grandpa Roshi gave me. Sun Wukong grinned widely. After saying this, without acknowledging Feng Zi's astonishment, Sun Wukong called out to the sky. Nimbus! Suddenly, a yellow cloud shadow appeared in the sky, capturing the attention of everyone present. The turtle sage chuckled, remarking, Although this nimbus cloud is quite convenient, it is indeed rare to find someone capable of riding it. After summoning the nimbus cloud, Sun Wukong turned to Feng Zi and said, Let us ascend. Oh, I almost forgot. Only those with a kind heart can ride the nimbus. With that, Sun Wukong leaped onto the cloud. Fengzi exclaimed in surprise and effortlessly followed suit, landing gracefully atop the yellow cloud. Moments passed. The turtle sage widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Fengzi upon the nimbus. Beside him, Bulma jested, "Surely this nimbus cloud cannot be mistaken. Even someone as notoriously aggressive as Fengzi can ride it. Perhaps Fengzi is merely a naive and endearing individual," Lepin casually remarked, eliciting disdainful glances from the others. In their eyes, Fengzi was anything but adorable. After bidding farewell to Bulma and the others, Fengzi and Sun Wukong soared away, the nimbus leaving a fleeting trail across the azure sky before vanishing from sight. "I hope those two oddballs do not land themselves in any serious trouble," Oolong murmured softly while gazing skyward. Bulma glanced at Oolong and chuckled. "With their abilities, I cannot fathom anyone who could possibly defeat them." Perhaps Fengzi secretly hopes for someone stronger than himself. According to him, all powerful beings aside from friends are merely monsters. In the cloudless sky, a pale yellow cloud appeared abruptly. "Hey, Wukong, where should we go to hunt monsters?" Fengzi inquired, boredom evident in his tone as he sat upon the fluffy nimbus. Sun Wukong glanced at him and replied, "I plan to first gather the 4-star Dragon Ball left to me by my grandfather. Look, this is the dragon radar I borrowed from Bulma." He then produced the radar from his pocket and waved it in the air. "Ugh, Wukong, I'm hungry," Fengzi stated after prolonged silence. Sun Wukong, appearing weak and weary, confessed, "So am I." Simultaneously, their stomachs rumbled in agreement. Fengzi pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us find a place to fill our bellies." Sun Wukong nodded and commanded the nimbus. The cloud shook violently, whipping up a chilling gust of wind as it swiftly descended toward the ground. Once they landed on solid ground, Fengzi cast a cursory glance around, noting the houses lining the road and the curious gazes of passers-by. He quickly deduced that they had arrived in a remote town. "Come, let us seek out a restaurant," he informed Sun Wukong. The duo meandered through the area, soon discovering an appealing establishment. The sign depicted several women and a table laden with food, which was precisely why they chose to stop. Wukong, can you tell me what this sign says?" Fengzi asked awkwardly, pointing at the signboard. Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, "I can't read. Whatever it says, it shows food, so let us just go in," Fengzi declared, pulling Sun Wukong through the entrance. Indeed, both Fengzi and Sun Wukong were completely illiterate, believing it to be a dining establishment. They stumbled inside without a clue. Unbeknownst to them, the sign boldly read, "Gentle Haven." Chapter 62. A chance encounter. As soon as Fengzi and Sun Wukong stepped into the establishment, they were greeted by an inviting aroma. Not that of food, but rather the fragrance of perfume that Fengzi had often encountered on Bulma. "Welcome, young gentlemen. Please come inside," called a provocatively dressed middle-aged woman, her eyes glimmering with allure and her words dripping with seduction. Fengzi and Sun Wukong followed her in silence, the woman leading them to an elegantly decorated lounge. Upon entering, they were struck by the tasteful decor. The blue-toned lighting imbued the space with a dreamlike ambience. "Please have a seat." The woman gestured toward a row of high-backed sofas. The soft velvet, coupled with the cool metallic table that shimmered faintly, created a somewhat ethereal atmosphere. The sofas were semicircular in shape. And without hesitation, Fengzi and Sun Wukong plopped down comfortably. The dim lighting of the hall enhanced the thrilling allure of the night. The moment they settled into the sofas, the woman leaned in and asked sweetly, "What can I get for you two handsome gentlemen? How many companions would you like? We just want to eat." Fengzi and Sun Wukong unabashedly replied, reclining against the sofa. "Ah." The woman seemed taken aback, clearly not expecting that the primary motive for visiting such a place would be to dine. After a moment of contemplation, she surmised that perhaps these two young men desired to eat while being entertained. And with a charming smile, she retreated to the back to make arrangements. 5 minutes later, Fengzi and Sun Wukong's eyes widened with delight as platters of food were placed before them, reminiscent of ravenous wolves pouncing on their prey. The woman watching from the side was astonished. It was the first time she had encountered such voracious patrons. While Fengzi and Sun Wukong indulged in their meal, a row of approximately 3 women lined up about 2 meters away from them, all strikingly beautiful. with voluptuous figures clad in revealing red evening gowns. Each one exuded an air of seduction. The intoxicating aroma of their perfumes wafted through the air, causing Feng Zi to grimace slightly as he glanced at the women, continuing to eat without interruption, while Sun Wukong devoured his food with fervor. "Make sure to take good care of our guests." The woman who had first greeted Feng Zi and Sun Wukong instructed the trio of ladies before departing. One of the women approached Feng Zi, her voice sweet and soft. "Little boss, why not stop eating and come play with us?" Feng Zi continued eating, casting a disinterested glance at her, not interested. The woman's face faltered for a moment before she beckoned her companions to encircle Feng Zi and Sun Wukong. One of the women stood up, slowly turning, and as if by magic, the clasp of her bra unfastened. "Am I not beautiful?" she purred, exposing her bare upper body. Sun Wukong remained focused on his meal, while Feng Zi glanced at the exposed woman, dismissively stating, "Just 2 lumps of fat." Utterly unappealing. The woman's expression soured, yet she maintained a professional smile. Undeterred, she leaned closer to Feng Zi, her finger raised in a suggestive gesture that would entice any ordinary man. However, her other hand wandered across her ample bosom, accentuating her curves. Finally, she leaned in closer, revealing her breasts. "Do not disturb my meal." Feng Zi's demeanor shifted from casual to icy, a hint of annoyance flashing across his face. It seemed the women were not ready to give up, believing that Feng Zi simply did not like the fuller figures. Another woman with a more petite frame took the place of the previous one. Approaching Feng Zi with a sultry demeanor, she gently spread her legs, playfully settling herself on Feng Zi's lap, her waist held high as she began to press against his shoulders, mimicking intimate movements. "Get lost," Feng Zi shouted, ignoring the astonished looks of the others as he delivered a swift punch to the woman's face. Instantly, the once alluring lady collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, a gasp echoed through the room, and the remaining 2 women recoiled in shock, staring at Feng Zi in disbelief. Rising to his feet, Feng Zi glared at the 2 remaining women, exasperatedly stating, "What a bunch of pathetic creatures, constantly parading before me. How infuriating." From the moment the 3 women entered, Feng Zi had noticed the crimson names hovering above their heads. Prostitute, Level 1. The first level monster is utterly inconsequential to Feng Zi. Even if defeated, it would yield merely a trifling amount of experience. Thus, Feng Zi resolutely refrained from engaging. However, the trio of young women, oblivious to the situation, lingered and disrupted Feng Zi's meal, provoking an eruption of ire within him. Half an hour later, Feng Zi and Sun Wukong exited the room, settled their bill with the woman who had attended to them, and departed from the establishment known as Gentletown. As the receptionist pushed open the door to the room where Feng Zi and Sun Wukong had stayed, she was astounded to find all 3 young women lying unconscious on the floor. It was unexpected. These 2 youngsters possess such formidable prowess in that regard. The woman's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she murmured in disbelief. Incidentally, after this encounter, the 3 women abandoned their nefarious ways and vowed never to engage in such trade again, forever influenced by the fleeting presence of a certain purple-haired individual. Chapter 63. Tormenting Tao Bye-Bye, Part 1. The moment Feng Zi and Sun Wukong stepped outside, Feng Zi's expression altered, for the acquisition of the soul perception skill enabled him to instinctively sense monsters within a 1,000-meter radius. Moreover, the intensity of the warning from this particular monster was strikingly potent, indicating its formidable level. "Wukong, an enemy approaches." Feng Zi intoned gravely to Sun Wukong at his side. Understanding the seriousness of Feng Zi's words, Sun Wukong immediately grew vigilant. Their gazes swiftly converged upon the newcomer. A man was soaring through the air, rapidly approaching them atop a colossal stone pillar. As the imposing pillar drew near, a frigid gust whipped through the air, tousling their hair and making it difficult to keep their eyes open. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated, dust billowed, and the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Through the swirling dust, a chilling figure emerged, the hem of his pink robe fluttering elegantly, while the aura of his towering physique radiated a powerful presence that gradually dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. A braid nearly half a meter long cascaded casually over his shoulder, adorned with a prominently inscribed character for kill, which intensified his menacing air. His face, etched with the lines of experience, bore a pair of piercing, authoritative eyes that sparkled with a cold, murderous glint. Feng Zi fixed his gaze upon this sudden adversary, whose name, inscribed in crimson, was none other than Tao Bai Bai. Level 68. Yes, this man, exuding an aura of bloodlust, possessed a level nearly equal to that of Master Rashi. The correlation between level and power was evident, signifying that he was a rare and formidable foe. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai, he declared with pride, his brow furrowing as he locked on Feng Zi's figure at that moment. Feng Zi unexpectedly smiled, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes as he spoke. Your name is of little consequence. What matters is your level, and I find it quite satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Tao Bai Bai's expression stiffened, a hint of astonishment flashing his gaze before he quickly masked it. Your name is Feng Zi, is it not? I have been entrusted with the task of eliminating you. Thus, you must perish at my hands today. Tao Bai Bai proclaimed coldly, an intense aura of bloodlust emanating from him, reminiscent of a butcher stained with the blood of his victims. Feng Zi's face turned expressionless, his brows slightly furrowing as he replied in a low voice. It seems every monster I encounter is as verbose as you, yet they all ultimately meet their demise at my hands. Wukong, you are no match for this creature. Allow me to handle him. Feng Zi disregarded Sun Wukong's reaction and boldly advanced toward Tao Bai Bai as he closed the distance to mere meters. Feng Zi maintained an air of calm, a confident smile gracing his lips. Tao Bai Bai continued to amplify his aura of killing intent, yet the young man before him remained undeterred, drawing nearer with each step. Recalling the dossier provided by Steedham, which indicated that Feng Zi was the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Tao Bai Bai found himself compelled to exercise caution. Suddenly, Feng Zi's previously placid gaze ignited with fervor, his demeanor transforming into one of exhilaration and intensity as his vital energy surged within him, seemingly roaring for battle. With a forceful stamp of his foot, the ground erupted, shattering into countless fragments of earth and stone that soared into the air. In the next moment, Feng Zi's legs blurred into a shadow that enveloped half the area before him. Consequently, the airborne debris hurtled forth, propelled by a tremendous force, like bullets, screaming through the air. As Feng Zi followed closely behind, his fists brimming with the power to shatter stone, Tao Bai Bai's expression shifted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He had encountered a true master, a formidable opponent. The ricocheting fragments clearly posed no significant threat to Tao Bai Bai, who swiftly employed his hands to block the onslaught, the sound of their clash echoing like a barrage of firecrackers. The combat between Feng Zi and Tao Bai Bai unfolded in a whirlwind of rapid exchanges, each maneuver leaving onlookers mesmerized. Their speeds were so swift that mere sight could not capture the action. Relying instead on instinct to strike, evade, and parry, Sun Wukong, captivated by the spectacle, watched intently as he shifted his weight backward to stabilize his stance. Feng Zi inhaled deeply, and with his movement, the air around him seemed to ripple with turbulence. Tao Bai Bai could distinctly sense the incredible, unstoppable force accumulating in Feng Zi's right fist, the impending explosion of energy promising to be earth-shattering. With a fierce shout, Feng Zi's eyes gleamed with intensity as he twisted his waist, unleashing his fist without hesitation. Instantly, a tempest erupted at his punch's origin, and Tao Bai Bai, unable to evade in time, was compelled to confront the blow head-on. At the moment their fists collided, Feng Zi bellowed, heaven-shattering fist. In the next instant, a surge of blue lightning erupted from Feng Zi's fist, creating a tempest of overwhelming energy that surged forth, colliding with Tao Bai Bai's own fist. Under the influence of Feng Zi's superhuman strength, Tao Bai Bai first felt his entire arm go numb, followed by a surge of blood rushing to his chest, leaving him akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward, bang. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground stirred a cloud of dust. As Tao Bai Bai lay sprawled on the ground, his complexion as pale as paper, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, rendered helpless. Indeed, the punch Feng Zi had just unleashed was not merely a traditional strike, but a powerful attack derived from the fusion of another skill. The world-shattering palm, amplifying his strength multifold while possessing the unique ability to paralyze nerves. Chapter 64. Tormenting Tao Bai. Part 2. With great difficulty, Tao Bai scrambled to his feet. Wiping the blood from his mouth as he coughed several times, his voice laced with cold fury. Just now, I was merely caught off guard. Tao Bai, am not so easily vanquished. His expression darkened as he immersed himself fully in the confrontation. Disregarding the pain coursing through his body. Die! He roared, transforming into a whirlwind as he dashed across the ground. Reappearing behind Feng Zi in an instant, the fist surrounded by violent winds loomed above Feng Zi's head. Descending with the force of a thunderclap, the gale howling with tremendous power. Feng Zi's eyes sparkled with fervor and excitement as he fearlessly met the oncoming attack. In an instant, the clash of energies erupted. The sound of their fists colliding resembling a series of firecrackers. The two agile figures became twin shadows of black wind, darting, leaping, and weaving through the street, each pursuing the other in a fierce dance. Their speed unparalleled. The air was charged with the ferocity of their blows, the atmosphere crackling with energy as piercing screams filled the air, captivating all who bore witness. Hello? Is this the police station? There are two incredibly powerful individuals fighting on B Street. Number 6. Meanwhile, the streets began to swell with onlookers, nearly all pedestrians maintaining a safe distance while watching the exhilarating duel between Feng Zi and Tao Bai. Incredible. Who are these two? One exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, am I seeing things? They keep appearing in different places in the blink of an eye. This is astonishing. That purple-haired one just bent a steel railing with a single punch. The murmur of the crowd rose and fell like the tide, as onlookers lining the road pointed and whispered in astonishment and shock at the fierce battle between Feng Zi and Tao Bai. Only Sun Wukong was able to discern the two combatants' swift punches and kicks, while the others could merely catch a vague glimpse of the two astonishingly fast whirlwinds darting chaotically across the ground, accompanied by piercing howls and the violent sounds of fists and feet colliding. Yet despite the chaos, their expressions remained animated with excitement. Suddenly, Feng Zi and Tao Bai leapt into the air, their fists clashing in a flurry of strikes, and with a thunderous crash, they both plummeted to the ground. The floor beneath them fissured like a spider's web. Yet in the wake of their ferocious winds, it seemed to sprout wings, rising up to join the swirling debris propelled by the gusts. This only amplified the unimaginable lethality of the wind surrounding them. Within a few meters of their tumultuous clash point, two shadowy figures darted and weaved, their movements a blur, intertwining and separating with each strike, transforming the invisible force of the chaotic winds and debris into a tangible form. Rocks flew through the air, reverberating wildly, occasionally breaking free from the tempest to strike distant buildings, creating a cacophony of impacts that left shallow craters in the walls. The scene was unprecedentedly explosive and brutal, leaving all spectators in a state of shock and awe. With fists like meteors from the heavens, they shattered stone and earth with unparalleled ferocity. Their legs struck like thunder, each move a cataclysmic sweep that stirred the very heavens. The battle between the two masters was nothing short of spectacular. Each punch and kick stirred the air into tumultuous currents as the ground fractured under their monstrous strength. The once smooth road was ravaged and pitted, leaving onlookers utterly astounded, their hearts racing in disbelief. Tao Bai, flushed with rage, swung his arm wide, but Feng Zi ducked beneath the blow, countering with a punch that could reduce steel to dust, striking Tao Bai fiercely in the abdomen. Cough! Tao Bai grunted, propelled backward, while Feng Zi pushed off the ground, pursuing him as he collided with a crumbling building, rebounding onto the ground in that instant. Feng Zi soared high, twisting his body, one leg shooting downwards, aiming directly at the head of the prone Tao Bai. Should he connect, even Tao Bai's formidable strength would likely result in a shattered skull. As Feng Zi's knee descended, Tao Bai rolled swiftly along the ground, narrowly evading the devastating impact that shattered the earth beneath Feng Zi's strike, sending debris flying. As Tao Bai rolled away. He quickly pushed off the ground, bracing himself against the onslaught of shrapnel, striking his face and body, pivoting to unleash a fierce kick at Feng Zi's shoulder, who was now half kneeling. The sound of distant sirens echoed. Drawing closer, it was the police responding to the chaos, racing toward Feng Zi and Tao Bai. Feng Zi's figure reappeared mere meters away, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his face, swift as lightning and thunderous as a storm. Should it connect, it would surely mar his visage. With a sudden burst of energy, Feng Zi propelled himself off the ground, evading Tao Bai's attack by a hair's breadth as the wind from the foot brushed past his cheek. Appearing perilously close, yet causing no real harm, in that moment, Feng Zi leveraged the force of his last kick, executing a swift, ground-hugging reversal, delivering a kick to Tao Bai's calf. Tao Bai lost his balance, crashing toward Feng Zi, but the latter's knees sprang forward, propelling him back, sending Tao Bai's robust form tumbling through the air in a dizzying spin, displaying the practical experience of a seasoned assassin. Tao Bai steadied himself mid-air, landing on his feet, albeit unsteadily. Feng Zi, like a leopard, sprang back to his feet, and the two resumed their standoff. The intensity of their clash left the surrounding spectators breathless, their excitement rendering them speechless. Damn it, this is the first time I've encountered such a formidable opponent. It seems I must resort to that technique, Tao Bai cursed inwardly, attacking with a flurry of strikes. As police vehicles appeared on the horizon, keen-eyed reporters, renowned for their sensitivity, rushed to the scene. What would unfold next? The next chapter promised to be thrilling. Chapter 65. Tormenting Tao Bai. Part 2. Tao Bai retreated several meters, gradually distancing himself from Feng Zi. The latter furrowed his brow. It was well known that a victor could only emerge in close combat, yet Tao Bai's peculiar maneuver left Feng Zi perplexed. A newfound confidence radiated from Tao Bai's face as he slowly raised his right hand, extending his fingers until only the middle one remained, pointed directly at Feng Zi. The motion appeared gentle, yet it concealed deadly intent. Feng Zi's expression shifted. He could sense the energy coalescing between Tao Bai's fingers, solidifying ominously. In the next moment, a cold smirk graced Tao Bai's lips, and a visible spark ignited at the tip of his finger. A brilliant golden energy erupting forth in an instant. With a whoosh, a tangible beam of light sliced through the air, reaching Feng Zi at a velocity that seemed to rival sound itself. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zi momentarily froze, then swiftly sidestepped. The destructive energy grazed his cheek, sending a searing pain jolting through his nerves, leaving a 2-inch gash along his profile. Dong Dong Bo. Tao Bai's face darkened, coldly uttering those words. He then flicked his fingers toward Feng Zi, unleashing a dazzling display of light, as streaks of energy pierced the air, creating ripples that howled toward Feng Zi's position. The shrill sound of the projectiles slicing through the air filled Feng Zi's ears as he weaved like a solitary boat in a tempest, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Dust swirled around him as each beam struck the ground, leaving deep craters beneath his feet. Oh my God! Look, that man with the braid is wielding a laser gun. This must be an illusion. It's terrifying. These two are unbelievable. The onlookers, unable to comprehend the scene before them, were left in utter disbelief. Their understanding of combat shattered. Them. Tao Bai's Dong Dong Bo seemed to shadow Feng Zi, granting him overwhelming advantage while Feng Zi could do little more than evade. Damn it! Don't push your luck, Feng Zi growled, his previously amiable demeanor replaced by a chilling indifference, a glimmer of ruthlessness in his brow. The air crackled with the ferocity of the storm-like assault. Ignoring Feng Zi's warnings, Tao Bai's hands moved like a rapid-fire machine gun, each finger unleashing torrents of golden energy, accompanied by his triumphant laughter. Countless radiant beams illuminated the air, buzzing with energy. This time, Tao Bai nearly sealed off every escape route available to Feng Zi. Feng Zi narrowed his eyes, appearing as though unfazed, standing still as the energy struck him. In an instant, he stomped down with his right foot, the ground trembling beneath him, and vanished from sight. What? Impossible! Tao Bai stared in disbelief, his expression a mix of shock and astonishment. Suddenly, Feng Zi reappeared right before Tao Bai, his voice cold and menacing. Is this fun? So swift was Feng Zi's speed that it could only be described as ghostly. Tao Bai could hardly believe his eyes, astonished that anyone could move so quickly, his reflexes unable to keep pace with this violet-haired youth. If Feng Zi's speed surpassed his own, then Tao Bai's Dong bow would be rendered futile. Die. Tao Bai's fist hurtled toward Feng Zi's forehead at point-blank range, the force of the air swirling around them, tousling Feng Zi's purple hair. A cold smile crept across Feng Zi's lips, his eyes glinting with mockery as he intercepted Tao Bai's punch with his own, the collision of their fists unleashing a shockwave. Peach White's complexion was slightly pallid, and without a moment's hesitation, his second punch traversed the boundaries of space and distance, crashing towards his opponent, only to collide with another punch from Wind Purple that arrived unexpectedly. The exchanges escalated with each subsequent punch, the third, fourth, and fifth, each strike increasing in frequency and intensity. The force of their fists colliding generated a burgeoning aura, radiating outward from the point of impact, creating a scene of fierce intensity. As the pace of their punches quickened, their four arms danced and clashed in the air, transforming from 4 to 8, then to 16, until only a blur of dark arm shadows remained, flickering in and out of existence like a tempest of blackness. Resembling two barriers or the rotating gears of a fan, incessantly grinding against each other with a cacophony of thuds that eclipsed the sound of a machine gun firing 20 rounds per second. Such a spectacle, akin to cinematic special effects, unfolded in reality, rendering bystanders utterly astonished, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg, staring blankly, drooling, entirely oblivious to the sourness or fatigue that might have otherwise gripped them. Perhaps they had become numb to the scene before them. The violent gusts of wind whipped around the two combatants, causing their garments to flutter and snap audibly. Peach White, finally sensing the gravity of the situation, was alarmed to discover that Wind Purple's punching speed continued to escalate even as he reached his own limits. The pressure mounting upon him. This unexpected turn of events shattered his previously calm demeanor, instilling a sense of unease within him. Could it be? Could this purple-haired individual still be hiding his true strength? Was he toying with me? Peach White inwardly cursed, grappling with the bewildering notion that someone could surpass him, perhaps even more formidable than his brother or Master Rashi. Was it truly possible that someone stronger than himself existed in this world? Peach White's frequency of punches began to falter against Wind Purple's relentless onslaught, which enveloped him like a heavy mirage, exerting a crushing pressure akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Wind Purple's terrifying aura gradually eroded the calm, composed mindset that Peach White had cultivated over the years. Gazing into Wind Purple's frigid, emotionless eyes, Peach White felt the chilling presence of lethal intent, as if the cold air of 1,000-year-old ice had seeped into his very soul, causing his heart to tremble. Tremble. What was this trembling? Though he was loath to admit it, the heart of a killer within him recognized the fear that gripped him. The years of emotional detachment crumbled in the face of this youth, who had yet to fully mature. This realization was more difficult for him to accept than the resurrection of his own parents. Peach White's heart tightened with mounting dread, sweat beads forming on his forehead, a few even trickling into his eyes. Thankfully, the fight now relied little on vision. Otherwise, he would likely face imminent defeat. Yet the situation was hardly favorable. Once fear took root in the heart, any semblance of strength would diminish under the weight of that subtle anxiety. Peach White had begun to fear Wind Purple, making the outcome of their confrontation starkly apparent. Wind Purple, observing the expression in his opponent's eyes, cracked a chilling smile, one that sent shivers down Peach White's spine, intensifying his burgeoning terror. He remained acutely aware of the immense power he was grappling with. Yet he managed to hold his ground, wary of potential tricks that Wind Purple might employ, for he had little strength left to defend himself. Wind Purple's ears perked up, a fierce glint igniting in his gaze as he uttered a low command, audible only to the nearby Peach White. Fall. In that instant, Wind Purple unleashed the full force of his being with a resounding roar, the speed and power of his fists exploding into an unparalleled might, a fusion of close-range strikes and earth-shaking techniques. Boom! Peach White's body was propelled backward through the air, his intent to kill and fear crystallizing into an indescribable line as the scenery blurred past him. The echo of Wind Purple's derisive and scornful words resonated in his mind as a mere oddity. You have encountered one in need of leveling up. Therefore, you must fall. Wind Purple's cruelty was unmistakable. Even as Peach White's spirit waned, he added that final blow, plunging him into despair. Henceforth, whenever Peach White encountered Wind Purple, he fled with the speed of a rabbit. Though that was a tale for another time, with a thunderous crash, Peach White's back hit the ground, bouncing up before slamming down once more, his body lying motionless. All of his ribs lay shattered beneath Wind Purple's decisive blow, leaving him with no chance of rising again. Level up. A pleasant notification chimed in Wind Purple's mind, with a smile as radiant as it was terrifying. He reveled in the golden light that illuminated his features, rendering his grin all the more fearsome and ghastly. Chapter 66. Assaulting the police? Acquired skill. Drilling wave. Another notification echoed in Wind Purple's mind, and it was only then that he realized the conditions for acquiring skills. One must be in a state of leveling up to gain the techniques of others. If the opponent's moves were too disparate, the system would randomly select whale. 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 The blaring sirens drew closer, rousing all the stunned onlookers from their shock as they turned to see police cars approaching the intersection. Almost everyone silently cursed the officers for their delayed response, arriving only after the fight had concluded. Wind Purple, you're truly formidable. Sun Wukong approached Wind Purple, disregarding the astonished gazes of the crowd, patting him on the shoulder with excitement. Wind Purple nodded with a smile, glancing down at the fallen Peach White, and remarked slowly, if he were at a higher level, I might have found him quite admirable. Hey, you two stay right where you are. A warning voice pierced the air, causing Wind Purple to frown slightly. He disliked such a tone that in broad daylight, daring to commit assault and robbery, inflicting severe injury. It is utterly lawless. A disgrace to society, a scoundrel, a female officer, standing beside the police car, reprimanded sternly. The surrounding crowd wiped the cold sweat from their brows, acutely aware that Wind Purple was no ordinary individual. Provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Wind Purple did not fully grasp the details of the female officer's words, but he gleaned enough from her tone and expression. For reasons unknown, he felt an aversion, almost a hatred, toward these uniformed figures. He detested being insulted, especially by someone merely at level 11. From Bulma, Wind Purple learned that those clad in police uniforms were the enforcers of social order in this world, akin to the city guards in the gaming realm of his past. Yet far more loathsome in his previous gaming experiences, he had never provoked city guards for merely leveling up. You had best not provoke me. Hunting monsters is my freedom, Wind Purple retorted coldly, his voice sharp. A male officer beside the female officer shot back. Enough chatter. You have violated city regulations. According to the law, you must accompany us, arrest him, along with that tail-wagging lad beside him, and take them to the station for questioning. The male officer commanded his subordinate, who approached Wind Purple with a stern expression. The officer unsnapped the handcuffs from his belt, casting a disdainful glance at Wind Purple, and said, "Kid, come with us." Wind Purple smiled. But his expression darkened abruptly, an unusual spark igniting in his eyes that, in an instant, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped the air, suffusing it like morning mist, concealing a tempest of danger beneath its seemingly tranquil surface. The officer sensed a drop in temperature, though he paid little mind to the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. With one hand gripping Feng Zi's wrist and the other shaking the handcuffs, the officer prepared to secure Feng Zi. Suddenly, a fierce snarl twisted across Feng Zi's face, a wild fury radiating from his eyes that he took a slight step, causing the policeman's hand to grasp at nothing but in the next instant. A pair of powerful hands seized the right hand of the male officer holding the handcuffs, and with a sickening crack, the sound of shattering bone echoed as the officer's pained scream barely escaped his lips. A surge of strength emanated from Feng Zi's chest, lifting him effortlessly as he executed a shoulder throw, sending the officer hurtling through the IT. Was only after being flung into the sky that the officer's anguished cries erupted. The other officers stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone would dare to assault a police officer. Such audacity was akin to that of a terrorist. "Warning, stand still and do not move, or we will open fire," shouted a senior officer, raising a megaphone to his lips. Almost simultaneously, a multitude of gleaming metal firearms were aimed at the positions of Feng Zi and Sun Wukong. "What now, Feng Zi?" Sun Wukong asked, a look of confusion etched on his face. Feng Zi cast a glance at the menacing officers before him. Unlike before, these officers were no longer mere names in white, but monstrous entities with crimson names, each boasting a level exceeding 10, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals that, Wukong, with so many monsters, let's tackle them together, Feng Zi whispered to Sun Wukong. "Are we really going to fight them?" Sun Wukong replied, puzzled. Suddenly, Feng Zi delivered a sharp slap to Sun Wukong's head, causing him to exclaim in irritation, "Feng Zi, what are you doing? Those who are guilty are the monsters," Feng Zi asserted, glancing at the officer's weapons, his caution rising. Although he feared no gun, it did not mean that bullets would not hurt if they struck him. Sun Wukong nodded, and the two slowly drew their weapons from behind. Feng Zi gripped a sickle, while Sun Wukong held his Rui Jingu Bang, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. "This is your second warning. If you do not drop your weapons and surrender, we will open fire," the police urged through the megaphone. Yet to Feng Zi, it rang as a blatant threat that moment. Feng Zi inadvertently brushed against Sun Wukong, and suddenly, their figures vanished from sight. In an instant, Feng Zi and Sun Wukong reappeared like phantoms at a location where police vehicles were stationed, startling the officers seeking cover. Before they could even react, a scream pierced the air as one officer fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the remaining officers' expressions shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, they aimed their guns at the spot where Feng Zi and Sun Wukong had vanished. Pulling the triggers, that cacophony of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a storm, riddling the police vehicle's surface with countless holes. Meanwhile, Feng Zi and Sun Wukong moved with remarkable agility, their sickle and staff weaving through the air with an impenetrable grace, creating a whirlwind of motion. The bullets that dared to approach them fell harmlessly to the ground, leaving only a littering of spent casings. Onlookers, initially intrigued by the unfolding drama, were now filled with terror and disbelief as they beheld Sun Wukong and Feng Zi standing defiantly against a hail of bullets, their expressions slack-jawed and wide-eyed, grappling with the notion that these two individuals were indeed confronting the police, and without fear of bullets. Two lunatics, two extraordinarily powerful lunatics. Chapter 67. Terrorists, Feng Zi and Wukong. Hello. Is this headquarters? This is the XX district. We have discovered two suspected terrorists. Yes, these two assailants possess formidable strength. We require assistance from headquarters. An officer, trembling and drenched in sweat, reported nervously into his radio. Crouched behind a police vehicle, in an instant, the entire street descended into chaos, losing its usual tranquility and erupting into a scene of pandemonium. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong faced the police's firepower unscathed, as if they were in a realm devoid of danger. All the officers and bystanders found it hard to believe that such grotesque beings existed in this world. Unfazed by bullets, their strength and speed astonishingly surreal. As if they had stepped out of a movie. Boom! A deafening explosion sent a cloud of dust spiraling outward, expanding several meters. As the dust settled, Feng Zi stood at the epicenter of the blast, his lavender hair flowing gently in the wind, his demeanor exuding a wild, incomprehensible thrill. All present gasped in shock, their minds racing with the thought, is this person even human? Just moments prior, Feng Zi had plunged single-handedly into the police's ranks, and in an instant his right hand erupted with blinding brilliance. The next moment, a grand red light engulfed their vision, and when the explosion subsided, all the police vehicles parked along the roadside had been reduced to ruins. "Don't come any closer, or I will shoot," an officer stammered, trembling as he aimed his weapon at the back of Feng Zi's head. "Do not brandish such pathetic equipment at me." Feng Zi replied, his voice low and chilling. His eyes cold and unyielding as ice, reflecting an inscrutable mix of emotions: regret, mockery, solitude, and pride. Bang! 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 A barrage of gunfire erupted, smoke billowing as the officer squeezed the trigger, his eyes shut tight, nearly driven to madness. His weapon unleashed a relentless stream of bullets at Feng Zi's head until the ammunition ran dry. After what felt like an eternity, the officer finally opened his eyes, his fists clenching and unclenching in a nervous rhythm. Sweat pooling in his palms as his heart raced and breath quickened. I asked the ghost. The officer murmured in disbelief, his vision blurring as he fainted, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the scene before him. Feng Zi, who should have been riddled with bullets, stood unharmed mere feet away. And even more absurdly, he had caught the bullets with his bare hands. Feng Zi glanced at the officer, slumped in his arms. Exasperated, I haven't even hit you, and you're already out cold. How infuriating. Wake up. I need the experience. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong seemed to relish this reckless behavior, as if born to wreak havoc, in a fit of wild abandon. He proved even more ferocious than Feng Zi, sweeping his Rui Jingu Bang and sending several officers sprawling in his presence. These guardians of public order stood no chance of retaliation. Location: Came House. 1, 2, 3, 4 viewers at home, join me. The television screen displayed several vibrant young women performing aerobics, while in front of the screen lay a lecherous old man and a pig, both drooling in delight. Hey, Master Ashi. Oolong, could you refrain from being so lewd? A girl with flowing blue hair languidly sipped juice from a couch, the very embodiment of relaxation. Bulma, who had come to this place from West City for a respite. You don't understand. An old man like me ought to engage in more exercise. Master Rashi replied, fixated on the young women on the screen. Not bothering to turn his head, he then demonstrated a few aerobics moves himself. With a resigned smile, Bulma remarked, Yamcha and Krillin are both training. This peaceful life is becoming quite dull. Amidst the days of searching for Dragon Balls, I wonder how Feng Zi and Wukong are faring. When these two oddballs get together, trouble is bound to ensue. She took a sip of her orange juice through a straw, just as Master Rashi and Oolong were engrossed to the aerobics. The television feed shifted to a stern-looking middle-aged news anchor whose expression conveyed grave seriousness, as if reporting a monumental event. Apologies to all viewers at home that we interrupt this program to bring you urgent news. A large-scale terrorist incident has occurred in the northern town of XX. According to eyewitness accounts, the two terrorists involved have repelled 3 waves of police reinforcements. The king has issued a statement indicating that armed forces will be dispatched to eliminate these 2 terrorists. Here are the images of the confrontation between the terrorists and the police. Puffed. Bulma, unable to swallow her juice in time, sprayed across the screen, drenching Master Rashi and Oolong. Cough, cough. No way. How did Feng Zi and Wukong become terrorists? Bulma exclaimed, her face contorting in shock, clearly taken aback. Chapter 68. Intrusion into the Demon Realm, Monsters Abound, Part 1. Feng Zi and Sun Wukong soared away from the chaotic town on the Nimbus cloud, oblivious to the fact that their actions had stirred a sensation worldwide, making headlines across major newspapers. Feng Zi, where shall we go now? Sun Wukong inquired, seated atop the cloud, glancing back at Feng Zi. After a moment's silence, Feng Zi replied, Wukong, I believe it would be best if we each sought our own paths to cultivation. Why? Sun Wukong's expression shifted, filled with confusion. Feng Zi pondered briefly before responding. Wukong, you and I are not the same. It seems I am the only player in this world who can gain experience by defeating monsters, thereby increasing my strength, while you remain on a linear path. The two fell into a contemplative silence. Just as Feng Zi had articulated, every battle he engaged in would yield experience points, and once accumulated to a certain degree, it would result in a level up, significantly enhancing his abilities. Sun Wukong, being of a different nature, was like anyone else. Only through continuous training could he grow stronger. Thus, they were destined to follow divergent paths. Breaking the stillness, Feng Zi smiled and said, If we meet again, and you have not grown stronger, I shall be quite disappointed. You possess tremendous potential, and I eagerly anticipate your progress. Fengzi, are you truly not coming with me to seek the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong asked, grinning broadly. Fengzi nodded and replied, there are still many monsters in this world, and I am certain I will find a suitable map for farming. Therefore, Wukong, being with me will not aid in your growth. I do not wish for you to lag behind and become someone I deem insignificant. Sun Wukong glanced at Fengzi and said, oh, then I shall guide the Nimbus cloud closer to the ground. No need, Fengzi interjected, and before Sun Wukong could react, he leapt from the Nimbus cloud, plummeting from several meters high. With a slight smile, Sun Wukong exhibited no surprise, for this was the essence of Fengzi's character. In the biting cold air, Fengzi's voice echoed faintly. Wukong, when we meet next, I will have grown several times stronger. So, you must also strive to improve. When we reunite, I shall certainly defeat you. Seated upon the Nimbus cloud, Sun Wukong murmured affirmatively, a radiant smile gracing his face. He then shouted into the azure sky. Onward, Nimbus cloud. On a pitch-black night, the temperature plummeted abruptly. A chilling wind howled through the forest, occasionally pierced by the eerie howls of wolves. Evoking a sense of dread, a harrowing scream suddenly pierced the silence, sounding grotesquely out of place in such a frigid night, reverberating within a radius of several dozen meters, sending shivers down one's spine. In a nearby village, a villager clad in a cloth robe, trembling with fear, whispered, "Did you hear that?" Beside him, a woman wore a fearful expression, stammering, "Could it be? That thing has returned? Let us go take a look." The villager wiped the cold sweat from his brow, summoning his courage. The two villagers, trembling with trepidation, approached the wooden door, peering through the crack to glimpse the scene outside, in their line of sight. They beheld a young man with violet hair, wielding a scythe in one hand and dragging the corpse of a wolf in the other, striding menacingly into the village. This violet-haired youth was none other than Fengzi, who had separated from Sun Wukong earlier to pursue his own training. He had been aimlessly searching for a map to farm monsters when he encountered a wolf attack, which ended predictably, with Fengzi dispatching the creature with a single punch. Now dragging its lifeless body to anyone there, Fengzi mused, surveying the village, which starkly contrasted with his expectations. Lifeless and silent, with not a soul in sight. Every home shut tight, reminiscent of the village where he had encountered a blunder while searching for the Dragon Balls. No one responded to Fengzi. The desolate village was devoid of any open windows or lit homes. Fengzi was the type who had never known fear. Even when confronted by demons and monsters, he would charge forward with excitement, ready to vanquish them. Suddenly, as Fengzi stood before one of the houses, a whistling sound sliced through the air. Fengzi's eyes narrowed as he discerned a gleaming metal spear hurtling toward his chest. With a cold smile, he raised his right hand in an instant, grasping the spear and applying pressure, warping it into a twisted shape. The villagers peering from within the house turned pale, their faces betraying their shock and horror. A wave of unknown fear washing over them. Fengzi kicked open the wooden door of a house, splintering it into shards, revealing two villagers trembling and huddled together in panic. With an amused expression, Fengzi regarded them. Discarding the wolf's carcass onto the ground, he scratched his head and spoke in a gentle tone. "I'm hungry." Chapter 69. Intrusion into the Demon Realm. Monsters Abound. Part 2. Inside the wooden hut of the village. Fengzi voraciously devoured the food laid out on the table, his speed truly astonishing. The villager couple stared wide-eyed at Fengzi for a long moment before one finally spoke. "Young man, I thought you were a monster from the Demon Realm, leaving us in constant terror." "Demon Realm? What is that?" Fengzi asked, still chewing his food, not lifting his gaze. The male villager seemed to recall something dreadful. Lowering his voice as he explained to Fengzi, "Legend has it that the world inhabited by humans and the Demon Realm, where monsters dwell, is merely separated by a great door, known as the Demon Gate. On the other side of this door lies a completely different world, teeming with all manner of monsters. Just the thought sends shivers down my spine." "Monsters?" Fengzi's brows shot up, a look of delight crossing his face as he set down his bowl and exclaimed excitedly, "Tell me more. The villagers exchanged bewildered glances. Had this violet-haired youth not been terrified by the prospect of monsters, but rather seemed eager? What a peculiar individual. Indeed, do you understand why every household in this village is shut tight? It is because, for some unknown reason, the demon gate has been known to open abruptly during the night, releasing malevolent creatures that wreak havoc upon the land. The villager lamented, his face etched with hatred and disgust. But even more so, an overwhelming fear. Feng Zi's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he said, "Oh, can you tell me how to find this gate?" The villager was taken aback by Feng Zi's reaction. It was the first time he had encountered a human with such interest in demons and monsters. Shivering, the villager hesitated. Young man, do you truly wish to venture into the demon realm?" Feng Zi nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "With so many monster maps, how could I possibly refrain from farming experience? Ahem. Though I do not fully grasp your intentions, I must warn you that entering the demon realm will only lead to your demise. It is permissible to inform you that, when you arrived, you must have seen the castle not far from here." "Yes, is that where the gate is located?" Feng Zi had consumed all the food on the table and stood up. The villager couple exchanged glances, grimacing as they replied, "The castle is ruled by the king, and his daughter, the princess, has reportedly been abducted by monsters from the demon realm. If you wish to find the demon gate, you must seek out the king." "Then I shall go," Feng Zi declared, not waiting for the villagers to finish their warning, his figure moving like a phantom, vanishing into the night. The villagers' faces paled, watching Feng Zi's receding silhouette. Stammering, could that fellow possibly be a demon? At the castle of King Asoth, a swift figure darted beneath the starry sky, leaving countless afterimages in its wake. Feng Zi approached the grand castle gates, striding forward unperturbed. "Halt! Who goes there?" The two guards stationed at the entrance of the castle demanded in unison. Feng Zi cast a glance at the guards, noting their levels. Both were at level 15 compared to ordinary individuals. Their strength was formidable, yet to Feng Zi, they appeared as naive as fledglings. "I have business with the king," Feng Zi responded loudly. The two guards drew their swords from their waists, pointing them at Feng Zi, admonishing, "Without the king's permission, no one may enter this castle uninvited." "How tiresome," Feng Zi thought, and retorted, "Then allow me to take you down." A glimmer of icy coldness flickered in his gaze as he spoke indifferently. The guards' expressions changed dramatically as they gripped their blades tightly, roaring and charging at Feng Zi, whom they considered an intruder. With a swift movement, Feng Zi effortlessly evaded their attacks, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Reminiscent of a demon descending under the moonlight, in a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he circled behind the two guards and delivered two powerful punches, striking at their vital points. "Who goes there?" The commotion outside the castle soon alerted the guards within, who hurried toward the source of the disturbance. Inside the grand hall of the castle, King Isasi, troubled by the abduction of his daughter into the demon realm, found himself unable to sleep. Just as his mind spiraled in turmoil, a warrior, appearing flustered, entered the hall. "What is it? Has a creature from the demon realm attacked again?" The king's expression shifted, and he questioned with authority. The warrior took a moment to catch his breath before responding. "Your Majesty, outside the castle, a purple-haired individual has broken in. He is exceedingly strong. All the guards have been defeated by him," the king exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, reflecting, "These guards were hired at great expense. Their strength is unquestionable. Yet, to think they could be bested by a single person." After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "Are you saying that this individual does not hail from the demon realm? In other words, he is human?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," the warrior replied respectfully. "Let him in, yes, extend a courteous invitation," the king commanded immediately, and Onid, "I have already entered." A cold voice echoed through the hall, revealing a wild and unrestrained young man with purple hair. From the confidence radiating from the newcomer's face, the king discerned that this young man was no ordinary individual. Chapter 70. Infiltrating the Demon Realm, Monsters Abound. Part 2. You say you wish to enter the demon realm? The king could scarcely believe his ears as the purple-haired youth boldly expressed his intention to breach the demon realm. Feng Zi nodded, reiterating, Tell me where this so-called gate is. I wish to venture there to farm for monsters. Young man, may I propose a small request? The king hesitated before speaking slowly. What is it? Feng Zi replied impatiently. The king, compelled to voice his hopes, expressed, I wish for you to rescue my daughter once you enter the demon realm. Just as Feng Zi contemplated refusing the request, an unexpected message flashed in his mind. Hidden quest triggered. Rescue the princess lost in the demon realm. Reward: 6 months of double experience. Would you like to accept? Feng Zi was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with joy as he promptly replied to the king. Leave it to me. Double experience. This is precisely the reward I crave. Just imagine, typically, defeating a monster might yield 5 experience, but double experience would mean a whopping 10, effectively doubling the benefits. The king, pleasantly surprised by Feng Zi's swift agreement, felt a sense of reassurance and smiled. Young man, please have a meal and rest for the night. Eat? Ah, you truly are a good person. Feng Zi's eyes sparkled as he enthusiastically patted the king on the shoulder, causing the latter to stumble slightly. The following morning, my goodness, is this fellow even human? Several servants whispered among themselves, their astonishment evident. Throughout the night, nearly all the cooks and servants in the castle had been kept busy, encountering an unprecedented glutton. Feng Zi, who had spent the entire night consuming food. The king stifled a yawn, regretting his ill-fated suggestion, as Feng Zi continued to feast from dusk until dawn. The once aristocratic dining table was now cluttered with layer upon layer of bowls and plates. An utter mess that could only be described as chaotic. I could see that moment. Feng Zi stood as the architect of this disorder, unabashedly devouring the delectable spread before him, while servants bustled around, clearing away the endless stream of dishes. At that juncture, one servant approached the king, his face slightly pale, and awkwardly reported, Your Majesty, he has consumed all the food. There's nothing left for anyone else in the castle. What? The king glanced at Feng Zi, who was still eating, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. Indeed, this fellow was truly the best candidate to combat those monsters. Even his appetite surpassed that of ordinary folk. Feng Zi abruptly halted his feast, let out a contented burp, and stood up, addressing the king. I'm full now, though your food could use some improvement. Ignoring the disgruntled expressions of the chefs and servants, he continued, Now, please tell me where that gate is. Young man, follow me. The king beckoned to Feng Zi, leading the way ahead. The king, Feng Zi, and a retinue of guards soon arrived at a dark, imposing door, half ajar. The door was adorned with grotesque totems depicting terrifying demons devouring humans. A gruesome sight that exuded an air of eerie horror. Yet, what caught Feng Zi's attention was the sword lying before the door. As his gaze fell upon it, a message surfaced in his mind. Holy Cross Sword of the Demon Prison. A divine artifact. Feng Zi was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of delight as he approached the sword, grasping the hilt in an attempt to draw it. What are you doing? The king exclaimed in astonishment. Feng Zi strained to pull the sword free, but it remained steadfastly in place. Responding to the king's inquiry, he said, Of course, I'm trying to pull it out. Do not draw it. If you do, the gate to the demon realm will close forever. The king hurriedly explained, Oh, then forget it. Upon hearing this, Feng Zi promptly abandoned the idea of drawing the sword. The king sighed in relief and gestured toward the door, introducing it to Feng Zi. This is the legendary crossing point between the demon realm and the human world, the gate to the demon realm. The king paused for a moment, noticing Feng Zi listening intently. Then continued, According to historical legends, the most powerful demon lord in the demon realm is named Ashura. He is the mightiest man in this world. Ashura, are you saying this creature is formidable? Feng Zi inquired curiously. The king nodded earnestly, stating, This demon lord named Ashura was born thousands of years ago. He not only wields dominion over the demon realm, but possesses terrifying strength. Thus, I advise you, once you enter the demon realm, do not provoke. The king's warning was abruptly cut off as he noticed Feng Zi eagerly stepping through the chilling gate to the demon realm. Do not forget our agreement. Rescue my daughter. The king's expression changed, and he shouted after Feng Zi, his voice echoing. After a brief silence, the air beyond the gate rippled, and the king faintly heard Feng Zi's voice. "Rest assured, when I return, I'll come back for another meal. Your Majesty, can we truly rely on him?" A guard respectfully inquired. The king gazed at the imposing gate before him, Feng Zi's silhouette lingering in his mind, and replied with a smile, "He is indeed strong, is he not? Perhaps the one to create miracles is that purple-haired young man." Chapter 71. The powerful guardian sunlight cascaded over the ocean, illuminating the resplendent, all teeming with enchanting vistas, at the heart of which lay the turtle house. Perhaps it was the sun, the beach, and the allure of beauty that constituted the idyllic life people yearned for, and the scene before her epitomized just that. Reclining on a lounge chair, Bulma donned a bikini, her skin slathered with sunscreen, languidly basking under the relentless sun, relishing the gentle caress of the sea breeze against her body. "I wonder how Feng Zi and that rascal Wukong are faring." Bulma mused aloud, gazing up at the sky. Nearby, Oolong fixated on Bulma's bosom, leeringly commenting, "Perhaps they are being pursued by the authorities. After all, they stirred up quite a ruckus. Damn it, it must be Feng Zi's influence that led Wukong astray. I had warned him repeatedly to avoid trouble, and now he's being mistaken for a terrorist. What a troublesome fellow!" Bulma voiced her irritation, seemingly recalling an exasperating matter. A sudden sneeze escaped Feng Zi as he arrived in the fearsome realm known as the Demon World. The first sensation that struck him was the noticeably lower temperature compared to the outside world, a chill creeping into his bones. Upon entering this dimly lit place, his eyes gradually adjusted, and he focused on his surroundings. Before him lay an empty tunnel, from which a cacophony of sounds emanated, interspersed with terrifying roars, indicating that living creatures awaited at the end. Moreover, a potent stench of blood wafted from the depths. Unmistakably detectable even from a distance, as Feng Zi ventured deeper into the demon world. Two piercing, icy gazes locked onto him. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, whistling past his ear and embedding itself into the ground, sending a tremor through his very soul. Feng Zi furrowed his brow and looked down to see a chain-linked spike driven 3 inches into the earth, revealing that the newcomer was far from ordinary. "Your pass," a voice as frigid as a plunge into ice, echoed in Feng Zi's ears. Turning to the source, he found himself momentarily stunned that a woman stood before him, her long hair seemingly stained red with blood, a pale visage adorned with mesmerizing eyes, a voluptuous figure clad in blood-soaked armor. She was a striking blend of beauty and strength. However, unlike most, Feng Zi's attention was drawn to the level displayed above her. Rakshasa, Reina, level 65. The data appeared before Feng Zi's eyes. After a brief moment of surprise, Feng Zi shifted his gaze to the man beside Reina. Before him stood a robust figure, muscles rippling like coiling dragons, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Unlike the superficial beings of the human realm, this giant's strength was undeniably formidable. That Feng Zi's interest, however, lay in the giant's level. Demon World Warrior, Gora. Level 60. Excitement ignited in Feng Zi's eyes, akin to a starving wolf spotting its prey. He felt no fear, instead wearing a bright smile. Reina, maintaining her cold demeanor, spoke with indifference. "Without a pass, you cannot enter the demon world. Little one, if you wish to avoid death, you should leave." Gora scoffed, glancing at Feng Zi, who appeared significantly smaller in comparison. Feng Zi cast a disdainful glance at the giant, suppressing his violent urge for combat, and retorted, "If I lack that so-called pass, will you prevent me from entering to hunt monsters?" A flicker of curiosity ignited in Reina's eyes. It was her first encounter with a human who displayed no trepidation in the presence of beings like them. "Indeed," she replied tersely, her tone remaining icy. Feng Zi licked his parched lips and grinned. "Then you too shall fall here." Little one, are you jesting? This is the domain of Lord Azura, and your kind are not permitted to act impudently." Gora growled, his massive frame swaying as he transformed his right hand into a fist nearly half a meter in radius, hurtling it towards Feng Zi. Chapter 72. The enormous map. Feng Zi frowned, feeling a surge of annoyance. When would he encounter a creature that communicated through means other than brute force? Gora's punch bore the weight of a colossal hammer, the fierce winds it generated howling around them. If struck head-on, even Fongzi could scarcely guarantee his defenses would withstand the blow in light of the imminent threat. Fongzi instinctively chose to evade. Gora's bloodthirsty gaze remained locked on Fongzi, and as he moved, the giant's fist contorted mid-strike, hurtling toward Fongzi's chest with alarming speed. Fongzi's expression shifted as he bellowed, seeking death. Suddenly, an overwhelming and ferocious aura erupted from him, enveloping the entire tunnel. In the next moment, two surging forces detonated from the center, and Fongzi unleashed the power of his inch punch. Despite Gora's imposing size, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, fury blazing in his eyes, revealing his injury. Reyna observed the unfolding scene with a flicker of astonishment, though her expression quickly returned to an icy calm. You have managed to surpass the demon world's strongest warrior, Gora. In strength that it seems you possess considerable skill. What is your name? She inquired, tilting her chin slightly, a hint of gentleness gracing her tone. Fongzi glanced at the level 65 creature and replied straightforwardly. Fongzi, madman, what a peculiar name. Pray tell, what is your purpose in the demon world? Reyna asked, her tone measured. I aim to defeat that creature known as Azura. More precisely, I intend to vanquish any monster that crosses my path. Fongzi declared. Before Reyna could respond, Gora erupted into laughter. Little one, do you not comprehend the might of Lord Azura? He is the most powerful being in both the demon and human worlds. Fongzi sneered at Gora, unwaveringly meeting his gaze until the giant felt a shiver of fear. Regardless of Azura's strength, I shall bring him down. At that moment, Reyna sighed, regarding Fongzi with an unusual tone. Your power is considerable, but Lord Azura's strength has reached an unfathomable level to defeat him. You must embrace the resolve of certain death, lest you be torn to shreds. Fongzi remained undaunted, excitement dancing in his eyes as he responded. The stronger the foe, the greater my delight. In this world, there is no monster that cannot be defeated. After a brief silence, Reyna suddenly remarked, Madman, that should be your name. Yes, upon receiving a nod from Fongzi. Reyna smiled coolly. Follow me. What, Miss Reyna? You cannot do this. It will anger Lord Azura, Gora exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Reyna maintained her frosty demeanor, speaking with an authoritative tone. Gora, guard this place for me. I shall take him to Lord Azura. As they traversed the corridor, Fongzi scrutinized the surroundings, dark and foreboding images presenting themselves before his eyes. The demon world indeed lived up to its fearsome reputation. As legends described, a realm steeped in evil in this world. The weak were destined for elimination, while the strong thrived. Hence, the demons born in this realm were several times stronger than humans, with Azura, the demon king, reigning as the foremost force maintaining order for millennia. Ahead lay the entrance to Lord Azura's hall, where today marked the union of Lord Azura and Princess Misha, gathering demons from across the realm. Remember, tread carefully. Many of these demons are far stronger than Gora, especially Lord Azura. His might can only be truly comprehended through experience. Reyna spoke to Fongzi in a tone of gentle persuasion. Fongzi cast several puzzled glances at Reyna. It was his first encounter with such a benevolent creature, which felt rather jarring and inexplicably uncomfortable. Reyna offered a cool smile and said to Fongzi, Survive! In an instant, her figure vanished from Fongzi's sight like a wraith. Gazing at the crossroads before him, Fongzi noticed several beams of light emanating from within, their gentle glow appearing eerily luminous in the pitch-black corridor. He could distinctly hear the sounds of raucous laughter and clamor, indicating that all the demons of this realm had gathered for the grand wedding of Ashura. The mere thought of facing countless formidable creatures thrilled Fongzi, and he eagerly plunged into the tunnel leading to Ashura's hall. Before him lay an expansive plaza, bordered by a cluster of fortress-like structures, their surfaces smeared with blood, creating a striking visual impact. Each building, though not towering, was remarkably sturdy, likely serving as residences for the demons. Nearly 1,000 cold-blooded, bloodthirsty demon guards stood vigil around the perimeter, solemnly gripping their weapons and forming a circle around the plaza. In the center of the plaza, Tables and chairs were arranged, where grotesque demons gorged themselves on bloody meat and quaff fine wine plundered from the human realm, their raucous shouts and banter merging into a cacophony. To an ordinary person, the scene would surely induce fainting. Yet Feng Zi was salivating, his eyes gleaming with hunger. The air was thick with humidity, causing each breath to feel damp, mingled with a stifling aura of malice. Feng Zi quickly surveyed the throng with his keen eyes, sensing that the demons gathered here were all ferocious and powerful, each averaging a level of over 30, an alarming figure indeed, with nearly 10,000 such demons present. The mere sight was enough to instill dread, let alone the thought of confronting them single-handedly. However, the most notorious anomaly in this world was Feng Zi himself. He had never known fear, unable to contain his excitement. Feng Zi's eyes sparkled with fervor, his body trembling with exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, he faced the multitude of demons and bellowed, "All creatures, heed my words. You are all guilty." Chapter 73. Such thrill, a profound silence enveloped the entire demon hall. As all the demons were momentarily stunned by the sudden disturbance, the purple-haired figure before them appeared unfamiliar, seemingly just a feeble human. After a brief pause, the hall erupted into a raucous uproar, filled with mocking laughter. "Little brat, how did trash like you end up in the demon realm? Indeed, I've never encountered such a brazen human before. I was just thinking of having a taste of tender human flesh." The chorus of jeering voices erupted from the throng of over 10,000 demons, their claws and fangs bared in derision. Suddenly, an unexplainable sense of danger permeated the air, causing every demon to freeze. For they sensed a formidable presence emanating from the entrance, a force originating from the very human they had deemed pathetic. Feng Zi's eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light, his expression darkening as he inhaled deeply, allowing his potent aura to ebb and flow, undulating with his restrained fury. "Those who insulted me, step forward," he commanded coldly, his voice resonating with an otherworldly echo, as if it were a summons from the depths of hell. Reverberating in the ears of all demons, the usually bloodthirsty demons exchanged glances, their blood-red eyes glinting with murderous intent, emitting low growls reminiscent of beasts. Almost simultaneously, they rose from their seats, fixing their gaze upon Feng Zi. "Kill, flay this human alive, and present him as a tribute to Lord Ashura," bellowed a particularly burly demon, inciting a frenzy among the others as chaos erupted in the hall. "Humph," Feng Zi scoffed, his face expressionless as he regarded the fierce demons. "If you do not attack, I shall strike first. Damn it, this human is too arrogant. Allow me to deal with him." A demon volunteered, surging toward Feng Zi's position. "I admire your spirit," Feng Zi murmured, his eyes narrowing into slits, a flicker of excitement crossing his brow as a cruel smile curled upon his lips. The demon charging toward him was terrifyingly massive, needing no leap to strike. His legs, as thick as tree trunks, moved with the speed of a deer, creating a thunderous din on the ground as he barreled forward, resembling a tank in motion. With each thunderous step, the ground trembled violently, causing small stones to dance in the air from the sheer force of his approach. The demon closed the distance to Feng Zi in mere strides, its right arm swelling with exaggerated muscle. Glinting with a metallic sheen, with a deafening roar, it hurled its massive fist toward Feng Zi, the air crackling with the force of its attack, capable of shattering stone. Feng Zi's eyes flickered with icy brilliance. With a swift motion, he left behind an illusory afterimage, having executed a rapid series of punches in astonishing frequency, truly defying belief. In a flash, he seized the demon's wrist, revealing a chilling smile that sent shivers down the demon's spine. With a resounding crash, dust and blood erupted into the air as the gargantuan demon collapsed to the ground. All the demons stared in disbelief at Feng Zi, not because they could not fathom the defeat of their comrade, but for an entirely different reason. Feng Zi stood impassively, holding a severed arm, still dripping with blood. The limb belonged to the fallen demon. The atmosphere turned surreal. The once ferocious demons fell silent, as the human they had scorned now stood as a harbinger of death. Completely overturning their perceptions in the brief moment of quiet, the air was thick with tension. Feng Zi's piercing gaze swept over all the demons present, coldly uttering, "Next! Is this some kind of joke? This human dares to belittle us." Everyone attacked together. A voice cried out from the crowd, igniting a collective fury as the demons charged toward Feng Zi in a tumultuous wave. The ground shook, and the hall was thick with the scent of impending carnage. Akin to the apocalypse, any ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear, yet Feng Zi stood his ground, a smile of exhilaration etched upon his face, betraying no hint of trepidation, just as the demons closed in on him from all sides. A commanding voice thundered, "Halt!" The air crackled with authority, piercing through the chaos and resounding in every ear. Instantly, the tumult ceased. All the demons halted, turning their gazes toward the source of the voice, their previously menacing expressions now tinged with a complex mix of fear and reverence. "Lord Ashura!" The demons knelt in unison, their voices laced with respect. Feng Zi's expression shifted. His sole perception, a passive skill, only activated when creatures of significant power approached him. The intensity of this sensation was unprecedented, indicating that the newcomer possessed extraordinary strength in an instant. Feng Zi's gaze settled upon the path cleared by the demons, capturing the visage of the newcomer in its entirety. The figure before him bore a pallid countenance, with sharply defined brows and deep crimson eyes that seemed to gaze into the abyss. His straight, prominent nose and tightly pressed lips conveyed an aura of chilling detachment. The man's skin was impeccably maintained, radiating a healthy pallor, and his visage was a harmonious blend of rugged handsomeness and maturity, resembling a flawless statue. Undoubtedly the type to incite fervor among young maidens. His attire consisted of a blood-red, form-fitting robe that accentuated the elongated and well-proportioned limbs of his physique, showcasing his robust and muscular build. This evoked the image of an incredibly agile Black Panther, and one could easily envision the ethereal swiftness and grace with which his perfect form would move. Silent and stealthy as a ghost, it was even more terrifying to realize that this individual did not walk, but seemed to soar through the air, seated cross-legged in mid-air, exuding an air of supremacy over all beings. Feng Zi's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting dramatically, and his breath quickened in an instant. The reason was clear. Emblazoned upon the man's brow was the ominous title, King of the Demon Realm, Ashura. Level 100, level 100. A tempest surged within Feng Zi's heart, leaving him in a state of turmoil that refused to settle. Chapter 74. The life and death duel. Ashura's cold gaze settled upon Feng Zi, and he spoke slowly. "Human, this is not a place for you. You are Ashura. I intend to defeat you and save that so-called princess." Feng Zi replied with a smile, showing no hint of fear, his spirit unyielding. The demons surrounding Feng Zi clamored, "Do not speak so disrespectfully to Lord Ashura." Yet Ashura merely waved his hand, silencing the uproar, and offered Feng Zi a slight smile. "You appear to possess some strength. Why not engage in a contest with me? That suits me perfectly," Feng Zi declared, locking his gaze onto Ashura's crimson eyes with excitement. Ashura laughed heartily, exclaiming, "It has been ages since I encountered such an intriguing human. I cannot recall whether it has been hundreds or thousands of years since I felt the thrill of battle, for my opponents have been incapable of withstanding even a single blow, becoming mere food for the demons you see before you. Human, are you prepared? Should you fail, your fate shall be death." As he uttered the final word, Ashura lowered his voice, enveloping it in a chilling tone. Feng Zi displayed an unexpected calmness and retorted, "Let us begin. Stop the rambling. I am eager to engage, for I have long desired a confrontation with a creature like you. Ah, an interesting human indeed." Ashura's body coiled in the air before suddenly shifting forward, gliding gracefully. Feng Zi watched Ashura's retreating figure, hearing him call out, "Follow me." Then, Ashura inexplicably hovered in mid-air, vanishing from Feng Zi's sight. All the demons believed this to be a testament to Ashura's formidable powers. But only Feng Zi could perceive that it was due to Ashura's incredible speed. In the central hall of the demon realm, an arena had been hastily prepared. As Feng Zi gazed upon it, he noted that it was considerably smaller than that of the World Martial Arts Championship. However, the battle between the two had no restrictions on the arena's boundaries, even if they fell outside the platform. It mattered not, for this was not a contest, but a life-and-death struggle. The entire demon realm's denizens gathered as spectators for this deadly confrontation, rallying behind their invincible king, Ashura. Much like a football match, Feng Zi had to contend with the pressure of being the away team, yet he remained unfazed by the laughter and jeers from the crowd. Let the battle commence. There are no rules. Should you manage to defeat me, I will release Princess Misha. Ashura hovered opposite Feng Zi, who sensed that Ashura was undoubtedly a master of manipulating energy, a skill he himself could not replicate. Feng Zi nodded, declaring, I can feel it. You are a lonely monster, yearning for an opponent, craving excitement, and desiring the thrill of combat. Allow me to fulfill that desire. With that, his aura surged dramatically, transforming the previously perceived weak human into a razor-sharp blade. Ready to strike, Ashura snorted, his form suspended in the air, enveloped in a palpable aura of bloodthirsty intent, embodying the essence of a demon lord more distinctly than ever before. In an instant, the two figures vanished from the astonished gaze of the demons. The scene before them was surreal and otherworldly. Feng Zi and Ashura seemed to morph into two spiraling, multicolored tornadoes, their elongated tails controlled by the two combatants at the center, while their robust bodies whirled violently. Colliding in a frenzied dance, the sound of their clashes resonated with a tangible force. Bang! 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 Each impact echoing as if it could tremble the very hall of the demon realm. The two whirlwinds clashed fiercely, producing shrill, haunting wails that sent chills down the spine of those who heard them, instilling a sense of dread and trepidation. What is momentum? To express it simply, it is the external manifestation of a person's mental strength, which is directly proportional to their power. In this clash of momentum, the relatively weaker Feng Zi found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the moment when Feng Zi momentarily lost awareness, Ashura's cold visage twisted into a grotesque sneer. Roaring, die, human, a fierce wave of energy erupted from him, and in an instant he transformed into a fleeting shadow that shot toward Feng Zi, his right hand poised like a sword, releasing a piercing energy that sliced through the air. The invisible force cleaving towards Feng Zi with devastating intent. Feng Zi regained his senses, but could not match Ashura's speed. Gritting his teeth, he forced his body to twist away from Ashura's assault. With a resounding thud, Feng Zi narrowly evaded Ashura's strike, but a gruesome wound was left on his shoulder, a stark reminder of the peril he faced. Go, Lord Ashura, kill this human. The cacophony of shouts rose in a tumultuous wave, and Feng Zi found himself in a perilous predicament, overwhelmed by the hostile atmosphere. Damn it! Those who do not wish to die, be silent. Feng Zi shot a cold glance at the demons, his expression devoid of emotion as he roared. Ignoring the demons' reactions, he vanished in a flash, charging toward Ashura, unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. How will Feng Zi turn the tide? Stay tuned for the next chapter, Chapter 75. A gamble for life. Feng Zi's gaze was firmly fixed on Ashura, his form darting through 3 meters of space in an instant. His right hand coalesced into a fist, unleashing the force of A, striking with ferocity toward Ashura. The dust suspended in the air erupted with a violent explosion, scattering in all directions, creating a vast expanse devoid of debris. A piercing energy emanated from Feng Zi's fist, its shrill cry tearing through the air as it surged toward Ashura without hesitation. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, this punch seemed imbued with the power to cleave the heavens. Even Ashura, formidable as he was, could not afford to underestimate the potential damage this blow could inflict. After a rapid spin, Ashura cast a contemptuous glance at Feng Zi, then circled his hand in the air, a cold snort escaping his lips. An unbelievable sight unfolded. A transparent wall of energy materialized before Ashura, blocking the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, Feng Zi's fist collided with the energy wall, creating ripples of energy that radiated outward, sweeping away the dust within a 10-meter radius. With a resounding boom, Ashura's energy barrier shattered, yet Ashura, a battle-hardened warrior, reacted almost instantaneously, raising his palm to intercept Feng Zi's relentless punch. The powerful fist met the energy-laden palm, and in the next moment, the outcome became clear. Ashura was propelled backward by the force of the impact, soaring several meters away before landing gracefully and standing upright. In stark contrast, Feng Zi appeared disheveled, wobbling unsteadily in midair before crashing to the ground with a thud. After a prolonged silence, the gathered demons erupted in a chorus of Lord Ashura is invincible. At that moment, Feng Zi struggled to emerge from the pit of earth that had ensnared him. A profound sense of crisis enveloping him, he lifted his stinging left arm, only to discover a deep gash, 3 inches long, carved into it by the turbulent energy unleashed by Ashura's palm. Blood flowed freely, nearly severing tendons and bones. The precise and clean edges of the wound attested to the razor-sharp nature of Ashura's energy. Moreover, a ghastly gray hue spread visibly around the wound, indicating the slow decay of flesh. As the once vibrant red meat transformed into a pallid, rotting mass, emitting waves of unnatural itching. Further evidence of the terror possessed by Ashura's power. Humans, I never imagined you could survive and stand before me, evading death under my Ashura grasp. Furthermore, you're the first human I have encountered capable of wielding energy. Henceforth, I shall take this seriously. Ashura's cold voice reverberated through the hall, inciting a chorus of excited cheers from the surrounding demons. Feng Zi gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his arm, his brows knitting into a deep frown, yet a smile still played upon his lips that he understood that his left hand was now unusable. He could only rely on his right to combat Ashura. Ha! Are you speaking nonsense? As a creature so utterly detestable, I will inevitably reduce you to a mere shadow. Feng Zi tore a strip of cloth from his clothing and hastily wrapped it around his wound, addressing Ashura with a frosty tone. Though Ashura did not comprehend the meaning of shadow, he surmised it was derogatory, and a fury akin to a volcanic eruption surged within him. Suddenly, a savage grin flickered across Feng Zi's face, and his cold gaze sparkled with brilliance, radiating light as he vanished from the astonished eyes of the demons. Before Ashura could fully react, Feng Zi launched himself like a madman, employing both fists and feet in a reckless assault, executing life-threatening techniques with wild abandon. The air was filled with the sharp sounds of his strikes, reminiscent of a street brawler, leaving Ashura in a flurry of confusion as he found himself repeatedly struck. Of course, while Feng Zi's approach proved effective, it came at a steep price. He had abandoned all defense, betting everything on offense. Feng Zi roared inwardly. Only by attacking, relentlessly attacking, and fighting with all his might could he hope to subdue Ashura. In a moment of oversight, Ashura failed to evade several of Feng Zi's blows. Though his body was as hard as steel, suffering only a multitude of white marks, his attire, however, was not so fortunate. Ripping with a series of resounding tears, within mere moments, his clothes were shredded beyond recognition, and the rushing air that poured through the jagged openings felt like a refreshing gale. Suddenly, Ashura felt a violent tearing sensation below, quickly followed by a rush of cool wind that, in the next instant, Feng Zi delivered a swift kick that struck Ashura squarely in the groin. Ashura's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, a testament to Feng Zi's chaotic fighting style hitting a vital area. Damn human, you will pay for this with your life. 3-ring atomic cannon. Ashura's expression darkened as he bellowed. An invisible yet tangible wave of energy surged from his arm, carving strange transparent ripples through the air, instantly manifesting in violent gusts reminiscent of ocean waves, growing ever more turbulent. In the midst of Feng Zi's astonished gaze, a whirlwind of energy erupted from Ashura's arm. Directed straight toward his position, it was as if the heavens had torn asunder, shaking the very foundations of the demon realm. An unparalleled cacophony erupted, reverberating in the ears of all present, leaving every demon dazed and disoriented. In an instant, Feng Zi felt an overwhelming agony coursing through his body, as if a colossal hammer had struck his chest, the taste of blood filling his mouth as he involuntarily spat it out. The sound of shattering bones echoed as he was engulfed in the raging torrents of energy. Chapter 76. The Turnaround, Ashura's Weakness, Part 1. Boom. The ground of the demon realm trembled once more. Shards of stone flying in all directions, dust swirling as Feng Zi's body sank deeply into the blue brick floor, cracking it into a sprawling web-like pattern. As he landed, the frenzied winds that had been swirling around him dissipated violently, sending several demons tumbling like rolling gourds, creating a spectacle so grand that it left all present. No, all demons, shaken and terrified. The tremors reverberating through the ground only heightened their fear, sending them scuttling away in a state of utter disarray. After a brief silence, all demons turned their astonished gazes toward Ashura, convinced that Feng Zi, after that last devastating blow, was surely dead beyond salvation. That wretched human cannot withstand the might of my three-ring atomic cannon. Ashura's maniacal laughter echoed through every corner of the hall, resounding like a clarion call, as if the battle had already concluded, inciting a frenzy of cheers from the demons. Feng Zi lay in the pit. Gazing up at the pitch-black sky, he felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him, crushing him beneath their weight, as if he had endured eons of torment, a pain beyond description that continued to torment him. With no end in sight, just as he felt he could no longer hold on, a figure suddenly emerged in his mind. Bulma. A jolt of recognition surged through him, accompanied by a myriad of emotions: sorrow, bitterness, reluctance, and an inexplicable yearning. Feelings he had never experienced before. His vision blurred. Fatigue washed over him. Yet, memories of the moments spent with Bulma and Goku replayed vividly in his mind, each fragment a reminder of what he fought for. To live, to battle. Yes, I must survive. I must fight, for I am Feng Zi. With gritted teeth, he fiercely opened his eyes, two blazing orbs of determination igniting within him. In that instant, the oppressive weight around him lifted, as if he had emerged from the depths of a nightmarish abyss into the radiant beauty of the world. The cosmos, the mountains, and rivers reappeared before him, and he felt the preciousness of life and the splendor of rebirth. Releasing a sigh of relief within his heart, albeit fleetingly, for the imminent threat loomed large, suspended in mid-air, Ashura, as the master of the demon realm, looked down imperiously and declared, "I, Ashura, am the strongest man in this world. Long live Lord Ashura! Long live Lord Ashura! Long live Lord Ashura!" The demons chanted in unison, their voices hoarse with fervor. Enough noise! What a bunch of uncouth creatures, just as Ashura and his followers celebrated their victory. A jarring voice pierced through the atmosphere, starkly out of place. Silence! Quiet! Every demon fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief, including Ashura, the leader himself, all astonished gazes fixated on a singular point, the very spot where Feng Zi had landed moments ago. A stark, nude figure emerged from the rubble, bloodied wounds marring his once unblemished skin, the injuries too numerous to count. Despite the severity of his condition, extending up to his face, a pair of resolute, indifferent eyes shone forth. The piercing gaze, coupled with a cruel smile, converged on a defiant visage, the only fitting word to describe this effect being ferocious. The demons stood frozen in shock at the sight before them, their earlier cheers extinguished in an instant, leaving an air of trepidation. Some demons still had their arms raised in disbelief, rendering the scene absurdly comical. "You truly are human?" Ashura's expression soured, the transition from joy to despair a torturous psychological journey. Feng Zi, feeling the agonizing pain akin to a knife slicing through him, merely furrowed his brow. The depths of his suffering were a secret known only to him. The aura of the Ashura possesses a corrosive effect, and after being struck directly by the previous attack, Feng Zi inevitably had some of this aura invade his body. It is precisely this aura that limits Feng Zi to merely 10 minutes of standing, after which all functions within his body will degenerate, leading to his demise within this demon realm. There exists a type of individual in this world that you may not be aware of. They are born for battle, destined to die in combat, relishing the thrill of the fight, regardless of the strength of their opponents or the arduousness of overcoming them, as long as they can fight until the very end, shedding every last drop of blood. That is what defines a man. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zi fixed his gaze upon the Ashura and spoke slowly. I could see this moment. Feng Zi's black eyes seemed to erupt with searing flames, as he became immersed in the ecstasy of battle. His blood boiled fervently, and few could ignite such fierce determination within him. Yet in this world rife with demons, he had unexpectedly encountered a foe of such formidable caliber. And the excitement in his heart was palpable. The Azura was momentarily taken aback. He had never fathomed he would encounter someone so willing to forsake life and death for the sake of combat, especially a human whom they, the demons, had always looked down upon. Feng Zi understood that, given his current injuries, he stood no chance in a basic exchange of blows against the powerful Azura. Therefore, he must surpass the Azura in the application of his aura. This was the final gamble. There was no time left for hesitation. Spiral aura. Feng Zi murmured as a visible mass of aura began to coalesce around his body at an astonishing speed. The Azura, upon witnessing this, could not help but grow wary. Chapter 77. Reversal. The Azura's weakness. Part 2. Beads of sweat formed densely upon his forehead, and with just a little more, they could coalesce into a stream. Feng Zi continuously stirred the aura within him, his chest heaving violently, his nostrils flaring and contracting as he gasped for breath. Time was running short. If Feng Zi did not defeat the Azura in these final moments to gain experience and level up, he would face certain death. Feng Zi's eyes were firmly locked onto the Azura's figure, his purple hair dancing in the air as if caught by an unseen breeze, but he raised his right hand, palm directed at the Azura, a grave expression flashing across his brow, and suddenly shouted, "Open!" Accompanied by Feng Zi's voice, the remaining aura surged forth from his palm, racing towards the Azura with a ferocious intensity, creating a sound akin to the howling of mountain winds and roaring seas. The clarity of the echoes reverberated against the stone walls of the expansive demon realm hall, making the stillness of the night resonate with the might of a tiger's roar or a dragon's chant. Like a sudden torrent, waves of potent energy surged towards the Azura, wreaking havoc in their wake. As they barreled through the air, ripples of translucent clarity appeared like springing bamboo shoots, and the red brilliance flashed as though the sun itself was within reach. Each circle of dazzling red ripples reflected the Azura's form, wavering unrealistically like a shadow mirrored in water. The chorus of anguished cries erupted as the demons beheld this scene, instinctively closing their eyes in despair. As if confronting something intolerable, the Azura's expression stiffened, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained composure. With his arm, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the triple ring atomic cannon, against the oncoming spiral stream of aura. In an instant, the two astonishing techniques collided, and it felt as if the world itself was on the verge of obliteration. The entire demon realm quaked violently, and all the demons staggered, the scene descending into chaos. The two titanic waves of energy, like colossal rainbows arching through the sky, collided, exploding into a cataclysmic release. As the air was displaced, a cacophony of anguished howls filled the atmosphere, resonating with a thunderous roar. The shockwave swept across a radius of several meters, sending those caught too close careening in all directions, their panicked forms flailing comically in the air, a sight both tragic and ludicrous, under the explosive force of the impact. Feng Zi's expression changed dramatically. He saw his released aura being repelled back by the Azura. The returning energy conjured a boundless transparent wave, crashing forcefully towards the helpless Feng Zi. Damn it! Is it all over? Feng Zi's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared defiantly. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a sudden figure appeared before him. Stunned, Feng Zi was astounded. He could hardly believe that someone had come to his rescue. And it was none other than Reyna, the very guard who had sought to impede him on his journey to the demon realm. A woman with whom he had no ties, indeed, someone he had barely encountered. "Get away!" Reyna shouted at Feng Zi, and to his astonishment, she charged towards the oncoming torrent of energy. Boom! A clearly visible wave of translucent energy surged violently from Feng Zi's eyes as it blasted outward, accompanied by a profoundly muffled roar and cries of distress that reverberated through the air, striking deep within the heart. The wave, reminiscent of a tidal surge, rapidly expanded, and with it, Reyna's body was propelled away. Accompanied by her delicate cries, as the winds raged and the sky darkened, Feng Zi could scarcely believe that this woman had thrown herself into danger to save him. He was unaware of her reasons for risking everything to rescue him. A human despised by demons. In an instant, he dashed towards Reyna as the chaos began to subside. I could see this moment. Reyna lay on the ground, her clothes torn, blood flowing, her face pale, quietly unconscious. Feng Zi reached her side, shaking her gently in desperation. "Hey, foolish woman, wake up!" Reyna opened her eyes, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she weakly uttered, "Madman, now you understand the might of Lord Azura, don't you? Don't worry. I'll one T die. The remaining time is in your hands. You must defeat Lord Azura." With that, she succumbed to unconsciousness, yet she did not perish. Feng Zi gazed at the woman lying before him, perplexed by her motives for saving him. Suddenly, he sensed a palpable killing intent silently locking onto him. Without needing to guess, he knew it emanated from the terrifyingly powerful Azura. "Human, you are not dead." The Azura's voice was devoid of emotion as he cast a cold glance at Feng Zi before shifting his gaze to the unconscious Reyna. His expression, shifting as a hint of flaw, emerged in his eyes. "It's Lady Reyna. Why would she assist that human brat? What is happening?" Murmurs of confusion rippled through the ranks of demons. "Oh, it is her." The Azura was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the unconscious Reyna. But he quickly masked his expression and redirected his focus to Feng Zi. Chapter 78. Reversal. The Azura's Weakness. Part 2. Feng Zi clenched his fists tightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent, whose strength was terrifyingly overwhelming. In his current state, he had not the slightest chance of victory. The Azura smirked coldly and remarked, "Human, it's time for you to report to the King of Hell." Feng Zi furrowed his brow, watching the Azura approach him slowly, his heart racing with the desperate wish that the Azura possessed some weakness. A weakness? Suddenly, Feng Zi's expression brightened. He seemed to have an epiphany. As a being of data, his greatest talent, aside from combat, lay in his unparalleled analytical ability. Indeed, at this critical moment, a spark of realization ignited within Feng Zi's mind, and he finally identified the Azura's weakness. Die. As the Azura closed the distance to Feng Zi, his right hand enveloped in a layer of aura, he struck down upon the severely injured Feng Zi. Feng Zi's eyes glinted. He thought, "This is my chance." In the next moment, he raised both hands, palms facing forward, striking a pose that would leave the likes of Master Roshi in awe, as it was none other than the world-shattering palm with his body poised. His nerves taut, he suddenly shouted, in the terrified gaze of the Azura and all the demons. Feng Zi's hands transformed the aura into lightning, the electrical currents spreading rapidly, igniting a blinding blue light before him. Feng Zi exerted every effort to convert the air into an electric current, the magnificent flashes of electricity surging forth like the overflowing yellow river, or akin to a mountain torrent bursting forth. Cascading wildly for thousands of miles, Azura cried out in terror. White vapors resembling steam began to emanate from his skin, which was rotting away. The expression on his face was one of utter, unadulterated fear. Feng Zi smiled, a radiant grin illuminating his countenance, for he knew he had succeeded. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, Azura and all the demons feared the blinding light. In this pitch-black demon realm, their greatest weakness lay in their skin's exposure to light. Once their skin comes into contact with illumination, their cells would perish. Feng Zi recalled how, during his deployment of the spiral airfield, these demons had exhibited signs of distress, not due to an overwhelming force that frightened them, but rather for a very simple reason. They were afraid of the light. The universal shocking palm was the only technique Feng Zi had mastered that wielded intense light. By merely reducing its power and converting the air as much as possible into light, he achieved the desired effect. Moreover, at a distance of less than 1 meter, the stimuli Azura experienced became all the more pronounced. Feng Zi labored to steady his breath, gazing at the agonizing Azura before him. The expression on his face could only be described as exultantly ecstatic. Feng Zi's visage contorted into a menacing grimace as he bellowed almost maniacally, "Fall before me." As the saying goes, take advantage of the situation when your opponent is weak. In the face of such an opportune moment, Feng Zi's energy cleverly fused with the principle of inch punch, forming a type of blunt yet formidable force, densely concentrated upon the protruding knuckles of his middle fingers. The sound of air rupturing echoed as he unleashed all his might, striking fiercely at Azura's chest. A series of sharp cracking sounds rang out. The bones of Azura's ribcage shattered in an instant. Although, due to their prowess, he would not perish, his internal organs suffered tremendous shock and trauma, though he staggered to his feet. It was but a fleeting second before he opened his mouth, spewing forth a mouthful of congealed blood, collapsing directly to the ground, finally rendered unconscious by Feng Zi's blow. Upgrade! 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 The notifications of skill acquisition, sky dance technique, resounded in Feng Zi's mind. And in the next moment, golden light enveloped his body, miraculously healing all his wounds, restoring both his physical form and energy to optimal condition. Feng Zi felt an overwhelming surge of unfathomable power coursing through him. A sensation of fulfillment previously unknown, a feeling of having surpassed his limits. Now, Feng Zi experienced a substantial leap in strength. Just moments ago, he was at level 14, but now he had ascended to level 17. Given that Azura was a level 100 boss, the immense experience gained propelled Feng Zi up by 3 levels. With a ratio of 1 to 6 between humans and monsters, Feng Zi's power could now contend with creatures of level 102. Ah, this is impossible. This human has actually defeated Lord Azura. Lord Azura has lost. This cannot be true. The demons within the Grand Hall were agape with astonishment, their faces wrought with horror as they gazed upon Feng Zi and then at the fallen Azura. Quickly arriving at a chilling conclusion, the demon realm's king, Azura, a formidable entity who had never been bested in millennia, had been vanquished by a human. A sinister smile crept across Feng Zi's face, his cold gaze sweeping over all the demons present. He spoke slowly. I have come to find a fondness for this demon realm. Wait here, while I send that princess out. I shall return to seek you all. Upon meeting Feng Zi's gaze, all the demons felt a shiver run down their spines. Upon hearing Feng Zi's words, the demons exchanged terrified glances, and in unison, let out a shriek, fleeing as swiftly as they could from Feng Zi's sight. They feared what this demon, clad in human form, might do. If even someone as powerful as Azura could be defeated, what chance did they, mere minions, stand? Before Feng Zi could finish his sentence, the demons scattered in every direction. Terrified, Chapter 79, Absence Time. The swiftest of entities perpetually eludes all, slipping away unnoticed. 3 years later, on Papaya Island, situated in the heart of the Southern Ocean, the venue for the world's premier martial arts tournament. A throng of spectators filled every seat, the atmosphere ablaze with fervor, a testament to the tournament's irresistible allure. Since the previous event, where a youth named Feng Zi claimed the championship, a significant number of attendees had come in hopes of witnessing the captivating combat prowess of Feng Zi once more. The focal point of all spectators was a stage, several dozen meters wide, where 2 extraordinarily swift figures danced about, in the eyes of the audience. The only thing captured was the disturbance of the air. Crash, crash, crash. A series of fierce combat sounds echoed in the ears of the spectators, igniting their blood. Completely engrossed in the thrilling contest, applause and cheers rising in waves, creating an exceptionally vibrant atmosphere. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the 2 figures unleashed their most desperate attacks simultaneously. Both equally matched, they were thrust apart, retreating several meters before regaining their footing. What an exhilarating spectacle! Ladies and gentlemen, look! The contestants Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong have separated simultaneously. The host exclaimed passionately from the edge of the stage. Even amidst the sweltering heat, the 2 figures parted. Their true appearances were revealed. On the left stood a diminutive youth clad in striking red martial attire, a turtle emblazoned on his back. With black hair and eyes brimming with combat spirit, this boy was distinguished by a long, slender tail protruding from his backside, none other than the significantly strengthened Sun Wukong 3 years later. Opposite Sun Wukong stood a robust, muscular young man, completely bald with a chiseled face. What drew the most attention was his 3 eyes, With a powerful physique and perfect muscle definition, this young man was indeed engaged in a fierce battle with Sun Wukong, indicating his exceptional prowess, and he was none other than Tianjin Fan, a disciple of the esteemed Crane Hermit. Who would have thought this tailed imp would be so formidable? Tianjin Fan panted, his eyes unwavering as they fixated on Sun Wukong, not daring to let his guard down, astonished at the thought. Sun Wukong, equally astonished by his opponent's strength, reflected on the earlier exchange, realizing that neither had gained the upper hand. Fight, fight, fight! Sun Wukong sprang into action, his voice ringing out with fervor. As he moved, his steps were clear and rhythmic, synchronizing with a peculiar melody. He quickly reached Tianjin Fan's side. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, contestant Sun Wukong has initiated the offensive. This final match is truly a battle of dragons and tigers, a feast for the eyes. Both contestants hail from prestigious lineages. Who among them will emerge victorious? To be honest, I too am filled with anticipation. The host declared passionately into the microphone. As the host concluded his words, both combatants erupted into action, their fists and feet striking with the speed of lightning, reverberating like thunder upon the stage. Their figures darting about like bullets. The pace exceeded the limits of human perception, their bodies intertwining in a series of fleeting encounters. This one vanished, that one emerged, the sounds of their strikes resonating like relentless rain upon banana leaves. The forceful energy obliterating the tiles laid upon the stage, the explosive noises echoing continuously, debris flying through the air, painting a vivid picture of a fierce confrontation. I in the front row of the audience. A group of familiar spectators gathered, intriguing onlookers with their eclectic composition of youths, elders, men, and animals. A bizarre assembly indeed, and they appear to be acquainted with the contestant Sun Wukong in the arena. Indeed, this group comprised Bulma, Oolong, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Krillin, and others, all there to witness the match. Hey, Bulma, who do you think will win? Oolong inquired, watching the contest intently. Bulma, still radiating youthful vibrance, replied without a moment's hesitation. Of course it's Wukong. As his close friend, I am duty-bound to support him. Moreover, I cannot abide that arrogant Crane Hermit. Bulma, I recall you supported Feng Zi during Wukong's match 3 years ago. Lu Ping interjected, and Bulma cast a sidelong glance at him. Expressing her frustration, who made that scoundrel Feng Zi not show up until now? It's infuriating. Didn't he promise us he would definitely come to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament 3 years later? Yet here we are at the finals, and that rascal is still absent. I can only assume he is still out there hunting for whatever he called. Right, hunting monsters, and has completely lost track of time. Indeed, given our understanding of Feng Zi, he is undoubtedly a fellow devoid of any sense of time. Lu Ping analyzed from the sidelines. Oolong chuckled and remarked, I wonder just how much stronger that monster Feng Zi has become. I can't help but wonder if he is stronger than Goku. Sigh? Well, let's just watch Goku's match. That non-human being, with his mind filled with who knows what, has no idea how much we miss him. Bulma's eyes shimmered with a hint of tenderness as she sighed and slowly addressed the others. At that moment, Lu Ping teased, why speak so vaguely? It should be that you, Bulma, miss Feng Zi terribly. As soon as Lu Ping finished his sentence, it elicited hearty laughter from Oolong and the others. Go to hell. Bulma, disregarding her ladylike demeanor, joined in the ruckus, though deep down, she painfully longed for Feng Zi. Come back soon. Chapter 80. Return to the human realm in the demon realm. Shrouded in perpetual darkness, anguished screams occasionally pierced the silence, and a purple-haired man clad in blood-stained garments wielded a colossal scythe. Nearly as tall as himself, in pursuit of dozens of demons. These ordinarily fierce and malevolent creatures scurried about like frightened mice, seemingly caught in a terrifying predicament, crying out for mercy as they fled in a panic. The man, while chasing them, shouted, Stay put and don't run. I'm merely going to knock you out gently. I'm not here to take your lives. The demons at the front, upon hearing his words, let out a ghostly wail and ran for their lives, as if pausing for even a second would seal their doom. Damn it, I'm getting angry. The man forcefully pushed off the ground, transforming into a wisp of smoke, and appeared in front of several demons like a specter. The demons widened their eyes in disbelief, filled with terror and horror as they beheld him. With a slight smile, the man spoke, "Thank you for your cooperation." He then leaped into the air, raising his scythe high above, striking down with the force of thunder and the speed of lightning, unleashing a violent and ruthless killing intent. The power, akin to a collapsing mountain or a tsunami, erupted from the blade, and amidst the agonizing screams, several demons were struck down, their blood splattering as the force from the blade blasted into their sides, causing excruciating pain that rendered them unconscious. Sighing, the man glanced at the fallen demons on the ground and muttered to himself, "My experience is dwindling." This man was none other than Feng Zi, who had spent 3 years in the demon realm, maintaining this monster-hunting lifestyle. It was this very endeavor that had elevated Feng Zi from level 17 to level 19. Although advancing further became increasingly challenging. That moment, a timid demon emerged from a corner, trembling as it addressed Feng Zi. "Feng Zi, Sir Lord Azura is looking for you." Another monster. Upon seeing this demon, Feng Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he casually swung his still bloodied scythe, frightening the messenger demon into fleeing faster than a rabbit. Upon arriving at Lord Azura's grand hall, Feng Zi immediately spotted Azura seated cross-legged in midair. If it had been the Feng Zi of 3 years prior, he would have felt some trepidation upon seeing Azura, for the latter was clearly stronger in terms of power and rank. However, within just 6 months of arriving in the demon realm, Feng Zi had surpassed Azura, and over the course of 3 years, their sparring sessions shifted from stalemate to Feng Zi dominating the encounters. His rate of growth was undeniably remarkable. During these 3 years, Feng Zi had led a fulfilling life, with monsters perpetually parading before him, providing him with an endless supply of free food. It is worth mentioning that Feng Zi's status in the demon realm had risen to a level not inferior to that of Azura, as every demon feared him, perceiving him to be 100 times more terrifying than Azura. On average, each demon had been knocked unconscious by Feng Zi approximately 3 times. Consequently, very few demons dared to approach him. Upon sighting Feng Zi, they would flee in terror. Gradually, a saying took root in the demon realm. When encountering a madman, fleeing is the best course of action through countless monster hunts and experience gains. Feng Zi deduced that if a monster he had previously defeated was encountered again, defeating it would yield only half the experience points. In other words, if he defeated the same monster a 3rd time, the experience would be reduced to a mere quarter of the original. Feng Zi had also completed a task given to him by the system, which involved sending a princess out of the demon realm, earning him a reward of double experience for 6 months. The demon realm lacked a day-night cycle, leaving Feng Zi uncertain of how long he had actually spent there, which ultimately caused him to miss the opportunity to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. "Azura, what do you need from me?" Feng Zi asked bluntly as he took a seat across from Azura. Azura floated in midair, using his levitation technique, a sight that seemed miraculous to the demons beneath, but was merely a manipulation of energy in Feng Zi's eyes. "Ah, Feng Zi, you've grown so strong, perhaps it's time for you to leave the demon realm?" Azura said with a bitter smile, feeling somewhat awkward. Upon hearing Azura's words, Feng Zi suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting as he asked, "By the way, how long have I been here?" "By your human reckoning, it should be around 3 years," Azura replied uncertainly. After a brief moment of silence, Feng Zi nodded and said, "Yes, I must leave now. Azura, I'll come back to visit you when I have the chance." Azura was left speechless as he descended to the ground, clapping his hands. Following the crisp sound, a woman appeared by his side. This woman was none other than Reina, who had saved Feng Zi in the past. Feng Zi had long pondered why Reina had rescued him, and later discovered that she was actually Azura's beloved. Azura had undergone a significant change in temperament and was set to marry the beautiful princess of the human realm, which led Reina to hope for someone who could defeat Azura and awaken him to return to the man she once loved. The entire situation was convoluted, and Feng Zi found it impossible to comprehend. "Reina, take Feng Zi to the demon realm's gate," Azura commanded, then turned to Feng Zi and said, "To be frank, I am not the true king of the demon realm. This place is not the true demon realm, but rather a small country akin to your human world. The Real King of the Demon Realm is a man who could defeat me with a mere finger. So I'll definitely come back. Feng Zi chuckled. Azura felt an overwhelming urge to kill, wishing to dissuade Feng Zi from ever returning to the demon realm. Yet this human seemed to have misunderstood his intentions. Azura vowed never to allow Feng Zi to set foot in the demon realm again. After Feng Zi's departure, Azura summoned a demon and commanded, "Put up a sign at the demon realm's gate. No humans or madmen allowed." Chapter 81. An ominous arrival. As Feng Zi stepped out of the demon realm's gate, he was immediately blinded by countless blinding lights that stung his eyes. After spending an extended period in the darkness of the demon realm, he was unprepared for the brightness of the outside world, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Minutes passed, and Feng Zi finally adjusted to the external light, managing to force his eyes open. The breathtaking scenery immediately filled his vision, and as he inhaled the fresh air, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Refreshing." Compared to the harsh environment of the demon realm, the human realm felt like paradise. Feng Zi furrowed his brow slightly as he sensed several high-level monsters nearby through his soul perception. Among them was one monster that, despite being quite distant, radiated an overwhelming power, undoubtedly surpassing even Azura. Feng Zi could hardly contain his excitement. He never anticipated that this world harbored beings more powerful than Azura. The corners of his mouth curled into a subtle arc as Feng Zi continued to perceive his surroundings with a soulful intuition that he discovered that in close proximity, a monstrous creature was rapidly approaching from the east. Although it did not compare to the level 100 beast like the Ashura, it certainly exceeded level 90 very well. In that case, let me deal with the minor pest first, Feng Zi muttered to himself. With a powerful push of his foot, he soared into the sky, seemingly devoid of any bodily weight, floating effortlessly in the air. In the next moment, his figure darted forward, vanishing into the emptiness above. Should anyone have witnessed this spectacle, they would surely have been left agape in astonishment at the existence of a flying human in this world. The Turtle Hermit's house was situated on a magnificent island. Lu Ping was diligently training on an open patch of ground, as he had sustained an injury to his right leg during the World Martial Arts Tournament, while facing the formidable Tianjin Fan. This was now a crucial phase of his recovery. Lu Ping's kicks and punches were powerful and vigorous, executed with angles that were both cunning and difficult to defend against. Each strike was imbued with a momentum that suggested the might to shatter stone. And the whooshing sound created in the air grew increasingly intense. Despite his grievous leg injury, Lu Ping appeared unfazed, his fists and feet slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Lu Ping, I think it would be wise for you not to overexert yourself. After all, your leg has not yet fully healed. Bulma and Oolong observed Lu Ping's training from the window, without turning his head. Lu Ping replied, "I know. You need not worry." He then resumed his rigorous rehabilitation. That moment, Oolong spoke up. "We should be quite safe here, right? There's no need to fear that Demon King Piccolo will find us." Just as Oolong had mentioned, an unexpected event had transpired following the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin had been slain, shocking everyone to the core. According to Master Roshi, the perpetrator of Krillin's murder was the malevolent embodiment known as Demon King Piccolo. Legend had it that the infamous Demon King Piccolo, who had wreaked havoc centuries ago, had managed to break free from his seal and return to the mortal realm. This news instilled a profound sense of dread among all. Bulma nodded in agreement, responding with a smile. Moreover, Tianjin Fan and Master Roshi have already gone to search for the Dragon Balls to resurrect Krillin. They should be back any moment at that moment. On the sofa in the room, the golden-haired Lang Chi, while cleaning her firearm, remarked, "If that Piccolo dares to come here, I will make him beg for mercy." Bulma and the others could only manage a wry smile at her bravado. "I seek directions." Suddenly, a voice laced with cold disdain echoed in their ears. That Lu Ping sensed a repulsive aura and immediately halted his training. The open window revealed Bulma and the others staring in astonishment at the newcomer. The individual who had inquired about directions possessed skin of a deep green hue, adorned with what resembled chicken skin-like patterns, and boasted a pair of wings unlike any humans. His beastly eyes radiated a murderous intent. and a chilling gaze swept across the gathered crowd. The air around him was thick with a strong scent of blood, akin to a demon returned from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of malevolence. I wish to inquire about the route to N526. How should I proceed? The strangely formed mysterious visitor coldly inquired, exhibiting no semblance of courtesy or politeness in his request. Lu Ping cast a puzzled glance at this menacing figure and replied, "To reach the location you mentioned, you must proceed straight ahead and then take a left turn. Ah, how fortuitous. The N526 you mentioned is not where the Turtle Hermit's house used to be." Bulma interjected kindly to the stranger. "Oh, is that so? My name is Dan Bolin." This individual, Dan Bolin, paused momentarily before his eyes suddenly burst forth with a palpable bloodlust. Lu Ping froze, an unsettling feeling rising within him. This Dan Bolin seemed to harbor malicious intent. "Could it be that you are—" Lu Ping appeared to recall something, his gaze flickering as he immediately adopted a vigilant stance. Chapter 82. The return of the madman Lang Chi seemed to connect the dots as well. Dashing out of the room with a few strides, her submachine gun in hand, ignoring the astonished looks from those around her, she unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the position occupied by Dan Bolin. The fiery serpents of bullets illuminating the air like fireworks. As countless bullets rained down in a dense spray, Dan Bolin wore a contemptuous smile, raising his hands in a swift motion. Incredibly, the bullets seemed to vanish in a thin air, as if plucked from the air by Dan Bolin himself. How infuriating! Lang Chi continued her relentless assault until her magazine was empty, yet she had inflicted no tangible harm upon Dan Bolin. "Do not waste your energy. Such attacks are futile against our demon kind," Dan Bolin remarked with a hint of amusement in his eyes, pulling out a booklet from his pocket. After casting a glance at Lu Ping, he meticulously compared one of the photographs within. "Indeed, it's you, one of the participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Just as I thought, this fiend is the one who murdered Krillin." Lu Ping glared at Dan Bolin with fury, his expression darkening. Bulma and Oolong, still at the window, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. This bizarre-looking individual was undoubtedly a minion of Demon King Piccolo, just as the news reports had suggested, sent specifically to eliminate the contestants of the tournament, wary of any among them possessing the capability to wield the sealing techniques that had once bound Piccolo, namely, the Demon Wind Wave. Danger! This thought surged within each person's mind. The very fact that Dan Bolin had just demonstrated the ability to catch bullets with his bare hands indicated his formidable strength. Moreover, among those remaining at the Turtle Hermit's house, apart from Lu Ping, who had combat prowess, the others were mere weaklings incapable of defending themselves. Given Lu Ping's current injury, it was evident that Dan Bolin could extinguish their lives with ease. As if squashing an ant. "You bastard, are you the one who killed Krillin?" Lu Ping demanded, his voice heavy with accusation. Dan Bolin chuckled coldly. "Krillin? You mean that pathetic bald man? Oh, he attempted to thwart my acquisition of the martial arts roster. So I had no choice but to eliminate him." With a roar, Lu Ping could no longer contain his agitation. Despite his injury, he moved with the swiftness of a jungle wolf, darting towards Dan Bolin. With a punch imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds, he aimed for Dan Bolin's face, convinced that even steel would yield to his strike. The air split with a sharp sound as Lu Ping prepared to land his blow. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Dan Bolin effortlessly grasped Lu Ping's wrist, a motion so swift that even Lu Ping's reflexes failed to react in time. Lu Ping cried out in agony as a searing pain shot through his wrist. Feeling as though his bones were being crushed, the blood within his hand stagnated, turning a purplish hue, a testament to the excruciating torment that no ordinary person could endure. With one hand gripping Lu Ping's wrist and the other seizing his hair, Dan Bolin leaned close to whisper in his ear, "You, a piece of trash, consider yourself a strong human. How laughable." With that, he erupted into a cruel, mocking laughter that Lu Ping, Bulma, and Oolong cried out in concern. Though they yearned to rescue him, they felt utterly powerless, believing that even a single finger from Dan Bolin could easily dispose of them. All they could do was watch anxiously that Lu Ping's face flushed, then paled as beads of sweat poured down him. Gasping in pain, he felt as if his wrists were being melted away completely devoid of sensation. Bulma bit her lip, her eyes filled with urgency and anxiety. Her mind racing in this precarious situation. If only that scoundrel Feng Zi were here right now. Danbo Lin continued to apply pressure to Lu Ping's wrist, a cruel smile etched upon his lips as if relishing the moment. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the space, causing the air to ripple like waves. An overwhelming and fearsome aura began to expand. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ground 10 meters beyond Dambolin shattered into countless fragments. Stones flying and dust swirling as a large hole emerged, a violet figure, like a tempest, surged amidst the cascading debris, racing towards Dambolin, who was momentarily stunned by the sudden upheaval. The speed of this figure was astonishing, akin to a whirlwind sweeping away the remnants of clouds, merging seamlessly with the cold wind. Dambolin, a formidable warrior capable of slaying Klin and defeating Lepin, quickly regained his composure and charged at the newcomer. However, the speed of the visitor was evidently superior, akin to a fierce gale brushing past, the advancing figure maintaining its momentum without pause. With a swift push against the ground, it leapt over Dambolin's head with an astonishing velocity that left Dambolin unable to react. As Dambolin's fists came barreling towards the violet figure, a chilling glint flashed in its eyes. With a deft maneuver, it split Dambolin's fists apart, and with a sudden shoulder thrust, crashed violently into Dambolin's exposed chest. The force was blindingly swift, like lightning cleaving through the air, and its might was as fierce as thunder, utterly overwhelming. Dambolin emitted a muffled grunt. Even with his robust physique, he could not withstand the cataclysmic strength emanating from the newcomer's shoulder, sending him spiraling like a top, helplessly flying outward as he was hurled away. Dambolin's gaze turned incredulous, his heart racing with terror. Such a powerful being still existed in this world. Whether it was Bulma, Lepin, or Dambolin, all eyes were fixated on this newcomer. Who could they be? Through the haze, the violet figure emerged from the swirling dust, clad in a blood-red robe that fluttered elegantly in the wind. Exuding an effortless grace, the powerful aura surrounding their tall and imposing figure gradually dissipated, revealing a sharply defined face with eyes brimming with murderous intent, radiating an aura of dominance, severity, and a smoldering intensity beneath a veneer of indifference. The violet hair cascaded down to the waist, swaying freely in the breeze, partially obscuring the figure's features but failing to conceal the sharpness of their gaze, which only hinted at their formidable power. It's you, how impressive! It's Feng Zi! Feng Zi, you rascal! You finally made your appearance. Feng Zi nodded thoughtfully, smiling at everyone. I'm back, and I must admit, I'm a bit hungry. Otherwise, I could have taken down that beast in one go. Chapter 83. Murder. Feng Zi fixed his intense gaze upon Bulma's figure. It had been 3 years since they last met. He had been grinding through the dark and desolate demon realm. Whenever he felt a pang of loneliness, memories of searching for Dragon Balls with Bulma would flood his mind, and the longing never waned. Their eyes met briefly, a silent exchange that sent a shiver through both their bodies. In Feng Zi's eyes, Bulma embodied the vibrant beauty of 1,000 blooming flowers, and he found himself enveloped in a warmth akin to the rising sun. He had been nothing but a cold data point. But at some point, he had developed his own consciousness and arrived in this vastly different world. Feng Zi struggled to articulate his feelings. It was his first time realizing how beautiful life could be, how deeply it could ensnare one's heart. Somewhere deep within, a mysterious sensation began to stir, inching its way to the surface. What could it be? Oh, Feng Zi finally recalled that sensation. It was the worry that gripped him during his life-and-death battles with Azura. Perhaps it was a fragment of Feng Zi's own emotions. Feng Zi, you detestable fellow, you finally returned. Bulma's normally gentle voice, like a soft breeze caressing the water's surface, resonated with joy and other tender meanings. Feng Zi smiled, saying, Bulma, hurry and prepare a meal for me. His slow, deep voice was resolute and powerful, imbued with an undeniable strength. You Haven tea changed a bit, he. Bulma chuckled. With Feng Zi's return, nearly everyone felt the allure he brought. When one finds themselves in dire straits, they yearn for a savior. And for Bulma and the others, that savior was none other than Fengzi. At that moment, Dambalin staggered to his feet, his expression twisted with rage. "You bastard! Who are you really?" His face was a mask of fury, and to describe his demeanor towards Fengzi as seething would be an understatement. "The one who will take your life." Fengzi furrowed his brow, feeling an unexplainable aversion, and replied coldly. Dambalin's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes bloodshot and demonic as he bellowed, "You've enraged me, bastard!" With that, a suffocating aura of bloodlust enveloped him, creating an oppressive atmosphere. "Come on. I've encountered many little monsters like you." Fengzi scoffed dismissively. Unable to contain his temper any longer, Dambalin charged at Fengzi like a whirlwind, igniting the battle in a mere flash. Dambalin's fists surged towards Fengzi with blinding speed. Fengzi's eyes glinted with ferocity as a playful smile danced on his lips. He raised his hand and unleashed a straight punch, akin to a thunderbolt. Boom! A hurricane-like shockwave erupted from the two, sweeping up dirt and debris into a swirling tempest, while Fengzi's hair was thrust upwards by the ferocious wind, his clothes clinging tightly to his body. Suddenly, Fengzi's fist erupted with azure lightning, an overwhelming surge of power hurtling towards Dambalin. In an instant, Dambalin felt his arm lose sensation, and just as their fists collided, a terrifying force coursed through him. The shockwave propelled them both several meters away, clearing a wide area around them. However, in a mere second of confrontation, the once menacing Dambalin was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. He crashed into the wall of the humble Kame house with a thunderous thud. As dust settled, Dambalin lay amidst shattered wooden fragments, coughing up blood, a testament to the grievous injury he had sustained. Fengzi smiled coldly, slowly advancing towards Dambalin. As his gaze sharpened, the ferocious aura around him intensified, stirring the surrounding debris into a chaotic whirlwind. Fengzi's face remained eerily calm, but his eyes glowed with a sinister light, coupled with his waist-length hair dancing wildly in the wind, rendering him an otherworldly figure. Fierce and formidable. Dambalin's eyes widened in horror as he gazed up at Fengzi, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over him, akin to facing a formidable foe like Piccolo. Fengzi grinned. "The weak do not deserve pity. Let me escort you to hell, monster!" With that, Fengzi's fist came crashing down, the air around him exploding violently, sending forth a shockwave that pierced through Dambalin's chest with a sickening thud, blood splattering in a gruesome display. The first time taking a life, Fengzi smiled, vividly recalling when Bulma had asked him what he would do besides fighting monsters. "I can kill too." Chapter 84. News of death inside Kame house. Fengzi ate heartily while conversing with Bulma and the others. "Fengzi, where have you been for the past 3 years?" Bulma inquired, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Without lifting his head, Fengzi replied while chewing. "I've been hunting monsters, as expected." Lepin chuckled, glancing at Fengzi, who was engrossed in his meal. Bulma remarked, "Fengzi, you seem much stronger than before." "Yes, Bulma. Another bowl, please." Fengzi extended his bowl towards Bulma. Bulma chuckled lightly, busying herself with serving Fengzi. Asking, "Fengzi, you missed the world-renowned martial arts tournament held every 3 years." "Huh. That martial arts tournament already took place." "I had no idea," Fengzi replied innocently. "Could you elaborate on what you've been up to during these 3 years?" Leping stood to one side, interjecting. Fengzi pondered for a moment and recounted, "I traversed a map called the Demon Realm, encountered a fellow named Ashura, and thereafter engaged him in combat." Upon hearing Fengzi's extraordinary tale, both Leping and Bulma were left bewildered, grappling with the concepts of the Demon Realm and its fiends, which transcended their understanding. "Could it be that for the past 3 years you have been embroiled in battles?" Leping inquired with a tone of admiration. Fengzi nodded affirmatively and stated, "I relish the thrill of combat." "Indeed, Fengzi, I too take pleasure in a good fight." At this juncture, Longqi, who had been attentively listening to Fengzi's narrative, chimed in. Fengzi cast a glance at Longqi and smiled. "And who might you be? You seem rather familiar." Longqi momentarily faltered, prompting Leping to clarify. "She is Longqi. Surely you remember her?" Enlightenment dawned on Fengzi. "Ah, it is Longqi. You've dyed your hair, This revelation sparked laughter among Wulong and the others. Fengzi, there is something I must convey to you, Bulma said, her expression turning grave as she spoke slowly. Fengzi, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" "You must recall Krillin, who participated in the martial arts tournament alongside you?" Bulma questioned. "Of course, that weak bald guy," Fengzi replied after a moment's reflection. Although Fengzi and Krillin were not particularly close, they were acquainted through Son Goku. Bulma took a deep breath and said, "Krillin, he has perished. He was slain by the monster you defeated." As Bulma finished her sentence, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, extinguishing any lingering laughter. Fengzi uttered a soft "oh." Directing his attention to Bulma, "Please continue." According to Master Roshi, the Demon King Piccolo, who was sealed away centuries ago, has returned to the mortal realm. He is a formidable demon, and the only hope of vanquishing him rests upon you and Goku. However, Goku's fate remains uncertain, leaving you as the sole beacon of hope. After a moment of silence, Fengzi chuckled softly. "The Demon King Piccolo you speak of, I've sensed his presence. As you mentioned, he is indeed powerful. But Suddenly, Fengzi's words trailed off. Outside, the sky had ominously darkened, reminiscent of the heavens in the demon realm with which Fengzi was familiar. "What is happening?" Wulong exclaimed in shock, as all present felt an eerie familiarity with this sensation. Bulma's expression shifted, and she rushed to the window, glancing at the sky, which appeared as if night had abruptly descended. Could it be someone has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls? She speculated anxiously, wondering if it was Tianjin Fan or someone else. Just as her thoughts spiraled, the phone rang, chiming insistently. Bulma answered, "Hello, this is Master Roshi's place. Tianjin Fan? Is that you?" "What? Wait, could you repeat that?" Bulma's face turned ashen, and the phone slipped from her grasp, crashing onto the floor. Leping sensed an unusual gravity in Bulma's demeanor and urgently inquired, "Bulma, what has happened? That call was from Tianjin Fan, right?" Bulma bit her lip, anguish evident in her countenance. "Master Roshi and Chaozi. They are both dead." Shock washed over everyone. Their faces reflected disbelief and horror as they grappled with the devastating news. How could this be? Is the Demon King Piccolo stronger than Master Roshi? Leping clenched his fists. His voice trembling, pale-faced, Bulma lamented, "And Chaozi, he too has been slain." Fengzi, who had remained silent until now, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his expression. Wulong, having noticed the subtle change, curiously asked, "Fengzi, what is it?" With all eyes now on him, Fengzi spoke solemnly, such a potent aura. "What you refer to as the Demon King Piccolo has evidently escalated in strength, surpassing my current capabilities." Chapter 85. The Demon King Piccolo, Part 1. This Demon King Piccolo must have utilized the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish, resulting in his newfound strength, Bulma analyzed with furrowed brows. Leping, fists clenched and face grim, queried, "If the former Demon King Piccolo could defeat Master Roshi, what can we do now that he's grown even stronger?" The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension, and at that moment, Fengzi broke into a radiant smile. "To think there exists a creature of such elevated rank. The mere thought exhilarates me. If the monsters in this world were weak, what purpose would we serve?" Leping forced a smile, realizing the truth in Fengzi's words. If formidable adversaries did not exist, what would be the point of their martial prowess? Fengzi, are you suggesting that you can defeat this Demon King Piccolo?" Bulma inquired. "In this world, there are no insurmountable foes. If this Demon King Piccolo is indeed stronger than I would be thrilled. A battle devoid of challenge brings no thrill. Thus, the stronger the monster, the stronger I shall become." In Fengzi's eyes, there was no trace of concern, only an uncontainable excitement akin to a child relishing cotton candy. Bulma remarked, nudging Leping with a teasing grin, "It seems you have much to learn from Fengzi. Perhaps this Demon King Piccolo isn't as formidable as we envision." At that moment, Fengzi's expression shifted, and he spoke, "Two powerful auras are converging. One belongs to the so-called Demon King Piccolo." What is happening?" Bulma inquired, intrigued. Fengzi replied in a hushed tone, "Someone is battling that Demon King Piccolo." Leping gasped, who could possibly contend with such a formidable foe? All eyes turned to Fengzi, awaiting his response that he hesitated, then slowly revealed. Son Goku. What? You mean Goku? Leping and Bulma exclaimed in unison, their expressions a complex tapestry of surprise, shock, and concern. Yes, it must be him. However, from what I sense, while Goku may have been able to defeat the creature known as Dambalin previously, he is woefully outmatched now. Fengzi surveyed the group, his voice grave. Bulma pressed urgently. Fengzi, are you implying? Fengzi nodded, confirming, Goku stands no chance against this monster. A collective gasp echoed through the room, as hope was once again extinguished. What? Fengzi's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with intensity. Bulma, concerned, asked, what is it? Goku's aura is diminishing. Fengzi, through his spiritual perception, keenly sensed the fluctuations between the two auras, realizing that Goku's energy was significantly weaker than before. This could only signify one thing. Goku had either sustained injuries or exhausted his energy. Neither scenario boded well. Suddenly, Fengzi rose abruptly, prompting unease in Bulma and Leping as they noticed the shift in his demeanor. Goku has lost. Fengzi's expression shifted subtly, and he sighed, uttering the words with a sense of resignation. Damn it. Leping gritted his teeth in fury. Fengzi declared, I must confront this monster. Fengzi, you cannot go. Bulma's face twisted in a bitter smile. Her greatest fear had materialized. After finally reuniting with Fengzi, she would not stand idly by and watch him march to his demise. Fengzi gazed at Bulma in confusion as she grasped his arm. Entreating, Fengzi, you lack the certainty to defeat that Demon King Piccolo, do you not? Ha! Only by confronting it will I know, Fengzi replied with a smile, his eyes brimming with martial fervor. Leping interjected, it's futile. Bulma, you cannot dissuade Fengzi from this course of action. Ignoring Leping, Bulma fixed her gaze upon Fengzi and suddenly asked, are you still hungry? Fengzi, noticing the glimmer of moisture in Bulma's eyes, felt an inexplicable tug at his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, yes, I am. Do you wish to eat more? Absolutely. At this scene, Leping found himself at a loss for words, realizing that in this world, the only one capable of persuading Fengzi was Bulma. Meanwhile, on another front, the king was orchestrating a grand celebration in honor of his 3rd anniversary as monarch. Almost all the citizens residing in the capital emerged to witness this unprecedented ceremony, resulting in the once spacious streets being flanked by throngs of people. Halt! Who are you? A guard maintaining order spotted a peculiar-looking individual accompanied by a subordinate, slowly approaching the barricaded street. The newcomer let out a disdainful snort, offering no words, and pointed his middle finger at the guard. With a sudden burst, a blinding light erupted from between his fingers, striking the guard squarely in the chest. Before the guard could call for help like the others, he inexplicably collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock until his last breath. This enigmatic figure was none other than the Demon King Piccolo, restored to his youthful prime through the Dragon Balls. Chapter 86. The Demon King Piccolo, Part 2. Piccolo's gaze was menacing. A cold smirk perpetually gracing his lips, enveloped in a chilling aura of murderous intent. True to his name, he was a ruthless killer. Following closely behind him was his subordinate, a strategist of modest combat prowess. The two advanced along the street, emboldened by their confidence. You two, stand there and don't move. Otherwise, we will open fire. A line of guards blocked Piccolo's path, each wielding heavy weaponry, as their leader loudly warned him. Unfazed, Piccolo continued his leisurely stride, as if taking a stroll, his gaze filled with contempt for the guards, disregarding their warnings that do not approach. Damn it, open fire. Seeing Piccolo's indifference, the guard reluctantly ordered his comrades. Instantly, dozens of guns were aimed at Piccolo, and a barrage of gunfire erupted, unleashing a fierce assault. Before the hail of bullets, survival seemed impossible unless one were a deity. Yet, the guard's expectations were shattered as the bullets ricocheted off Piccolo's body without effect. As he advanced unscathed, as if being lightly tickled, Piccolo's expression remained unchanged, methodically moving forward, indifferent to the onslaught, directly confronting the guards. With a blank expression, he regarded the terrified guards, and with a mere lift of his hand, countless gusts of wind surged forth. In an instant, the ground shook violently, causing the guards to feel as if they were caught in a tempest, more tumultuous than any storm at sea. A brilliant crimson light swelled, followed by an earth-shattering explosion, accompanied by agonized screams as the guards were obliterated on the spot. Alerted by the cacophony, the guard headquarters dispatched a significant military force to block the entrance that Piccolo was about to breach. Tanks, helicopters, and artillery formed a formidable defense for the king. Following orders from above, they quickly surrounded the entrance, aiming to halt Piccolo's advance. Piccolo's eyes darted around, surveying the heavily armed troops before him, and coldly remarked, "These ants are exceedingly noisy." With that, a dazzling light erupted from his palm, hurled towards the military. The next moment, the ground trembled like the waves of the sea, with an even more deafening explosion than before, sending soldiers sprawling in chaos, their bodies battered and bloodied as they succumbed to the overwhelming force. The sheer terror of Piccolo's might was beyond human comprehension unless one experienced it firsthand. A few surviving soldiers exchanged horrified glances, their eyes wide with shock. The memory of the recent chaos sent shivers down their spines, a cold sweat breaking out across their backs. "You will all perish." Piccolo advanced slowly, nearing the soldiers. Overwhelmed by fear, the soldiers finally snapped back to reality, fleeing in terror, like birds startled by an archer's arrow. Meanwhile, the king, delivering a speech, felt the ground tremble violently, followed by the ear-splitting sound of explosions. He set down his notes, his expression shifting, and turned to the entrance. Dust swirled, and a grotesque figure appeared in his line of sight, skin of a deep green hue, eyes as cold as ice. Adorned with a prominent character for demon, radiating an aura of malevolence, the king maintained a facade of calm, but inwardly he was tense. "Who are you?" he inquired. Piccolo surveyed the gathered crowd with disdain and sinister laughter, proclaiming, "From this day forth, the entire world shall be under the dominion of me, the demon king Piccolo. You insolent wretch, protect his majesty. We shall handle this," shouted the guards surrounding the king, charging towards Piccolo. A minute later, all the guards lay defeated on the ground. Piccolo's arrival had wrought a devastating blow. The initial explosion had twisted the doors of the observation chamber, rendering them immovable. The spectators, initially gathered for the celebration, were paralyzed by the sudden calamity, and a violent tremor overturned tables, teacups, and fruits, jolting them into action. Screams of terror erupted. A chaotic scramble ensued as the crowd rushed towards the back door, stumbling and crawling in a frenzy. Upon reaching the door, they found it barred, leading to frenzied, venomous curses pouring forth from the once cultured citizens, their fists, legs, and any objects at hand thrown violently against the door, after enduring for several seconds. The wooden barrier finally succumbed to their onslaught. Reduced to splinters, Piccolo's hands radiated blinding light, and explosions rang out incessantly. His frenzied actions plunged the crowd into unprecedented chaos. The tightly packed masses swayed and stumbled, unable to maintain their footing amidst the violent tremors, with collapsing ceilings crushing the unfortunate beneath them, claiming lives and inflicting injuries. "Ha!" A maniacal laughter erupted from Piccolo, his gaze icy, treating these humans as mere toys to be discarded at will. For he was the embodiment of evil. Chapter 87. Chaos. A world in crisis at the capital's television station. All personnel fled in panic, as if a terrifying calamity had struck. The air was filled with shrill screams, the entire building shaking, punctuated by explosions, creating an unprecedented scene of disorder. In the corridor leading to the broadcast studio, Piccolo and his subordinate left devastation in their wake, the airwaves they unleashed wreaking havoc. With a swift motion, Piccolo raised his right hand, and a blinding light erupted, exploding like fireworks, shattering the metallic doors before him. "It's that monster!" The host in the studio instantly recognized Piccolo as the creature that had disrupted the king's anniversary celebration. The one who audaciously claimed he would conquer the world. A cold smile crept across Piccolo's lips as he ignored the terrified expressions of those in the room and slowly approached the live camera. At Kame House, the ever-hungry Rashi continued indulging in his favorite pastime, eating. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others pondered anxiously, while Oolong and Puar sat before the television, engrossed in a comedy program. Suddenly, the screen flickered, and amidst static, the broadcast shifted to a singular image, a green-skinned man, none other than the Demon King Piccolo, invading the television station. "Look!" Oolong shouted, pointing at the screen, alarming the others. Bulma and Lu Ping turned their attention to the television, where Piccolo's chilling voice resonated through the speakers. "Greetings, viewers across the nation. My name is Bick the Great Demon King. From this day forth, I shall replace that ineffectual king and become the sovereign of this world." Bick the Great Demon King. Bulma and Lu Ping gasped in astonishment as they gazed at the man on the television screen, instinctively inhaling sharply. Feng Zi, who had been engrossed in his meal, lifted his head, seemingly catching the disdainful words of Bick, and turned his gaze towards the television. In the next moment, Feng Zi's eyes narrowed into a fine line, faint glimmers of fiery brilliance flickering within them. Evidently, Feng Zi was quite concerned about Bick the Great Demon King. Bick the Great Demon King first let out a cold, mocking laugh and said, "Well then," pausing momentarily, he continued, "Let me demonstrate why you should submit to me." After uttering these words, a sinister glint crossed his brow, and his eyes emitted two beams of blood-red light, as if they were tangible on the screens of countless televisions. Bick the Great Demon King's eerie right hand pointed towards the business building across from the television station. As before, a dazzling radiance blinded everyone, making it impossible for them to open their eyes. A surging energy began to boil in Bick's palm, forming a sphere the size of a basketball. With a crack, the sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by the sphere of energy howling as it struck the surface of the opposing building. Boom! In an instant, the building exploded upon contact with the sphere. Amidst the violent tremors, the structure crumbled, the ground itself heaving unpredictably, rising and falling erratically. Ultimately, the building could no longer withstand the terrifying forces unleashed by the explosion, and with a thunderous roar, deep chasms and gaping fissures appeared on the ground, resembling the jaws of a mythical beast, displaying the apocalyptic power of Bick the Great Demon King. Though the entire process seemed to unfold slowly, it actually transpired in mere seconds, before the staff of the television stations and the viewers at home could comprehend what had occurred. The towering edifice across the street vanished from sight, reduced to a shocking wasteland. This horrifying scene was witnessed by audiences around the globe, the terrifying images of the explosion forever etched in their memories, instilling a godlike fear of Bick the Great Demon King in all hearts. "Oh my God! This is terrifying! Is this guy a demon? Run! Bick the Great Demon King is coming!" Almost the entire world descended into chaos simultaneously. Whether in the streets or public spaces, a sense of impending disaster loomed large. Police stations worldwide were inundated with calls. In the streets and alleys, criminals seized the opportunity to shout, "Long live Bick the Great Demon King!" As they brazenly committed their misdeeds. But it's chaos. The whole world is in disarray. As Bick the Great Demon King executed a series of frenzied actions, the world was thrown into utter turmoil, and everyone hoped for someone to rise and stop him, to save a world on the brink of being overrun by evil. "What should we do?" Bulma said anxiously, as a heavy silence fell over the room, the oppressive atmosphere making it hard to breathe. At that moment, Feng Zi's gaze turned icy, his expression solemn as he clenched his fists tightly. Fixing his eyes on Bick's disdainful demeanor on the television, he spoke slowly. "He is guilty." With that, Feng Zi stood up, exuding an aura of ferocity as he strode directly towards the door. "No, Feng Zi, you cannot go," Bulma exclaimed, hurriedly grasping Feng Zi's arm as he attempted to leave. Feng Zi paused at the doorway, turning back with a serious expression, locking eyes with Bulma as he spoke deliberately. "Some things are meant for men to do. Some things must be done by men. Some things I cannot allow others to undertake. Bulma, listen to me. Let go of me. I will return alive." His tone softened slightly with the last words. Chapter 88. The Great War approaches. "HM?" Feng Zi uttered softly, his eyes directed towards the door, following his gaze. Bulma and the others also turned their attention to the entrance of Kame House. With a creak, the wooden door swung open. Standing before them was a robust young man, the most striking feature being the third eye on his forehead. Indeed, it was Tianjin Fan, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tianjin Fan, Bulma, and Long Qi exclaimed in delight upon seeing him. Tianjin Fan's gaze swept across the group before settling on the unmasked Feng Zi, their eyes locking in a moment of intense scrutiny. "Who are you?" Tianjin Fan asked, looking at the unfamiliar Feng Zi with curiosity. Feng Zi clearly perceived the level above Tianjin Fan's head, a white number 97. Although in Feng Zi's eyes, this merely indicated an Azura-level individual, it was undeniable that the newcomer was among the highest-ranking humans. "Feng Zi," he replied, meeting Tianjin Fan's gaze head-on as he slowly articulated his name. Tianjin Fan looked taken aback. He seemed to have heard of Feng Zi from Sun Wukong, who described him as a powerful yet eccentric individual. Tianjin Fan had once asked Sun Wukong who was stronger between them, to which Sun Wukong had responded unexpectedly. "My goal is to catch up to Feng Zi. I still have yet to grasp how powerful that guy truly is." After a brief silence, Tianjin Fan found it hard to believe that the purple-haired individual before him could be such a formidable presence, perhaps affirming the adage that one should not judge by appearances. "Hello, I am Tianjin Fan." He introduced himself, extending his hand politely. Feng Zi responded with an "O," reaching out his own hand. The moment their palms met, Tianjin Fan suddenly concentrated his strength in his 5 fingers, seemingly testing whether Feng Zi was as strong as Sun Wukong claimed. Like Feng Zi, Tianjin Fan was also a competitive individual. Feng Zi furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a searing pain in his right hand as if his bones were about to shatter under the pressure, indicating the terrifying power at play. This creature prefers this method of interaction, Feng Zi thought to himself, feeling somewhat displeased. Suddenly, Feng Zi's gaze flickered, and with a powerful grip, Tianjin Fan was immediately overwhelmed by an insurmountable force. Perhaps due to the pain, his expression turned grim to an outsider. Their handshake appeared exceedingly friendly, as if they were long-lost friends. Noticing the prolonged handshake, Bulma remarked, "All right, you two aren't falling in love at first sight, are you?" Upon hearing Bulma's words, a wry smile crept onto Tianjin Fan's face, awkwardly retracting his hand. "That I really like you," Feng Zi said with utmost seriousness. After a brief pause, he continued, "I really like your third eye. It looks very masculine, plus your level is quite high. What an interesting fellow." Tianjin Fan and Bulma fell into a state of speechlessness, while Leping, unable to contain himself, hurriedly asked Tianjin Fan, "What about the corpses of Kame Sennin and Jiaozi?" Lu Ping's words rang like a wake-up call for Tianjin Fan. His expression shifted, darkening as he replied solemnly, "I have preserved their bodies using the universal capsule." With that, he retrieved 2 capsules containing the preserved bodies from the folds of his belt and tossed them to the ground. With a loud bang, smoke enveloped the area, revealing the familiar figures of Kame Sennin and Jiaozi, their lifeless bodies icy and still. The atmosphere grew somber, the scene unbearably tragic, tears welling in the eyes of everyone present as memories of the two in life flooded their minds. Yet, among them, only Feng Zi remained composed, observing the glass coffin containing the 2 bodies with a peculiar feeling that he did not outwardly express. Was it that Bick the Great Demon King who did this? Feng Zi silently inquired while gazing at the corpses. Tianjin Fan nodded, as if recalling something horrific, and replied in a low voice, "That Bick the Great Demon King's power is truly terrifying, simply unfathomable. Master Mateto stood no chance against him. Moreover, the most alarming part is, that bastard, he wished upon the Dragon Balls to become even stronger. The current Bick the Great Demon King is beyond human comprehension. His strength is something we cannot even begin to imagine. Oh, then I am all the more eager to meet this creature named Bick." In Feng Zi's eyes, a flicker of excitement glimmered, and the expression on her face could only be described as euphoric. As if she had been stirred by some unseen stimulus, her demeanor was far from that of an ordinary person. Tianjin Fan looked at Feng Zi before him with utter astonishment. He could not comprehend how she could appear so elated and expectant upon hearing of their formidable adversary. Did such individuals, consumed by a desire for battle, truly exist in this world? Three-eyed, Feng Zi suddenly called out, causing Tianjin Fan to momentarily falter. It was only when her gaze fixed upon him that he realized. To his bewilderment, he had acquired an unexpected nickname. Three-eyed, I shall vanquish that despicable creature, Feng Zi declared slowly. Just as she uttered these words, Tianjin Fan vehemently retorted, "That is impossible. You are walking to your own demise. You do not grasp the extent of Piccolo's strength. It is beyond comprehension." Fengzi suddenly laughed, a mocking laugh that disdainfully interrupted Tianjin Fan's protest. "It is not the might of the opponent that matters, but rather your cowardice, you scoundrel. What constitutes strength? What defines weakness? It is never merely a matter of speed and power. It is the fervor with which we yearn to battle. What is the loss of that yearning? It is the mark of a self-deceiving coward. Therefore, I hold you in contempt." Tianjin Fan never anticipated being rendered speechless by another scorn. He had intended to master Roshi's Mafuba technique to reseal the Demon King Piccolo. Yet subconsciously, he was evading a direct confrontation with the demon. For deep within, he had imprinted a singular thought. The Demon King Piccolo is extraordinarily powerful. I cannot hope to defeat him. Fengzi smiled at the others and said, "I am leaving, and I assure you, that creature shall not easily slay me." She chuckled. With that, disregarding Bulma and the others' attempts to hinder her, she kicked open the door and leaped into the air. Utilizing her flight technique, soaring high above as the gazes of her companions filled with blessings, as everyone marveled at Fengzi's audacity, Tianjin Fan's spirit was suddenly rekindled, and he proclaimed, "That individual speaks the truth. Even if I am no match for the Demon King Piccolo, I should still be able to offer some assistance." Within mere seconds of Fengzi's departure, Tianjin Fan took to the skies. Pursuing her direction, Chapter 89. The Purple-Haired Warrior, Part 1. The Demon King Piccolo seemed to embody an aberration in this world, inflicting terror upon the tranquility of people's lives. The king even dispatched peacekeeping forces from across the globe to eliminate him, only to meet utter annihilation, inadvertently bolstering Piccolo's arrogance. Disaster. The term scarcely suffices to describe the current state of the capital. Through the media, the Demon King Piccolo audaciously proclaimed a series of nefarious deeds, destruction, crime, murder, and more. In the wake of his declarations, countless tragedies unfolded worldwide, as malevolent individuals brazenly committed acts that incited public outrage, as if the law had lost its efficacy. The entire world appeared shrouded in a pall of despair, suffused with the air of calamity. "Ha ha!" The Demon King Piccolo laughed unabashedly. Having taken residence in the former king's office, through the glass, he observed the unfolding chaos outside. Satisfied as he remarked, "Indeed, humanity is a foolish species. From this day forth, this wretched world shall be ruled by the demon race, and I shall establish new laws. My laws, those of the Demon King Piccolo." One of Piccolo's demon subordinates chuckled nervously before asking, "What shall we do next, Lord Piccolo?" "Humph. I intend to plunge this world into deeper chaos, transforming it into a hell on earth, rife with wickedness." Piccolo's expression twisted into a sinister sneer as he spoke coldly. After a brief silence, Piccolo's gaze flicked to the clock, and he commanded, "Contact the television stations. I want all of humanity to live in fear of me, the Demon King Piccolo." "Yes, Lord Piccolo," the subordinate replied, then hurried off to carry out Piccolo's orders. Half an hour later, several television station employees trembled in fear as they stood before the formidable presence of the Demon King Piccolo. Their bodies shook uncontrollably, and their expressions were ghastly, with one even clearly wetting his pants in terror. Piccolo's icy gaze swept over them, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. The staff hastily prepared the cameras to broadcast Piccolo's image. "People of the world, listen closely. From this moment forth, I, the Demon King Piccolo, will draw lots to decide which city shall face obliteration." His words sent shockwaves through the audience seated before their televisions, causing an uproar as they realized the gravity of the situation to them. Piccolo had become synonymous with fear. Looking into the camera, Piccolo sneered, "Do not think I jest. Destroying a city is as effortless for me as walking and talking. Are you ready? The era of the Demon King Piccolo is upon you." As if in response to his proclamation, the sky outside darkened, thunder rumbled ominously, and torrential rain descended, drenching the land in sorrow. Washing away the remnants of peace, chaos erupted globally as individuals scrambled to escape, mirroring Piccolo's own vision of turmoil. Everyone yearned for someone to thwart Piccolo's madness, yet neither the government nor the military could contend with his formidable presence. The king and several guards found themselves imprisoned in a chamber. Upon witnessing Piccolo's declarations on the television, the king foresaw the immense repercussions that would ensue, the turmoil that would follow. Curse that fiend. The king seethed, his fists slamming against the floor in a release of pent-up fury. "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself," urged several guards. "That I believe there will be someone who can stop him." Just as the king raised his head, his gaze caught sight of two figures soaring toward them from the window. "What is that?" he wondered aloud. "Your Majesty, those appear to be two individuals," one subordinate replied uncertainly. While the Demon King Piccolo continued to espouse his vile ideologies before the camera, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced through the air, reaching the ears of audiences worldwide. "You, the Demon King Piccolo, come down and face your demise." A voice brimming with arrogance yet tinged with excitement echoed from afar. Resonating clearly for all to hear, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, a look of shock crossing his face as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he approached the window, his murderous gaze directed downward. The television crew instinctively aimed their cameras at the window of the 12th floor office. What they beheld were two figures, one of whom was the robust youth known as Three-Eyed. But more striking was the individual who had just shouted. With flowing purple hair dancing amidst the tempest, he appeared ethereal. The wind tousled his vibrant locks, and his exceptionally clear, crystalline eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light, captivating all who gazed upon him. The purple-haired youth tore a strip of cloth from his sleeve and wrapped it around his forehead, seemingly a precaution against rain or hair obscuring his vision. Under Piccolo's watchful eye and the scrutiny of the world, Feng Zi ascended like a soaring dragon, rising higher and higher, twisting his powerful torso in an uncanny manner to hover several dozen meters above the ground. With a cold smirk, clothed in crimson, he danced upon the turbulent air, his attire billowing like a banner against the storm, while his purple hair whipped violently in the wind, reminiscent of a celestial being. As Feng Zi's figure soared into the sky, the global audience watched in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief, as if petrified. Observing Piccolo's level, Feng Zi couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Level 122. Yet soon, her astonishment transformed into an inexplicable thrill. "You are the Demon King Piccolo, are you not? As a monster, I hereby declare. You are guilty." Chapter 90. The Purple-Haired Warrior, Part 2. In the face of Feng Zi's blatant provocation, the eyes of the Demon King Piccolo glimmered ominously, his formidable aura enveloping a radius of several dozen meters. A palpable killing intent surged forth like lost souls escaping from the dark abyss of hell, weaving through the crowd, sending chills down their spines as if they had plunged into a frozen cavern during the dead of winter. Goosebumps erupted across their skin, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. The psychological pressure was even more terrifying, like an immense boulder weighing down on their chests. With a piercing gaze, the Demon King Piccolo scrutinized Feng Zi, declaring coldly, "You shall meet a most gruesome demise." All monsters tend to make such claims, yet here I stand, perfectly alive," Feng Zi retorted, displaying not a shred of fear, a smile gracing his lips. Their exchange was captured by cameras, broadcasted to the eyes of the world, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of the audience. Perhaps this purple-haired youth could indeed triumph over the mighty Demon King Piccolo. Though such thoughts were tinged with wishful thinking, hope was preferable to despair. With a sinister chuckle, the Demon King Piccolo proclaimed, "In that case, I shall eliminate you before the eyes of all humanity." With that, he flexed his limbs, the sound of cracking bones sending shivers down spines. And then, before the incredulous gaze of the global audience, he leaped from the 12th floor of a towering building. The king, peering out the window, widened his eyes in disbelief, stammering, What? These two are utterly terrifying." The nearby guards nodded in agreement, their eyes following the spectacle, witnessing an unfathomable scene. The two figures seemed to tread upon the very air, suspended several meters above the ground. Feng Zi and the Demon King Piccolo faced each other, or rather, floated, both utilizing their ki to achieve flight, what could be termed as the art of aerial dance. Honestly, you are the most grotesque creature I have ever encountered, Feng Zi remarked with a grin, his tone sincere. The Demon King Piccolo remained silent, his countenance dark as storm clouds, a unique murderous intent causing the very air around him to chill. Even from a distance, the king and television crew could feel the oppressive atmosphere. Piccolo's malevolence hung heavily in the air, akin to a mountain's weight, provoking cold sweat to bead upon every forehead. A palpable tension ensued. Rain poured down. The two remained locked in aerial confrontation. After a prolonged silence, Piccolo's gaze fixed upon Feng Zi, uttering two words, seeking death. With that, he vanished from mid-air, reappearing right before Feng Zi, his speed surpassing even the propagation of sound. Prepared for this very moment, Feng Zi unleashed a powerful shout, employing the eight-hands fist technique. Maximizing his punching speed, a flurry of fists rained down upon the Demon King Piccolo, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds as they clashed, painting the air with a mesmerizing display of combat. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in fierce conflict, their fists colliding, conjuring a series of breathtaking visuals. Soon, they descended from the sky to the ground, as the exertion of the aerial technique drained their ki. And the ground offered a more stable battleground for Feng Zi to unleash his full potential. With a thunderous crash, the seemingly indestructible ground beneath Feng Zi's feet shattered, forming a crater a foot in diameter. And propelled by the immense recoil, he shot forward like a piercing arrow, covering an astonishing 10 meters in the blink of an eye. A powerful gust of wind swirled in his wake, forming a tornado that amplified his overwhelming force. Boom! Before Piccolo could react, Feng Zi harnessed the momentum of his charge, adding the force of a rapid punch, driving Piccolo back several meters. His fists flew with relentless fury, unleashing a tempest of strikes upon the Demon King. Though Piccolo shielded himself with his arms and sustained no injuries, he felt a distinct tingling in his limbs, a testament to the tremendous power wielded by the purple-haired youth before him. This human is remarkably strong. Piccolo's gaze reflected an unusual intensity, his previously arrogant demeanor now tempered by the seriousness of his opponent. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across Piccolo's face as he sensed Feng Zi closing in. In an instant, his figure blurred, vanishing from sight. Feng Zi's heart raced. Piccolo's speed had eluded his perception, a stark contrast to before. Piccolo reappeared behind him, launching a ferocious punch. The force of the blow created shockwaves through the air, sending ripples racing toward Feng Zi. By the time he regained his wits, it was too late. The punch landed squarely on his back. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of countless viewers on television, Feng Zi was sent hurtling into the air, resembling a kite severed from its string. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo pursued with unrelenting speed. Ha! His maniacal laughter echoed as he soared above Feng Zi, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that illuminated the darkness. Each beam piercing the air like arrows, exploding upon contact with Feng Zi's body. Chapter 91. Severe injuries. Could it be that the purple-haired warrior has perished? All those watching this battle that determined the fate of Earth felt a pang of unease as they witnessed Feng Zi collapse to the ground. At Kame House, Bulma shouted at the television screen, "Feng Zi, you can do it! Defeat that hideous monster!" It was as if her cries could reach Feng Zi's ears through the screen. That Lu Ping clenched his fists anxiously. It seems the Demon King Piccolo is far stronger than we imagined. After Feng Zi fell, he has suffered continuous assaults, and it will be arduous for him to stand again. As the crowd leaned forward, their hearts racing, Feng Zi's body suddenly sprang back to life. Taking advantage of Piccolo's momentary belief in victory, he transformed into a blur, a swift arrow, accompanied by a tornado trailing behind him, resembling a majestic dragon soaring through the skies, scattering debris in his wake, vanishing from sight. In mere breaths, he reached Piccolo, akin to a proud eagle. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he rapidly ascended while spinning, the tornado following him like a celestial cloud. As he spun, the whirlwind encircling him intensified, and upon landing, he thrust his hands outward, releasing a shockwave that rippled in a circular motion from his center, crashing outward like a tidal wave. That a ghostly wail echoed through the air as an unstoppable Overwhelming aura radiated from Feng Zi, resembling a tempestuous ocean tide that in an instant. He activated his spiral energy field, transforming into a spinning top, enveloped in swirling qi, his form becoming a colossal gyroscope. During this transformation, his legs intertwined and blurred in the air, creating numerous afterimages as he unleashed a barrage of kicks upon Piccolo's chest. Boom! Piccolo was sent hurtling backward, the tremendous force akin to colliding with a freight train, rendering him uncontrollable, incredible. This purple-haired warrior is astonishingly powerful, managing to topple the formidable Demon King Piccolo. The world fell into a stunned silence, all spectators transfixed by the radiant, audacious figure on their screens. Overwhelmed by a mix of awe, excitement, and admiration in that moment, the world erupted with fervor. Everyone glimpsed the dawn beneath the dark clouds, a beacon of hope to end the chaos. Yet, amidst the jubilant celebration of millions, Feng Zi remained vigilant, knowing that the Demon King Piccolo was not an adversary to be taken lightly. Ha! A chilling cacophony of laughter echoed through the as the dust settled. The formidable King Piccolo stood unscathed, though his garments were tattered and ragged, resembling those of a beggar. His piercing gaze fixed upon Feng Zi, his visage contorted in a grotesque snarl as he exclaimed, "Damn humans! I shall make you aware of the terror that is King Piccolo." Before Feng Zi could fully comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped him, and King Piccolo's icy countenance loomed perilously close, and a blinding crimson light erupted from King Piccolo's right hand, akin to a gaping maw thirsting for blood. Radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to rolling thunder, a vast, invisible wave of energy surged towards Feng Zi with overwhelming force to the astonished onlookers. King Piccolo's hand appeared as a lethal blade, piercing through Feng Zi's chest, embedding itself deeply as blood erupted forth. Feng Zi's complexion turned ashen, and his body began to tremble, but he felt as though thousands of ants were viciously gnawing at him. And in the next moment he spat a mouthful of blood. Ha! King Piccolo's bone-chilling laughter reverberated through the hearts of all present. As he withdrew his hand, a torrent of blood gushed forth, revealing a horrifying gash in Feng Zi's chest. Viewers across the globe gasped in disbelief. Despite the distance, the agony depicted on screen was palpable, something beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. I could see that moment. It was still too early to laugh. A crimson gleam erupted from Feng Zi's eyes, vivid as the blood trickling from his lips, a dense and formless aura of killing intent swirling around him like a tempest, ready to strike. King Piccolo stared in astonishment at Feng Zi, who had not succumbed to death despite the dire circumstances. He marveled at Feng Zi's tenacious vitality. Though Feng Zi's face was pale as a ghost, clutching his bleeding chest, he coldly declared, "Fortunately, you have not struck my heart. If this is all the harm you can inflict, I can still endure. Therefore, what I must do now is, I will defeat you before I draw my last breath." Chapter 92. At the Brink of Danger. Super Healing Ointment, Part 1. King Piccolo regarded Feng Zi with a mix of intrigue and disdain, sneering, "I am truly astonished. After 3 centuries of slumber, I awakened to such fascinating humans." Feng Zi, having no time to waste on King Piccolo's taunts, sprang into action, moving with ghostly agility, appearing before Piccolo in an instant. Piccolo's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he launched a fierce punch at the still unsteady Feng Zi. With a resounding thud, Feng Zi blocked Piccolo's fist with his arm, twisting his body to unleash a swift strike aimed at Piccolo's neck. It is well known that the neck is a vital target. Should this blow land, it could inflict significant damage, if not fatal. Piccolo smirked, a mix of mockery and contempt, as his left hand shot up, perfectly capturing Feng Zi's wrist. Yet, instead of despair, Feng Zi's eyes sparkled with delight, causing Piccolo's heart to skip a beat. Realizing Feng Zi had a trick up his sleeve. Indeed, as Piccolo suspected, he had fallen into Feng Zi's trap. Drawing a deep breath, Feng Zi shouted, "Universal Thunderclap." In an instant, it was as if Piccolo gripped a high-voltage device. The moment Feng Zi's wrist was ensnared, electric currents surged forth, causing Piccolo's muscles to convulse violently. Damn it! King Piccolo had not anticipated Feng Zi's ability to convert energy into electricity, cursing under his breath. He insulated himself from the electrical surge and forcefully released Feng Zi's wrist. Feng Zi's fists rained down upon Piccolo with ferocity, and as Piccolo attempted to evade, Feng Zi's gaze flickered, and he vanished from Piccolo's line of sight. A whooshing sound filled the air, and Piccolo sensed impending danger from behind. Yet he found himself powerless to react as Feng Zi's punches were too swift. A resounding impact struck Piccolo squarely between the shoulder blades. The force akin to being rammed by a massive truck, sending him staggering forward, barely maintaining his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Zi thought to himself, "This is my chance." With Piccolo momentarily off balance, Feng Zi surged forward, unleashing a tempest of strikes. Thud! 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 Feng Zi unleashed a barrage of unrelenting attacks, fists flying left and right, hooks, elbows, and kicks raining down without respite upon King Piccolo, although Piccolo utilized energy to shield himself from the blows. Darkness clouded his vision, and blood erupted from his throat. Before Feng Zi could revel in his success, he beheld King Piccolo, his aura swirling with murderous intent, wiping the blood from his lips like a vengeful specter returned from the abyss. Lunging towards Feng Zi with a powerful strike aimed at his shoulder. Feng Zi reacted instinctively, shrugging off Piccolo's hand, yet the countered motion exposed a larger target, and Piccolo's fist crashed down upon Feng Zi's spine with a resounding thud. Coughing violently, Feng Zi spewed blood, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless carcass. Before King Piccolo could catch his breath, Feng Zi grasped his ankle, yanking him to the ground with a mighty force. The battle between the two had captivated the world, not merely for its spectacle, but because it determined the fate of humanity. Should King Piccolo triumph over this violet-haired warrior, it would mean evil had triumphed over justice, plunging the future into unprecedented chaos. Thus, across even the most distant locales, cities fell silent as throngs gathered before their screens, engrossed in the unfolding battle. Go, defeat that devil. Hang in there. Countless souls silently offered their blessings and prayers for Feng Zi, anxiously hoping for his victory in the clash. Spiraling energy, engage. Feng Zi's figure darted about, though his wounds deepened. He resolutely clung to the thought of fighting to the last breath, reminding himself that vanquishing this beast was his only escape. Crimson lights surged, a blinding radiance coalescing into a singular form, as turbulent energy swept through the arena. King Piccolo had prepared well before Feng Zi unleashed his spiraling energy, gathering a crimson energy sphere in his palms. As the two forces collided, a brilliant explosion illuminated the world. Boom! A cataclysmic blast engulfed the area within a 30-meter radius, shrouding Feng Zi and King Piccolo in its wrath, as if they were swallowed by a ravenous beast, in the critical moment of life and death. A figure suddenly appeared before Feng Zi. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Tianjin Fan." In an unexpected twist, Tianjin Fan executed a rapid turn, shielding Feng Zi with his back against the explosive flames, gripping Feng Zi's arms tightly, preventing any movement. Tianjin Fan locked eyes with Feng Zi, roaring, "For Jiaozi and Master Wu Tian's vengeance. This is all I can do for you." Before he could finish, he was swept away by the tumultuous winds, his face pale as he coughed up blood, splattering it upon Feng Zi's face. Feng Zi, taken aback by the warm liquid on his cheek, stared in disbelief at Tianjin Fan, but he could not fathom that. At this moment, Tianjin Fan would choose such a method to affirm the dignity of a martial artist. Chapter 93, At the Brink of Danger, Super Healing Ointment, Part 2. Though Tianjin Fan did not perish, he bore the brunt of King Piccolo's strike, rendering him unconscious from the excruciating pain. Feng Zi gently laid Tianjin Fan down, his gaze refocusing on King Piccolo, the resolve in their eyes creating an unbreakable line of intent, each clearly perceiving the lethal determination and hunger for battle within the other's gaze. The sinister laughter of the great demon King Piccolo echoed ominously. "You truly are fortunate to have survived until now. Very well, I shall allow you to experience the essence of fear." With that, he emitted a low growl, and the energy contained within his body surged forth, rippling like shimmering waves, exuding an air of vitality. As the energy within Piccolo escalated, the aura thickened layer by layer in the atmosphere, ultimately coalescing into a crimson sphere of light, gathering within his grasp. Once this was accomplished, Piccolo's eyes widened, and he unleashed a chilling roar, "Perish!" The sphere of light erupted with dazzling brilliance, radiant as the sun, hurtling violently towards Feng Zi. In an instant, the ground trembled violently. The earth surrounding Piccolo cracked open, and the air was saturated with a palpable sense of danger. Presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, Feng Zi's expression turned grave. Witnessing Piccolo's assault sent a jolt of fear through him. The concentration of energy was such that it would undoubtedly wreak havoc on an apocalyptic scale. Affecting an area of several hundred meters, if that were the case, there would be no escape from Piccolo's wrath. Thus, the only viable response was to withstand it head-on. Kamehameha, in the face of peril. Feng Zi had no time to contemplate the complexities of the situation. The glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes as he shouted, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of blue energy in the form of a dragon. In the next moment, the two forces collided within the limits of human perception, distorting the very fabric of reality. The ground fissured, the sky shifted in hue, and the two energies clashed, merging and exploding in a cascade of light. After a brief stalemate, the red light suddenly retaliated, an overwhelming force eroding Feng Zi's energy as if a beast were shredding apart his attack with its fangs. In Feng Zi's astonished gaze, the crimson mass surged forth, bringing with it the cataclysmic force of a collapsing mountain, intent on devouring him whole. Feng Zi's vision blurred, his breath grew increasingly labored, and a storm was brewing. The chaotic colors enveloped everything. And in an instant, the fierce currents unleashed a devastating baptism upon him, engulfing his body entirely. The immense impact hurled Feng Zi's severely injured form like a tattered piece of paper, accompanied by excruciating pain as his skin began to rot. Blood gushing forth, amidst the heart-wrenching agony and desperate screams. The crimson light engulfed everything, and the ground trembled violently, sending debris flying. The tremors were so fierce that even buildings several dozen meters away swayed perilously. And in the blink of an eye, everything crumbled and shattered. Feng Zi could distinctly feel his endurance faltering against the onslaught of pain. His nerves felt as though they were severed, blood vessels bursting. And his face contorted in involuntary spasms. His once bright eyes gradually dulled, bloodshot and filled with despair, leaving only a lingering sense of defiance and internal struggle. Boom! A mushroom-shaped cloud ascended into the sky. Dust swirling, the ground in disarray, as if the world had suffered an unspeakable blow. All of this was the consequence of a battle that could determine the fate of humanity. The great demon king Piccolo hunched over, his visage twisted in a snarl, gasping for breath. The recent clash with Feng Zi had not only inflicted injuries upon him, but had also drained a significant portion of his energy. Now, Piccolo's combat prowess had diminished by approximately 20% from its peak, making victory exceedingly challenging. He lifted his gaze towards Feng Zi's location, and the scene before him matched his grim expectations. After a moment of silence, he erupted into a maniacal laugh, his eyes gleaming with pride. As the dust settled, what lay unveiled before the world was a sight that left them speechless. Where once there had been open ground, there now existed a gaping pit, measuring several meters in diameter and depth, devoid of anything but rubble, with wisps of black smoke rising from its depths. This pit occupied the very spot where Feng Zi had stood moments before. Could it be that Feng Zi had been obliterated by Piccolo's earlier attack? A wave of disbelief swept across the globe. Had hope truly been extinguished? Had the violet warrior destined to save this world genuinely perished? Everyone struggled to accept this grim reality. Was Piccolo truly so formidable that no one could thwart him? A collective yearning for a miracle surged from the depths of their hearts. Chapter 94. At the Brink of Despair. A Miracle Drug? Part 2. At Kame House. Feng Zi. Bulma couldn't help but exclaim, her heart feeling as though it had been pierced by a blade, an inexplicable pain coursing through her. Lepin's eyes remained glued to the television. Upon witnessing Feng Zi vanish from the screen, he inhaled sharply, sharing the same concern as the rest of the world. Would Feng Zi have succumbed in that fierce battle? Do not worry. That guy is still alive. Remember, he is an unyielding freak. Oolong comforted. Upon hearing Oolong's words, Bulma felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, nodding vigorously. That rascal Feng Zi would never die so easily. He promised us he would return. Was Feng Zi truly dead? No, certainly not. Just a few hundred meters away from the pit, a mysterious figure had arrived to rescue the perilously wounded Feng Zi and Tianjin Han. With long black hair, clad in a red martial arts uniform, and a tail reminiscent of a monkey, this individual was none other than one of Feng Zi's few companions, Sun Wukong. Indeed, it was Sun Wukong, who had hurried from the Kirin Tower. Having learned from Kirin that Feng Zi was battling the great demon king Piccolo, he rushed here at breakneck speed, determined to prevent Feng Zi, Krillin, Kame Sennin, and Chaos from becoming yet another fallen comrade. Sun Wukong set the two down, glancing at the grievously injured Feng Zi. That moment, Feng Zi was battered and bruised, his chest completely pierced through, appearing as though he clung to the last vestiges of life. Open your mouth. Sun Wukong gently shook Feng Zi's unconscious form, prying open his lips. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he sent a beam-like object sliding down Feng Zi's throat. In the next instant, Feng Zi's eyes shot open, and his grievous wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. Whether it was the injury to his chest or the multitude of wounds across his body, blood ceased to flow, and the injuries mended as if Feng Zi had been bathed in golden light after leveling up. Feng Zi murmured, the first sight to greet him being a familiar face. Wukong, what are you doing here? Sun Wukong replied, nonchalantly, I didn't expect you to take on that bastard Piccolo before me. I just rushed over from the Kirin Tower to help you defeat him. Oh, what did you give me? Feng Zi inquired, as he vaguely remembered that Sun Wukong had fed him something. Naturally, he sought an explanation. Sun Wukong retrieved a cloth pouch from his waist, opening it to reveal a yellow bean. This is a Senza bean. Eating one will not only stave off hunger for several days, but will also heal even the most grievous of injuries. Feng Zi's eyes lit up at the sight of the Senza bean. Exclaiming in delight, a miraculous drug? Wukong, where did you get this? I got the Senza beans from Kirin, Sun Wukong responded, not understanding Feng Zi's implication. Excellent. After I take care of that creature named Piccolo, I'll pay a visit to that fellow named Kirin. Feng Zi gazed at the pouch of Senza beans with the fervor of a ravenous wolf spotting a tender rabbit, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Meanwhile, at the Kirin Tower, Kirin, observing the scene through a water surface, felt a chill run down his spine at Feng Zi's resolute declaration to defeat him that moment. Feng Zi suddenly recalled that in his eagerness to discuss the Senza beans with Sun Wukong, he had neglected to inquire about how much stronger Sun Wukong had become over the past 3 years. Feng Zi casually glanced at the numerical display above Sun Wukong's head, and in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of astonishment, disbelief, and incredulity, as if he had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. Level 120? Feng Zi gasped, astonished at how rapidly Sun Wukong's strength had surged. He was now merely a hair's breadth away from matching Piccolo's might. And it could be said that, at this very moment, Sun Wukong had surpassed Feng Zi, leaving him unable to suppress his amazement. Such a prodigious rate of growth was unprecedented. Damn it, you two are still alive. Just as Feng Zi pondered the reasons behind Sun Wukong's elevated level, a chilling voice pierced through the air, belonging to none other than the great demon king Piccolo. In mid-air, Piccolo, the great demon king, gazed coldly at the two individuals before him. His fists clenched tightly as he declared, So, you two are acquainted. This is even better. Let's eliminate you both together. A suffocating aura of murderous intent hung thickly in the air, and his visage, twisted by a cruel expression, appeared utterly menacing. You scoundrel, I will avenge Master Roshi, Krillin, and Dend. Sun Wukong seethed as he fixed his gaze upon Piccolo. Just as he took a step forward, eager to engage in battle, Feng Zi suddenly grasped his arm, halting him. Sun Wukong turned, bewildered, to face Feng Zi. With a cold yet fierce glint in his eyes, Feng Zi asserted in a domineering tone, Wukong, I will not allow you to interfere in my fight. Stealing my prey will have dire consequences. Chapter 95. The counterattack. Sun Wukong stared at Feng Zi in astonishment. The familiar spark of battle lust radiated from Feng Zi's features, a fervor possessed only by those who revel in combat. Both Sun Wukong and Feng Zi were kindred spirits, born to fight, and their existence was defined by a singular purpose: battle, regardless of the opponent's strength or the outcome of the skirmish. The enjoyment of the struggle was paramount. Feng Zi spoke slowly. "Take care, Tianjin fan. I shall not be defeated by anyone, not even you." As he uttered the last words, Feng Zi cast a meaningful glance at Sun Wukong. Indeed, Feng Zi had always been fiercely competitive. Their rivalry had intensified as Sun Wukong surpassed him in prowess, a form of defeat Feng Zi could never accept. Thus, he resolved to vanquish Piccolo, the great Demon King. For the stakes were not merely his life, but also his pride. Sun Wukong smiled and replied, "You must win, Feng Zi." Indeed, Feng Zi nodded, tearing the tattered remnants of his shirt from his upper body, revealing a robust physique. While his muscles were not overly pronounced, they exuded a sense of virility. Feng Zi strode purposefully towards Piccolo, the great Demon King, his steps deliberate, his face etched with fierce determination, his eyes ablaze with a seemingly burning flame, enveloped in an almost palpable aura of intensity. Piccolo, the great Demon King, his gaze savage, fixed his eyes on Feng Zi as he approached, stating, "While I do not understand how your injuries have healed, I can assure you that if I have killed you once, I can certainly do it again." Feng Zi remained silent, his pace unwavering. Suddenly, his figure seemed to dissolve into an illusion, and when he reappeared at another location, the shadow he left behind dissipated into a wisp of smoke, leaving Piccolo astounded. From the sidelines, Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, "The Phantom Fist." At that moment, Tianjin Fan, who had just regained his strength, stood beside him. Feng Zi's form flickered unpredictably, and at a distance of nearly 5 meters from Piccolo, he vanished once more. Piccolo clenched his fists, his gaze alert as he scanned his surroundings for Feng Zi's whereabouts. As the saying goes, a storm is brewing. Feng Zi's figure reemerged within Piccolo's line of sight, seizing the moment of Piccolo's momentary distraction to unleash a flurry of rapid strikes, each one releasing torrents of crimson energy, akin to razor-sharp blades aimed directly at Piccolo. Dodon Ray. Tianjin Fan's expression shifted as he recognized the attack, linking it to his master, the original wielder, Tao Pai Pai, and he gasped in shock. Feng Zi knew that the Dodon Ray alone would not inflict substantial damage. He raised his fist and shouted, "Sonic Fist!" The air around him warped as if scorched by searing flames, the formidable force hurtling towards Piccolo's face. Bang! Caught off guard by the Dodon Ray, Piccolo was unable to evade Feng Zi's fully powered strike, which landed squarely, causing him to emit a pained groan as his face was knocked askew, revealing a barely perceptible bruise. As Piccolo staggered back, Feng Zi lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, his fists crashing through the air like cannonballs, instilling an unprecedented sense of danger within Piccolo. His expression darkened, feeling both infuriated and humiliated by Feng Zi's relentless assault. He bellowed, "Die," raising one arm into a fist. He unleashed a furious blow towards Feng Zi. Feng Zi's face hardened, and with a roar akin to a descending tiger, he rapidly swung his fists, mentally chanting, "I cannot lose. I must ascend. I cannot lose." Thump, thump, thump. Their fists collided in a rapid succession, the speed so astonishing it transcended human limits. Feng Zi's chaotic barrage was akin to a torrential downpour, yet his velocity was unmatched. Coupled with Piccolo's prior injuries and exhaustion, he found himself forced into a defensive position from the outset, a disadvantage for one who relied on offense as defense. Under Feng Zi's relentless assault, the shockwaves of his sonic fist pummeled Piccolo's fists mercilessly, leaving him with no choice but to retreat or defend ineffectively. Feng Zi's gaze was resolute, his fervor and indomitable spirit surging within him. His violet hair danced in the wind. Suddenly, he ceased his frenzied onslaught, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a fierce glare, shouting, "Transform into experience for me." In an instant, the muscles in Feng Zi's right arm bulged, sinews taut, radiating strength as his internal energy surged, forming 10 energy spikes, each a meter long. Desperation fueled Feng Zi's resolve. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented intensity. Sonic Fist, Universal Shattering Palm, Spiral, Aura, Dodone, Ray, Eight-Handed Fist. This chaotic amalgamation of techniques, though seemingly disordered, birthed a qualitative transformation. Its might could only be described as invincible. Feng Zi unleashed his full power. His arms swung with ferocity, fists opening and closing with the swiftness of the wind, the sound of his strikes howling through the air. In a blur, one of Feng Zi's fists struck out, leaving a trail of afterimages, while the other smashed through Piccolo's defenses, creating a sound akin to tearing the very fabric of the air. And a patch of skin on Piccolo's chest was shredded, blood gushing forth. Chapter 96. The battle intensifies. Piccolo's heart raced with alarm, and he retreated swiftly, granting Feng Zi a fleeting moment of respite. Feng Zi's fists whirled like a windmill, blurring to the point of indistinction, their latent power undeniable, forcing Piccolo to retreat repeatedly. Just as the momentum began to wane, Feng Zi's feet struck the ground with tremendous force, fracturing the earth beneath him. Seizing the brief opening, Feng Zi's body spiraled through the air, executing a dizzying 720-degree rotation before his right leg traced a perfect arc in mid-air, generating a formidable wave of air imbued with a savage force. Trailing behind him was a long plume of dust, akin to a colossal axe cleaving towards Piccolo's head. The combination of rotational speed and overwhelming strength created a strike that thundered like a tempest. Swift as the wind, its unparalleled ferocity enveloped every potential escape route for Piccolo, leaving him with no choice but to endure the blow. That a flicker of dread crossed Piccolo's features, but time did not permit him to ponder further. An inexplicable fear began to swell within him. This purple-haired human was proving to be exceedingly difficult to contend with. The sudden surge of Feng Zi's power caught him off guard, compounded by the toll of previous battles, leaving Piccolo increasingly weakened. Yet, Piccolo, a legendary demon king known for his ruthlessness and embodiment of evil, had never known fear in this dire moment. Any flicker of despair vanished as his eyes glinted with crimson light. With unwavering resolve, he crossed his arms overhead, summoning the swirling red energy that enveloped him, coalescing into a radiant sphere of crimson light, dazzling and tangible. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the resulting wave of energy surged outward, scattering debris and vegetation in all directions, an awe-inspiring spectacle of raw power. Under the explosive force of the impact, the crimson light radiating from the hands of the great demon king Piccolo trembled violently, as if he were on the verge of losing control of the energy sphere that had coalesced outside his body. Even so, much of its power was dispersed by the powerful gust unleashed by Feng Zi. Though his legs remained grounded, his body was propelled backward for several meters, skimming along the ground while blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Once he finally came to a halt, the energy sphere could no longer be contained and dissipated into the air. Feng Zi paid no heed to the astonishment and horror swelling within Piccolo at that moment, as the fierce winds generated by the explosion forced him backward. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Piccolo, the tumultuous air slicing through the atmosphere. Seizing the moment created by the explosion, Feng Zi leaped several meters away, employing his aerial technique to steady his form. With a firm stomp of his feet, he launched himself toward the flustered Piccolo. The frustration and fury boiling within Piccolo compelled him to unleash his full speed, transforming into a fleeting illusion that vanished before Feng Zi's eyes in an instant. Startled, Feng Zi had never anticipated that anyone could possess such astonishing swiftness. It appeared that Piccolo was far from being outmatched. Just then, Feng Zi sensed a sharp sound slicing through the air behind him, immediately followed by a chilling energy surging toward the back of his head that, if struck, even with Feng Zi's formidable physique, he would likely meet a grim fate. This creature was exceedingly troublesome. Feng Zi cursed inwardly. Feeling the impending assault from Piccolo, with a forceful push of his feet, he propelled himself away with a swift whoosh, ascending several meters into the air, causing Piccolo's frigid attack to miss its mark. As both combatants accelerated, they vanished from the screens of countless televisions, leaving the audience in a state of awe and disbelief, gasping at the intensity of the battle. Feng-Zi and Piccolo became two streaks of wind, darting through the air, continuously weaving and maneuvering. After circling rapidly around each other, they collided fiercely in the center, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds reminiscent of firecrackers. They swiftly disengaged, only to spiral back and clash again. The ferocity of their encounter sending shockwaves through the ground, as if the very earth were quaking. The two ascended several meters, their fists and feet colliding in a flurry of strikes, the roaring winds tearing through the tranquility of the atmosphere, creating whirlpools of varying sizes that ultimately formed into tornadoes, swirling and howling as they dispersed in all directions. The image on the television screens began to shake, and everyone could vividly imagine the unimaginable intensity of this confrontation. Wukong, who do you think will emerge victorious? Tianjin Fan inquired of Sun Wukong. With his gaze fixed upon the sky, excitement gleamed in his eyes. Upon hearing Tianjin Fan's question, he replied, I believe Feng-Zi will triumph in the end. Because that scoundrel named Piccolo can no longer keep pace with Feng-Zi. Chapter 97. The demise of the Demon King. At that moment, a figure emerged amidst the rippling air, ascending like a flash of lightning to a height of several meters. His hands resembling claws as they lunged toward Feng-Zi's back. Feng-Zi distinctly heard the sound of slicing air behind him, his expression shifting dramatically as the thought of an ambush flashed through his mind. In the next instant, Feng-Zi executed a rapid twist in midair using his aerial technique. Locking eyes with Piccolo, without a moment's hesitation, Feng-Zi raised his arm and shouted, delivering a punch that seemed to part the very air itself. The forceful impact met Piccolo's attack head-on, within a radius of 3 to 4 meters around Feng-Zi. The grass was uprooted by the violent winds, revealing the yellow-brown earth beneath, as both Feng-Zi and Piccolo descended to the ground. The moment their feet touched the earth, cracks spread like a spider's web, especially in the areas where their feet had pressed down, leaving deep impressions nearly half a meter deep. Damn it! Feng-Zi glared at Piccolo, who returned the gaze with equal intensity. Their eyes were filled with nothing but fury and murderous intent, making it difficult to discern a victor in this evenly matched confrontation, sensing the battle spirit emanating from Feng-Zi's eyes. Piccolo let out a cold snort, declaring, with my next attack, I will surely eliminate you. Feng-Zi fell silent for a moment before retorting, it will be either your death or mine. With that, both warriors prepared to unleash their full power, their bodies surging with energy as the surrounding air quivered in anticipation. Feng-Zi's eyes gleamed with a radiant light, while a torrent of energy erupted from his body, causing the ground to tremble and the sky to darken. Reminiscent of a dragon rising amidst a tsunami, the world around him enveloped in a golden it was even possible to see shimmering starlight swirling within a few meters of Feng-Zi's body. Piccolo's expression resembled that of a beast ready to pounce, his body emanating a dense, foul smell of blood, exuding an aura of malevolence, as if he were a harbinger of death returned from the abyss. In the palm of his hand, a mass of energy gradually coalesced, resembling a luminous sphere more than mere gas, its vivid crimson hue both terrifying and sinister, pulsating with an ominous red light reminiscent of fresh blood. Spiral energy field, Feng-Zi shouted, and in an instant a cacophony erupted, the air quaking as energy surged forth. Objects around Feng-Zi began to levitate and whirl about, forming a vortex with Feng-Zi at its center. The ground below seemed to boil, as multiple points erupted with explosive force. Those watching the battle on their televisions were astonished to see the images becoming distorted, almost abstract. What kind of battle could create such a harrowing spectacle? As the energy of both Feng-Zi and Piccolo escalated, their figures began to blur amidst the raging winds, shrouding everything in an illusory haze. In unison, Feng-Zi and Piccolo let out a thunderous roar, their already overwhelming momentum surging outward once more, their might enveloping an area of several hundred meters, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble with their power. How terrifying! But if this continues, I fear the entire city will be obliterated, Tianjin Fan exclaimed. initially in awe before his expression turned to concern. "That I hope Feng Zi can completely suppress that scoundrel's power," Sun Wukong solemnly replied, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, Feng Zi and Piccolo moved simultaneously. "Spiral energy field. Activate. Die." They both screamed in a frenzy, unleashing their most potent attacks in a desperate clash of strength. A deafening roar echoed through the air as a terrifying gale erupted, followed by blinding light, plunging the realm into chaos. Just how powerful were the forces of Feng Zi and Piccolo? It was beyond measure, perhaps akin to the detonation of a nuclear weapon. Terrifying, astonishing. The building housing the king began to tremble, with everything around being annihilated by the violent winds, dust swirling in the air as the citizens of the city felt the ground beneath them sway. All structures began to shake in a synchronized manner, affected by the tempestuous energy of Feng Zi and Piccolo, as if the world were caught in an apocalyptic storm. Perhaps due to the tremendous energy expended in their previous skirmishes, or perhaps due to Piccolo's momentary lapse in focus. His energy was unexpectedly suppressed by Feng Zi in that instant. The force rebounded. A power of unimaginable magnitude surged through Piccolo's body, coursing along his skin and penetrating him entirely. The intensity of this force was beyond anything Piccolo could have envisioned. He cried out in agony, feeling as though an invisible giant hand was distorting his body repeatedly. Every muscle, vein, and bone within him was brutally shattered and twisted, rendering him unrecognizable. The searing pain coursed through him, as if a savage force was rampaging through his frail flesh, leaving him in a state of utter despair. This blow was utterly terrifying. Piccolo felt as though he were on the brink of death. His arms completely severed, from the tips of his fingers to just below his shoulders. All that remained was a scattering of disjointed fragments of flesh and bone, before the utterly exposed chest of the great demon King Piccolo. A chilling blood hole pierced through his body. This terrifying force not only obliterated his entire right arm, but also, with a powerful punch that penetrated through, utterly destroyed his right chest, in mere seconds. The vacant gaze of the great demon King Piccolo suddenly ignited with a fierce light. 2 beams of blood erupted as he exerted his last breath. His muscles spasmed in agony, and with a tortured expression, he violently opened his mouth, expelling a massive egg that embodied his resentment, his fury, and his malevolence. "My child, avenge me. Ensure that evil persists." Piccolo gasped, enduring excruciating pain, his hoarse voice echoing as he laughed maniacally at the egg that was cast away. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the body of the great demon King Piccolo disintegrated into ash under the relentless onslaught of the turbulent air. Chapter 98. After the storm indeed, after the tempest, there is tranquility. Although devoid of a rainbow, the sun shone brilliantly, casting a golden hue upon Feng Zi, who was draped in a layer of iridescent light. Others mistook it for sunlight's reflection, yet only Feng Zi understood the profound significance of this dazzling radiance. Indeed, at the very moment the great demon King Piccolo was reduced to dust, a series of notifications flooded Feng Zi's mind. Level up, level up, level up. Elated, Feng Zi could hardly contain his joy. Nothing thrilled him more than the prospect of an upgrade, especially a leap of 3 levels. From a prior level of 19, he ascended to 22 in an instant. It was worth noting that for Feng Zi, each level gained was more arduous than a battle with the notorious Yulong. At level 22, based on the 1:6 ratio between humans and monsters, he could withstand attacks from creatures as formidable as those at level 132, suggesting that he had once again surpassed Sun Wukong, creating an even greater distance between them. As Feng Zi reveled in his elation, another notification appeared. Save the Earth. Receive upgrade rewards. Trigger hidden quest. Eliminate designated monster. Piccolo 2, quest rewards. Random skill, double experience for 1 year. Level up rewards. Following the system's notification, Feng Zi leveled up yet again, and in disbelief he realized that in less than a minute he had achieved yet another upgrade, alongside triggering a lucrative hidden quest. Level 22 was swiftly refreshed, and in the throes of ecstasy, a golden light enveloped him, propelling him to a level he had never anticipated. Level 23. This encounter with the monster was serendipitous. He was relieved that Wukong hadn't snatched it away. Fengzi mused, chuckling to himself. Fengzi, how are you? Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan rushed over after the tumult had settled. Fengzi glanced at his restored physique and replied, I'm fine. I have no injuries. Fengzi, you are incredible. You emerged unscathed from such a fierce battle. Sun Wukong exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new continent, marveling at Fengzi's unblemished form. Tianjin Fan joyfully declared, We finally defeated the great demon king Piccolo. I thank you on behalf of my fallen friend. Jiaozi, Fengzi shrugged, smiling. No need to thank me. Battling monsters is my duty. If only more of this type of monster would appear, how delightful. It has been ages since I encountered such a plump adversary. Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Fengzi's words. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan seemed to recall something and asked Fengzi. That great demon king Piccolo, before he died, seemed to have expelled something. Fengzi responded with a soft exclamation. His spirit jolted, as if he had made a connection, his eyes gleaming with insight. After a moment of silence, Fengzi replied, Forget about it. Perhaps you misinterpreted what you saw. While deflecting their curiosity, he thought to himself, what they referred to must be the Piccolo II mentioned in the quest. First, it must be nourished. Then it shall be slain at that very moment. The entire world erupted in exuberance. People witnessed the heart-stopping battle, and following the demise of the great demon king Piccolo, cheers erupted in every corner where humans resided. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration, rejoicing in the conclusion of the calamity, celebrating their freedom from the need to flee from the great demon king Piccolo. As Fengzi and the others continued their conversation, reporters from around the globe swarmed in, each eager to interview the hero who had vanquished the great demon king Piccolo, the formidable purple-haired warrior. Western Capital Television, greetings to our viewers. I am the host of Global News, Yao Rao Xiuhua, and I am here to bring you a live broadcast of the world's attention on the heroic battle that saved the world. A reporter, microphone in hand, reported for television vehicle heading toward Fengzi's location. 5 minutes later, Fengzi found himself encircled by reporters like a hapless rabbit in the eyes of a hungry wolf, trapped in a tight embrace. Excuse me, Mr. Purple-Haired, what is your name? What is your height? What is your blood type? What is your zodiac sign? What is your gender? Why did you dye your hair purple? Countless microphones were thrust toward Fengzi as reporters clamored for answers. Fengzi glared at the incessant chatter, growing increasingly annoyed by the commotion. With a chilling gaze, he impatiently warned, If you keep this up, I will take you all down. At Kame House, Fengzi has finally triumphed. Lepin exclaimed with joy as he beheld Fengzi's victorious form on the television screen. Bulma, filled with excitement, declared, Fengzi has saved this world. Who would have thought that the once violent brute, prone to fighting at the slightest provocation, would reach such heights? Bulma, you are mistaken. Fengzi remains a creature of pure aggression, and his saving of the world seems merely a pretext for battling the great demon king Piccolo. Yulong muttered quietly. Bang! Bulma playfully smacked Yulong on the head, chuckling. Perhaps it is precisely this kind of rascal. Fengzi, that makes him the most endearing. At least he is reliable, isn't he? Bulma, you hopeless romantic. Lepin, unable to contain himself, chimed in with exasperation. Bulma shot a glare at Lepin, casually grabbing a cushion and retorting. Drop dead. She tossed it at Lepin, who was caught off guard and struck squarely. Thus, the entire world basked in laughter and joy, radiant smiles adorning every face that a peaceful life has always been the aspiration of humankind. The great demon king Piccolo faded away like a fleeting cloud in the vast sky of history. Chapter 99. Fengzi's Unconventional Training Method, Part 1, amidst the astonished gazes of the reporters. Fengzi broke free from the encirclement, utilizing the sky dance technique to soar into the heavens, accompanied by Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan. Wukong, where are you headed next? As the cool breeze tousled Fengzi's long hair against the azure sky, he inquired of Sun Wukong. Though Sun Wukong had yet to master the sky dance technique, he possessed a mode of transport that matched Fengzi's speed, the Nimbus cloud he had received from Master Rashi. Responding to Fengzi's question, Sun Wukong said, Master Karen instructed me to return to Karen Tower for training after the battle. By the way, Fengzi, would you like to come along? Fengzi replied, oh, I need to return to Came House first. I promised Bulma and the others that I would come back alive, so I'll wait for a bit. Tianjin Fan, regarding the Dragon Balls, Master Karen mentioned he has a way to restore them. Sun Wukong seemed to recall something, addressing Tianjin Fan who was flying nearby. Tianjin Fan's eyes lit up with surprise. Really? There's a way to restore the Dragon Balls? He recalled the moment when the great demon King Piccolo killed the Eternal Dragon, resulting in the Dragon Balls becoming mere ordinary stones. If the Dragon Balls could no longer summon the Eternal Dragon, it would mean that those who perished at the hands of the great demon King Piccolo would remain lost forever. I'm not sure about the specifics, but don't worry. Master Karen is a very powerful sage. Sun Wukong grinned at this point. Fengzi's expression turned serious as he interjected. Wukong, I missed this martial arts tournament, but I will definitely participate in the next one and defeat you. All right, Fengzi, I am eager to engage in battle with you. As Sun Wukong laughed heartily, he expressed his excitement. The three of them engaged in lively conversation amidst the skies. However, as the directions to Kylan Tower and Came House diverged, Fengzi, Tianjin Fan, and Sun Wukong parted ways. Fengzi and Tianjin Fan quickened their pace, their figures darting through the clouds. Propelled by the air currents, moving even faster than the occasional aircraft that passed by. Came House, Bulma, and the others awaited their return. They've arrived. Fengzi and the others are back, Bulma exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the sky. Upon spotting two figures flying towards them, she hurriedly called out, as Fengzi and Tianjin Fan descended from the air. Bulma rushed towards Fengzi the moment they touched the ground. In the midst of the others' watchful eyes, Bulma embraced Fengzi, nestling into his arms as if a weary bird had found refuge in the forest. I'm back. Fengzi gently patted Bulma's shoulder, his voice soft. Bulma looked up, her cheeks flushed, and retorted, you rascal. You must never engage in such dangerous activities again. That's impossible, came a jovial response from his side, as Lu Ping chuckled, and Oolong joined in the laughter. Fengzi glanced at his bare upper body and remarked, Bulma, do you have any clothes? Please fetch me something. Bulma nodded and walked towards the house. Tianjin Fan stared in astonishment at the scene he had just witnessed. Suddenly realizing, so Fengzi, you and Bulma share this kind of relationship. The dining table. Fengzi voraciously devoured the food laid before him, akin to a machine, leaving Tianjin Fan utterly dumbfounded. Fengzi, you're not planning to leave us again to train alone, are you? Bulma inquired with concern. Without lifting his head, Fengzi continued to chew on a chicken leg and a bun, mumbling indistinctly. No, I found a training method that suits me. Bulma brightened up. So, you're coming back to West City with us? Fengzi nodded and resumed eating, ignoring Bulma further to be, by the way, where did Goku disappear to? Lu Ping pondered aloud. Tianjin Fan explained. Sun Wukong went in search of a way to restore the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Fengzi set down his bowl and chopsticks and declared, let us head back to West City now. His tone revealed an eagerness that only arose when he sensed a monster nearby. Fengzi, what is the matter? Bulma asked, puzzled. Fengzi's gaze flickered as he spoke solemnly. I need to elevate my level. Otherwise, I'll be left behind by that guy, Goku. I cannot afford to waste a single moment of these past 3 years. I've devised a training method that is particularly suited to me. If successful, my level should rise dramatically. 1 month passed, and the menace of the Demon King Piccolo gradually faded from the public consciousness. Yet the haunting memories remained indelible. In West City, at Bulma's residence. Life continued as usual, peaceful and filled with laughter. Notably, the Dragon Balls had been restored, meaning that Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi would be revived. However, wishes could only be granted once every 3 months, with Krillin being the first to be brought back. Bulma and the others lounged on the living room sofa, watching television while sharing laughter and conversation. After taking a bite of the ice creamer bowl, Oolong remarked, Bulma, why has that Fengzi been so elusive lately? Indeed, how could someone so restless suddenly become so subdued? Hasn't he been causing trouble or fighting? It's as if he has vanished. Lu Ping chimed in, echoing Oolong's sentiments. Bulma, appearing equally perplexed, replied, well, It seems Feng Zi borrowed a storage room from my father along with a whole bunch of equipment and tools. I have no idea what he's up to. Could it be that he has given up fighting and decided to become a proper inventor? Lu Ping joked. If Feng Zi turns into an inventor like my father, I'll jump off the balcony, Bulma retorted. Let us go see what he's up to, Lu Ping declared, rising from the sofa, and was met with unanimous agreement from the group. For curiosity, as they say, can kill a cat. Upon arriving at the storage room Feng Zi had borrowed, they pushed open the metal door and were confronted with an astonishing sight that left each of them in a state of disbelief. The spacious storage room, devoid of any decoration apart from the lights on the ceiling, felt eerily empty, where even the faintest sound echoed. What truly left them dumbstruck was the array of metallic machines installed along the walls, of which Bulma had never laid eyes upon, even unsure of their purpose. Approximately 8 such machines adorned the walls, arranged in a seemingly orderly manner that enveloped the room. A low, rumbling sound emanated from within the machines, indicating their operation. Upon closer inspection, each machine displayed a data panel filled with intricate symbols and numbers in the center of the room. Beneath the direct light, Feng Zi stood motionless. His upper body was bare. A towel draped around his neck, his gaze intense. Sweat beads streamed down his forehead, his face flushed, and his muscles twitched as if in agony, resembling someone suffering from a fever. Surrounding Feng Zi, those unknown machines emitted visible blue light, illuminating his form as if adorned with stars. The 8 beams of blue light shimmered and flickered, unlike ordinary light. Each seemed to pulsate and vibrate. Upon contact with these blue rays, Feng Zi's skin broke out in goosebumps, every hair on his body standing on end, as the blue light continuously permeated his being. Bulma, if I'm not mistaken, this must be high-voltage electricity, right? Lu Ping observed Feng Zi's grueling struggle, his face etched with horror as he asked slowly. Bulma scrutinized the blue light multiple times. Superficially, it seemed harmless, yet it concealed lethal power. Given the density of the current, any ordinary person would have long since perished or been burned to a crisp. Yet here was Feng Zi, undertaking such a horrifying endeavor. IT must be high-intensity electricity. Feng Zi is indeed not a typical person, Bulma replied with a wry smile, resigned to the situation. Oolong interjected, what Feng Zi refers to as an extraordinary training method must be this. Upon hearing Oolong's words, Bulma reflected on Feng Zi's current actions and sighed. I truly don't understand what goes through his mind. This is the first time I've heard of someone using high-voltage electricity to enhance their strength. Indeed, as Bulma suggested, Feng Zi was in the midst of training, albeit in a manner unlike any other. He possessed certain unique gifts, such as this electrical engineering that IT was 3 years prior, during the World Martial Arts Tournament. That Feng Zi discovered his ability to absorb vast amounts of electricity through his body, or to achieve experiences akin to battling monsters through electrical stimulation. The machines within the storage room were the generators Feng Zi had constructed for his training. Each could emit approximately 80,000 volts of electricity. The subsequent experiments confirmed Feng Zi's intuition. This method of training suited him perfectly, allowing for experience gain at an astonishing rate, far swifter than scouring the vast world for monsters to battle. While the efficacy of his training method was evident, the agony endured during the process was a torment only Feng Zi could comprehend. That IT was a heart-wrenching ordeal, as if thousands of insects were gnawing at every nerve. A typical person would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago, yet Feng Zi persevered through sheer willpower, gradually acclimating to the intensity of the current. That a sudden epiphany erupted within Feng Zi's mind. And soon thereafter, a radiant golden light enveloped his body, accompanied by a wave of euphoric sensation that surged through his heart. A smile blossomed on Feng Zi's face as he laughed out loud, realizing that his initial thoughts were indeed correct. This method of cultivation, stimulated by electric currents, was an unparalleled path to rapid advancement. Within just a month, he had ascended from level 23 to level 24. A transformation so remarkable that it could only be described as meteoric. The profound sense of empowerment invigorated Feng Zi, dispelling any remnants of fatigue from his prior training. The 80,000 volts of electricity now posed no challenge to Feng Zi. His body had gradually acclimated to this intensity of stimulation. As the current coursed through him, the initial sharp pain had transformed into a soothing sensation akin to luxuriating in a hot spring. It was time to increase the electric potential. A glimmer of excitement shone in Feng Zi's eyes, and a subtle smile curved his lips as he murmured to himself. With this thought in mind, he shook out his limbs to loosen his muscles, the joints popping audibly like popcorn, and then made his way directly to the switch connecting the 8 discharge machines. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zi began to shed his clothing while softly conversing with himself. I hope my body can withstand the stimulation of 100,000 volts. The memory of the legendary martial arts tournament flashed in his mind, where Master Rashi's earth-shattering technique seemed to unleash a force akin to 100,000 volts. At that time, he had nearly fainted, and now he was about to endure the onslaught of 8 electric currents. The agony would surely be eightfold. He wondered if he could endure it. With a sharp click, Feng Zi adjusted the settings and gently pushed the lever upward. Instantly, the entire warehouse lit up, and 8 serpentine currents erupted with a crackling roar. The blue arcs of electricity causing Feng Zi to instinctively shut his eyes. The converging bolts of electricity illuminated him like a deity of thunder descending from the heavens. The dispersed currents enveloped Feng Zi entirely. The familiar, searing terror of electricity eagerly burrowing into his pores, invading his internal organs, and violently churning within him. It felt as if countless insects were mercilessly gnawing at his very marrow, while his spirit endured the relentless torment akin to being scorched by the infernal flames of the underworld. The cataclysmic power of 100,000 volts had fully unleashed its destructive potential. In an instant, Feng Zi's limbs were rendered numb, his body covered in sweat, and goosebumps erupted all over him. Unimaginable agony bombarded his nervous system, and he clenched his jaw, enduring the pain as his complexion began to pale. Moments later, it shifted to a ghastly hue, and involuntarily, his clenched teeth began to tremble, producing a chilling clatter. Feng Zi's visage morphed into a sickly pallor, and after a brief while, it turned a purplish hue. His lips deepened to a dark purple, and soon after, his entire face took on a bluish-black tint. As the current intensified, the energy within him seemed to erupt like a boiling cauldron, spiraling into a frenzied state, racing throughout his body. For a fleeting moment, Feng Zi felt a strange relief, as if his body had grown accustomed to the torment. Time became an enigma. It felt like mere minutes. Yet it could have spanned a century. Feng Zi could no longer bear the excruciating sensation, akin to having his bones scraped clean. A piercing howl erupted from his throat, reverberating through the ground, causing the very earth to tremble, while the echoes within the warehouse buzzed ominously. In a fit of desperation, Feng Zi collapsed to the ground, repeatedly banging his head against the unyielding floor. Thud! 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 His head remained unscathed, and his mind cleared slightly, yet the pain from the electric currents gnawed at him more acutely. With a thunderous roar, the floor shattered, debris flying as a deep pit formed beneath him. Blood trickled from his forehead, and his eyes were shrouded in crimson, his expression resembling that of a feral beast. The agony was unbearable, a torment worse than death. Experience, advancement, greater strength. Feng Zi bellowed, launching into a flurry of kicks and punches, relentlessly assaulting the hard floor and walls. One could fathom the scene. His fists were harder than iron, and his legs sharper than an axe. Each strike left a crater the size of a human head, shattering the stone beneath him into fragments. The cacophony of blows echoed, a relentless symphony of destruction. Under the blinding arcs of electricity, debris flew, shards scattered, and dust filled the air, as Feng Zi moved with the swiftness of lightning and the ferocity of thunder. If his earlier warm-up had been a tempest, he was now a hurricane, a force that swept all before him, unstoppable and unyielding. No one could discern his movements, nor could they count the number of punches or kicks he delivered. The warehouse resonated with the deafening sounds of his onslaught, merging into a continuous roar, seemingly without pause. He was a raging dragon, a ferocious tiger, and the entire warehouse trembled under his might. His shadow darted beyond the limits of perception, flitting in and out of existence, whether it was his head, fists, legs, back, knees, or shoulders. Every part of his body was engaged. Each strike was infused with his full strength, obliterating everything in its path. He poured every ounce of energy into his relentless assault, refusing to pause for even a moment, unleashing the full force of his being. Experience 100, experience 100, experience 100. The ceaseless notifications echoed in his mind as Feng Zi's body gradually acclimated to the stimulation of 100. 000 volts. The pain began to diminish, and his consciousness returned to clarity, everything progressing in a positive direction. To be extraordinary, one must tread an extraordinary path. Chapter 102. An Enchanting Dream. Part 1. Within the warehouse. Feng Zi stifled a yawn, his eyelids fluttering slightly, and his vision became somewhat hazy. Glancing outside at the night sky, he noted that it was already quite late. Though he was a person who could forsake everything for the sake of cultivation, he was still a flesh-and-blood human being who required rest and sleep. After returning to Bulma's home, it was indeed late at night.